Chapter 1. She yearned for the warmth of his embrace. Jiang Xiai awoke in the dead of night. Her entire body aching, it was hard to believe. But last night, she had shared a bed with Lu Yudong. It was her first time. And she felt nothing but pain. The only thing that left a profound impression on her was the way Lu Yudong's stubble grazed her face. Creating an atmosphere thick with intimacy, he breathed against her neck and kissed her ear, his deep, magnetic voice resonating with the warmth of their bodies pressed together, leaving Jiang Xiai feeling utterly aflame throughout the encounter. Lu Yudong whispered a name in her ear, though she never quite caught what it was. It did nothing to diminish the thrill of her first experience. In the middle of the night, Jiang Xiai stirred. Noticing that Lu Yudong was still asleep, she glanced at the cold, stern features of the man beside her and inexplicably felt that their relationship had grown much closer. She craved the warmth of his embrace, even entertaining the fanciful notion of remaining by his side and sleeping in his arms, yet she understood that staying would only invite trouble. Lu Yudong was the president of Xindong International, and Jiang Xiai, as an intern, had shared a bed with him. She could easily imagine the consequences. At best, losing her job; at worst, being branded as someone who seduced the president, forever tarnishing her reputation and making it impossible to survive in Jiangzhou. The previous day had marked the first day of team building, and that evening, Lu Yudong had gotten drunk, seizing Jiang Si's hand as she helped him into his room, and kissing her face without hesitation. Initially, she had been blank, wanting to refuse, but upon seeing Lu Yudong's face, she found herself lost in a daze, unable to push him away. Before that night, Jiang Xiai had never even interacted with Lu Yudong directly. Stumbling back to her own room, Jiang Xiai pretended that nothing had happened until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, when several buses arrived at the hotel to take them back to the company. Jiang Xiai boarded the bus with another intern, Han Lan. Upon entering, she spotted a familiar figure in the front row, eyes closed in repose, sending a jolt of shock through her. Who else could it be but Lu Yudong? The bus was filled to capacity, yet the seats beside and behind Lu Yudong remained empty. Jiang Si's face flushed crimson. She and Han Lan had arrived late and had no choice but to sit behind him, forcing herself to muster the courage. Didn't President Lu drive here? Why is he taking the bus back with us this time? Han Lan whispered conspiratorially in Jiang Si's ear. Han Lan had a loud voice, and even her whisper was easily overheard by others. I don't know, Jiang Xiai replied, her head bowed. As they boarded, she had instinctively shielded her face with her hands, fearing that Lu Yudong might recognize her. Yet a flicker of hope lingered in her heart. Perhaps he had forgotten the events of last night, or perhaps he didn't even know that the person he had been with was Jiang Xiai. After all, they had never interacted before, and he had been drunk, with the lights mostly off. The long journey was tedious, and Han Lan began to play on her phone. Jiang Xiai, feeling envious, wanted to grab her own phone, but despite rummaging through her belongings, she could not find it. Jiang Xiai nudged Han Lan. Dial my phone, I can't find it. Where did you put it? Han Lan replied nonchalantly as she dialed Jiang Si's number. The melodious ringtone echoed, but strangely, it did not emanate from Jiang Si's bag or suitcase. Instead, it rang from the seat in front of them, more specifically, from Lu Yudong's hand. Jiang Si's skin prickled with anxiety. Chapter 2. How about marrying me? Perhaps due to Lu Yudong's presence on the bus, the atmosphere was notably subdued, making Jiang Si's ringtone sound particularly jarring last night. As she helped Lu Yudong back to his room, her phone had slipped from her pocket, and amidst the intoxicating haze of their encounter, she had completely forgotten about it. After the initial shock, Jiang Xiai quickly regained her composure. It seemed that Lu Yudong had taken the bus today to wait for her, perhaps aware that the person he had shared a bed with was indeed her, or maybe he had no clue, but had now pieced it together due to the ringtone, compounded by Han Lan's earlier comments. This realization left Jiang Xiai feeling as though she had inadvertently confessed. Han Lan stared at Jiang Xiai with a puzzled expression, nodding in the direction of Lu Yudong, clearly asking, what's going on? Stop it. Jiang Xiai pressed down on Han Lan's hand. Unable to bear the awkwardness any longer, she didn't know how to explain. What on earth happened? How did your phone end up in President Lu's hands? Han Lan pressed, her curiosity piqued. Just as Jiang Xiai felt overwhelmed by embarrassment, Lu Yudong suddenly turned around, nearly startling her into silence. Is this your number? He inquired, holding up Jiang Si's phone, which displayed the name Crazy Lan. Crazy Lan was a nickname Jiang Ci had given Han Lan. Han Lan eagerly nodded like an excited puppy. Yes, President Liu, Jiang Ci lost her phone, and I was helping her find it. Han Lan had even mentioned Jiang Ci's name, leaving her no room to disappear. Your phone? Just now, you were carrying a suitcase, and it must have fallen onto the front seat, Lu Yudong remarked, his gaze shifting to Jiang Ci. His calm demeanor belied a depth of meaning that Jiang Ci could not decipher, though his gaze was warm and familiar. It was uniquely profound, leaving her utterly bewildered. Oh, it was my mistake, thank you. President Liu, although her heart raced with anxiety, Jiang Ci gratefully accepted her phone from Lu Yudong's hand, playing along with the charade. After alleviating the tension, Lu Yudong turned back to face the front. Jiang Ci feigned interest in her phone, yet her mind was elsewhere. The way Lu Yudong had handled her phone seemed to carry an unspoken message. The events of last night were to remain in the past. As an adult, Jiang Ci knew better than to dwell on it. She had intended to treat last night as a fleeting dream, yet she couldn't help but wonder if her name had been duly noted by him. Was it a portent of doom or fortune? She allowed herself a glimmer of hope. Given his busy schedule, how could he possibly dwell on such matters? Weeks passed without a sight of Lu Yudong, even during company meetings. She remained just an intern, her future uncertain aside from her concerns about securing a position at Shindong Group. Jiang Ci occasionally found herself reminiscing about Lu Yudong, particularly the lingering memories of their intimate encounter. Indeed, it was her first. One day, the internal phone on Jiang Ci's desk rang. Jiang Ci, came the voice on the other end. A wave of panic washed over her as she felt a sense of familiarity in that voice. Since that night, Lu Yudong's magnetic command to turn off the lights had replayed in her mind, rendering this voice unmistakable. Yes? Come to my office. Excuse me? Come to my office, he reiterated. Okay, Jiang Ci's heart raced. She thought it unlikely to be work-related after all, given their positions. He wouldn't summon her for trivial matters. Could it be about the team-building event? Was he seeking to silence her regarding their encounter? Upon knocking on Lu Yudong's office door, Jiang Ci found him unlike the careless demeanor he had displayed during the team-building event. He scrutinized her from head to toe. This examination left her feeling increasingly flustered. His gaze, though unfathomable, bore a certain hunger that Jiang Ci could not ignore. And so, she gazed back at Lu Yudong with a longing that made him feel inexplicably unsettled. Is there something on my face? He asked Jiang Ci. It was only then that she snapped back to reality. Lu Yudong chose not to pursue that line of questioning and instead stated, how about marrying me? Jiang Ci furrowed her brow in confusion, responding with a bewildered, huh? The topic was a far cry from the thoughts Jiang Ci had been entertaining. Chapter 3. We cohabited. Jiang Ci glanced around, noting that there was no one else in the office apart from her conversing with Lu Yudong. What? She inquired. Marry me, Lu Yudong reiterated. Jiang Ci's thoughts momentarily stumbled back to the notion of marriage. Still in a daze, she realized she had merely a month until graduation from university. Though she had contemplated marriage in the past, it was not something she could entertain at this moment. Jiang Ci speculated whether Lu Yudong was testing her resolve. After all, for a CEO to have been involved with an intern, while it may not be considered a loss, could certainly tarnish his reputation. He likely wished to gauge whether Jiang Ci harbored any inappropriate intentions. Her emotions were a convoluted mix. Lu Yudong's warm embrace and penetrating gaze were unlike any she had experienced with other men. Yet, she was acutely aware that, not only in this lifetime, but in any subsequent existence, their union was implausible. The very reason Lu Yudong proposed marriage to someone so mismatched was undoubtedly not due to affection. Recalling his earlier admonitions regarding her phone, Jiang Ci grew increasingly convinced. He must be apprehensive about the complications she could bring him. Thus, she fabricated a lie. I have a boyfriend. Engaged? Lu Yudong inquired again. Oh, not quite. After all, I haven't graduated yet and lack a financial foundation, Jiang Ci replied, feigning composure in the face of adversity. And how far along is that relationship? Lu Yudong exhibited an unexpected concern for Jiang Ci's private affairs. Unsure of Lu Yudong's true intentions, Jiang Ci blurted, we are cohabiting. Implicitly, she conveyed, I have a boyfriend and we share ABD. To avoid any misunderstandings, she resolved to keep the events of that team-building day to herself. ensuring that the CEO would not worry about her entanglements with other men. Cohabiting, Lu Yudong raised an eyebrow, his expression betraying slight concern. Recognizing his suspicion, Jiang Xi quickly added, "We've been together for several years. And we only just moved in together after returning from the team-building event. That it hasn't been long since I left the dormitory. We just found a suitable place. Are you not curious why I sought you for marriage?" Lu Yudong, upon hearing about her boyfriend, appeared unfazed. "Why?" she asked, genuinely perplexed. "My grandfather is gravely ill and wishes to see me married before he passes, but I currently have no girlfriend. That's for why I approached you. You know better than anyone else. After considering several options, you remain the most suitable." Lu Yudong leaned back in his chair, exuding an air of control. The phrase "most suitable" stung Jiang Xi's pride. Having shared an intimate moment, it was undeniable that she was the most fitting choice. Had he chosen someone else, that individual would likely be riddled with reservations, while Jiang Xi's prior involvement eliminated such concerns. Although she had long suspected Lu Yudong's motives for marriage were devoid of affection, hearing this rationale still left her disheartened. It seemed he not only remembered that night vividly, but also regarded her with contempt. Despite soliciting her assistance, in his eyes, she was merely a woman scheming to exploit her superior. She had spent the night with him, yet left her phone in his room, clearly attempting to ensnare a wealthy suitor while feigning innocence. What hope could she have for his esteem? "State your conditions. I am open to negotiation. However, it would be best if it does not exceed 5 million. Lu Yudong's tone dripped with disdain, yet his offer was enticing. 5 million was indeed a considerable sum. Yet Jiang Xi found it not entirely beyond her capacity to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, she delicately suggested, "Mr. Lu, you might consider obtaining a fake certificate. If my grandfather discovers the ruse, it could lead to complications. Moreover, credentials are secondary. The primary concern is finding someone he can meet, that he requires reassurance." Lu Yudong answered her query with an unexpected patience. Jiang Xi nodded slowly, biting her lip as she contemplated how to decline. Noting her hesitation, Lu Yudong added, "This marriage will have a time limit, that if you agree, we can obtain the certificate tomorrow. As for the termination date, I do not agree," Jiang Xi declared with resolute conviction. Lu Yudong's unspoken thoughts were left unvoiced, for he no longer had the opportunity. He merely fixed his gaze intently upon Jiang Xi. For the first time, someone had outright rejected him without even offering a concession. Chapter 4. Lu Yudong awaits. Lu Yudong scrutinized Jiang Xi, suspecting that she had ulterior motives for their night together. Otherwise, how could she have conveniently left her phone behind? Yet, her decisive refusal piqued his interest, for if she were to later retract her words, his disdain for her would only deepen. After all, the art of feigned innocence was hardly a novel tactic, and employing such tricks in his presence would only lead to humiliation. "Very well, you may leave," he replied coldly, dismissing her. Upon returning to the office, Jiang Xi realized she felt no anger, only a profound sense of disappointment. However, having rejected Lu Yudong's proposition, she resolved to set her thoughts aside. The paramount concern was securing her position at Shindong International, a company that offered unparalleled benefits within Jiangzhou. As she wrestled with her thoughts, she received a WeChat message from her brother, Jiang Xi, "The doctor said you need to visit the hospital at 4 this afternoon." Jiang Xi felt a surge of frustration. "But I'm at work until then." "Then you should discuss it with the doctor," came her brother's reply. Jiang Xi understood that saying this to Jiang was futile. With the clock striking 3, a visit to the hospital at 4 meant she would need to leave by 3:30, necessitating a request for leave from the financial director. The thought of this made Jiang Xi's scalp tingle. She had always excelled academically, later implementing innovative accounting methods at work that garnered praise from her superiors. Yet, her frequent requests for leave were troubling, especially during this crucial juncture that determined the fate of her internship. As expected, when she approached the financial director, Xing Baohua remarked, "Xiao Jiang, while your performance has been commendable, your constant absences make it challenging for me to write your internship report. Surely, you wish to remain with Shindong Group?" "Director, Shindong Group is an exceptional company. I certainly want to stay. However, I genuinely have matters to attend to. I promise to return and complete my work afterward," Jiang Xi replied, her tone submissive. Xing Baohua reluctantly approved her leave, and Jiang Xi hurried to take the bus to Jiangzhou First People's Hospital. Jiang Xi's mother had been hospitalized in the neurology department for the past 2 years, Xiao Jiang, your mother's recent hospital fees are due. Did you bring the money today? Dr. Fu, her mother's longtime physician, inquired familiarly, aware that in their household, her older brother was an absentee when it came to medical expenses. Jiang Xi had been the one tirelessly juggling finances note my salary won't be issued for another few days. Embarrassed by her lack of funds, Jiang Xi lowered her gaze. Then make it quick that if this continues, the hospital may take measures that I know. Jiang Xi nodded apologetically. When she entered her mother's room, she found her mother reliant on oxygen. Over the past 2 years, Jiang Xi had spoken to her mother, but there had been no response. Jiang Xi's father had once been a project manager on construction sites, and their family of 4 had lived harmoniously. However, 6 years ago, he tragically fell to his death from a high-rise during a project. This incident devastated Jiang Xi's mother, leading to a mental breakdown that resulted in a car accident. The compensation from her father's death, combined with the driver's reparations, had sustained her mother in the hospital for over 5 years, but resources were dwindling. Once the funds were nearly exhausted, Jiang Xi took on part-time jobs, helping teachers or tutoring, to cover her mother's hospital bills. Her brother suggested hastily disconnecting her mother's oxygen supply for ease, but Jiang Xi felt that was inhumane. Even if her mother could not respond, the mere presence of her mother was better than losing her entirely. At that moment, Jiang Xi held her mother's hand tightly. Mom, I'm preparing for the CPA exam. Please bless me to pass that if I do, my salary will increase significantly, and I'll be able to cover your medical expenses effortlessly. Jiang Xi smiled at her mother, who remained unresponsive. For 6 years, Jiang Xi had hoped her mother would suddenly open her eyes and converse with her, like in the past when she would affectionately pat Jiang Xi's head and call her Xiao Xi. I must return to work now. I haven't passed the CPA, my priority is to secure my position at Xindong. Jiang Xi encouraged herself. Staying at Xindong ensured a steady income, allowing her to pay rent and contribute to her mother's medical care. Yet, her frequent absences made maintaining her position increasingly difficult. Chapter 5. Waiting for him exiting the hospital around 8 in the evening, Jiang Xi found herself amidst a light drizzle as she took the bus back to the company. Upon entering the lobby, she spotted Lu Yudong, tall and poised, one hand tucked casually in his trouser pocket while the other held a phone, engaged in conversation with someone at the front desk. The lobby's bright lights cast a radiant glow over him, accentuating his noble yet aloof demeanor. Jiang Xi's heart raced with anxiety. They had barely crossed paths in the past few months, yet now it seemed they were destined to meet frequently. He brushed past Jiang Xi while talking on the phone, and she called out Mr. Lu, uncertain whether he heard her. After entering the elevator, she turned around, only to see Lu Yudong's figure already swallowed by the vastness of the night. The rain was pouring heavily tonight. She wondered if he had brought an umbrella that in the past, when her father went out, he would also forget to take one, and it was always Jiang Xi who chased after him. Handing him the umbrella, her father would stroke her head, saying, "My little Xi has grown up and understands how to care for her father." Tears blurred Jiang Xi's vision. Jiang Xi worked overtime until 4 in the morning. She decided against returning to her rented apartment, opting instead to catch a brief nap at the office before her shift began. She had barely rested her head on the desk when her phone's ringtone jolted her awake. Seeing it was Dr. Fu calling, she hurriedly answered. Over the past 2 years, whenever Dr. Fu reached out, it was either to inform her of her mother's deteriorating condition or to remind her to continue paying the hospital fees. Jiang Xi, after you left yesterday, your mother developed a fever that we suspect it may be due to phlegm accumulation in her lungs. It's serious. Jiang Xi stood up anxiously from her seat. Don't panic. We've administered emergency treatment, and her condition is currently stable. However, the surgery from yesterday, combined with this month's hospital fees, amounts to over 60,000, that you should pay it all at once. If you keep delaying, I can't speak on your behalf with the hospital. And Jiang Xi, your mother's situation is special. Both you and your brother are working. Can't you hire a caregiver for her? Regular turning and bathing can help prevent many infections. Jiang Xi stood there in a daze. After a night of overtime, her eyes were already weary, and with this thunderbolt of news, she felt utterly overwhelmed. 60,000 was an insurmountable sum. Even 6,000 was beyond her reach right now. She was acutely aware of the difficulty that money posed. Her internship salary at Xindong was only 6,500 a month, and she still had rent to pay, with her salary not due for another half month. Even if she were to obtain her CPA license and earn a substantial income, that was still a year away. She knew Dr. Fu had been exceedingly benevolent, had it not been for his persistent advocacy on her behalf. Her mother might have left the hospital long ago. 60,000 was a staggering amount. They had exhausted all their relatives, and no one was willing to lend them money. Just as Jiang Xi found herself in despair, she suddenly recalled what Lu Yudong had said the previous night. Compared to 5 million, 60,000 was merely a drop in the ocean. Jiang Xi's resolve began to waver. The 5 million she once believed she could earn now felt like a mere fantasy. Her mother needed a caregiver, a point Dr. Fu had raised before, but she had always been unable to afford it. Now, the consequences of not hiring one had become apparent. Her mother's lung condition had worsened due to inadequate care, making it imperative to hire assistants. Jiang Xi understood that for someone like Lu Yudong, marrying any woman would be a trivial matter, but he had mentioned searching around last night, and she wondered if anything had changed since then. Feeling a surge of urgency, Jiang Xi made her way to Lu Yudong's office. That it was only a little past 5, and the office was still empty. She stood at the door, waiting for him like a hunter poised for her prey. Just as her eyelids began to droop, Lu Yudong arrived. Chapter 6. He would torture her upon seeing Jiang Xi at the door. Lu Yudong discerned her change of heart, but he felt a surge of disdain. She was attempting to play hard to get in front of him, utterly overestimating her capabilities. Jiang Xi snapped back to reality. She knew she was there to plead with Lu Yudong, and her voice inevitably carried a hint of flattery. "Good morning, Mr. Lu. Not as early as you," he replied, then opened the door and sat down in his office chair, turning on his computer and flipping through documents. "Did you need something?" he asked, his tone indifferent and cold. Hearing his slightly hoarse voice, Jiang Xi recalled the heavy rain from the night before and quickly inquired, "Mr. Lu, are you coming down with a cold? Make sure to drink plenty of water. Do you have any medicine?" The matter of getting drenched could be serious. Her father once worked in the rain and ended up bedridden for several days. "Get to the point," Lu Yudong's voice dripped with impatience. Jiang Xi's concern was perceived as insincere in his ears. "Mr. Lu, regarding what you said yesterday, are you still serious?" Jiang Xi pressed, steeling herself. "What?" Lu Yudong did not lift his gaze about the marriage. She raised her voice slightly, her tone trembling. Realization dawned on Lu Yudong. This matter? What about it? In truth, Jiang Xi had anticipated his aloofness. The moment she sought his help, he would adopt a superior demeanor. Yet, even in his arrogance, Jiang Xi found herself powerless, having lost all leverage. Now, Lu Yudong held the knife. And she was the meat that you still need someone to marry. Jiang Xi endeavored to make her voice sound as ingratiating as possible. Her flattery did not go unnoticed by Lu Yudong. "I do," he replied, leisurely lighting a cigarette while fixing his gaze on Jiang Xi. "You sought me out yesterday, but I didn't give it much thought. Upon reflection, it seems feasible." Jiang Xi suppressed her embarrassment. But to Lu Yudong's eyes, her demeanor appeared contrived. "While I do need someone to marry, how do you know I haven't found someone yet?" he retorted. Jiang Xi's eyes widened with urgency as she quickly calculated her options should this avenue fall through. Seeing the look in her eyes, Lu Yudong mused. She thought she could play the game, but now that she was caught, her confidence had waned. "Why the sudden change of heart? I recall you mentioning you had a boyfriend." After a brief silence, he asked, "You said yesterday that I could set conditions, that I'm in need of money, and you need to provide your grandfather with an explanation. It's mutually beneficial that I find this reasoning quite sound." "Fine. Quite straightforward." Lu Yudong smirked, revealing a smile that was difficult to decipher. "May I ask, at your young age, what do you need the money for?" Jiang Xi pondered for a moment. Revealing her mother's illness would expose her frequent absences from work, jeopardizing her position at Shindo. Since she had already fabricated a story about her boyfriend, she decided to continue using him as a cover. "You know, the housing prices in Jiangzhou are exorbitant, around 60 to 70,000 per square meter. My boyfriend and I would need to scrimp and save for 200 years to afford a home. That he informed me yesterday that he would be going out of town for an internship. And I thought I could take advantage of this time to earn some extra income and surprise him when he returns." Jiang Xi's lies flowed effortlessly, without a hint of hesitation. "Will your boyfriend approve of this?" Lu Yudong pressed further. "That of course not, that I'll keep it a secret from him. Completely hidden." "How much do you need?" he continued to question coldly. "What can you offer?" Jiang Xi reverted to her previously assertive demeanor. Lu Yudong initially contemplated offering 5 million, But given her eagerness to earn, his disdain for her deepened, and he suddenly felt inclined to make it challenging for her. Base salary. 1 million, that additionally, Lu Yudong said nonchalantly. There will be detailed terms outlined in a written agreement, including performance assessments. In total, earning 5 million within a year is entirely feasible. Complete 2 years, and you'll receive a house. Jiang Xi was taken aback. 5 million a year. It seemed remarkably easy to earn money alongside Lu Yudong. All right, it's a deal. Let us exchange WeChat. You can notify me of any updates. Chapter 7. Bonus details. Lu Yudong's WeChat was simply his real name. Lu Yudong. A figure of his stature needed no alias. His name spoke volumes. Jiang Xi took a moment to glance at Lu Yudong's WeChat moments, which were nearly empty, save for a few reposts of articles from the Public Relations Department about Shindong International. To avoid drawing attention to him on her phone, she noted his contact as passerby, and at once she accepted his request. Passerby sent a message. Agreement to be signed tomorrow. Will obtain the marriage certificate. There were no surprises. Lu Yudong was indeed a man of his word. Jiang Xi replied with a simple okay. After work, she first went to school to retrieve her household registration card and then visited the Shindong Mall to purchase a red shirt, as she wanted to look presentable for the registration. The Shindong Mall was also owned by Lu Yudong, who had amassed a considerable portfolio. The next morning, Jiang Xi applied a slightly heavier layer of makeup. Her naturally fair skin, enhanced by the cosmetics, made her features appear even more refined and attractive. She donned the red shirt in size S that in the mirror. She looked stunning, yet Jiang Xi remained oblivious, thinking only that one ought to appear fitting for a registration. The bus was rather crowded that morning, and just before reaching her stop, Lu Yudong's WeChat pinged. Come to my office. Jiang Xi replied, 10 minutes. Upon reaching Lu Yudong's office, Jiang Xi's attire struck Lu Yudong with a refreshing brilliance. Furthermore, her bosom, notably pronounced, subtly rekindled memories of that particular night, causing his thoughts to momentarily drift. Yet, adhering to the instincts of a man, he uttered not a word. He was merely a financial resource for Jiang Xi, while she served as his tool. Within the office was another individual, Lu Yudong's legal advisor, who facilitated Jiang Xi in signing several agreements. The fundamental stipulations were as follows. Lu Yudong's assets were entirely unrelated to Jiang Xi. Matters pertaining to their marriage were to remain confidential. However, upon the conclusion of the agreement, Jiang Xi would receive a remuneration of 1 million, in addition to bonuses during the marriage period. The details of the bonuses were outlined as follows. First, to elicit a smile from grandfather, 10,000. Second, to prepare a delectable meal for grandfather, 20,000. Third, to provide companionship during grandfather's hospitalization, 100,000. Fourth, to ensure a proper farewell for grandfather after his passing, 1 million. Ultimately, Jiang Xi noted the most critical clause. From the date of signing, the male party was to prepay the female party a deposit of 200,000. A footnote stated that any unresolved matters would be interpreted at the discretion of the male party. The magnitude of these financial incentives left Jiang Xi astounded. It was evident that Lu Yudong possessed immense wealth, and all rewards revolved around grandfather. The compensation for accompanying grandfather could afford her mother 10 months of caregiving. Privately, Jiang Xi hoped for her grandfather's longevity, envisioning a future of endless financial resources, alleviating her concerns over her mother's illness. Lu Yudong's compensation structure resembled that of her position at Shindong, where the base salary was modest. Yet exceptional performance could yield substantial rewards, igniting a fervor to excel. Jiang Xi resolved to strive diligently for greater earnings. With a sweeping flourish, she affixed her signature. Have all the materials been prepared? Lu Yudong inquired coldly. Yes, I have everything ready. ID card and household registration, Jiang Xi replied, producing these items from her bag and placing them on Lu Yudong's desk. Lu Yudong merely cast a glance before stating, "Let's go." They proceeded to the Civil Affairs Bureau, where obtaining their marriage certificate took no more than 10 minutes, leaving Jiang Xi feeling as though she were in a dream. Yet officially, she was now a married woman. Upon returning in the afternoon, Jiang Xi acted as though nothing had transpired and resumed her work, though her mind was preoccupied with a singular concern. Why had the 200,000 deposit not yet arrived? This sum was crucial for addressing her immediate financial crisis. Chapter 8. Are you in a hurry? The funds for her mother's surgical expenses and hospital fees remained unpaid, leaving Jiang Xi feeling as restless as an ant on a hot stove. Dr. Fu had indicated that today was the last day. However, she noted that the financial director, Xing Baohua, had yet to return from a meeting in the group conference room. Realizing that Lu Yudong was likely occupied as well, she refrained from messaging him, fearing that it might provoke his ire. Jiang Xi had no choice but to bide her time. That'd be why 10 o'clock that evening, after a long day at work, Jiang Xi stepped into the elevator, utterly exhausted, only to find Lu Yudong already inside. Upon seeing him, she was instantly invigorated and took her place in the corner of the elevator. The matter of money had been weighing heavily on her mind for quite some time. Lu Zong, she mustered her courage to speak, taking advantage of the solitude. Lu Yudong replied nonchalantly, standing before her. Their exchange bore no semblance to that of a married couple. I recall the agreement stated there would be a 200,000 deposit upon signing. After all, this is a financial matter, Jiang Xi pressed, her anxiety amplified by her status as an undergraduate. Has it not been sent to you? Lu Yudong asked, his gaze fixed ahead, entirely ignoring Jiang Xi's presence behind him. Not yet. Are you in a hurry? Jiang Xi felt as though she might burst with urgency. Today was the final deadline that I assumed Lawyer Guan had already transferred it to you. Please send me your bank account number. Lu Yudong responded readily, bypassing any further discussion about her urgency. This forthright attitude finally eased Jiang Xi's tension. That I will send you the account number once I board the bus. Upon reaching the first floor, Lu Yudong said nothing and exited the elevator. The bus was sparsely populated, and after taking her seat, Jiang Xi retrieved her bank card and snapped a clear photo of it for Lu Yudong. Soon after, she received a notification of the 200,000 transfer. Just as she was commending Lu Yudong for his efficiency, another message arrived from him. If you were a bit more proactive and typed out the numbers, perhaps the transfer would be expedited by 30 seconds. Jiang Xi felt a pang of worry. Was he implying she was lazy? Concerned that this might affect their marital performance, she felt compelled to respond. Oh, Mr. Lu, there were many people on the bus, making it inconvenient to type. Are you really so pressed for time? As Jiang Xi contemplated her response, another message pinged in. This Saturday, accompany me back to Qingqing to see grandfather. A flutter of unease stirred in her chest, prompting her to ask, for how long? Departing Saturday morning, staying overnight, returning Sunday. Truth be told, the prospect of visiting her grandfather thrilled Jiang Xi, as all performance bonuses were contingent upon him. Only by seeing grandfather could she secure more financial rewards than on Friday. Jiang Xi visited her mother in the hospital. Following the surgery, her mother was recovering well. She also spoke with Dr. Fu, requesting him to keep an eye out for suitable caregivers, urging him to expedite the hiring of one if possible. However, during her visit to her mother's ward, she encountered her elusive brother, Jiang Yi, lacking ambition, had recently taken a new job as a driver for the owner of a tech company, where he demonstrated commendable driving skills. Jiang Xi, how about I introduce you to someone? Jiang Yi said with a cheeky grin. Jiang Xi ignored him. She had little faith in her brother's boisterous friends. Besides, she was now officially married and would never engage in such indiscretions that could jeopardize Lu Yudong's trust. Not interested that MY focuses on my mother's recovery, she replied, holding her mother's south hand close to her face. Waiting for your mother to get better? You might be waiting an eternity, Jiang Yi scoffed. Jiang Xi was displeased by his remark and chose to remain silent. Did I recall you had quite a few suitors in the past? Besides, that fellow is no longer alive. Can you really vow to remain single for him forever? Jiang Yi sought to provoke her, knowing he rarely visited their mother. I forbid you to mention him. You have no right, Jiang Xi asserted firmly. Seeing Jiang Xi's cold demeanor, Jiang Yi opted to retreat from the sensitive topic, aware of its emotional weight. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, all right, I won't mention it. But this time, the person I want to introduce to you is the son of the CEO of Chuzhong, a quintessential rich heir, handsome and affluent. Are you truly not considering it? Jiang Xi remained unresponsive. Completely disregarding Jiang Yi's offer, frustrated by her obstinacy, Jiang Yi snapped, Jiang Xi, one must recognize their own worth. Though you possess some charm, there are countless others like you. Do not overestimate yourself. Furthermore, your mother's medical expenses require funding. And as her daughter, you should be concerned about her treatment. Jiang Xi shut her eyes, allowing Jiang Yi's voice to drift away. You ungrateful wretch, Jiang Yi muttered under his breath as he stormed off. Chapter 9. Which one? Shindong Group was situated far from the school, prompting Jiang Xiai to share a two-bedroom apartment near the company for convenience. Jiang Yi currently resided alone in their mother's house. On Saturday at 10 in the morning, Lu Yudong arrived to pick up Jiang Xiai from her apartment. In accordance with Lu Yudong's preferences, she dressed quite appropriately in a white t-shirt paired with a red skirt and white sneakers. Exuding youth and vitality, youthful individuals could pull off any look. This time, Lu Yudong did not drive. Instead, he and Jiang Xiai sat side by side in the back seat. When Jiang Xiai entered the vehicle, Lu Yudong merely glanced at her, saying nothing. Once on the highway, Jiang Xiai suddenly recalled a crucial detail. Did their contractual marriage include the consummation of their union? She had signed the agreement rather carelessly without clarifying this aspect. Driven by her desperate need for funds, since this was merely a fade for grandfather's benefit, and they were soon to arrive at his home, would they be expected to share a bed that evening? The very thought sent a jolt through Jiang Xiai. Unsure whether the driver was aware of her and Lu Yudong's contractual marriage, she hesitated to speak, opting instead to send Lu Yudong a message. Mr. Lu, does our agreement include that? Upon hearing his phone buzz, Lu Yudong leisurely retrieved it, scrolling through his messages. Jiang Xiai sat upright, yet her peripheral vision indicated his casual indifference to her inquiry. Her grip on the phone tightened in apprehension. Shortly thereafter, a notification appeared on her screen indicating that one contact had sent a message. She swiped to view the conversation with an unidentified individual. Which one? Jiang Xiai felt her head spin. Such a pressing question, and he chose to feign ignorance. Did he genuinely not know? Or was he simply pretending? That one, she finally clarified it a moment later. Jiang Xi's phone emitted a soft beep, prompting her to hastily unlock it with her face. What do you think? She mused, her eyes darting over the replies on her screen, nearly driving her to madness. Stammering, she found herself unconsciously fumbling over the keyboard, at a loss for words, when his voice suddenly pierced her thoughts. Am I just a passerby? The unexpected sound made Jiang Xiai shiver. She had not anticipated Lu Yudong would pose such a question. Turning to glance at him, she noticed he was mildly narrowing his gaze. Peering down at her phone, the chat history revealed that she was indeed conversing with a passerby. Jiang Xiai expressed her bewilderment, but quickly clarified, it's merely a code name, that I'm concerned that if I write President Lu, others might decipher it and expose our relationship. With this statement, Jiang Xiai aimed to convey to Lu Yudong that she had not been indiscreet about their connection. On the contrary, she was quite discreet. Lu Yudong, disinterested in continuing the conversation, turned his attention back to the window. Jiang Xiai pondered, why is Lu Yudong so indifferent? Even a simple question is met with such a lackadaisical response. Since he was unresponsive on WeChat, she decided to confront him directly, not caring whether the driver overheard. President Lu, did you bring protection? Jiang Xiai asked, her tone serious. She absolutely could not afford to become pregnant. She aimed to pass her CPA exams, to become a strong, independent woman, and to earn a living without being hindered by a child. Upon hearing Jiang Xi's question, Lu Yudong turned his head, slightly furrowing his brow as he examined her, as if to say, isn't that a bit inappropriate for a young lady? No, he replied coolly, his gaze returning to the outside world. Jiang Xiai swallowed hard, feeling particularly anxious. However, she thought to herself, if he didn't bring protection, it likely meant he had no intention of proceeding with anything. After the last incident, he probably felt that Jiang Xiai, as an intern, had impeded his progress, regretting his previous decisions. Now that he was so clear-headed, how could he possibly fall into the same trap again? Besides, as the president of Shindong International, he could hardly allow a mere intern to bear his child. With this reasoning, Jiang Xiai finally relaxed. Chapter 10. All right, husband. Upon their arrival in Qingqing at 4 in the afternoon, Lu Yudong instructed Jiang Xiai to adjust her form of address towards him. Huh? What? Jiang Xiai was perplexed. You don't need to call me President Lu anymore. After a moment's contemplation, she confidently replied, all right, husband. Her swift response and adeptness in calling him husband caused Lu Yudong to glance at her, perhaps realizing that she often used such terms with her boyfriends. Modern women are indeed quite open-minded, he mused, feeling an inexplicable discomfort at the thought. Yet Jiang Xiai understood that given the substantial sum he had provided her, she must play her role convincingly. She had always been dedicated to her work. Not the type to act begrudgingly only when coerced by a superior. She was quite pragmatic. Upon arriving at her grandfather's house, Jiang Xiai instantly became serious, aware that she was there to comfort a gravely ill elder. She was apprehensive that even the slightest misstep could upset him. She reminded herself to remain vigilant, that Liu Yudong's grandfather had once been a professor at the law school of Qingda, enjoying great prestige in the legal field. Even appearing on television as a regular guest to discuss legal disputes and marriage, and oh wonder Liu Yudong had mentioned that his grandfather would easily discern a fake marriage certificate. How could such an esteemed intellectual not recognize that it was counterfeit? Liu Yudong's grandmother had passed away the previous year, and now his grandfather had been diagnosed with lung cancer, that Liu Yudong had grown up under the care of his grandparents, sharing a deep bond with them. His grandfather longed to see Liu Yudong lead a fulfilling life before he could depart in peace. With a benevolent gaze, his grandfather scrutinized Jiang Xi, asking, "How old is Xiao Jiang?" 23, Liu Yudong replied. Jiang Xi was momentarily taken aback, wondering how Liu Yudong knew her age. But then she recalled that he had stolen a glance at her ID prior to their registration. That brief glance allowed him to respond appropriately and naturally in front of his grandfather. He was indeed the type to think several steps ahead. "She is quite a bit younger than you," his grandfather remarked to Liu Yudong. 8 years younger? "Yes," Liu Yudong replied with a smile, adopting a tone that Jiang Xi rarely heard from him, one imbued with warmth. "She is so much younger than you. You must treat her well," his grandfather added, his smile growing even more benevolent. "Of course," Liu Yudong assured him, as both he and Jiang Xi settled onto the sofa. Without hesitation, Liu Yudong grasped Jiang Xi's hand, naturally pressing a kiss to her lips. In that instant, it felt as though an electric current surged through Jiang Xi's entire being, leaving her both exhilarated and tingling. She contemplated withdrawing her hand from his grip, but fear of revealing their ruse compelled her to keep it there, her palm growing clammy. And in turn, she was keen on keeping her marriage under wraps, not wanting her colleagues to be privy to it, lest it become fodder for gossip. Yet, Liu Yudong's tone suddenly turned suggestive as he glanced at her, his eyes appearing almost to speak, a hint of mockery and mischief dancing within them. "We only registered recently, just to show you," he added, indicating that the phrase "the timing has matured" alluded to their intimate encounters, that "you've come at an opportune time. You didn't mention your visit beforehand. And the housekeeper has taken on other work that it seems we'll need to eat out," his grandfather suggested, suddenly recalling, "If your grandmother were still here, she would have made you hand-rolled noodles, that you've always loved those." Before his grandfather could finish, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. An intellectual, he had always shared a life with his wife, never employing a housekeeper. After her passing, Liu Yudong had sought to find a full-time aide for his grandfather, along with a few caregivers, but his grandfather had declined, stating, "I've already lost half my life. Don't trouble yourself over it." He had continued living alone, with only occasional help from a housekeeper for meals. "I can make hand-rolled noodles. If you don't mind, I can prepare them. I often make them for Yudong. Don't I, husband?" Jiang Xi stood up, speaking naturally and appropriately. Her eagerness stemmed from being moved by the story of his grandparents, as well as the financial incentive. She distinctly recalled that the agreement stipulated a payment of 20,000 for preparing a delicious meal. Moreover, if she and Liu Yudong portrayed their affection convincingly, his grandfather would surely be pleased, allowing him to depart with a sense of ease. Liu Yudong remained seated on the sofa, legs crossed, one hand resting on his chin, taken aback by Jiang Xi's proactive approach. He couldn't discern whether she intended to blur the lines between pretense and reality, or if she was merely acting, but her performance had far surpassed that of a professional actress. "Yes, grandfather. Let her do it," Liu Yudong finally acquiesced, his lips curving into a smile. Subsequently, his gaze lingered meaningfully on Jiang Xi's face, and she felt as though he had seen through her fade as she retreated to the kitchen. Chapter 11. How many subjects have you passed? Jiang Xi did not enjoy the same privileges as Liu Yudong. During her elementary school years, her father worked long hours at a construction site, while her mother was employed, leaving her to fend for herself in the kitchen. Barely tall enough to reach the stove, climbing onto a stool, she would light the fire and prepare meals for herself and her unambitious brother. By the time she was in 6th grade, she had mastered the art of hand-rolled noodles, executing the task with ease. Before long, she served steaming bowls of noodles alongside a tomato and egg soup at the table. Her grandfather beamed with joy, seemingly transported back to the days when his wife was still alive, relishing the meal. Liu Yudong, however, remained inscrutable. Jiang Xi frequently stole glances at him, anxious to gauge whether her performance met the 20,000 yuan standard. After dinner, they watched television for a while, and then the moment Jiang Xi had been both anxious and eager for arrived at 10 o'clock, her grandfather retreated to his bedroom to rest. Time to sleep. Lu Yudong remarked, casting a glance at Jiang Xi. MHM. She nodded, following him into his bedroom. That Lu Yudong's room was spacious, comparable to the two-bedroom apartment Jiang Xi rented. It featured a private bathroom, fitness equipment, a bookshelf, a writing desk, and a large double bed. You can shower in the bedroom. I'll head to the living room. With that, Lu Yudong retrieved his sleepwear from the wardrobe and exited without a second thought, leaving Jiang Xi standing nervously in the bedroom. Like a marionette, Jiang Xi merely nodded and took her sleepwear to the bathroom. When she emerged, clad in her pajamas, Lu Yudong was already propped up on the bed, engrossed in a book, occupying half the bed, naturally leaving the other half for Jiang Xi. Dressed in luxurious silk pajamas, Lu Yudong looked effortlessly sophisticated, while Jiang Xi in her cotton pajamas seemed almost childish. A stark contrast to him. Throughout the encounter, Lu Yudong did not cast a single glance in Jiang Xi's direction, absorbed in his reading. Jiang Xi observed that he showed no signs of wanting to sleep just yet. So she retrieved her economic law textbook from her suitcase. Stealing a glance at Lu Yudong, she noted his demeanor, seemingly detached from desire. Jiang Xi understood that in his inebriated state, he might have mistaken her for someone else. But now that he was sober, he likely wouldn't make such a blunder. After all, Lu Yudong was the president. He wouldn't force himself upon a subordinate. Would he? Lost in her thoughts, Lu Yudong suddenly broke the silence. Are you preparing for the CPA exam? She responded eagerly. How many subjects have you passed? His interest in conversation was a rarity. That I've passed 4 subjects. Only 2 remain, and I haven't taken the professional ethics exam yet. However, this time I'm only registering for 1, as I've been busy with work and have little time that I'm about to graduate. So there is a lot on my plate that I need to focus on one subject to ensure I can dedicate most of my energy to my job. Jiang Xi replied earnestly, subtly implying her diligence at Shindong. That don't you dry your hair? Lu Yudong inadvertently cast a glance and noticed that Jiang Xi's hair was still dripping with water. Oh, I'll blow-dry it later, she stammered, primarily because she had never developed the habit of blow-drying her hair since childhood. Lu Yudong raised his hand as if to suggest she should dry her hair. But at that moment, his phone rang. Sitting beside him, Jiang Xi could vaguely hear him discussing the matter of the company's interns and their retention. Instantly, her heart tightened. As soon as you announce it on Monday. It will be done throughout the company, he replied succinctly after a lengthy discourse. Once the call ended, Jiang Xi licked her lips, summoning her courage to speak. That Mr. Lu, did you mention my retention? Chapter 12. You followed me. Is this how you feel wronged? Lu Yudong replied coldly, no, I did not. Hearing this response, Jiang Xi felt a twinge of disappointment, but dared not inquire further. After all, she was merely a lowly intern. Her position in the company was unlikely to attract Lu Yudong's attention. That moment, her phone buzzed as well. Upon checking, she saw a friend request on WeChat from someone named Chushu. Jiang Xi did not recall knowing anyone by that name. So she chose to ignore it, considering the prevalence of online scammers these days. That I'm going to sleep now, she said, hurriedly turning off the bedside lamp and curling up under the covers. The air conditioning in the bedroom was quite cool, and the silk summer blanket felt incredibly comfortable. That Lu Yudong did not turn his head, merely responding with a soft he seemed preoccupied with work. Jiang Xi buried her face in the blanket, revealing only her doe-like eyes as she quietly observed Lu Yudong. Her gaze accidentally swept across his face, which was chiseled and exuded an air of coldness. That in truth, his features bore no resemblance to Xiaozheng. He only bore a slight resemblance when he smiled, which was a rarity. Jiang Xi couldn't fathom how, that night, she had mistaken him for Xiaozheng. The thought of Xiaozheng deepened her sorrow, as his passing had been truly tragic. Jiang Xi shrank further into the blanket, silently shedding tears. Perhaps she was crying too fiercely, for soon her nose began to sniffle. I asked this how you feel wronged for following me? Lu Yudong's calm voice came from outside the blanket. No, Jiang Xi's voice was muffled within the covers, sounding somewhat hollow. Then why are you crying? He inquired again. I miss home, she replied nonchalantly, then turned her back to him to sleep. Lu Yudong did not press further. Yet despite her declaration of sleep, slumber eluded her. That moment, something on the bedside table caught her attention. She picked it up. It was a photo of a young woman. Though covered in dust, it was evident she was quite alluring, and she seemed only a few years older than Jiang Xi. Turning the frame over, she saw 3 characters inscribed on the back. In Shui Mo. Jiang Xi softly whispered the name, recalling that during their first night together, Lu Yudong had called out someone's name. Could it be her? Was she the white moonlight in Lu Yudong's heart? Put it down, don't move. Suddenly, Lu Yudong's icy voice pierced through. Jiang Xi flinched, and the photo frame slipped from her grasp, clattering to the floor beside the bed. Lu Yudong leaned down to retrieve it, inadvertently pressing against Jiang Xi. Her breath quickened, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She was startled. Lu Yudong picked up the frame and carelessly shoved it into a drawer, yet he remained atop her, not moving away. Just as Jiang Xi was at a loss for what to do, the lights were suddenly extinguished by Lu Yudong. Was he intending to proceed? The air thickened with an undercurrent of intimacy. A palpable tension hung between them. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Xi suddenly announced, "Mr. Lu, I wish to remain at Xindong. Please speak to the HR department on my behalf." This statement was far from a mere request. It was an exchange that held equal weight, conveying the message. I know you are driven by desire, but should you wish to proceed, conditions must be met. Allow me to stay at Xindong. She understood that the interpretation of the contract lay entirely within Lu Yudong's prerogative, but this particular clause had not been explicitly stated in the agreement, and upon inquiry, he had not provided a clear response. Jiang Xi needed financial stability, a job. Now was the opportune moment to voice her demands. Are you threatening me? Lu Yudong's voice was low and resonant, tinged with a dark undertone. No, it is my confidence. I am confident in my abilities. Jiang Xi replied once more. Lu Yudong offered no response. Instead, he leaned down and began to kiss Jiang Xi's neck. His arm inadvertently brushed against her soft bosom, invoking memories of their first encounter, igniting a sensation of both sweetness and confusion within her. Her mind oscillated between clarity and muddled thoughts, prompting her to reiterate, "So, what do you say, Mr. Lu?" Lu Yudong pressed down upon Jiang Xi, observing her reddened eyes, which appeared both pitiful and defiant, reminiscent of a cornered rabbit. His grandfather had once warned him not to bully her, as she was 8 years his junior. The fire of anger within Lu Yudong had somewhat diminished. His hand caressed Jiang Xi's cool cheek. What is your boyfriend's name? Chapter 13. I find it dirty. Jiang Xi was taken aback by the abruptness of his question, but since she had already fabricated a story about having a boyfriend, she felt compelled to continue. Is he an ex or a current boyfriend? Lu Yudong scoffed, never suspecting he had married a woman with a history of suitors. Just 2. Jiang Xi replied. Point 2. And just that? Current boyfriend? Lu Yudong rasped, his voice thick with curiosity. It was difficult to conjure a name, but the recent addition of Chu Shuo came to mind. Thus, Jiang Xi candidly stated, Chu, in a world so vast, how could Lu Yudong possibly recognize this fraud? His surname is Chu? Lu Yudong's brow furrowed slightly. Yes, why? Does MRW have business with him? Jiang Xi responded defiantly. During the term of our contractual marriage, you are prohibited from seeing him. I find it dirty. Lu Yudong commanded. His aversion to dirtiness caused Jiang Xi's face to flush, as if she were a mere commodity, perceived as second-hand, and thus looked down upon. This judgment left her feeling deeply uncomfortable. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, my professional ethics are impeccable, that I know what is appropriate and what is not. Besides, he is interning out of town and cannot return. Even if I wished to, it would be impossible, Jiang Xi asserted, her tone incongruous with the intimate atmosphere of the night. Perhaps Jiang Xi's aloofness extinguished Lu Yudong's desire, although her soft frame reminded him of their first night together. That intoxicating exhilaration in her flushed cheeks left him yearning. Yet tonight, he grasped one crucial realization. This in turn was not easily maneuvered. He could not allow her to exploit this situation. If he surrendered now, she would understand the leverage she held, becoming increasingly audacious. He dismounted from Jiang Xi. Lu Yudong's sudden withdrawal only solidified Jiang Xi's suspicion. He might have had lingering affections for In Shui Mo the last time he was intoxicated. He had mistaken her for In Shui Mo. Now, invoking her name seemed to dampen his spirits, leading him to forego any advances. That if you're not going to proceed, then sleep, Jiang Xi declared, turning away in resignation. Thankfully, Lu Yudong did not pursue further. He had not brought condoms, and had they proceeded, Jiang Xi would have been faced with the dilemma of procuring emergency contraception, unfamiliar with the surroundings of her grandfather's home. The next day, Jiang Xi put on an excellent show at her grandfather's house. Wearing a beaming smile that earned her grandfather's approval, that he continuously praised Lu Yudong for his discernment. After enduring the morning, they set off for Jiangzhou at 1 in the afternoon. Jiang Xi felt her cheeks stiffening from smiling all morning. As soon as she got in the car, her expression fell. The contrast between a CEO and an intern was stark. Their previous living environments had been worlds apart, leaving them with little to say. Jiang Xi's phone buzzed. It was a message from her academic advisor, requesting her to draft a speech for the outstanding graduates to be read at the graduation ceremony. Jiang Xi felt at a loss and began discussing it with her teacher, including the approach, focal points, and her own examples, seeking the advisor's approval. Her fingers danced over the keyboard, but as she prepared to send a message, her phone screen displayed, "You have received a transfer of 50,000 yuan. It was from Lu Yudong. Jiang Xi's fingers froze momentarily. Logically, she should have been elated to receive such a sum in a single day, yet she found it deeply ironic that he was buying her. A straightforward transaction. After sending the message to her teacher, Jiang Xi texted Lu Yudong. "Thank you, Mr. Lu," that he did not respond. Suddenly, she recalled something and asked Lu Yudong, "Mr. Lu, how often do you plan to visit my grandfather in the future?" "I need to know for reference. Perhaps every week," he replied. Jiang Xi was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself. Thankfully, she did not have a real boyfriend, that if she did, this frequency of visits would likely have jeopardized their relationship. Chapter 14. Do you understand? On Monday, shortly after Jiang Xi arrived at the company, she received an email from the group's Human Resources Department, which was sent out en masse, after thorough discussions among various departments. The HR department officially announced the list of interns who had successfully transitioned to full-time positions. Jiang Xi's heart raced with anxiety until she spotted her name among those promoted, at which point her spirits soared, filled with joy yet tinged with surprise. Conversely, Yang Manny, a highly regarded intern from Huada in the finance department, did not make the cut. Previously, Xing Baohua had mentioned that the finance department would only retain one intern this year. And now, that position had unexpectedly fallen to Jiang Xi. Xing Baohua regarded Jiang Xi with a somewhat peculiar gaze. Initially, there were two interns in the finance department. The other, Yang Manny, was a graduate student from Huada, who maintained a close rapport with the finance director, Xing Baohua, and possessed solid professional knowledge. Had Jiang Xi not taken frequent leaves, she might have been able to contend with Yang Manny. However, due to her habitual absences and the fact that Lu Yudong had previously declined to allow Jiang Xi to remain at Shindong, she had assumed that she would not be among the promoted. The sudden turn of events felt like a windfall to Jiang Xi. Given Xing Baohua's demeanor, it was likely that he had submitted Yang Manny's name for promotion to HR. Jiang Xi speculated that perhaps Lu Yudong had interceded, which made Xing Baohua's reaction even more unusual. However, Jiang Xi was left pondering how exactly Lu Yudong had communicated with HR and whether he had mentioned their agreement to marry. After work, Han Lan and Jiang Xi had arranged to celebrate together with Hot Pot, as Han Lan had also officially been promoted. She worked in the public relations department as soon as the two entered the elevator. They noticed Lu Yudong already standing inside, casually with his hands in his pockets, casting not even a glance at Jiang Xi, exuding an air of nonchalance and nobility. Following Lu Yudong were several senior executives engaged in discussions about this year's advertising campaigns. Han Lan and Jiang Xi dared not breathe too loudly, instinctively retreating to the back of the elevator. "Have you applied for the dormitory since being promoted?" Han Lan whispered to Jiang Xi. Despite the softness of her voice, it was easily audible to others in the enclosed space of the elevator, though the executive's chatter provided some cover. "Not yet," Jiang Xi replied. "Why haven't you applied yet?" "If you delay, there may not be any rooms left." Han Lan turned to look at Jiang Xi. "Then, I'll hurry," Jiang Xi responded, stealing a glance at Lu Yudong. The reason Jiang Xi had not applied for the dormitory was due to her weekly visits to her grandfather. If she left on Saturdays and returned on Sundays, her roommates would undoubtedly inquire about her whereabouts, and she feared that prolonged scrutiny would lead to exposure. She wished to consult Lu Yudong's opinion, but felt that as a mere intern, her concerns would likely not weigh heavily on his mind, as she was not lacking in funds. She preferred to continue residing in her original rental, as it offered more convenience for visiting her mother or returning to Qingqing. However, on Wednesday, Jiang Xi received a notification from the HR department regarding dormitory application procedures, which required her to fill out personal information. Jiang Xi was utterly bewildered, just as she was about to inquire with Xing Baohua. She received a WeChat message from Lu Yudong. Do you understand? Lu Yudong truly overestimated Jiang Xi's intelligence, believing that a single word from him would suffice for her to grasp his meaning. After pondering for a while, she finally deduced that the understanding referred to the fact that Lu Yudong had likely been the one to instruct HR to keep her at Xindong. If it had been Xing Baohua's intention to retain an intern, he would surely have opted for Yang Mani. Keeping Jiang Xi was merely a strategy to ensure she remained under Lu Yudong's influence. Furthermore, the reason Lu Yudong facilitated Jiang Xi's dormitory application became clear to her. It was due to his previous complaint about the untidiness. With 4 individuals sharing a dormitory, if Jiang Xi's boyfriend were to visit her, Lu Yudong would undoubtedly be aware of it, serving as both a reminder and a means of control. Lu Yudong's foresight was indeed remarkable. As the CEO, he had orchestrated the affairs of a mere intern with such precision. Jiang Xi replied succinctly with a single word, understood. Chapter 15 at a glance. Jiang Xi noticed that she had moved into the company dormitory, conveniently located just across the street, saving both transportation costs and rent. Shi Hanlan and 2 girls from the customer service department shared a modest apartment. Due to their late move-in, the room facing the sun had already been claimed by the 2 girls, prompting Hanlan to consider confronting them. But Jiang Xi suggested that since there were no names assigned to the rooms, it was best to let it go. This prompted Hanlan to relent. Jiang Xi willingly gave the brighter room to Hanlan, opting for the smallest room, which lacked windows and ventilation, making it stuffy and damp despite the summer heat. After only a few days, Jiang Xi found the dark room unsatisfactory. The apartment-style housing had numerous rooms along the corridor, and their apartment was already poorly situated. Her room was the least desirable. Often, after washing her clothes, she would hang them to dry in the bathroom before bringing them back to her room to air out. However, given that Xindong Group's apartments were located in the expensive financial street area, where housing prices in Jiangzhou were among the highest in the nation, the rent consumed nearly an entire month's salary for a recent graduate, making employee dormitories a scarce resource that required applications upon promotion. Jiang Xi understood this. Hence, she did not hold out for better accommodations that on Friday, Jiang Xi's monthly period began. She thought to herself. This time returning to her grandfather's home, she would not have to worry about whether to go or not. That evening, she received a WeChat message from Lu Yudong. Prepare for your return to your grandfather's house tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Lu, then I'll meet you near the Fengyue Cafe at the top of Financial Street. She feared that Lu Yudong might pick her up at the bottom of the apartment building, as there were many rumors among her colleagues. On Saturday, Jiang Xi got into Lu Yudong's car, that he had switched to a high-end Mercedes, which, while not as ostentatious as a Maybach, still exuded an air of luxury. The two settled into the back seat, exchanging little conversation. Suddenly, Lu Yudong sniffed the air and asked, "What is that smell?" Jiang Xi snapped back to reality and sniffed, detecting nothing unusual. That Lu Yudong frowned slightly as he scrutinized Jiang Xi from head to toe. "What is that smell on your clothes?" Jiang Xi, accustomed to her attire, was unaware of any odor. She felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he might be detecting an unpleasant scent emanating from her. After all, she was a young woman. After a moment's thought, she ventured, "Is it a musty smell?" "Pretty much did. Oh, it might be because my room is damp, and the clothes never dry properly. After a while, they tend to smell like this." Jiang Xi instinctively deflected the blame onto external factors. After all, she found it far too embarrassing for Lu Yudong to think the odor originated from her own body. That Lu Yudong silently assessed Jiang Xi for a moment, saying nothing further, and continued to gaze out the window. Upon arriving at her grandfather's home, he was visibly pleased, and the bond between Jiang Xi and her grandfather radiated with a warmth characteristic of a loving grandparent-grandchild relationship. Compared to Lu Yudong, the dynamic between Jiang Xi and her grandfather felt far more genuine, perhaps because Lu Yudong, despite his youth, always bore the weight of the world alone, seldom sharing his burdens with his grandfather, leaving no opportunity for the latter to extend his support. Thus, the affection typically bestowed upon him was somewhat diminished, rendering them more akin to peers. That in contrast, Jiang Xi was inquisitive about everything. engaging her grandfather in conversations about the differences in course offerings between Qingqing University and Jiangzhou University, amusing anecdotes from his teaching days, and the troublesome students he had encountered. These were topics he had never broached with Lu Yudong, but shared freely with Jiang Xi, his face alight with joy. While Lu Yudong quietly read, laughter erupted intermittently from Jiang Xi and her grandfather, making him feel like an outsider. Her grandfather jokingly urged Jiang Xi, "Xiao Xi, aren't you considering having a child? I would love to see what little Xi would be like." It felt as if Jiang Xi were truly his own granddaughter. The term of endearment shifted from Xiao Jiang to Xiao Xi as her grandfather addressed her. When he first called her Xiao Xi, Jiang Xi's heart swelled, her eyes moistening as she recalled her parents and Xiao Zheng calling her by that name, those dearest to her. Yet now, the closest ones were no longer around, leaving her uncertain if her mother's generation would ever have the chance to call her Xiao Xi again. Her grandfather was the only person in this world who still called her that. Jiang Xi's hand paused mid-bite. Overwhelmed with guilt, she felt that her grandfather's wish might remain unfulfilled, though she had agreed to a marriage of convenience with Lu Yudong. She had no plans for children. Once a child entered the picture, countless complications would arise. Grandpa, you, an intellectual, always advocating for personal development, when did you become so concerned about having children? Lu Yudong interjected, attempting to lighten the mood. Ah, her grandfather sighed, his gaze dimming. What once was is no longer the same. Seeing her grandfather's expression, Lu Yudong chose to remain silent, fully aware that this wish was utterly unattainable. Jiang Xi's heart sank as she reflected on her father's final moments and then glanced at her grandfather, feeling an even deeper sorrow. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Xi deliberately placed her sanitary napkins on the bedside table. Lu Yudong noticed them immediately. He understood. Chapter 16. Who was supporting her? Jiang Xi had been seated at her writing desk, diligently penning notes in her notebook. "What are you writing?" The bed was positioned behind the writing desk, and Jiang Xi sat with her back to Lu Yudong. Perhaps Lu Yudong found the atmosphere in the room stifling. As he casually remarked, "Outstanding graduate report." Jiang Xi was typing away, responding to Lu Yudong somewhat dismissively. "Just you." Upon hearing those two words, Jiang Xi felt an unsettling sensation. How could Lu Yudong think so little of her? She turned around, locking eyes with Lu Yudong. "What, Mr. Lu, are you not aware that the New East Group has always recruited outstanding graduates? If I were not exceptional, how could I have been formally made permanent? Or do you think I lack merit, and it was merely your word to your subordinates that secured my position under your supervision?" Lu Yudong's casual comment was not intended to offend. Yet he was taken aback by Jiang Xi's pointed retort, each word resonating with accuracy that he had long recognized that this woman was not to be underestimated. Disinterested, Lu Yudong closed his book and proceeded to freshen up. Jiang Xi, feeling provoked by his earlier remarks, reflected on her words and deemed them excessive. After all, he was the president, and her response as a mere subordinate was indeed impolite. She felt a twinge of guilt towards Lu Yudong. And her report remained unfinished as she too went to freshen up, but by the time Lu Yudong entered the room, Jiang Xi was already seated on the bed. He resumed his reading. "Mr. Det Lu, why did you keep me in the finance department?" Jiang Xi sought conversation, harboring curiosity about the matter. "Do I need to explain why I retained an intern?" Lu Yudong retorted nonchalantly. Jiang Xi mused. It was indeed Lu Yudong's intervention that allowed her to remain. Yet, without an explanation from him, others might speculate that Lu Yudong's gaze drifted over her. Speculate? Are you suggesting that our sleeping together is not true? That our marriage certificate is a fabrication? Jiang Xi fell silent, lying down and listening to the sounds of Lu Yudong flipping through his book, turning off the light, and settling in for the night, gradually drifting into slumber. During her recent visit to her grandfather's home, there were no unexpected occurrences that on their return journey, Lu Yudong transferred 10,000 yuan to Jiang Xi, 2,000 less than before, a reduction attributed to the absence of cooking this time, as they had hired a cleaning lady. However, neither of them exchanged a word. Now, whenever Lu Yudong sent money to Jiang Xi, she felt a disquiet within her, though she could not articulate why. Lu Yudong's car stopped at the same location where he had picked her up the previous day, before speeding away. Yet before Jiang Xi could reach her dormitory, she received a WeChat message from HR Director Sister Zhu, Xiao Jiang. The previous dormitory arrangement was temporary. The room 1507 has become available. A female employee from the operations department is getting married and has purchased a new home. You may move in with Han Lan to this two-person room. What do you think? Jiang Xi was momentarily taken aback, thinking, is it because Lu Yudong finds her scent unappealing that he arranged for her to change rooms? Indeed, higher officials wield considerable influence. Han Lan had visited room 1507 and found it comparable in size to their previous four-person dormitory, but only occupied by two for the entire afternoon. Han Lan was animated, convinced that fortune had smiled down upon her. As they prepared to move, after settling into the new dormitory, Jiang Xi busied herself with laundry, intending to wash all her clothes that had taken on a musty odor. Jiang Xi, come look. I'm furious. Han Lan's voice echoed from the bathroom as she stormed in with her laptop. You went to the hospital to see your mother yesterday, right? Look at what everyone is saying. Jiang Xi turned off the faucet and tilted her head to observe the computer screen. The company forum was abuzz with activity, featuring a post titled, "Who is funding her?" The post showcased several photographs of Jiang Xi from her visit to the Feng USCAF in Financial Street yesterday, where she had donned an impeccably tailored dress and appeared well-groomed. Stepping into an extravagant Mercedes that as she entered the vehicle, she glanced around furtively. The car's heavily tinted windows concealed its occupants, igniting speculation about who might be supporting her financially. The gossip captivated the audience, and the thread quickly gained traction. Han Lan responded, "This is my roommate. I can vouch for her. She was at the hospital yesterday." Yet her assertion lacked conviction, prompting swift counterarguments. Does one need to dress up to visit the hospital? It's not difficult to park in front of our dormitory. Why travel 2 miles away? Also, I heard she is competing for a position at New East against another graduate student who works diligently. How is it that she, who is often absent, remains? Keep it down. She has connections, someone whispered. During team building, I saw her toasting the vice president of HR. Various opinions circulated, most of them derogatory. Indeed, Jiang Xi had toasted the HR vice president during the team building event. But she had merely followed along with Xing Baohua, indicating that she had been unwittingly exploited in the power struggles within the large corporation. Chapter 17. What are you thinking? Jiang Xi continued scrubbing her clothes, wishing to avoid the troublesome matter. Jiang Xi, others are stepping all over you, and you won't fight back. She dismissed her friend's concern, knowing such threads would lose momentum over time. Really? Han Lan tilted her head. Could it be that you truly have something with the vice president? Jiang Xi regarded Han Lan with disinterest, choosing to remain silent as she carried her freshly washed clothes to the balcony to hang them up. The only worry that troubled Jiang Xi was whether Lu Yudong would hold her accountable for the situation, especially since she had been thrust into the spotlight. After hanging the clothes, Jiang Xi resumed writing the outstanding graduate report on her bed. Han Lan, sensing Jiang Xi's uncommunicative demeanor, fell silent, merely reminding her, "Don't forget the health check for new employees tomorrow." Jiang Xi acknowledged her with a mm. Having just become the target of scrutiny, Jiang Xi had little enthusiasm for the upcoming collective health check, as the email had specified. On Monday morning, all newly confirmed employees will gather in the parking lot to take the company bus to New East Hospital for a health check. Previously, she could have easily avoided attention, but now it was inevitable that everyone in the company would recognize her. The following day, as Jiang Xi had anticipated, the 30-some newly confirmed interns were seated on the bus heading to New East Hospital. Even in the last row, where she tried to remain inconspicuous, Jiang Xi overheard numerous inquiries about who was accompanying her. Rumors circulated that her family background was modest, possibly indicating she was being financially supported by someone. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Look outside." The crowd turned to see the unassuming Mercedes that had appeared in the posts, making a grand arc before coming to a halt beside the bus that a few curious individuals took out their phones to compare the license plate numbers, eager to confirm if it was indeed the same vehicle. Everyone held their breath in anticipation of who would emerge from the car. Jiang Xi could even sense the tension in the air. The car door opened, and Lu Yudong stepped out, locking the car behind him, casually slipping his hands into his pockets as he walked towards the office building that an eerie silence enveloped the bus. Han Lan turned to Jiang Xi in disbelief. "Is the one you're rumored to be with Mr. Lu?" Jiang Xi brushed off the matter, stating, "I happened to run into him at the hospital that day. He was giving me a ride." Yet, it was clear that Han Lan remained skeptical. Inside the bus, an unnatural quiet had descended. The post had mysteriously vanished, and no one dared to gossip about the president. Jiang Xi was uncertain of Lu Yudong's intentions. It could have been deliberate or accidental, but it stirred a warmth within her, making her feel a bit closer to him. She found herself eagerly anticipating another encounter with Lu Yudong. For the first time, Jiang Xi looked forward to the arrival of Saturday. After finishing her shift on Thursday and packing her belongings to return to her dormitory, Jiang Xi received a WeChat message from Lu Yudong. Please provide your height, weight, and measurements. Jiang Xi, perplexed, entered the elevator just as Lu Yudong did, sparing her the need to respond via text. Mr. Lu, what does this mean? Jiang Xi raised her phone in inquiry. Tio take wedding photos and order the bridal gown. Such an elaborate affair? Jiang Xi was taken aback. She had thought it was merely about obtaining a marriage certificate and visiting her grandfather. She hesitated, contemplating. If they were to hold a wedding, wouldn't the entire city be aware of it? What would happen when their agreement concluded and they divorced? Would she then be known as the town's most publicized divorcee? What are your measurements? Lu Yudong pressed on, ignoring her emotional turmoil. I haven't measured them, so I wouldn't know. Jiang Xi spoke candidly, stating that when it comes to buying clothes, she simply opts for size S. She was unaware of her own measurements and had never considered participating in a beauty pageant. Just then, Lu Yudong's gaze shifted towards her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. His piercing eyes made Jiang Xi instinctively shrink back. The elevator chimed as it reached the first floor. Lu Yudong said nothing and exited. Jiang Xi stood in the lobby, momentarily dazed that Lu Yudong had never engaged in idle chatter with her, nor did he ever respond to questions he deemed unworthy of an answer. Upon returning home that evening, Jiang Xi received a WeChat message from Lu Yudong. We will take wedding photos this Saturday. Are you not going to visit Grandpa? Is a wedding being planned? Jiang Xi eagerly inquired. What are you thinking? His question abruptly dispelled her fanciful thoughts. In Chapter 18, she speculated that perhaps Lu Yudong was concerned about Grandpa being alone in Qingqing, and thus intended to bring him to live with them. If Grandpa were to come, it would necessitate the hanging of wedding photos in their home. Therefore, if Grandpa were indeed coming, would that imply that Jiang Xi would also be moving into Lu Yudong's residence? On Saturday, Jiang Xi followed the address provided by Lu Yudong to a grand photography studio. He was already there today as she donned the wedding dress. It fit her perfectly. Jiang Xi couldn't help but recall the way he had looked at her, as if he had understood her dimensions with remarkable accuracy. When she emerged, Lu Yudong cast a dismissive glance her way, but adjectives like radiant, graceful, and beautiful seemed inadequate to describe Jiang Xi. The pearl necklace adorning her neck accentuated her collarbone. Exuding a youthful charm as she stood before him in the white wedding gown, Lu Yudong's mind conjured the phrase, to hold your hand and grow old together. How absurd! He didn't linger on Jiang Xi for long, returning his focus to the photographer, although he seemed to absorb little of what was being said. Jiang Xi, on the other hand, noticed Lu Yudong, clad in a sharp black suit that exuded an air of confidence, making it difficult for others to look directly at him. Typically, couples would take an entire day for wedding photos, yet they completed everything in just an hour. After changing back into her clothes, Jiang Xi, all smiles, approached Lu Yudong and said, Mr. Lu, when the wedding photos are ready, could you send me a picture? Lu Yudong, adjusting his cuff, replied impassively, Are you looking forward to it? Indeed, Jiang Xi's eyes sparkled. Rest assured, one day you will see them, though we won't be returning to Grandpa's today. You may arrange your own schedule for when to go, and I will inform you that Lu Yudong's demeanor was unmistakably authoritative. Jiang Xi mastered desire to see Lu Yudong again with a smile. Coincidentally, I signed up for a CPA preparatory class online a few days ago, and I need to go confirm my attendance. Lu Yudong remained silent and drove away. Jiang Xi felt a mix of embarrassment and disappointment. It was awkward that she had shared so much without receiving a single word in return. It seemed she would be left wondering when she might see him again. In the afternoon, Jiang Xi went to Zhongfu Building to register for her CPA preparatory class. She had always been a quick learner, having passed the first 4 subjects through self-study, but due to her busy work schedule, she had decided to invest in a guaranteed pass program costing $18,000, as she had heard that the instructors here were all renowned academic achievers. Class commenced at 3 o'clock, and a young, handsome instructor took the podium, prompting gasps of admiration from the female students at his looks. He wrote his name, Chu Shuo, on the blackboard and introduced himself, stating, You may call me Teacher Chu from now on. Let us commence the lesson. Jiang Xi furrowed her brow slightly. Chu Shuo? Was it merely a coincidence? Teacher Chu had passed all 4 subjects in one go to obtain his CPA certificate and was a legend from that year. His teaching style was both profound and accessible, and he had a knack for predicting exam questions. Jiang Xi found herself thoroughly impressed by him, further convinced that it was indeed a coincidence, as he could not have known her prior to their class. After the lesson, Jiang Xi exited Zhongfu building to find her brother, Jiang Yi, waiting for her in his car. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Xi inquired. "Oh, my dear sister has the means to enroll in a training class now. Have you suddenly struck it rich? I heard the doctor mention you might hire a caregiver for Mom." Jiang Yi leaned in, questioning Jiang Xi. Previously, Dr. Fu had casually mentioned the need for a caregiver, and Jiang Yi had wondered where Jiang Xi had acquired the funds that I just got my formal position. Jiang Xi attempted to brush it off that, "Oh, so you've hit the jackpot. When will you treat your brother to a meal?" Jiang Xi was reluctant to engage with Jiang Yi and was about to leave when she heard him change his tone. "Little teacher Chu, get in the car." Turning around, Jiang Xi spotted Chu Shuo, Jiang classmate. Chu Shuo recognized her. They'd just seen each other in class. "Little teacher Chu, do you know my sister?" "Ha, what a coincidence. It seems like we've lost touch with family," Jiang Yi remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance between Jiang Xi and Chu Shuo. "Hello, teacher Chu," Jiang Xi greeted politely with a bow. "Come on, Jiang Xi, you should get in the car," insisted Chu Shuo. Yes, if little teacher Chu says so." "Don't be coy. Hurry up," Jiang Yi said, promptly ushering Jiang Xi into the vehicle. Jiang Xi and Chu Shuo took their seats in the back. "Little teacher Chu, did you add my sister on WeChat?" Jiang Yi asked eagerly from the driver's seat. "Oh, I tried once before, but Jiang said I didn't accept, so I didn't add her again." Chu Shuo replied that I thought it was a coincidence when I called the roll earlier. "Can I add you now? Is that all right, Jiang?" Sure," Jiang Xi replied, slowly retrieving her phone to share a QR code for Chu Shuo to add her on WeChat. Chu Shuo's WeChat name mirrored his own. So Jiang Xi did not add any additional notes that in Chapter 19. Jiang Xi realized that the last time Chu Shuo had added her at Grandpa's house was not a coincidence, nor was it a deception. Rather, her brother had introduced her to a wealthy second-generation heir. However, Chu Shuo was polite and talented, embodying the qualities Jiang Xi admired. The so-called introduction seemed to be her brother's unreciprocated hope. "Now, I can conveniently ask Teacher Chu about economic law questions," Jiang Xi said with a smile. "Yes, in a few days I'll find some practice questions for you. Economic law is the easiest subject. Just memorize the basics and you'll pass. You should put in more effort for the next subject. Once you secure your certificate, everything else will fall into place," Chu Shuo said, adding Jiang Xi's WeChat information, noting her username as Flower Little White Rabbit. "Jiang Xi, you've officially transitioned to New East Group, and your brother hasn't celebrated this milestone yet. I heard the elimination rate at New East Group is extremely high. My sister is truly exceptional," Jiang Yi interjected, trying to leave a good impression on Chu Shuo for future gains. "Indeed," Jiang Xi replied, not wishing to engage further, her gaze turning towards the window. Chu Shuo remained silent, leaving Jiang Yi feeling rather awkward. Upon arriving in front of the dormitory building, Jiang Xi exited the car, absorbed in her phone. Those around her seemed to scurry away like mice fleeing a cat, likely perceiving her as Lu Yudong's woman, while it was uncertain whether she would become the future lady of New East. At present, no one dared to provoke her. Before she could even open the dormitory door, Jiang Xi received a WeChat message from Lu Yudong. "Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, we will return to Grandpa's house. I will come by the dormitory to pick you up." Jiang Xi's heart raced. She had not anticipated seeing Lu Yudong again so soon. After closing her phone, she began to pack her belongings. "Jiang Xi, are you and Lu in a romantic relationship?" Han Lan suddenly approached her, lowering her voice and raising her eyebrows in curiosity. "No, not at all." Jiang Xi hesitated, but ultimately responded honestly to her friend. "We merely shared a night together." "Wow," Han Lan gasped. "I didn't see that coming." "You were quite bold. It was just an accident, nothing more." This unexpected incident had indeed caught Jiang Xi off guard, though Lu Yudong might have perceived it as intentional. "So, what is your current situation?" "Just as it is," she replied. By the way, I want to be around tomorrow night. I have other plans." "Where are you going?" "Surely, it's not for a romantic rendezvous with Mr. Lu." No, it's something else." "Right, and you say you're not in a relationship." "Well, it's not." Jiang Xi thought for a moment, although she felt a pang of longing when unable to see Lu Yudong. It was warranted. For instance, this time, Lu Yudong had rescued her from the center of public scrutiny, but Jiang Xi still did not perceive their connection as a romance that in a relationship. There would be endless conversations. Yet they shared a silence. All right, spare me the dramatics that I know the company forbids office romances. Rest assured, I'll keep it confidential. Just don't forget to appoint me as the PR director when you become the company's lady boss. Hanlan said, her expectations modest. The following day, Jiang Xi brought her suitcase and got into Lu Yudong's car. His vehicle was parked directly in front of the apartment building, visible to all who passed by. Now, Jiang Xi realized that any attempt to conceal her connection to him would be futile. Once inside the car, Lu Yudong merely cast a glance her way before driving off to Mr. Lu. Why did you park at the apartment building? Now everyone at the company knows, Jiang Xi remarked. Jiang Xi remarked that she distinctly remembered the confidentiality clause stipulated in their previous agreement, that hadn't they already been aware of it. Lu Yudong commented that rather than indulging in such unpleasant speculations, it would be better to confront the truth sooner rather than later. This way, they could avoid furtive dealings in the future. If your boyfriend discovers this later, I shall compensate you, he asserted. Jiang Xi clutched her clothing, detesting his incessant references to money, yet he seemed to revel in it. What if he didn't want compensation? After all, feeling discontent, Jiang Xi's tone turned somewhat fierce that Lu Yudong chuckled mockingly. Not want money? Jiang Xi averted her gaze, saying nothing. She had no standing to protest, for her previous union with Lu Yudong was indeed motivated by financial considerations. Surely his girlfriend would be similarly inclined, and his boyfriend could not be much different. Both ensnared by the lure of wealth, Lu Yudong's disdainful treatment of Jiang Xi left her speechless. Moreover, it was apparent that he had been aware of the post-incident long before, on the day of the physical examination. He had deliberately arrived in that Mercedes, rendering all colleagues mute with envy. Lu Yudong was indeed a ruthless man. Take a leave from Xing Baohua. We shall return on Monday. Noticing Jiang Xi's silence, Lu Yudong issued another command. Leave? Now, whenever Jiang Xi heard the phrase take leave, it sent shivers down her spine, always invoking memories of Xing Baohua's peculiar gaze. Why? Is it troublesome? Lu Yudong tilted his head, squinting at Jiang Xi. If it is indeed a bother, I can request it for you to no need. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Hearing the sardonic tone in Lu Yudong's voice, Jiang Xi hastily retrieved her phone to message Xing Baohua. Mr. Xing, I have something to attend to tomorrow and would like to request a day off. Jiang Xi spoke nervously, as previously, Xing Baohua's displeasure had been palpable. With Monday being busy, her request for an additional day off might seem like shirking responsibility. All right, that is acceptable that I will arrange for someone to cover your duties. Should any issues arise, feel free to consult me directly. The tone of this response was a stark contrast to previous encounters, leaving Jiang Xi nearly covered in goosebumps, suggesting that Xing Baohua was likely aware of her situation with Lu Yudong. During her visit to her grandfather, Jiang Xi, as per tradition, brought him immense joy. He appeared radiant, hardly resembling a man afflicted with lung cancer. Soon, evening fell, and Jiang Xi headed for a shower. Her phone lay on the bed, initially buzzing once, which Lu Yudong, engrossed in his book beside her, paid little mind to. Subsequently, Jiang Xi's phone buzzed incessantly. Lu Yudong, growing impatient, glanced at her phone, noticing that Shushua had sent 15 messages. That a frown creased Lu Yudong's brow just as Jiang Xi emerged from the bathroom, towel drying her hair. Did you meet your boyfriend yesterday? Lu Yudong inquired. Boyfriend? No, not at all. Had she known that marrying Lu Yudong would entail such a protracted arrangement, Jiang Xi would not have fabricated a boyfriend. She found herself contemplating whether to confess the truth to Lu Yudong. After climbing into bed, Lu Yudong pinned her down. Chapter 20. The quality of work. Lu Yudong was convinced that Jiang Xi must have seen Shushua the day prior. For such a flurry of messages from him was improbable otherwise that, of course, it was also possible that Shushua had always messaged her in such abundance, and Lu Yudong had simply been oblivious. Feeling somewhat relieved, he acknowledged her reliability. From now on, be honest with me that if you have any needs, do not hesitate to convey them. Leaning against the headboard, he lit a cigarette. Jiang Xi shut her eyes, remaining silent, uncertain of how she was not being honest. This experience had left her feeling oppressed, recalling her earlier eagerness to see him, which now felt like a misplaced devotion. After their encounter, Jiang Xi lay on her side, but found sleep elusive. Picking up her phone, she finally noticed Chu Shua's messages. She began to comprehend Lu Yudong's reaction. It was likely that the sight of Chu Shua's numerous messages on her phone screen had led Lu Yudong to assume she had met with him. Considering that, in his mind, Chu Shua was Jiang Xi's current boyfriend, and such meetings would naturally ignite passion. Thus, Lu Yudong's earlier demands had been relentless, as he had explicitly stated his aversion to anything deemed dirty. Consequently, Jiang Xi clarified, "Mr. Lu, I have mentioned before that I am a person of strong professional ethics. Once I accept your work, I will not entertain others. You can rest assured on that front. Work? Yes, you provide the funds. I provide the face." Jiang Xi's tone carried a hint of displeasure. "Your work is commendable." Lu Yudong's words held double meanings, and it seemed his doubts had dissipated, his tone becoming more relaxed. "Mr. Lu, there is one thing I believe you should clarify. We are not genuine." Jiang Xi stated with righteous indignation. Lu Yudong suddenly laughed, though it did not reach his eyes, finding Jiang Xi's naivety amusing. Jiang Xi chose not to continue the conversation, instead scrolling through Chu Shua's messages, which contained past exam papers for economic law and questions from a financial cost management course she had not registered for, along with highlighted textbook content. Chu Shua was indeed an excellent teacher, providing thorough material. Jiang Xi replied to him, "Thank you. I was in the shower and didn't see your messages. That ain't no problem. Take your time to review these past papers. Once you grasp them, you should be fine." Jiang Xi refrained from speaking to Lu Yudong, and after turning off the bedside lamp, she fell asleep. Her dissatisfaction with Lu Yudong did not hinder her performance before her grandfather the next day. She excelled as usual, and her grandfather was reluctant to see her go, showing less attachment to Lu Yudong than on the way back. Lu Yudong transferred 50,000 yuan to Jiang Xi. This sum seemed rather casual, as she had merely made her grandfather smile and had done no cooking. Jiang Xi stared at the 50,000 yuan, messaging Lu Yudong, "What is this for?" Moments later, Lu Yudong replied, "For good work." Jiang Xi's face flushed with embarrassment, and not wanting Lu Yudong to see her discomfort, she turned to gaze out the window, unaware that each time they engaged in such activities, he was indeed compensating her. "If the work is good, then Mr.Lu is always welcome to invite me. After all, familiarity breeds comfort. Mr.Lu is quite generous." Jiang Xi retorted in a huff that if we are to do this regularly, you'll need to switch it up. "Indeed, with money comes motivation. As a novice, I cannot match Mr. Lu's expertise and must continually practice and innovate." After sending the message, Jiang Xi tossed her phone onto the seat and closed her eyes, attempting to relax. Chapter 21. What nonsense! Jiang Xi was awakened by the incessant buzzing of her phone. It was a message from Jiang Yi. "Sister, aren't you looking for a caregiver for Mom? Someone has introduced a particularly good one. Would you like to accompany me to check it out?" A hotel address followed. Jiang Xi thought to herself that her brother had finally engaged in something productive. Given her recent quarrel with Lu Yudong, being together felt uncomfortable, so she informed Lu Yudong that she needed to get out and hailed a taxi to the hotel. Upon arriving at room 1402, Jiang Yi was already waiting. His face lit up with excitement as he saw Jiang Xi. "You're here. Why are we meeting the caregiver at a hotel?" Jiang Xi surveyed the surroundings, feeling that something was amiss. "I am attending to another patient here. Just wait a moment. I'll be done shortly." "Have some water first," Jiang Yi said, pushing a cup of water towards Jiang Xi. Thirsty, she picked up the cup and drank, but soon felt something was off. The air conditioning not on. "Why is it so hot in here?" "It is on. Do you still feel hot?" Jiang Yi's gaze did not wander to the air conditioning, but remained fixed on Jiang Xi. His eyes betraying his ulterior motives. That a sense of unease washed over Jiang Xi, prompting her to instinctively take a couple of steps back and sit on the bed. Her gaze became unfocused. Tugging at her clothing, still feeling the heat, she had realized what was happening. Jiang Yi had drugged her water. A wave of despair and coldness surged within her as she gritted her teeth. "Brother, how could you?" Jiang Yi, seeing Jiang Xi's distraught expression, felt a sense of satisfaction. "Sister, I'm doing this for your own good. Soon, Xiao Chu will arrive. Just take good care of him, and we'll live lavishly." You would sell your sister for personal gain, you scoundrel!" Jiang Xi exclaimed, furious, struggling to rise from the bed to slap Jiang Yi. Yet, she lacked the strength, her attempts feeble. Jiang Yi felt no pain and instead pushed her back onto the bed. Dialing a number. Xiao Chu. I'm at Xingyue Hotel, room 1402. Just come here to find me. Jiang Yi stripped her of her clothing, tucked her under the covers, and before leaving, encouraged her, just perform well. The room fell silent. And Jiang Xi felt dizzy as a knock echoed at the door. Moments later, a man entered. Jiang Yi, are you in there? Through her hazy vision, Jiang Xi recognized Chu Shuo, tall and handsome. Jiang Xi felt a surge of heat wash over her. As Chu Shuo spoke, he removed his shoes at the entrance and then noticed Jiang Xi, flushed and lying on the bed. Jiang Xi, what are you doing here? Have you got a fever? Realizing her crimson face and alluring demeanor, Chu Shuo immediately understood the situation, his heart racing, that he was not immune to feelings. He had been captivated by Jiang Xi's beauty from their first meeting. However, he was not the type to take advantage of a vulnerable person. I'll take you to the hospital, Chu Shuo said with concern. Jiang Xi felt a slight relief, realizing that this was Jiang Yi's unilateral decision, and that Chu Shuo was unaware of the circumstances. Don't come any closer. My brother is a scoundrel. Having spoken, Jiang Xi stumbled out of bed and rushed into the bathroom. She firmly shut the door, turned on the shower, and drenched herself in cold water. Although it was summer, the icy water was still chilling, but fortunately, it extinguished some of the desires that had escaped her lips. Chu Shuo had been waiting at the bathroom door, inquiring, Jiang Xi, are you sure you're all right? Come out. I'll take you to the hospital. Jiang Xi thought to herself that if this matter reached Lu Yudong's ears, it would not end well. She had just alighted from his car and taken such medication. He would undoubtedly think her reckless, therefore, she must not let him gain any leverage against her. Chu Laosher, could you please check the drawer for a needle or something similar? Jiang Xi felt herself growing increasingly faint. Jiang Xi, listen to me. This kind of matter really requires a hospital visit. Chu Shuo's tone was very serious. Jiang Xi remained silent, and with a sudden crash, she fell out of the bathroom and collapsed onto the plush carpet in the living room. Her body soaked, she crawled toward the bedside table. What are you looking for? Chu Shuo exclaimed in surprise. Let me help you get a needle. Help me out. Chu Shuo fumbled through the drawer, finally finding a needle and handing it to Jiang Xi. Without a moment's hesitation, she pricked her fingertip. The pain shot through her, jolting her into a clearer state of mind. Get up, lie down on the bed, Chu Shuo said, lifting Jiang Xi from the floor and tucking her into the blankets. The cold water had caused her to shiver uncontrollably. Her temperature had dropped, and her face was no longer flushed. Chu Laosher, thank you. Jiang Xi's teeth chattered as she spoke. Stop saying foolish things. Chu Shuo gently touched her forehead. Silly girl, Chapter 22. Have you done it? Jiang Xi feared that Jiang Yi would return soon and contemplated other schemes. She said to Chu Shuo, Chu Laosher, let us hurry and leave. I'm afraid my brother will come back. Don't worry, I'm here. You just need to rest and know, you don't understand my brother, but he might have plotted against both of us. Jiang Xi had already risen from the bed, wearing a white dress that was pure in style. But now it was soaked, the thin fabric clinging to her body, revealing her curves, which made both of them awkward. Chu Shuo glanced at her, his ears turning red, as he turned his face away and took off his jacket to drape it over her. When they arrived downstairs at the hotel, Chu Shuo insisted on escorting Jiang Xi back, but she feared being seen by others from her dormitory, which could lead to misunderstandings with Lu Yudong. No need, thank you, Chu Laosher. Can you manage alone? Chu Shuo was genuinely concerned that it's just a few steps. I'll be fine. Jiang Xi forced a pitiful smile. That I should still escort you, Chu Shuo insisted, worried that she might encounter further issues. As they were exchanging refusals, suddenly, honks sounded from the roadside. Jiang Xi turned her head and her face went pale. That it was Lu Yudong's car. That Mr. Lu, what brings you here? Jiang Xi felt an overwhelming wave of guilt wash over her. Lu Yudong's expression was dark, his gaze electric as it swept over the two of them. His little wife, entangled with another man at the hotel entrance, clad in the garments of a stranger. What a disgrace! In an instant, Lu Yudong's eyes seemed to blaze with fury, his voice laced with anger. Are you here with a lover? Jiang Xi felt the weight of her predicament, aware that Lu Yudong had misunderstood, and she hurried to explain. But at that moment, Chu Shuo pulled her protectively into his embrace, confronting Lu Yudong's glare. Who are you to interfere with her? Do you even know that Jiang Xi has just endured an ordeal? Lu Yudong shot back coldly. It's not your place to be concerned. He then fixed his icy gaze on Jiang Xi. Aren't you coming over? Jiang Xie quickly broke free from Chu Shua, Chu Laoshi. I am sorry, I'll explain later. She hurriedly climbed into the car, sitting obediently in the back seat. Liu Yudong started the engine and drove off. Shortly after, the back window opened, and a man's jacket was tossed out. Jiang Xie, realizing Liu Yudong had misunderstood, quickly called out, Mr. Liu, please let me explain. It's not what you think. My brother deceived me into coming to the hotel and drugged me. Chu Shua was just trying to help. As she spoke, she fumbled for her phone to show Liu Yudong the messages from her brother. Just then, Chu Shua's message arrived. Was that Liu Yudong? Just now. Jiang Xie, how did you get involved with him? Be careful. Liu Yudong is not a good person. Don't fall into his trap. It was clear that Chu Shua had quickly researched Liu Yudong after they had left. Not a good person? Liu Yudong scoffed. And what makes you think you are? He scrutinized Jiang Xie, his displeasure intensifying. So he is Chu Shua? Your boyfriend? Jiang Xie felt as though she were on the brink of madness. She had truly dug her own grave. One lie required 100 more to cover it. In a flurry, she deleted the messages and quickly pulled up her brother's text to show him. But Liu Yudong paid no heed to her explanations, only asking, have you two been intimate? Jiang Xi's heart sank, a wave of humiliation surging through her. Oh, this was his primary concern. He found it distasteful. She bit her lip, lowered her gaze, and softly replied, no. Best that it is. Following that, Liu Yudong fell silent. Although she had denied it, Jiang Xie sensed his disbelief. The only reason he was not pressing further was likely due to other matters occupying his mind. The car ride was filled with an uneasy silence until they reached the company. After Liu Yudong exited the vehicle, he instructed the driver, take her back to the dormitory. Liu Yudong then walked away. Cold and unyielding. Chapter 23. Years ago, Liu Yudong strolled into the company lobby, his hands in his pockets. When his gaze fell upon a striking figure, he paused momentarily. Yin Shuma, who had been admiring a painting titled Nine Heaven Snowfall, turned upon hearing movement behind her. Yudong, long time no see. Yin Shuma approached with a smile. Clad in a luxurious emerald green dress, paired with matching high heels, she revealed a tantalizing glimpse of her fair, alluring legs, her hair cascaded in luscious waves, adorned with a magnificent emerald ring, exuding the aura of a mature, sophisticated woman. Long time no see. Come to my office, Liu Yudong said, noting the number of onlookers. All right, Yin Shumo replied with a smile. She followed him into the elevator. Observing her graceful figure, several receptionists exchanged whispers. Miss Yin is so beautiful. A superstar truly stands apart from the crowd. Indeed, and her status is different as well. When has the president ever let a woman into his office? Miss Yin comes and goes as she pleases. You don't know the whole story, do you? The receptionist supervisor chimed in cheerfully. Miss Yin is not an ordinary person. I heard she used to be President Liu's girlfriend, and they almost got engaged, but then what? I can't tell you that. Gossip about the boss must not be spread. Just know that Miss Yin holds a significant position. Treat her well next time she visits. And Jiang Xie? I heard she's been getting close to the president lately. When women engage in gossip, they tend to dig deep into each other's backgrounds she's just a frog dreaming of eating swan meat, thinking that because the president has taken her out a few times, she is special now. How could the president possibly fancy her? Exactly. The receptionist giggled softly that Liu Yudong's office was spacious, adorned in a cold color scheme of black and white that complemented his own temperament. Lighting a cigarette, he asked, You've returned to the country? You still have the nerve to ask. I came back, and you didn't even come to pick me up, Yin Shuma chided playfully. Company matters, Liu Yudong replied. Yin Shuma leaned closer, her lips parting. That's why I came specifically to find you, that I even brought you a gift. Do you like it? Liu Yudong glanced at the extravagant gift box she placed on the desk. Thank you. But you didn't even look at it. Yin Shuma feigned annoyance. This is a special gift set I brought back from abroad, specifically for your eyes. You should try it, as she spoke. Yin Shuma opened the gift box and placed an eye mask over Liu Yudong's eyes. Warm and moist, her attention to his eyes softened Liu Yudong's demeanor slightly. My eyes are fine now. You need not worry. How can I not worry? You almost went blind back then. I felt heartache just watching you. Waiting for your cornea took so long. Yin Shuma sat on the sofa, her eyes glistening. At that time, you had just started your career and faced such great setbacks. Sometimes I think it was all arranged by fate. It was as if my father entrusted me to your care. My father has passed, and you are well now. Upon hearing this, Lu Yudong removed the eye mask and approached In Shuma, gently patting her back. Why bring up the past? That was a long time ago. In Shuma seized the opportunity to grasp Lu Yudong's hand. Yudong, I was wrong back then. That I'm sorry. I came back this time to personally apologize. As she spoke, In Shuma tenderly held Lu Yudong's hand. Giving it a gentle shake, Lu Yudong instinctively recoiled, withdrawing his hand. What was in the past is in the past. Let us not dwell on it. I am doing quite well now. In Shuma lifted her gaze. Her eyes filled with a pitiable innocence as she stared at Lu Yudong, whose appearance resembled that of a weeping pear blossom, evoking a sense of sympathy within me. However, Lu Yudong interrupted her, inquiring, Where will you stay after you return? I shall escort you home. Reluctantly, In Shuma wiped away her tears and glanced at the clock on the wall. That would be fine. Of late, I've been persistently followed by paparazzi. She lingered in Lu Yudong's office for a while longer until 5 p.m., the company's closing time. Considering the bustling departure of employees at that hour, Lu Yudong opted to take her in the private elevator reserved for the president. Yet this scene did not escape the notice of several employees. Before long, the news of Lu Yudong's ex-girlfriend, In Shuma, visiting the company began to circulate among the staff. Chapter 24. Official business after Jiang Xi returned to her apartment. She first took a shower and changed her clothes, gradually alleviating the discomfort caused by the medication. Lying on her bed, she recalled past events, her indignation swelling with each thought. How could such a brother exist in this world? One who not only disregarded their mother, but also plotted against his own sister. Moreover, Lu Yudong had refused to listen to her explanation, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. At that moment, Han Lan returned from work and, with concern, asked, Are you all right, Jiang Xi? Jiang Xi responded weakly, I'm fine. What about you? Han Lan recalled the rumor she had heard from colleagues earlier and became anxious. Fearing for her friend's well-being, she quickly inquired, You didn't have a quarrel with President Lu, did you? I heard that a woman came to the company looking for him, and he took her in the private elevator. Is that so? Jiang Xi questioned. They say she is President Lu's ex-girlfriend. Han Lan's words were rather mild compared to the original comments from their colleagues, who had said Jiang Xi, a mere ordinary employee, rode in President Lu's car twice and has lost her sense of self. Has she even looked in a mirror? Today, Miss Yin visited the president, and that truly is a match made in heaven. If President Lu is to be paired with anyone, it ought to be a woman as elegant and intellectual as Miss Yin, who did indeed ride in the president's exclusive elevator, something Jiang Xi has yet to experience. It seems she will never have that opportunity. Upon hearing Han Lan's words, Jiang Xi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the woman from the photograph would return so swiftly. Moreover, it was evident that In Shuma shared a history with Lu Yudong. Jiang Xi felt a twinge of regret. Surely, with In Shuma's return, Lu Yudong would terminate their agreement prematurely, leaving her without any financial means and depriving her of the chance to gaze into those familiar eyes that had always felt so close to her. The following day, Xing Baohua approached the president's office to submit the list of this year's New Dong Star candidates from the finance department. Each year, New Dong Group selects individuals transitioning from intern to full-time employee to become New Dong Stars, nurturing them as future management candidates. Ordinarily, this decision rested solely with Xing Baohua, especially since there was only one intern, Jiang Xi, to be considered for full-time status this year. The decision was entirely dependent on his discretion. However, out of concern for Jiang Xi, Xing Baohua sought to gauge Lu Yudong's stance, given the rampant rumors circulating within the company regarding Jiang Xi and Lu Yudong's relationship, which left him uncertain about which side to take. Lu Yudong glanced at the form and stated, Business is business. Understood, Xing Baohua replied, that in the previous intern transition, Jiang Xi had taken Yang Mani's spot, which had already left Xing Baohua somewhat displeased. Yang Mani was adept at navigating workplace dynamics and understood his thoughts, making her a convenient choice to in contrast. Jiang Xi was meticulous and serious about her work, often insisting on transparency in matters that could easily be overlooked. While such diligence was commendable in the finance department, it raised concerns about her future in management, leaving him apprehensive about the consequences. Thus, he decided to remove Jiang Xi's rightful opportunity for the New Dong Star designation. Chapter 25. Avoid unwanted affections on Thursday. Jiang Xi received a WeChat message from Lu Yudong. Taking leave on Monday to pick up my grandfather. Monday, Jiang Xi expressed her annoyance at his frequent requests for leave, prompting her to ask for clarification. Is there a problem? Lu Yudong retorted, his tone implying that she had no grounds for objection. What time? 3 in the afternoon. That I'll return on Tuesday morning. Just as Jiang Xi was delighting in the thought of only needing to request a couple of hours off. Another WeChat message arrived. Xiao Xi, Xiaojing has a diary. Would you like it? The message was from Wang Xian, Xiaojing's mother. Of course I want it. Where is it? Jiang Xi replied, excitement bubbling within her. It's south at the place where Xiaozheng was teaching. That we retrieved his belongings previously, but this diary was found later. That I thought you would want it. You should get in touch with the principal of the elementary school where Xiaozheng was teaching. After Wang Xian sent the principal's business card, she added, the principal mentioned that their area is too impoverished for delivery services, so you must pick it up yourself. Earlier, Jiang Xi had arranged with Dr. Fu to visit her mother over the weekend, meaning she would be unavailable then. Since Lu Yudong had asked her to return to her grandfather's house at 3 on Monday, Jiang Xi resolved to take the entire day off, planning to head to Ningxiang County in the morning. She had initially assumed that requesting this leave would be straightforward. However, to her surprise, Xing Baohua was in no mood to be lenient this time. Xiao Jiang, you've just been confirmed as a full-time employee and you're already asking for leave, so often. Is that appropriate? You seem to have no awareness of how much work others have taken on in your absence. Jiang Xi thought to herself. With Yin Shuma's arrival, even Xing Baohua's demeanor had shifted. Seeing her request for leave falter, Jiang Xi asserted, it was President Lu who instructed me to take the day off. After a lengthy pause, Xing Baohua replied, make it a quick trip. Indeed, Lu Yudong's name held considerable weight. In the days that followed, Jiang Xi encountered Lu Yudong unexpectedly at the inaugural training session for the new Dong Stars. Her good friend Han Lan had been selected as a new Dong Star and was scheduled for an hour of employee training after work on Friday. After her shift, Jiang Xi waited in an adjacent room, scrolling through her phone until Han Lan arrived. Lu Yudong entered, having come to retrieve some documents he had left behind. Upon noticing Jiang Xi, he seemed momentarily taken aback, and she mirrored his surprise. Still here? Lu Yudong inquired. Jiang Xi hurriedly stood, adopting a respectful demeanor befitting an employee in the presence of her superior. Yes, I haven't left yet. The new Dong Star program was intended to prepare Lu Yudong for the management tier, and he was required to attend the first training session. That you'd better clarify what happened last time, Lu Yudong said as he prepared to exit, only to suddenly turn back towards Jiang Xi. After all, their last encounter had ended abruptly, and Lu Yudong had been in a foul mood, having not listened to her. Shouldn't you explain the matter regarding you and Yin Shuma to me? Jiang Xi raised her chin, meeting his gaze directly. Lu Yudong's lips curled slightly, hinting at a touch of sarcasm. Why should I discuss that with you? His meaning was clear. Why should he feel compelled to explain himself to her? A spouse has a duty to remain loyal to their partner. President Lu, you wouldn't think that our marriage certificate is a fabrication, would you? Our intimacy is genuine. Why should it be permissible for you to engage in this matter while I am left in the dark? If there's an explanation to be provided, it ought to come from you first, Jiang Xi asserted. Lu Yudong had intended merely to caution Jiang Xi against being overly sentimental, yet he found himself on the receiving end of her retort. Are you feeling jealous? He asked, lowering his gaze as he calmly adjusted his cuffs. Jiang Xi smiled lightly. Not particularly. However, with Yin Shuma's arrival, my position within the company has shifted, and I feel it necessary to voice my concerns. Should our marriage become public knowledge, I would be the subject of ridicule, branded as someone who wears a green hat, while your reputation for straddling two boats is hardly commendable. Any hint of ambiguity with your ex-girlfriend during our marriage could adversely affect the company's stock prices. You would do well to exercise caution. Lu Yudong paused, his hand stilling as he adjusted his cufflinks. Jiang Xi's words struck home. Yet Lu Yudong's expression did not linger in hesitation for long. That being said, it would be wise to refrain from donning the attire of other men in hotel lobbies in the future. As he recalled the events of that day, Lu Yudong's temper flared once more, and his tone grew sharper. I conduct myself with integrity and dignity. I would never bring shame upon you, President Lu, but you must also refrain from inviting unwelcome affections into my life. With that, Lu Yudong stormed out, his face darkened by anger. Jiang Xi likely forgot that he had spent $5 million on their arrangement. Chapter 26. How can I earn more money? On Monday at 4 in the morning, Jiang Xi boarded a train for 2 hours before navigating 3 local buses along winding mountain roads, finally arriving at her destination by 10 o'clock. Upon reaching the Aixin Primary School, where Xiao Zheng had been teaching, Jiang Xi felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Principal Li was an exceedingly kind and amiable individual, remarking that Xiao Zheng was the only person in recent years to sincerely come to teach there. Unlike others who merely sought to enhance their resumes, Xiao Zheng genuinely cared for the students. Principal Li handed Jiang Xi Xiao Zheng's diary, which contained photographs of him with the children, dressed in a red scarf. Xiao Zheng appeared even more handsome amid their youthful exuberance. Tears streamed down Jiang Xi's face as she gazed at the photograph, unable to contain her sorrow for Xiao Zheng. After touring the campus with Principal Li, she glanced at her watch, realizing it was nearly noon and she still needed to visit her grandfather's house by 3 in the afternoon. However, while waiting for the bus along the mountain road, Jiang Xi noticed a private car parked by the roadside. The driver, a young man, appeared agitated as he kicked the tire in frustration. Is there anything I can help you with? Jiang Xi approached him. Concern etched on her features. Upon seeing her, the young man's face lit up with hope. That I've run out of gas, and there's not a soul in sight. That my phone has no signal either. Jiang Xi recollected her recent visit to the school, where she encountered a storage room containing several barrels of gasoline. Principal Li mentioned that it was intended to prepare stoves for the children during the winter. Continuing along the path and turning left at a large locust tree, there was a Love Heart Primary School, also associated with the gasoline. Jiang Xi pointed ahead, noticing the bewildered expression on the other person's face. With a sigh, she said, "Let us go, I'll take you there." The individual locked the car and followed Jiang Xi to Love Heart Primary School. As they conversed along the way, it turned out that this young man was also from Jiangzhou. He introduced himself as a minor employee from a small organization on a business trip. Initially, he thought a gas station was nearby, but to his dismay, he did not find one until he ran out of fuel. Had it not been for Jiang Xi, he would likely have had to spend the night in the mountains. Encountering a fellow Jiangzhou native in a remote place evoked a sense of familiarity, akin to meeting an old friend in a foreign land. They exchanged WeChat contacts, and the man's name was Deng Yu. With Principal Li's assistance, Deng Yu managed to refuel his vehicle. Grateful, he drove Jiang Xi directly to Ningxiang County's train station. Flustered, Jiang Xi boarded the high-speed train. Once settled, she checked her phone, only to discover that Lu Yudong had called her more than a dozen times, presumably due to a lack of signal, as she had not received any of them. There was also a WeChat message from him, simply 2 words. "Where are you?" In a hurried response, Jiang Xi replied, "I just saw it. My phone had no signal." Without replying, he called her immediately, his voice cold as he inquired, "You took a day off under my name. Where have you been?" Through the phone, Jiang Xi could sense his icy demeanor, barely concealing his anger. "Wasn't it 3 o'clock to pick up grandfather? Why are you calling me this morning?" Jiang Xi, her mind clear, quickly shifted the topic. "Where have you been?" Lu Yudong continued, unyielding in his cold tone. Jiang Xi thought to herself, merely a few days ago, she had emphatically told Lu Yudong not to straddle 2 boats. Yet here she was retrieving her ex-boyfriend's diary, inevitably raising suspicions about her intentions. Thus, she claimed, "I went shopping, didn't he find anything new from Dongzixing, feeling upset with Xing Baohua, so I wandered around all morning." Lu Yudong perceived her discontent regarding the situation, and since he shared part of the blame, he refrained from probing further. He initially planned to visit grandfather in the afternoon and return to Jiangzhou the following morning. But now he had a sudden meeting, deciding to go in the morning and return in the afternoon. "I am already on my way. Don't return to Qingcheng, that I'll send you the address. Head back to the villa and wait for grandfather." Lu Yudong's tone softened slightly as he spoke to Jiang Xi. "All right," Jiang Xi responded, contemplating. Grandfather was unwell and living alone in Qingcheng, which was indeed worrisome. Bringing him over was understandable. However, did it mean grandfather would be living with Lu Yudong? Was she also expected to move in with him? The thought sent a shiver down her spine, realizing everything was subject to Lu Yudong's arrangements. Not allowing herself to dwell too long on these thoughts, Jiang Xi began reading Xiao Zheng's diary. From their initial acquaintance to their romantic relationship, and then to his teaching assistants, it felt as if every moment rushed before her eyes. Tears streamed down Jiang Xi's face, falling onto the pages of his diary. Did I in it? Xiao Zheng mentioned several times the gap between the children of Ningxiang County and the outside world. His greatest wish was to provide each child at Love Heart Primary School with a computer, yet he estimated it would require hundreds of thousands, far beyond his financial means. Clenching her fists, Jiang Xi resolved to help Xiao Zheng fulfill this wish. However, upon calculating her available funds, she realized that after signing the agreement, Lu Yudong had given her 200,000, and after several visits to grandfather's home, she had taken less than 100,000, totaling not even 300,000. Moreover, most of this money had gone toward her mother's medical expenses. Dr. Fu was currently seeking a caregiver, and she needed to reserve the little remaining funds for that purpose. Jiang Xi pondered. How could she earn more money? Chapter 27. How does one look? Where's Xiao Xi? Why hasn't she come? Grandfather voiced some complaints in Lu Yudong's in grandfather's eyes. Jiang Xi still resembled a child, and being with her allowed him to feel the joys of family. While you're working, I wouldn't want to delay your granddaughter-in-law's job, Lu Yudong added. This time, you'll stay with me, that I have already arranged everything with the hospital and doctors. Necessary medical facilities are available at home, eliminating the need for hospital visits. When they arrived at Lu Yudong's hillside villa at 4 in the afternoon, several housekeepers greeted them, but Jiang Xi was notably absent. Lu Yudong furrowed his brow and inquired of the housekeepers, Has my wife returned? Not yet. Would you like us to call her? The housekeepers have been informed of the situation regarding Lu Yudong's wife, so they handled grandfather's presence with ease. That no need that don't delay Xiao Xi's work. She'll see him after her shift. I'll tidy up first, grandfather stated. Lu Yudong glanced back discontentedly, searching for any sign of Jiang Xi. In that moment, he did not see her, but instead spotted another woman driving over. It's some sort of telepathy. The moment I turn around, you arrive, In Shuamol remarked in a flirtatious tone as she alighted from her car. Just as Lu Yudong opened the trunk filled with grandfather's luggage, that I'll handle it, she insisted, stepping forward to take grandfather's belongings. Grandfather regarded In Shuamol with a slight furrow of his brow, but remained silent, a testament to his scholarly demeanor. Let the housekeepers take care of it, Lu Yudong asserted before entering the house. Clearly, Jiang Xi had once again cast a shadow over his mood. In Shuamol, with feigned charm, engaged grandfather in conversation as he retired to rest, exhausted. After some time, Jiang Xi burst into the house, her face flushed and hair disheveled, as if she had just returned from a long journey. Where's grandfather? Upon entering, she showed no regard for Lu Yudong's feelings, casting a brief glance at In Shuamol. Jiang Xi recognized her as the woman from the photographs, the one her colleagues spoke of. In his room, on the left side of the first floor, he is asleep. Don't disturb him, Lu Yudong instructed. This was Jiang Xi's first visit to Lu Yudong's home, and he subtly guided her through it. At that moment, In Shuamol noticed the wedding photo of Lu Yudong and Jiang Xi hanging on the wall, her expression instantly paling. How come you just got back? Lu Yudong pulled Jiang Xi closer, urging her to sit on his lap, his lips naturally brushing against her cheek. In Shuamol scrutinized Jiang Xi, tall and slender, with flawless skin, large round eyes, a dainty nose, and a cherry-like mouth. Her features were exquisitely delicate. With her hair tied back in a ponytail, she exuded youthful energy, effortlessly beautiful without needing to dress up. And who might this sister be? Jiang Xi recognized In Shuamol and understood that Lu Yudong was deliberately showcasing their closeness to provoke jealousy. She felt reduced to a mere tool in his game. Given that Lu Yudong had been unsuccessful in reaching her earlier that morning, Jiang Xi, eager to placate his anger, played her part with enthusiasm. Leaning into him, she wrapped her arms around his neck. I missed you so much. Why did you take so long to return? Jiang Xi purred, her tone affectionate and clingy as she playfully swayed against him. The fresh scent emanating from her enveloped Lu Yudong, bringing him comfort and an overwhelming desire to take her to bed at that moment. Oh, by the way, you still haven't introduced me to this sister. Jiang Xi glanced at In Shuamol. Just an ordinary friend, Lu Yudong replied casually. Then, husband, I'll head upstairs to drop off my bag. With that, Jiang Xi ascended the stairs, inwardly scoffing at the label of ordinary friend. She was unaware of where Lu Yudong's room was, merely using the moment to assert her frequent presence in this home. The hillside villa exuded understated luxury, and as Jiang Xi navigated the staircase, She nearly stumbled. That you're married? You didn't mention that last time, In Xiuma said, her complexion pale, forcing a smile. You didn't ask. Lu Yudong retorted that Lu Yudong himself was uncertain of his feelings. Jiang Xi's earlier demeanor had displeased him, prompting him to use In Xiuma's jealousy as a guise to openly display affection for Jiang Xi, planning to later vent his frustrations in private. Did I ask this your little wife? In Xiuma queried Lu Yudong, her jealousy palpable after witnessing the intimate exchange between Jiang Xi and him. She wished to push Jiang Xi away, yet she had never sat on Lu Yudong's lap, feeling as though they were merely acting for her benefit. Little wife is just a term. What constitutes a little wife? Lu Yudong lit a cigarette, casting a proud glance at In Xiuma. Is she pretty? In Xiuma tilted her head slightly, refusing to answer that question, simply stating, your wife is yours to decide. That I'm leaving. Chapter 28. The first prize haggling. Lu Yudong found Jiang Xi in the study on the second floor, engrossed in an English novel. I've come to discuss something with you. Lu Yudong knocked on the study door, startling Jiang Xi. She assumed he intended to discuss the events of that morning. Lu Yudong proceeded towards his bedroom, while Jiang Xi anxiously followed behind him. Once he closed the door, she surveyed his room, which was impressively lavish, far exceeding her expectations. It could easily be mistaken for a separate luxurious residence. Lu Yudong casually changed his clothes. The inadvertent reveal of his sculpted 8-pack abs sent a shiver down Jiang Xi's spine, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. Lu Yudong wore a peculiar smile. What is the matter? Afraid to look? Or merely feigning modesty? We've already shared intimacy, and now you wish to act coy. Or were you merely a dilettante in the past? I'm not good, she retorted, feeling her cheeks flush at his insinuation regarding her preoccupation with their intimate encounters. Not good. That must be my imagination, Lu Yudong replied with a sly grin as he donned a gray casual shirt, fastening its buttons. That you'll be moving in with me from now on. Jiang Xi was taken aback. Although she had considered the possibility of moving in, Lu Yudong's declaration surprised her nonetheless. What do you mean, In grandfather's eyes, we are husband and wife, if you stay outside every day. What does that signify? Am I to wear the green hat? Or shall we live apart? I don't want to cause my grandfather any distress. Jiang Xi understood his reasoning. After all, 500,000 was no trifling sum. Yet she suddenly recalled Xiao Zheng's aspirations, and that 500,000 was not something she could access at present. Uncertainty loomed over when she might obtain it. Resolute, Jiang Xi licked her lips. Determined to negotiate for more, Lu Yudong paused in fastening his buttons, asking, how much more? 10,000 a night. Jiang Xi calculated that if a computer cost 4,200 units would total 800,000, making 500,000 insufficient. Thus, she steeled herself. 10,000 a night would take too long. 1 million to be transferred immediately, and I'll move in tonight. With only the top 2 buttons of his shirt left undone, Lu Yudong ceased fastening them, his chest partially exposed. He approached Jiang Xi, scrutinizing her. This in turn was indeed not as easily manipulated as he had anticipated. Have you learned to negotiate? He inquired, his gaze piercing. Things must rise accordingly, Jiang Xi asserted confidently. Living together daily would surely require considerable vigilance to avoid any slip-ups, which would be quite taxing. Is it true that if I don't comply, you'll simply quit? Lu Yudong continued with an icy tone. Yes, after all, he is your grandfather. Ethically speaking, he is merely a stranger to me. Jiang Xi spoke with righteous conviction. Last Thursday, her words had struck home. Now, with her grandfather's arrival, she had chosen this hurdle, boldly demanding a sum that left Lu Yudong no room for negotiation. This was Jiang Xi's first attempt at haggling, and asking for 1 million was undeniably audacious. Are you not concerned about my divorce? Lu Yudong appraised her blushing face. Grandfather likes me very much. If you divorce, he would certainly be displeased, Jiang Xi said, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Have you truly calculated that you have me at your mercy? Or do you think I am naive and easily swayed? Not at all. I am worth every penny, Jiang Xi boldly asserted. Lu Yudong inhaled deeply, his expression darkening as he transferred 1 million to Jiang Xi, then barked, You'll sleep here tonight. Move your belongings in tomorrow to Do not let grandfather see. Finally, Jiang Xi exhaled in relief. The 200 computers were now within her grasp. That evening, during dinner, she and her grandfather shared joyous conversation. She was a source of delight. Her grandfather even remarked that with Jiang Xi around, he could live for several more years. May you live 100 years. Jiang Xi smiled, glancing sideways to catch Lu Yudong's gaze fixed upon her, as if to say, 100 years more, and there will be no escape from marriage. The next day, during her lunch break, Jiang Xi returned to her dormitory to pack her belongings. Upon discovering Xiao Zheng's diary, she hesitated, ultimately deciding to lock it away in her suitcase. That it was not that Lu Yudong lacked interest in her possessions. But even if he did, he would be unaware of the suitcase's combination. In the afternoon, she rode home with Lu Yudong, seizing the opportunity when her grandfather was distracted to bring the suitcase upstairs. After unpacking her clothes, she tucked the suitcase away in a discreet corner of the balcony. Chapter 29. He didn't hit you, did he? This week, Jiang Xi made a concerted effort to keep her grandfather cheerful. With her grandfather beaming, Lu Yudong occasionally transferred money to her. On days he didn't, Jiang Xi didn't mind, as the funds for the computers were already sufficient. And on Sunday, Jiang Xi requested a day off from Lu Yudong to attend a CPA training course. Unexpectedly, in the corridor of the training center, she encountered an old colleague, young Manny. Manny, you're taking the CPA exam too? I didn't see you last time. Jiang Xi felt a pang of guilt upon seeing young Manny. Knowing she had taken her spot at the new company, I just started working at the new company this week, and I registered for the training course on Wednesday. Young Manny replied, sipping her coffee. You found a new job? Young Manny remarked casually. President Lu introduced me to a CPA firm, and the salary is double what I was earning at Shindong. Once I pass the exam, I'll officially be an accountant. Hearing young Manny's words somewhat reassured Jiang Xi. Just then, Chu Shuo walked over from the opposite direction, prompting a bright smile from young Manny, who was clearly eager to see him. Chu Shuo was young Manny's senior at Huada, and they had met at several forums. Senior, I bought you a cup of coffee. Young Manny eagerly handed another cup to Chu Shuo. Chu Shuo shook his head. Thank you, but coffee keeps me awake. No need. With that, he furrowed his brow and pulled Jiang Xi aside. That Lu Yudong didn't do anything to you, did he? Jiang Xi shook her head innocently. No, why? I find him rather violent. I'm relieved you're okay. I was worried he might hurt you. Chu Shuo recalled the moment when Lu Yudong had thrown his shirt out of the car, that he scrutinized Jiang Xi's face, asking, what is your relationship with Lu Yudong? Why did you get in his car that day? The question caught Jiang Xi off guard. After all, their marital status was supposed to remain confidential. Although Lu Yudong had not seemed overly concerned about it later, she sensed the tension between him and Chu Shuo. If she divulged their private matters, Lu Yudong would undoubtedly be displeased. That in a professional context, we are superior and subordinate. In a personal context, we are friends. Jiang Xi replied, opting to downplay the situation. Just friends, for some reason. Chu Shuo appeared visibly relieved and even pleased by her response. Indeed, Jiang Xi nodded internally, feeling guilty for temporarily concealing the truth to avoid upsetting her boss. The two continued to converse quietly for a while, their voices barely audible. This scene did not escape young Manny's notice, who clenched her fists in frustration. Why did Jiang Xi insist on competing with her for everything? Young Manny discreetly snapped a photo of Jiang Xi and sent it to her half-brother, Yang Dong, along with a message. Bro, what do you think of this girl? She is my classmate and quite beautiful. When you pick me up after class tonight, take a sneak peek. Yang Dong replied with a playful emoji, indicating his agreement. Young Manny knew her brother had a penchant for flirtation. It was only natural for him to stir up trouble. As the class bell rang, students filed into the classroom. Although Chu Shuo was lecturing, his gaze frequently drifted towards Jiang Xi, which young Manny noted with simmering resentment. After class, Jiang Xi lingered in the classroom to study a bit longer. As she descended the stairs and reached the entrance, a lewd man approached her, attempting to touch her face. Hey, pretty girl, looking good. Jiang Xi regarded him coldly. Who are you? There is surveillance here. You're harassing me. Bro, what are you doing? Young Manny feigned concern, yet remained rooted in place, indifferent to the consequences. After all, he was her half-brother. The more chaos, the more entertaining it was for her. Let us go. I'll treat you to some lamb skewers. Yang Dong declared, advancing towards Jiang Xi without hesitation. Jiang Xi swiftly slapped him across the face. Yang Dong's face burned, his eyes bloodshot. How dare you hit me? You really don't know your place. Seeing the confrontation escalate, young Manny felt an inexplicable thrill. Just as Yang Dong prepared to retaliate, someone seized his hand. "This is a place of learning, not a playground for you to misbehave. Stand down." The voice belonged to Chu Shua, who had just ascended the stairs and was met with chaos in the hall, witnessing a ruffian harassing Jiang Xi. Yang Manius' anger flared further at the sight of Chu Shua defending Jiang Xi. "Who are you, a little whore-esque lover?" Yang Dong spat, his words laced with disdain. "Mind your language." Chu Shua's eyes blazed with fury. No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. "You re-talking to me, Yang Dong," he retorted, casually drawing a spring knife from his shoe. "Watch out." Jiang Xi caught sight of him and called out, instinctively grasping her bag and striking Yang Dong on the head with it. The zipper of the bag struck him precisely, and given the weight of the books inside, Yang Dong's forehead split open, blood gushing forth. The onlookers quickly dialed 110. Chapter 30. "He is my husband." When the police arrived, Yang Dong was already shoving Jiang Xi. The officers took both Jiang Xi and Yang Dong into custody. Chu Shua followed in his car, but he could only loiter outside the police station. The sky was overcast and rain began to fall, making Chu Shua increasingly anxious. Ultimately, the police allowed Jiang Xi's relatives and friends to post bail, fearing that Lu Yudong would find out about the incident. Jiang Xi dared not call him, especially since their relationship was merely contractual, and Lu Yudong had no obligation to assist her. She called Jiang Yi instead. "Need money? I have none. If you want a life, that's a different story." After saying this, Jiang Yi hung up. Previously, when he had drugged Jiang Xi, he had faced a furious reprimand from Chu Shua afterward, nearly resulting in his dismissal. Jiang Yi realized that the previous scheme had failed and had only brought him trouble. He harbored resentment towards Jiang Xi. How could he possibly help her? The beeping sound from her phone filled Jiang Xi with embarrassment. This was her own brother. She had not held any hope. But what could she do? He was her closest kin, and she did not wish to trouble Chu Shua. "Can't find anyone." The police inquired that I can't find anyone. Jiang Xi replied, feeling somewhat wronged. When the police investigated Jiang Xi's social connections, they discovered that she was married, and her husband was none other than the renowned Lu Yudong. They contacted Lu Yudong that a fight. Lu Yudong's voice carried disbelief. Yet he remained composed, stating he would come. Upon his arrival at the detention center, the police detailed the incident. That Lu Yudong's expression darkened as he listened, and after paying Jiang Xi's bail, he released her. "You've brought me this mess of rotten peach blossoms from your training class?" At the entrance of the detention center, Lu Yudong lit a cigarette and asked Jiang Xi, "Do you even understand what married means? How much is the bail? I'll pay you back. That I'm sorry for the trouble." Jiang Xi felt guilty and wronged. "Pay back 6,000. Lu Yudong scoffed, finding it laughable that the woman who had recently swindled him out of 1 million was now expected to return 6,000. "We brothers. Let us settle this clearly." Saying this, Jiang Xi took out her phone and transferred 6,000 to Lu Yudong via WeChat. That Lu Yudong did not check his phone or accept the money. "The wool comes from the sheep. It's meaningless to don't tell Grandpa," Jiang Xi said, her tone pleading that I can't be bothered with your mess. With that, Lu Yudong exited the detention center, and Jiang Xi followed closely behind. Clutching her bag as night fell, the rain poured steadily. The Lu Yudong walked in the rain without an umbrella, droplets cascading from his hair like pearls. Jiang Xi, feeling somewhat dazed, struggled to keep pace with him as he walked briskly. Whenever it rained, Lu Yudong would always refuse to carry an umbrella. Jiang Xi quickened her steps, shielding his head with her bag. Given her much shorter stature, she had to stand on tiptoe. "Why don't you ever take an umbrella when it rains?" Jiang Xi asked, her concern genuine. "What if you catch a cold?" Lu Yudong frowned slightly and glanced at her. "Usually, I get out of the car from the basement. I don't get rained on for long." "You should still carry an umbrella," Jiang Xi insisted earnestly. That Lu Yudong remained silent. Upon reaching the parking lot, Chu Shua saw Jiang Xi emerge and hurriedly approached her to inquire about the situation. Lu Yudong's expression darkened further. Jiang Xi felt even more embarrassed, recalling Lu Yudong's earlier sarcasm about her entanglements. "Who are you to Jiang Xi?" Chu Shua asked, noticing Lu Yudong's cold demeanor and Jiang Xi's fawning gestures as she held the bag over him. Feeling increasingly indignant. "You didn't tell him?" Lu Yudong asked Jiang Xi, his brow furrowing. Jiang Xi said nothing. Despite the rain and the muddy ground, she shuffled her feet, feeling awkward. "Why didn't you bail her out?" Lu Yudong questioned Chu Shua with an inscrutable expression that I had no idea what was happening inside. No one called me. Lu Yudong smirked slightly, but the police called me. So, Jiang Xi, you told the police he was your friend. Didn't you? Chu Shua said nervously. You could have mentioned me. I wouldn't mind the trouble. Lu Yudong sarcastically chuckled, glancing at Jiang Xi, who continued to shift her feet in embarrassment. Jiang Xi, Chu Shua felt a foreboding sense of dread. It's the police's investigation. He is my husband. Chapter 31. Trying to coax me? Lu Yudong grasped Jiang Xi's hand, and they both got into the car. Chu Shua stood there in shock. Jiang Xi was married? He sent a WeChat message to Jiang Yi. Your sister is married. Inside Lu Yudong's car, he questioned Jiang Xi. Why didn't you tell me? Jiang Xi could only clutch her bag tightly, blaming herself for the predicament, feeling as if she had shot herself in the foot. Why is there any shame in being married? Or are you worried it will sever any lingering ambiguity between us? Lu Yudong remarked sarcastically. No, he is just doing an internship. So how did he end up accompanying you to class? Lu Yudong pressed further. Today, he is the teacher of the training class, teaching me economic law. So every time you attend training, it's to rendezvous with him? No, listen to my explanation. In any case, you're not allowed to attend that training class, Lu Yudong commanded sharply. Jiang Xi felt her temper flare. That class cost me 18,000. They won to refund the money. She retorted defiantly. Not allowed. I'll give you 180,000 that you are not to attend. If you dare go, I'll break your legs. Jiang Xi understood that resisting was futile. The more she resisted, the harsher he would become. She leaned back against the car seat in a huff, closing her eyes to rest. The car arrived at a villa in the hills. Lu Yudong took out his phone and transferred 18,000 directly into Jiang Xi's account. Jiang Xi, still sulking, grabbed her bag and left. She and T had dinner and went to bed early. Xiao Xi, what is wrong? Grandfather inquired with concern. You didn't eat dinner? I'm just having a quarrel upstairs, grandfather chuckled heartily. Even if you're arguing, you should still yield to her. After all, you're much older than she is. Lu Yudong remained silent. As he ascended the stairs, Jiang Xi lay under the covers, sulking. Lu Yudong yanked the blanket off her. What are you doing? Jiang Xi exclaimed angrily, squinting at the sudden light. Sulking wouldn't change anything. You might as well accept it, Lu Yudong replied coldly. Jiang Xi huffed and turned away, ignoring him. It seemed that if she wanted to attend the training class, she would have to adopt a different approach. It wasn't that Jiang Xi was particularly obsessed with the training class. Rather, she felt that her relationship with Chu Shua was lacking, and it would be a waste of 18,000. Having not slept well the previous night, Jiang Xi awoke to find Lu Yudong standing by her bed dressing. She sat up and helped him put on his shirt. Lu Yudong frowned, unsure of Jiang Xi's thoughts. Yet her demeanor exuded warmth, resembling that of a devoted wife. Chu Shua is not my boyfriend. I was just lying to you before, Jiang Xi explained as she slipped his sleeve on, her fingers brushing against his chest. The warmth of her touch providing a comforting sensation to Lu Yudong. So, do you have any more truths to share? Lu Yudong asked, looking down at her. Although he reprimanded her, there was a hint of softness in his tone. Jiang Xi sensed his gentleness and felt encouraged. When you proposed marriage, I didn't want to, so I made up this excuse about a boyfriend. It just so happened that he had added me on WeChat. But I didn't accept. When you asked me for my boyfriend's name, I just mentioned his name casually. I never expected him to actually exist. He is the son of my brother's boss and teaches at the training class. My brother wanted to introduce him to me, which is why he added me. You better be telling the truth. I am absolutely telling the truth. Jiang Xi's fingers fumbled with his buttons, her innocent eyes gazing at him with sincerity. Trying to coax me? You, Lu Yudong, are not so easily swayed, are you? You're intelligent. Who could possibly fool you? Jiang Xi complained playfully. You pursue while making it seem like you're retreating. Not now, but who knows what the future holds? Although Lu Yudong's tone softened, there remained an undercurrent of dissatisfaction, that I'm not that kind of person. Besides, I'm already married. If I dared to betray my husband, he would certainly break my legs. Jiang Xi leaned closer to Lu Yudong, her words teasingly light. Lu Yudong fell silent, preparing to leave. Husband, can't you let me attend this training class? There's nothing between me and Chu Shua. That day, my brother plotted against me, yet nothing transpired between us. Jiang Xi called out to Lu Yudong. urging him to speak further. Darling, our finances are communal, but the funds transferred from one pocket to another merely serve as a facade. The money given to the training class has truly ended up in someone else's hands, and it pains me. Jiang Xi persisted, and indeed, Lu Yudong's anger dissipated. Let me know when you plan to attend class. And furthermore, ensure Aunt Fong accompanies you each time. Thank you, my love, Jiang Xi exclaimed joyfully, even summoning the courage to plant a kiss on Lu Yudong's cheek. She feared that such an act might incite his ire. Yet Lu Yudong merely glanced at her, saying nothing, as if he found it quite delightful. Through this encounter, Jiang Xi discerned Lu Yudong's Achilles heel, as long as she did not contradict him and offered him praise. All would be well. Chapter 32. Are you feeling weary, my dear? On Sunday afternoon, Jiang Xi reported to Lu Yudong about her training class. Lu Yudong, leisurely sipping his soup, suggested, "Let Aunt Fong accompany you. You truly keep your word." "Darling," Jiang Xi replied, her spirits lifted. "Spare me the flattery. If another incident occurs, you can forget about attending." Lu Yudong picked up a napkin to wipe his hands. Jiang Xi stuck out her tongue, pondering. Nothing escapes Lu Yudong's notice. At the training class, Jiang Xi spotted Yang Mani, who appeared flustered and trembling, as if gripped by fear. "Jiang Xi, I sincerely apologize for the previous incident. My brother should not have treated you that way." Yang Mani said that it's all right. "You cannot control your brother," Jiang Xi replied, empathizing with Yang Mani, who also had an unworthy sibling. During this session, Yang Mani deliberately positioned herself far from Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi found this peculiar. When Chu Shuo attended the class, his gaze instinctively gravitated towards Jiang Xi. Although Yang Mani harbored resentment, she could only lower her head in silence. Yang Dong had been confronted by Lu Yudong, who had even arranged for someone to show her the confrontation, a warning meant to keep Yang Mani in line. It was no wonder that Yang Mani felt trepidation upon witnessing Lu Yudong's wrath for the first time. Desiring to avoid a collision with Lu Yudong, Jiang Xi deliberately averted her gaze from Chu Shuo and, as soon as class concluded, hurriedly exited the classroom. Aunt Fong, upon seeing Jiang Xi, greeted her with a beaming smile. "You must be exhausted, dear." "Not at all, just a single class," Jiang Xi responded as she departed with Aunt Fong. Chu Shuo, trailing behind, furrowed his brow. Previously, Jiang Xi had claimed Lu Yudong was her husband, yet when he inquired of Jiang Yi, the latter vehemently denied it. Now, however, a servant from the Lu household had personally come to fetch Jiang Xi. What was truly going on? Chu Shuo resolved to investigate this matter himself. 2 days later, Chu Shuo threw a photocopy of Jiang Xi and Lu Yudong's marriage certificate in front of Jiang Yi. "Take a look for yourself." Chu Shuo was naturally incensed, especially considering Jiang Yi had previously attempted to introduce his sister to him. "What is the meaning of this?" Jiang Yi asked, incredulity etched on his face. "That if you seek answers, consult someone else. You'd best refrain from such antics in the future. Could this be a forgery?" Jiang Yi queried hesitantly. Chu Shuo gave a rueful smile. "I have a friend at the Civil Affairs Bureau." With that, he departed, his heart heavy with disappointment. He had never imagined Jiang Xi would be married. Jiang Yi's initial shock gradually morphed into astonishment. Lu Yudong, the very figure he had never dared to envision, was his brother-in-law. No wonder Jiang Xi had been so unfazed while securing a caregiver for their mother. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have gone to such lengths to arrange a union between Jiang Xi and Chu Shuo, only to have Jiang Xi resent him for it. On Saturday, Jiang Yi visited Lu Yudong's villa. Lu Yudong was taken aback, having no acquaintance with Jiang Yi. Is Xiao Sai not here? Jiang Yi boldly claimed the familiarity of an elder brother-in-law, settling himself on Lu Yudong's sofa. Jiang Xi routinely visited their mother every Saturday, a fact Jiang Yi was well aware of. His inquiry was intentional. "Not here? Looking for her?" Lu Yudong frowned at "Yes, brother-in-law." Jiang Yi replied to brother-in-law. Lu Yudong's brow furrowed in confusion. He recognized the man before him as Jiang Xi's reckless brother. "Indeed, it was Xiao Ci who informed me of your marriage. That I understand the need for discretion regarding such matters. However, is it not a tad inappropriate for the brother-in-law of the illustrious Lu to reside in such a humble abode? Surely you ought to consider upgrading to a villa. Furthermore, regarding my employment, it would be prudent to arrange something more befitting. Currently, I am driving for Chu Linsheng. That it would not reflect well should this reach your subordinates' ears." Jiang Yi presented himself with an air of entitlement. Chu Linxing, is he your son? Lu Yudong's expression tightened. Yes. Additionally, our mother is unwell and requires financial assistance. Her hospitalization costs 100,000 a month. And a caregiver costs 10,000. Considering any unforeseen circumstances, you ought to provide sufficient funds for at least 5 years. How much do you require? Lu Yudong inquired, maintaining his composure. Jiang Yi extended his hand. 5 million. Lu Yudong chuckled softly, as if amused by Jiang Yi's audacity. That I can offer you a job, but my wealth does not come from thin air. Lu Yudong replied coolly that if you refuse, I shall ensure Jiang Xi divorces you. After all, she and Chu Shua share mutual feelings and a deep connection. Chu Shua would not mind her status as a divorcee. Jiang Yi, unable to contain his frustration, rose from the sofa. You may converse with her before making such claims. Lu Yudong retorted coldly. Realizing that neither threats nor persuasion would work, Jiang Yi, filled with shame and anger, declared, I will go to your company and publicize your marriage. Is that so? I would welcome it. It would help me ward off numerous unwanted advances, Lu Yudong replied with a smile. Chapter 33. Submitting and Appeasing. A tried-and-true strategy. Lu Yudong contacted his subordinates to investigate Jiang Xi's mother's condition. He specifically inquired about the events surrounding their marriage. The assistant reported that on the day of their wedding, Jiang Xi's mother had suffered from pulmonary fluid accumulation, and with hospitalization expenses, Jiang Xi needed to pay 60,000. Jiang Xi had initially resisted marrying him, only to relent. At last, Lu Yudong understood the reason. She required financial assistance. She held no affection for him, nor was she employing any strategy of entrapment. That a tinge of disappointment flickered in Lu Yudong's heart. However, one aspect perplexed him. Calculating the funds he had provided her, excluding the 18,000 given out of spite, amounted to over 300,000, ample to cover the hospitalization fee. Furthermore, he had informed her that upon completion of her tasks, she would receive no less than 5 million. Why then did she insist on demanding that 1 million? Was it mere greed? At 3 in the afternoon, Jiang Xi returned. How was the meal prepared by Han Lan's mother? Lu Yudong inquired lazily from the couch. Jiang Xi had used the excuse of dining at Han Lan's residence, located in the outskirts of Jiangzhou. Every weekend, that tea was delicious. What dishes were prepared? Jiang Xi was taken aback by Lu Yudong's interest in such trivial matters. There was kung pao chicken, guabao meat, braised eggplant, just ordinary home-cooked dishes. That Lu Yudong scrutinized her. Jiang Xi, do you not know that lying will only lead to your nose growing longer? What lies? I have said nothing. Jiang Xi's eyes began to flicker, and her flushed ears betrayed her. Caring for your mother is not a bad thing. Why conceal it? Lu Yudong, evidently disappointed in Jiang Xi, retreated upstairs. She stood frozen, pondering how he had discovered the truth. Previously, when she had told Chu Shua that Lu Yudong was her husband, she had assumed Chu Shua was unaware of her mother's hospitalization. Had he asked Jiang Yi? Realizing this, Jiang Xi felt a sudden jolt and texted Jiang Yi, Did you come to my place? She did not reveal any of her current circumstances, merely testing the waters that if Jiang Yi had not approached Lu Yudong, he would surely find her inquiry perplexing. Sister, your home is truly vast. I have never seen such a grand villa in my life. I asked Lu Yudong for money, but he refused. Perhaps you could lend me 1 million. For someone of your financial stature, it is but a trifling sum. Jiang Xi, upon reading this, felt a surge of anger and responded with a single word, scram. It appeared that Jiang Yi had indeed attempted to extort Lu Yudong. Suddenly, Jiang Xi was engulfed by guilt towards Lu Yudong. She dropped her backpack and ascended the stairs, where she found Lu Yudong changing clothes. Jiang Xi unexpectedly embraced him from behind, her face pressed against his back. Since their last encounter, she had come to realize that yielding and ingratiating herself before Lu Yudong was an infallible tactic. So, what is this about? Lu Yudong inquired, his tone noticeably softer than before. Jiang Xi held on to him, relishing the warmth of their bodies in contact. You know about my family situation, don't you? She asked. Your brother has mentioned it. Jiang Xi understood. Jiang Yi had indeed visited and attempted to extort Lu Yudong, that he not concern yourself with him, that I have no intention of acknowledging him, that I apologize on his behalf, that I ask that acceptable. Dear husband, I have an exam coming up, and once it is over, I will stay home to accompany Grandpa every day. Jiang Xi felt the heat radiating from Lu Yudong, which was quite comforting. And her words dripped with flattery. Have you now mastered the art of submission? Indeed, I was at fault. Once your exam is complete, will you no longer attend the training class? Yes, the sooner you finish, the better. Having spoken, Lu Yudong took a step forward and donned his shirt. The implication of Lu Yudong's words was clear to Jiang Xi. The sooner the exams were completed, the sooner she could distance herself from Chu Shua. Suddenly detached from Lu Yudong's presence, Jiang Xi felt an emptiness within her. She believed that Lu Yudong must hold some resentment towards Chu Shua, considering the myriad troubles that this aloof and proud Xiao had endured because of him. Jiang Xi also thought that finishing the exams earlier would be beneficial. Chapter 34. Seeking compensation for her deceased boyfriend, the economic law exam was scheduled for Saturday afternoon from 5:30 to 7:30. Upon arriving at the examination hall, Jiang Xi realized she had forgotten her identification card, and she could not recall where she had placed it. Reluctant to trouble Lu Yudong, she found herself in a predicament where she could not take the exam without it. She called Lu Yudong. "Darling, could you help me find my ID? I forgot to bring it." Although urgency tinged her voice, she made an effort to keep her tone subdued while speaking to Lu Yudong. "Where is your head?" Lu Yudong's voice remained impassive. "That I didn't bring it. It's extremely urgent. Please," Jiang Xi implored. "Wait a moment." Lu Yudong replied before hanging up. That he turned to Yin Xiuma, who was seated on the sofa, and said, "Please wait downstairs." "What is it?" Yin Xiuma feigned concern. "Jiang Xi is going to take her exam, but forgot her ID." Lu Yudong explained as he ascended the stairs. "Oh, is that so? Then hurry and find it." Yin Xiuma responded with a false smile. Yin Xiuma had come to the Lu residence under the pretext of visiting her grandfather, who was currently napping. She had intended to chat with Lu Yudong, and with the grandfather absent, it provided her with the perfect opportunity. As Lu Yudong was dispatched by Jiang Xi to search for her belongings, Yin Xiuma's outward demeanor remained calm, while internally, her emotions twisted into a grotesque shape. After searching extensively without success, Lu Yudong enlisted the help of Aunt Fong. Reasoning that a woman would be more adept at locating a woman's belongings, that he discovered a leather suitcase on the balcony belonging to Jiang Xi. Opening it was child's play for him, and while he did not find Jiang Xi's ID, he did come across an old notebook that a sense of unease washed over him as he noticed it had been hidden away by Jiang Xi. As he examined it, a photograph fell out. Upon picking it up, he recognized a strikingly handsome man amidst a group of children. Sir, I found Madame's ID. It's in the compartment of her original canvas bag, which she washed and left in the bathroom." Aunt Fong's cheerful voice interrupted Lu Yudong's thoughts. "Take it to her. I'll send you the address. Take a taxi," he instructed. "Understood," Aunt Fong said before hurrying downstairs. As she passed through the living room, Yin Xiuma noticed Aunt Fong's hurried demeanor and inquired, "What's going on, Aunt Fong? Where are you headed?" "Oh, I found Madame's ID, and I'm taking it to her," Aunt Fong replied before swiftly exiting. Yin Xiuma pondered. Given that the ID has been found, why hasn't Lu Yudong come down yet? Meanwhile, Lu Yudong was upstairs, engrossed in the diary, which was quite thick and appeared to chronicle 3 years of memories. The diary belonged to Xiao Zheng, with his name and home address inscribed on the cover. Xiao Zheng was a name Lu Yudong had never heard before. 3 years ago, Xiao Zheng had encountered a pure-hearted girl with bright, crescent-shaped eyes and a radiant smile, falling for her at first sight. They subsequently began a romance, studying together, sharing meals in the cafeteria, building snowmen in winter, and swimming together in summer. They were the epitome of a harmonious couple. The girl had even met Xiao Zheng's parents, and they were waiting for the day they would officially wed. However, upon Xiao Zheng's graduation, he was to teach in a remote mountainous region. Almost every entry in the diary addressed the girl as Xiao Xi. Xiao Xi was Xiao Zheng's girlfriend, who was none other than Jiang Xi. Xiao Zheng's love letters to Xiao Xi were fervent and tender, infused with empathy for the children in the mountains and a profound sense of compassion. The final entry of the diary was only half a page long, followed by Jiang Xi's handwriting. "We had planned to get our marriage certificate upon graduation, yet you will never return." Xiao Zheng's greatest wish was to provide 200 computers for the children at his school. Jiang Xi's annotation read, "I will surely help you achieve this." That Lu Yudong's mind replayed memories. The day Jiang Xi returned, travel-worn and weary, having previously ignored his calls. How he had invited her to move to her grandfather's home, where she unexpectedly negotiated for more money, revealing that if all went well, that portion was not for her mother. but rather for her first loved, this realization. Lu Yudong clenched his fists, feeling for the first time in his life that he had been taken for a fool, and no wonder her demeanor had been so placating these past few days. Her attempts to appease him were mere facades, while her true intention was to obtain money for her deceased former boyfriend. Chapter 35. Business trip Yudong. Why haven't you come down yet? At some point, In Shuima had come upstairs that Lu Yudong, burdened by his thoughts and angered, closed Xiao Zheng's diary and replied, "I'm coming." In Shuima approached him. "What is this?" She picked up the photograph of Xiao Zheng from Jiangxi's suitcase. She recognized it as Jiangxi's luggage, knowing that Yudong would never use such a low-quality suitcase. She also understood that the notebook in Lu Yudong's hands was related to Jiangxi. The reason for his prolonged absence was likely due to his discovery of something significant. "Yudong, this man looks quite similar to you," In Shumo remarked, feigning casualness as if she had stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. In reality, Xiao Zheng bore only a slight resemblance to Lu Yudong. Yet In Shumo's comment exaggerated the similarities. That's so. Lu Yudong's face darkened, and he forced a smile. Observing Lu Yudong's expression, In Shumo continued, "Yes, especially when he smiles. He resembles you even more." "Let us go downstairs," Lu Yudong said, taking the photograph from In Shumo's hands and placing it back in the diary, restoring everything to its original state. "Who is this person? Why does he look so much like you?" In Shumo pretended to be oblivious, subtly sowing discord and one of significance. Lu Yudong responded, his expression growing increasingly grave after In Shumo left. Jiang Xi and Aunt Fong returned at 9 o'clock. Aunt Fong had been waiting outside the examination hall for Jiang Xi to finish. "How did the exam go, Jiang Xi?" her grandfather inquired. "It went quite well, Grandpa. Thanks to you, I was able to grasp much of the international business law content. Otherwise, I truly would have struggled," Jiang Xi replied, ravenously devouring her meal. Lu Yudong remained silent, accustomed to his serious demeanor. And Jiang Xi paid him no mind. "Stop with the flattery," her grandfather chuckled. "I'm not. I'm being sincere. I had never studied international business law before. It's like crossing a chasm," Jiang Xi insisted earnestly. Her grandfather specialized in civil and commercial law, with international business law being a subset of that field. "Pack your things. We have a business trip tomorrow," Lu Yudong announced. "Huh? A business trip? Where to?" Jiang Xi asked. Momentarily taken aback, "It's a temporary decision from the finance department, and I approved it." Jiang Xi felt somewhat bewildered, thinking, a business trip is a business trip. Though she would miss her grandfather, staying at home could easily lead to complications. "Are we sending Xiao Xi on a business trip?" Although her grandfather was reluctant, being a man of knowledge, he understood the importance of not hindering his granddaughter's career development. "Yes." "How long will it last?" "Uncertain. It depends on the situation." After finishing their meal, they went upstairs. Lu Yudong informed Jiang Xi, "The business trip is a pretext. You'll be staying elsewhere, as your dormitory has been vacant for some time." Jiang Xi nodded slowly, not fully grasping the reasoning behind it. "I'm afraid of not being able to sleep?" Lu Yudong teased. Jiang Xi blushed. "No, I'm concerned it might affect my grandfather. Your mission has been accomplished." Lu Yudong, as the principal party, was not one to be second-guessed. Despite having lived together for more than 20 days, they had yet to reach a level of complete openness. Their exchanges remaining as minimal as ever, aside from their physical familiarity. As for the money, "I will ensure you receive the full 500,000. Lu Yudong's forthrightness regarding the financial aspect caught Jiang Xi off guard. She did not contest it, acknowledging that her motives were indeed monetary. She chose not to feign integrity, accepting it as it was. "I'll go pack my luggage," she said before heading to the balcony to retrieve her suitcase. Quickly packing her clothes, Lu Yudong observed the entire process with a detached demeanor. The following day, after bidding farewell to her grandfather, Jiang Xi loaded her suitcase in a Lu Yudong Sierra. As she walked towards the dormitory with her luggage, whispers began to circulate. She had likely parted ways with Lu Yudong, who was probably just playing around and had grown tired, returning her to her former life in disgrace. Low chuckles echoed as Jiang Xi faced the scrutiny of others while making her way back to the dormitory. Han Lan, aware of Jiang Xi's return from Lu Yudong's residence, refrained from questioning her, understanding the potential awkwardness of the situation, and simply asked, "Have you eaten? Let us head to work together. It's almost time." The incessant criticism from others did not weigh heavily on Jiang Xi's heart. she swiftly resumed her bustling week. Chapter 36. Lu Yudong stood before her. Although Jiang Xi had indulged in flights of fancy regarding Lu Yudong, she had never harbored any illusions about their marriage. Moving out was a simple matter for her, and she felt no pangs of loss. She even took the initiative to send a message to Jiang Yi. Look, you threatened Lu Yudong, and he took his ire out on me, forcing me out. Do you truly believe I hold any significance in his eyes? When he is in high spirits, he might toss me a few coins. But I dare not reach out for more, and yet you wish to blackmail him. This action by Jiang Xi was intended to dissuade Jiang Yi from further extortion of Lu Yudong, making it clear that Lu Yudong was not someone to be trifled with. Upon reading her message, Jiang Yi felt a surge of anger, but he recognized that Lu Yudong was not a man of good temper. Nor was he a fool easily taken advantage of. Heartless, Jiang Yi muttered under his breath. Who are you referring to? Chu Shuo inquired. Jiang Yi served as the driver for the Chu family, tasked today with taking Chu Shuo to a CPA firm. Chu Shuo owned her own practice, Lu Yudong. He cast Jiang Xi out. How dare he? I do not know. Perhaps he simply looks down upon those of us without wealth, who can fathom the reasons behind his actions. Jiang Yi sneered, his expression calculating that as expected. Chu Shuo furrowed her brow tightly. Moments later, Jiang Yi continued, moreover, during my last visit to Lu Yudong, he remarked that his marriage to Jiang Xi was merely a facade, necessitated by his grandfather's illness, that he needed to marry someone to fulfill his lifelong commitment for his grandfather's sake, and thus chose Jiang Xi. This conclusion was the result of Jiang Yi's careful contemplation. On his last visit to Lu Yudong's home, the aunt had mentioned that the grandfather was unwell and resting, advising Jiang Yi to speak softly, but he had also noticed the presence of syringes and various medications in Lu Yudong's home. Subsequently, Jiang Yi discovered that Lu Yudong's grandfather had only recently moved in, likely gravely ill, which suggested that Lu Yudong was merely orchestrating a sham marriage, tying the knot quietly and parting ways just as discreetly. With no one but the grandfather in the know, that Lu Yudong's expulsion of Jiang Xi seemed devoid of emotional attachment, making it no wonder that he displayed no courtesy towards his brother-in-law. Thus, Jiang Yi believed the crux of this marriage lay with the grandfather. He was the pivotal figure. Jiang Yi surmised that he needed to navigate carefully between both parties, emphasizing the need for Lu Yudong to maintain a delicate relationship with Chu Shuo. Jiang Yi was diligently working to bring Chu Shuo and Jiang Xi together. It was no wonder that Lu Yudong treated Jiang Xi so poorly. How could Lu Yudong dare to treat Xiaozi this way? It is simply outrageous, Chu Shuo exclaimed indignantly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi thought to himself, there is hope. The Chu family can be relied upon. Jiang Yi refrained from mentioning Jiang Xi's past with Xiao Zheng, fearing that Chu Shuo would learn of Jiang Xi's first love and become unsettled. I now eagerly await their divorce. I hope Lu Yudong does not cause my sister any distress, especially since their marriage is purely nominal. Jiang Xi interjected fervently, adopting the tone of a protective sister. How can you be so certain they will divorce? How novel. A marriage devoid of love undoubtedly has an expiration date. It is inconceivable that Lu Yudong would remain unmarried to the one he truly desires for a lifetime. He is far too wealthy to endure such indignities, Jiang Yi asserted, his reasoning sound. Chu Shuo found Jiang Yi's words to be quite persuasive. After the training session concluded, he had initially believed that Jiang Xi was already married and had intended to withdraw quietly. However, after Jiang Yi's remarks, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Jiang Xi's recent circumstances had not been favorable. Had she remained an ordinary employee, there would have been little to no commentary. Or had she married Lu Yudong, accolades would have surrounded her. Yet her situation was peculiar. She had transitioned from an obscure employee to a sought-after individual, only to experience a precipitous fall. Everyone seemed eager to witness her rise and subsequent downfall, reveling in the ceaseless mockery that echoed around her. Xing Baohua frequently assigned extra work to Jiang Xi, leaving her with the heaviest burdens under the pretense that young people need to be challenged. Jiang Xi remained silent, diligently attending to her tasks. She understood that Xing Baohua was deliberately making things difficult for her, yet she bore no resentment. After all, to wear a crown, one must endure its weight. She had indeed relied on Lu Yudong to alleviate her practical difficulties, and thus accepted a measure of backlash with grace that on this particular day, Jiang Xi worked until 5 in the morning before finally clocking out. While packing her bag, she found herself staring at her umbrella, lost in thought for quite some time. She longed to see Lu Yudong once more, yet he remained elusive, as she yawned while clutching her bag in the elevator. A man suddenly appeared before her. Jiang Xi initially thought she was merely drowsy and had imagined him, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. "Have we not met before?" came Lu Yudong's icy voice. "Mr. Lu? What brings you here so early?" Jiang Xi exclaimed, genuinely thrilled. She had yearned to encounter him, but had been thwarted at every turn. Perhaps the heavens had heard her grievances at this moment. Lu Yudong stood before her. Chapter 37. Especially for me? Lu Yudong showed no intention of acknowledging Jiang Xi, attempting to enter the elevator, only to be halted by her call, "Mr. Lu." "What is it?" The elevator doors began to close again, preventing Lu Yudong from entering. "Please wait a moment." With that, Jiang Xi began rummaging through her bag. Her canvas bag contained everything: her wallet, books, tissues, but the umbrella took up little space, making it somewhat challenging to retrieve. After several futile attempts, a wave of embarrassment washed over Jiang Xi as she offered Lu Yudong an awkward smile. "Just finished working late?" Lu Yudong asked, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized her. Rarely did Lu Yudong display a smile. Most of the time, his expression was impassive. "Yes, I've got it." With a flourish, Jiang Xi produced the umbrella to "Mr. Lu. I brought you an umbrella to prevent you from catching a cold." Lu Yudong regarded the umbrella without taking it, his expression questioning. "So, what is this?" He presumed she was merely attempting to alter his demeanor with the offering of a simple umbrella. After all, the attitude of the highest authority dictated her standing within the company. Jiang Xi's current situation was far from favorable, and working until 5 in the morning was a prime example. "Where's the umbrella?" Jiang Xi's eyes sparkled with innocence. "You always forget to use one when it rains. What will you do if you catch a cold?" With that, she pushed the umbrella toward him. Noticing that Lu Yudong still refused to take it, she suddenly had a revelation. "Mr. Lu, this umbrella was specifically sent to me by a classmate studying abroad. It is no ordinary brand, but rather a foreign label. Mariota Larico, quite expensive. Especially for me?" Lu Yudong accepted the umbrella. He glanced at the eagle adorning the handle. "Indeed, it suits your status perfectly. Do remember to use it," Jiang Xi said before turning to leave. As Lu Yudong entered the elevator, his mood lightened somewhat. Upon returning to her dormitory, Jiang Xi found Han Lan awake, who inquired, "You're up so early?" After emerging from the restroom, Han Lan grumbled, "You could still sleep for another 2 hours." Then, suddenly recalling something, she exclaimed, "Wait a minute, Jiang Xi. You haven't slept yet, have you?" "No, I just got back and I'll lie down for a bit," Jiang Xi replied, hanging her bag by the door. Han Lan instantly became alert. "Is there really such bullying? Why is it that the finance department isn't working overtime, yet you alone are being worked to the bone? They surely believe they were too lenient with you in the past, and are now intent on punishing you to make up for that how one should treat others." "Enough," I haven't complained. "So why are you so aggrieved?" Jiang Xi, utterly exhausted, fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow. Han Lan, unable to contain her frustration, chose not to sleep either. Instead, she grabbed her computer and posted on the Fenghua forum, claiming that some individuals were sycophantic and opportunistic, ready to take advantage of others' misfortunes, that it was merely an ordinary complaint post, devoid of names or photos. Yet everyone knew she was referring to Xing Baohua. Given that Jiang Xi had been the only one working late into the night. After posting, Han Lan went to bed. She was awakened by her phone, as the Public Relations Department director requested her presence in the office upon her arrival. "Fine, I'll go. If it comes to that, I'll quit," Han Lan declared, fiercely loyal. After all, such behavior was rampant in the company. "What happened?" Jiang Xi asked, brushing her hair as she rose. "Nothing," after visiting the director's office. Han Lan was met with a barrage of scolding, accused of seeking attention by stepping in for others. "You should know how sensitive interdepartmental relationships are. Are you lacking in intelligence or common sense? Offending the finance department means who will pay your salary in the future. Effective immediately, you are exempt from attending the new East Star training every Friday, and that article you intended to publish on the public account has been retracted due to layout issues. Now be gone." Although Han Lan was indignant, she felt no remorse. When Jiang Xi reported to work, she learned of the events that had transpired. As her colleagues pointed fingers at her, she sent a message to Han Lan, urging her to delete the post, but Han Lan, who was in the director's office at the time, did not see why the time she did her thoughts were, since she has already been punished. What difference does it make whether the post is deleted? Let everyone witness Xing Baohua's true colors. With a grim expression, Xing Baohua directed cold, sarcastic remarks at Jiang Xi. Your friends must be quite loyal. What could Jiang Xi possibly say? The posts remain untouched. She finds herself unable to act. Jiang Xi understands that Xing Baohua harbors significant grievances against her. This situation cannot be attributed to Han Lan. Ever since Jiang Xi's formal employment began, Xing Baohua has been determined to oust her. Chapter 38. She received a like. Offending a superior is an unavoidable predicament. Jiang Xi must work even harder, continuing to keep a low profile, striving to ensure that Xing Baohua cannot find any fault with her. Nonetheless, there is one thing she does every night. She messages her grandfather. Since moving out of the Lu family home, she has maintained this daily ritual. She sends her grandfather numerous photographs, all taken in Nancheng, the locations of her business trips. When her grandfather asks when she will return, she replies, "Grandpa, the accounts here are quite complicated. I estimate I will need to stay for a while longer. I miss you." Upon receiving these 5 words from her grandfather, Jiang Xi's eyes brim with tears. This sentiment was once expressed to her by her parents. But now, no one utters such words to her anymore. Although Jiang Xi lives in this world surrounded by friends and classmates, none can compare to the power of familial love. Jiang Xi responds. Little Ci also misses Grandpa. Her grandfather, removing his reading glasses, takes his phone into the living room and asks Lu Yudong, "When will you let little Ci come back? It's been over 10 days. What did she say to you?" Lu Yudong casually flips through a financial magazine. "She sent me photos from Nancheng, saying the accounts are quite intricate and she will take some time before returning." "Yudong, can't you speak to her supervisor about this?" Her grandfather, uncertain whether he should interfere with her work, feels the weight of time pressing upon him, knowing that each day is a precious gift. Jiang Xi has not sent a single message to Lu Yudong in over 10 days. Their last conversation dates back to that time. However, her exchanges with her grandfather have been lively. This contrast leaves Lu Yudong feeling neglected. Yet, the matter of messaging her grandfather had not been clearly communicated between them. Perhaps Jiang Xi's filial piety drives her, or perhaps her grandfather is her final bargaining chip to return to the Lu family. She knows her grandfather is Lu Yudong's Achilles heel. If she secures her grandfather's favor, Lu Yudong may be more amenable. Jiang Xi, in her current precarious situation, may indeed feel a sense of urgency. Despite this, Lu Yudong has no intention of bringing her back. Though their marriage was a contractual arrangement, he cannot tolerate being treated as a mere substitute. The thought that every intimate moment they share could be tainted by her thoughts of another name fills him with rage. Yet, when he recalls the umbrella Jiang Xi gifted him, his heart softens. The sincerity in her demeanor is evident, and the umbrella was purchased abroad. He has the power to alter her circumstances, and it would require little effort on his part. Lu Yudong peruses Jiang Xi's social media posts. She does not share much, primarily reposting content and links related to her accounting certification exam. However, just yesterday morning, she posted a new update. A day full of energy begins again. Accompanied by a photo of her breakfast, a tea egg, a bun, and a box of soy milk that Lu Yudong gives her post a like. Soon after, many others follow suit, including Xing Baohua and numerous colleagues. In no time, Jiang Xi's post garners 108 likes. Jiang Xi, surprised, thinks to herself, "Truly, Lu Yudong is remarkable. But why is he idly liking my post?" For a moment, everyone is at a loss regarding Lu Yudong's attitude. It does not seem like a breakup, but rather a quarrel that has now been reconciled, that a sense of relief washes over the onlookers. The next day, something even more astonishing occurs. When Jiang Xi steps into the office, Xing Baohua deliberately greets her, saying, "Jiang Xi, back to work." Each year, the New Star program has several substitute spots to replace those who perform poorly during training. And this time, I have nominated you. Jiang Xi replies, feeling a mix of apprehension and gratitude. Shortly thereafter, Han Lan sends Jiang Xi a message. "Jiang Xi, the article that was retracted last time has been accepted again, and the director has reinstated my status as a New Star." Surprised? Unexpected? Jiang Xi quickly realizes that all of this comes from Lu Yudong's influence. His simple like on her post has shifted the company's winds of fortune. With a stomp of his foot, the company trembles. Jiang Xi cannot suppress a shiver, wondering if Lu Yudong had considered these implications when he liked her post. Thus, what does Lu Yudong's like truly signify? Is it a lifeline for Jiang Xi? Or merely a slip of the finger? Chapter 39. He intends to set a trap for Jiang Xi. Today, Lu Yudong attends a meeting and, in the afternoon, passes by Danning Street that he recalls clearly that Xiao Zheng lives on Danning Street. He thinks to himself, Jiang Xi's first love is of no concern to me. Why would I go to his house? Yet he cannot quell his curiosity and instructs the driver to stop. Venturing alone to Xiao Zheng's residence, the address is noted in the front page of his diary that Lu Yudong is unsure if he is overly concerned or possesses an exceptional memory, as he recalls Xiao Zheng's address with clarity. A middle-aged woman answers the door. Did I ask this Xiao Zheng's home? Lu Yudong inquires. Yes, and you are? I am a partner of Xiao Zheng's during his volunteer work. My surname is Shang, that I had intended to sponsor computers for his school. But regrettably, due to recent events, that is no longer possible. Lu Yudong explains that, Mr. Shang, please come in, come in. Xiao Zheng's mother, Wang Xian, says warmly, pulling Lu Yudong into the house. Since Xiao Zheng's passing, she embraces all of his friends with great affection. As if seeking traces of her son in their presence, Xiao Zheng's father, Xiao Luhua, is in the kitchen preparing a meal. Wang Xian introduces him. This is Mr. Shang, a friend of our Xiao Zheng. Hello, Mr. Shang, Xiao Luhua greets warmly. Though he cannot shake hands due to holding a ladle to Mr. Shang, please stay for dinner. Xiao Zheng's parents exude an air of sincerity that Lu Yudong maintains a stern demeanor as he speaks that a glance reveals a photo hanging in the living room. Indeed, it is Xiao Zheng, a striking figure. Few possess the noble virtue of sacrificing themselves to save others. Wang Xian, unable to contain her grief, begins to weep that we fully supported Xiao Zheng's decision to volunteer. Who could have predicted such a tragedy? This is just a small token of my appreciation, Lu Yudong states, producing a stack of cash and placing it in Wang Xian's hands that no, we cannot accept this money. Mr. Shang, please take it back, that if you insist on giving money, I will have to ask you to leave. Wang Xian insists that Lu Yudong retrieves the money. My phone number is 139XXXXXXXX. If you need anything, feel free to call me. He offers, providing his assistant's number, a personal line known only to him, that he wishes to see if Jiang Xi will reach out to this number in private, given that Mr. Shang is a former friend of Xiao Zheng and conveniently involved in computers. Lu Yudong, motivated by some hidden agenda, seeks to ensnare Jiang Xi that he returns to the company. Wang Xian calls Jiang Xi, informing her that a friend of Xiao Zheng's has visited today and mentions that Mr. Shang is in the computer business, initially intending to donate computers to Xiao Zheng's school. Since Xiao Zheng's demise, Wang Xian has kept Jiang Xi informed about any matters related to him. Computers? Jiang Xi murmurs the word. The money is now in hand, and she has been searching online for reliable computer suppliers. Since he is a friend of Xiao Zheng's and has intentions to sponsor, he should be trustworthy. Jiang Xi feels a surge of excitement. Yes, he mentioned wanting to sponsor, but regrettably, Xiao Zheng's situation has changed. Annie, do you have his number? Wait a moment. I'll let you know, Wang Xian replies, providing Lu Yudong's phone number to Jiang Xi. All right, I will contact him. What? Donating computers is inherently a costly endeavor, and it will require a significant amount of money. Jiang Xi worries that Annie might feel burdened by this knowledge, so she remains discreet and simply assures her of confidentiality. After hanging up, Jiang Xi calls the number that, of course, she is unaware that the person on the other end is Lu Yudong's assistant, that Lu Yudong has already briefed his assistant, who knows how to respond. Just as Lu Yudong walks into the office, his assistant enters, holding the phone. Mr. Lu, it's Jiang Xi. The assistant announces that Lu Yudong lights a cigarette, slamming the lighter onto the desk, and sardonic remarks, she certainly is quick. Follow the instructions I gave you. Jiang Xi and the assistant finalize the details. This Saturday, Jiang Xi will visit the factory in the suburbs. Jiang Xi adds the assistant on WeChat, and he sends her the location. Lu Yudong had previously acquired a small computer company, intending to venture in a private label production. Now, this opportunity proves advantageous that he sets a trap, and she takes the bait. Chapter 40. Lu thrives on this scheme. With the arrangements settled, Jiang Xi feels elated and invigorated. This marks her first transaction exceeding 100,000 yuan, filling her with a blend of excitement and trepidation, concerned about encountering fraudsters or ill-intentioned individuals. She asks Han Lan to accompany her. Han Lan, no longer needing to tread lightly, feels a sense of pride and readily agrees to Jiang Xi's request. For such matters, it's best to have a man along. It would be ideal to have him or to Lu accompany you. Who would dare to deceive him? They wouldn't even have the audacity to try. Han Lan munched on snacks while conversing with Jiang Xi. Is it really that simple? You're just being difficult, she remarked. Besides, this matter is related to my ex-boyfriend. Have I lost my mind seeking his company? Jiang Xi responded. What are you making a fuss about? It's evident that with a mere like from him, our circumstances are vastly different. For him, others are eager to fawn over him. Yet here you are, being obstinate. Han Lan, somewhat exasperated, retorted, Don't even mention it that I've been constantly supportive. To this day, Jiang Xi remains oblivious as to why Lu Yudong suddenly asked her to move out. How can I possibly cater to his whims? I should just plead with him and show some charm. The CEO is fond of that. Han Lan further inquired, How do you know? Have you ever charmed him before? Jiang Xi replied, her tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. Not at all, that I haven't even had the privilege of meeting CEO Lu. Han Lan then began to act coy in front of Jiang Xi. On a serious note, my sister is coming this afternoon to bring me some food. Your sister? Isn't she about to give birth? It's quite bold of her to come here with her big belly. Jiang Xi remarked that she's not coming herself. She sent her younger uncle instead, that I hear he's quite handsome, Han Lan said dreamily. You haven't met him? Han Lan shot Jiang Xi a glance. No, he didn't attend my sister's wedding. He seems to have been out of town at T6 in the evening. The doorbell rang in the dormitory, and Jiang Xi went to answer it. As she opened the door, her eyes widened in surprise. Deng Yu? Jiang Xi? Who are you looking for? Me. Deng Yu raised the lunchbox he held. I'm delivering food for my sister-in-law's younger sister. I didn't expect you two to share a dormitory. What a coincidence. After Han Lan emerged and caught sight of Deng Yu's handsome face, her eyes sparkled. How about I treat both of you lovely ladies to dinner tonight? Deng Yu suggested. What about the food your sister sent? Jiang Xi asked, frowning slightly. However, Han Lan was already intrigued, for who wouldn't relish dining with a handsome man? We can just eat that later. It won't spoil. Come on, let's go have hot pot. Deng Yu was enthusiastic. Recently, Jiang Xi and Han Lan had been under pressure, and this was the perfect opportunity for them to unwind. Besides, Jiang Xi had a penchant for spicy food. The spicier, the better. During dinner, Deng Yu inquired. Since we added each other on WeChat, we haven't had a proper chat. That I see you work at Shindong Group. That's promising. That I'm just a low-level employee. What prospects do I have? Han Lan has a brighter future as a rising star at Shindong. Jiang Xi boasted, keen to flatter Han Lan. Jiang Xi noticed that Han Lan harbored feelings for Deng Yu, and they exchanged WeChat contacts that, oh, by the way, we're going to the suburbs on Sunday to inspect a computer factory. We've never been there and are worried about scams. Would you join us? Han Lan invited Deng. Yue's sister mentioned that her younger uncle runs a gaming company. You're the perfect fit for assessing computers. Visiting a computer factory? No problem at all, that I'll drive the two lovely ladies there, Deng Yu replied. Planning to purchase computers? You can just buy them from the electronics market. Why go directly to the source? 200 units. They're for donation to children in the mountainous regions, Jiang Xi explained readily, recalling that day they had visited the charity school together. 200 units. That's quite generous, Deng Yu remarked. Where's the funding from? I sold my father's old house in the countryside. Jiang Xi deflected, anxious that Deng Yu might inquire about the source of the funds, which would lead to an awkward situation. She had never mentioned her contractual marriage with Lu Yudong to Han Lan, and Han Lan was unaware of the origin of the money. Jiang Xi had never visited her father's old house in the countryside. And besides, the land couldn't be sold. Fortunately, Deng Yu didn't press further. What could Jiang Xi say? Should she claim she sold herself for the money? Chapter 41. The Heartthrob on Sunday at 10 in the morning. Deng Yu drove his Audi to pick up Han Lan and Jiang Xi. The factory was located in the Zhongruan Economic Development Zone, an area primarily filled with factories and sparsely populated. They arrived at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Manager Sun of the factory warmly welcomed them and showed them around the workshop, providing detailed descriptions of the processors. Can they be shipped to Ningxiang County? Jiang Xi inquired. Absolutely. Our factory has a comprehensive logistics system. You can rest assured, Miss Jiang, Manager Sun assured her. What Jiang Xi was unaware of was that at that very moment, Lu Yudong was seated in the manager's office. Watching the factory surveillance footage, as soon as Jiang Xi and her companions entered, Lu Yudong spotted them. Upon noticing Deng Yu beside her, He mused, as expected. My wife is a heartthrob, surrounded by different men at all times. After the training session concluded, she is now aligned with Deng Yu that I'd like to know how much it would cost for 200 units, Jiang Xi said, impressed by the quality of the computers and the efficient logistics. Eager to finalize the order, Deng Yu, being knowledgeable about computers due to his gaming company, concurred that the computers were indeed commendable. Manager Sun furrowed his brow slightly. Regarding the pricing, I can't make that decision. I'll need to consult our president. President Shang? Jiang Xi recalled the person who had answered the phone that day. Oh no, it's not him. Our company has been acquired and is now doing OEM production. So we need to consult the big boss of our parent company. Let me give him a call, Manager Sun said before stepping aside to make the call. Jiang Xi discussed pricing with Deng Yu. If you're ordering in bulk, it should be around 3,500 per unit. Let's see if we can negotiate. Deng Yu, being an expert in this area, offered his insights. Jiang Xi nodded, thinking that Han Lan had made the right call inviting Deng Yu along. At that moment, Deng Yu received a WeChat message from Big Brother. Don't let anyone know you know me. Deng Yu frowned, feeling somewhat perplexed. The Big Brother referred to Lu Yudong. 3 years ago, Deng Yu had started a gaming company, but it unfortunately faced difficulties and was on the verge of collapse shortly after opening, that he had no choice but to interview for a driver position at Shindong Group. After learning about Deng Yu's background, Lu Yudong had remarked, how about this? Don't be a driver. Instead, rise from where you fell. Lu Yudong invested 2 million, allowing the company to be revived. Deng Yu was immensely grateful to Lu Yudong, saving his contact under Big Brother, and would send him well wishes during holidays, though Lu Yudong had never responded. For Deng Yu, even a small kindness deserved immense gratitude, since Lu Yudong had instructed him to act as if they were strangers. He resolved to do just that. However, the word later left Deng Yu puzzled. Was Lu Yudong now involved in this company? Our president has arrived, Manager Sun announced. Miss Jiang, you can discuss the pricing with him. Because the workshop was extensive, Jiang Xi and her companions stood at the far end. Jiang Xi gazed around, her heart racing. How could it be Lu Yudong? Lu Yudong approached them step by step. Jiang Xi's emotions surged as she calculated rapidly. Logically, someone of Lu Yudong's stature wouldn't he personally visit such a small factory. Yet here he was, ready to negotiate prices with her. Wasn't this peculiar? Did he already know something? Jiang Xi attempted to find a photo of Lu Yudong on her phone, but after searching through her albums, she found none. Han Lan tugged at Jiang Xi's sleeve. What should we do? If Lu discovers you came here for your first love, who knows how he might react? Stay calm, Jiang Xi replied, downloading a photo of Lu Yudong from the internet and sending it to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, is this the person who came the other day to speak with President Shang? Jiang Xi instinctively felt that Lu Yudong surely had come prepared, or else he wouldn't be guarding this small factory on the weekend. Chapter 42. He knows everything before long. Aunt Wang replied on WeChat. Yes, that's him. Quite handsome, too. Jiang Xi frowned slightly, realizing that Lu Yudong must have visited Xiao Zheng's home. How did he know about Xiao Zheng? Suddenly, she recalled her diary. Had Lu Yudong read it? The day she asked him to find her ID, Jiang Xi quickly sent a message to Aunt Fong. Aunt Fong, when you found my ID, was it for my suitcase? Before Aunt Fong could respond, Lu Yudong approached. Mr. Lu, Miss Jiang would like to discuss pricing with you. She needs 200 units. Manager Sun announced that. Oh, so you're one of my employees. What do you need 200 computers for? Lu Yudong inquired with a composed smile, though the depth in his eyes was inscrutable. Han Lan trembled slightly, and Deng Yu, oblivious to the underlying tension, thought perhaps Lu Yudong didn't want to reveal their acquaintance in front of his subordinates. Lu Yudong seemed to be probing for more information from him. Unbeknownst to Deng Yu, he had unwittingly become Lu Yudong's informant. Well, it's like this that I had a boyfriend named Xiao Zheng who taught in Ningxiang County. His wish was to donate 200 computers to the elementary school where he taught. Unfortunately, he sacrificed himself while saving a drowning child. I am helping to fulfill that wish, Jiang Xi stated confidently. Since Lu Yudong was already aware, she decided it was best to be upfront that, oh, is that so? Lu Yudong replied with a smile. So, your feelings for your ex-boyfriend were quite profound? Jiang Xi paused. Their relationship was well documented in Xiao Zheng's diary. She chose not to conceal the truth any longer. Very deep. They were on the verge of discussing marriage. Han Lan, unaware of the underlying circumstances, anxiously squeezed Jiang Xi's hand, chiding her for being foolish. suggesting that there was no need to provoke Lu Yudong to such an extent that Liu Yudong narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy and devoid of warmth. The knowledge that Jiang Xi had a first love left him in a state of inner turmoil. His words dripped with provocation and a palpable disdain for Jiang Xi. "Oh, is that so? But that price for 200 computers is no trifling matter. It amounts to several hundred thousand at your young age. Unless you hail from a wealthy family, how could you possibly afford such a sum?" Lu Yudong scrutinized Jiang Xi intently. "It is my savings," Jiang Xi declared with righteous indignation. "Oh, your savings?" Lu Yudong replied with a mocking smile. "To save money, one must first earn it. How did you come by it?" Jiang Xi's complexion had turned ashen. In the presence of Han Lan, Deng Yu, and manager Sun, she could not disclose her embarrassment. This money had been earned through her relationship with Lu Yudong. It was the result of selling herself. Mr. Det Lu, while Jiang Xi works in finance, she is meticulous in her accounting and would never embezzle. Moreover, she is not a cashier, so she wouldn't have access to the funds. You must trust Jiang Xi. Han Lan interjected, sensing that Lu Yudong's inquiry about the source of the money implied he suspected it was illicit. Jiang Xi's position in finance was indeed sensitive. Upon hearing Han Lan's remarks, Deng Yu began to comprehend that Lu Yudong's reluctance to acknowledge their acquaintance likely stemmed from this very reason. He was attempting to ascertain the origin of Jiang Xi's funds through Deng Yu. "Is that so? Since you intend to donate to the mountainous regions, consider it a donation from our new East Group. The company will cover the expenses to relieve you of the burden," Lu Yudong said nonchalantly. Jiang Xi clenched her fists, responding with a muted acknowledgement. Although she was not being compelled to spend her own money, she felt discontented. She had imagined that when the children at the Love Charity School used the computers, they would remember her and Xiaozheng, but now they would only recall the new East Group and Lu Yudong to Liu Yudong. Ever calculating, instructed manager Sun to order 200 computers to be sent to the mountainous areas of Ningxiang County as soon as possible. "What about the address? Won't you provide one?" Lu Yudong gently furrowed his brow, inquiring of Jiang Xi. "Oh, I know," Deng Yu interjected. "I encountered Jiang Xi near the Love Charity School last time. Did I ask that so?" "When was that?" Lu Yudong asked with a smile, his gaze flickering towards Jiang Xi. "The coincidences were becoming increasingly numerous. I remember vividly. It was on Monday. The address is Love Charity School, Shahizi Village, Day Town, Ningxiang County." Jiang Xi's face had grown pale. Today, Lu Yudong had managed to uncover all her secrets, including the fact that she had not received Lu Yudong's call because she was in Ningxiang County on the day she went to pick up her grandfather. At that moment, Aunt Fang's WeChat message finally came through. "Madam, I just saw your message after cleaning that I found your ID card in the canvas bag you washed. The sir has located your suitcase." That's all. He knows everything. After handling this matter, Jiang Xi returned with the others. She now dreaded any contact with Lu Yudong, uncertain of how many of her secrets he might extract with just a few words. Upon returning home, Aunt Fang informed Lu Yudong about the WeChat message sent by his wife. That Liu Yudong glanced at the timestamp of the message and coldly remarked, "Quick-witted, no wonder she's so candid." Within a week, Lu Yudong's secretary personally delivered a donation certificate to Jiang Xi. Liu Yudong, Miss Jiang Xi. The 200 computers you donated to Love Charity School have been distributed to the students. With our sincere gratitude. As Jiang Xi gazed upon the certificate, a myriad of emotions swirled within her. She had initially hoped to have her name listed alongside Xiaozheng's, yet now it had been replaced by Lu Yudong's. When Lu Yudong's secretary had come to deliver the certificate, curiosity had piqued among the others, who gathered to see what it was. Their expressions turned to stone upon seeing the names Mr. Lu Yudong, Miss Jiang Xi, realizing that the rumors of their relationship were indeed true and seemingly growing stronger. Everyone, especially Xing Baohua, felt a chill in their hearts, reflecting on their previous extreme attitude towards Jiang Xi and recognizing the need for timely rectification. The following day, Xing Baohua sent Jiang Xi the news that she had become the new star of New East. Jiang Xi understood that this was merely Xing Baohua's attempt to curry favor with Lu Yudong. Leaving her feeling somewhat disinterested, Xing Baohua also sent a message to Lu Yudong, who did not respond. That day, Jiang Xi received a call from Lu Yudong while in the office. "Hello, Mr. Lu." Since everyone in the office was already aware, Jiang Xi no longer hesitated and addressed him directly. Instantly, the ears of her colleagues perked up. Grandfather has collapsed and I am at a meeting out of town. You need to go home and check on him." Although the situation was urgent, Lu Yudong's tone remained composed and calm. "What?" Jiang Xi, genuinely concerned for her grandfather, responded, "I will take leave immediately." After finishing the call with Lu Yudong, Jiang Xi went to request leave from Xing Baohua, who agreed without hesitation, advising her to stay safe and return only after her matters were resolved. Upon arriving at the hillside villa, Jiang Xi found Yin Xiuma attending to her grandfather at his bedside. She was becoming a frequent visitor in the household. Were it not for her deep affection for her grandfather, Jiang Xi would have preferred not to enter. She approached Yin Xiuma, who was using a damp cloth to moisten her grandfather's lips, concerned about his dry mouth. "Why are you only just arriving?" Yin Xiuma approached. Fortunately, Yudong's family is equipped with medical devices. The doctor mentioned that grandfather's blood sugar was low and has already administered glucose. "This is not a performance. Your technique is unprofessional. Let me handle it," Jiang Xi replied coolly. She immediately recognized Yin Xiuma's attention-seeking mannerisms. While it might work in acting, true patient care required a different approach. "Oh, is that so? I have little experience with patients. Perhaps it is better for you to take over," Yin Xiuma sneered, stepping aside to stand next to Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi skillfully tended to her grandfather's lips. Though she was still young, having cared for her father for several days and her mother for 6 years, she had become quite the seasoned caregiver. She could discern the sarcasm hidden within Yin Xiuma's seemingly flawless words. Yin Xiuma observed Jiang Xi's technique and felt a twinge of embarrassment for her earlier performance. Indeed, Yudong had not chosen the wrong person. Had he married her, she would not have been able to achieve such a level of care. "Should anything happen to grandfather, I truly would not measure up. However, you are practically a nurse at this point," Yin Xiuma remarked, her implication unmistakable. Lu Yudong marrying Jiang Xi, he had acquired a caretaker specifically for her grandfather. It appeared that it was not Lu Yudong who was unwilling to marry, but rather Yin Xiuma who was disinterested. Uncertain whether Yin Xiuma was being deliberate or unintentional, she tossed her hair with her right hand, revealing a shiny silver bracelet on her wrist. The 2 characters inscribed on it were clear to Jiang Xi. Dong. Mo Jiang Xi understood well why Yin Xiuma was flaunting it before her. Coupled with Yin Xiuma's earlier remarks, Jiang Xi speculated that perhaps Lu Yudong had disclosed their marriage agreement to Yin Xiuma, indicating that he intended to marry her instead and had asked Yin Xiuma to be patient, as he would soon be divorcing Jiang Xi. "Stand right there." Just as Jiang Xi was attending to her grandfather, Yin Xiuma uttered, "You're tired. Let me take over." Without much thought, Jiang Xi stood up. Just then, Lu Yudong entered. Yin Xiuma's remark was perfectly timed. Upon seeing Lu Yudong, Jiang Xi recalled the embarrassment from the day they purchased the computers that he glanced at her grandfather and adjusted the 4-drip to slow it down before sternly instructing Jiang Xi. "Come with me." Jiang Xi had no choice but to follow him outside. Once they reached a corridor slightly distant from her grandfather's room, Lu Yudong commanded her to stand against the wall. "Why should you be doing this work?" Lu Yudong questioned sternly. Jiang Xi silently resented the implication. Why was it that she should not be allowed to do such work? When would the divorce take place? Frustrated, coupled with her earlier embarrassment concerning the computers, Jiang Xi's tone grew sharp. Clearly, her inquiry caught Lu Yudong off guard. "Are you eager for a divorce?" He furrowed his brow, regarding Jiang Xi, who appeared defiant in her punishment. "Yin Xiuma has already returned, and I have moved out of the Lu residence that I believe divorce is merely a matter of time, that I simply wish to know a date. Otherwise, I feel uncertain," Jiang Xi asserted, tilting her head to avoid his gaze. "Oh, is that so? Do you not have any idea why I had you move out of the Lu residence? Or are you hoping to return to earn money?" Lu Yudong's tone dripped with mockery. "Oh, right. Now that you have purchased the computers, you are no longer in need of funds. For Xiaozheng's sake, was it necessary? He is no longer around. What is there to hold on to? You peered into my diary. Why do you not mention that? My diary is my privacy. I might sue you." Jiang Xi boldly met Lu Yudong's gaze. "Go ahead and sue." Jiang Xi was well aware that her petty tricks would not intimidate Lu Yudong. He would likely find them amusing. She huffed softly, turning her head away. "Stand right there. When will the divorce happen?" Jiang Xi inquired once more. "I will be your MRS with peace of mind." Upon finishing her words, Lu Yudong entered his grandfather's hospital room. It appeared that this Mrs. Lu, Jiang Xi, would have to uphold her role for a while longer. likely awaiting the day after his grandfather's passing before he would wed In Xiuma. What a miser, murmured Jiang Xi softly after Lu Yudong walked away. Unexpectedly, Lu Yudong halted in his tracks and turned back, asking, "What did you say?" With a slight frown, Jiang Xi lowered her head further, replying, "It's nothing, that you're just very handsome." Although Lu Yudong knew her words were not limited to those three, he clearly chose not to pursue the matter further and departed. Once inside the hospital room, his grandfather had already awoken and asked, "Where's Xiao Xi?" As she returned, "She is outside." Lu Yudong responded, "Quick, let her in," his grandfather urged. Gesturing eagerly, "I'll go call her," said In Xiuma as she stepped outside. Upon spotting Jiang Xi standing against the wall, a sly smile crept across In Xiuma's lips. "That he really treats you like an employee. To go on. Grandpa is calling for you." Jiang Xi felt a profound sense of injustice. Once again, it was In Xiuma summoning her, igniting a feeling of exclusion within her. The moment Jiang Xi entered, her grandfather's face lit up with joy. "Xiao Xi, you're back from your trip? You won't be leaving again, will you?" Jiang Xi hesitated to respond, stealing a glance at Lu Yudong. "Yes, I won't be leaving. I will stay at home. Dado, are you two quarreling and living apart? How long have you been married?" "Yudong, you're not being fair," In Xiuma teased, patting Lu Yudong's shoulder with a familiar air, as if the dynamics of their relationship were entirely at her discretion. "That I have an engagement this afternoon, so I must take my leave," In Xiuma stated regally. "I didn't drive. Yudong, when you see me off?" She completely disregarded Jiang Xi's presence, out of courtesy and considering the difficulty of hailing a cab at the mountainside villa. Lu Yudong accompanied In Xiuma as they exited. Chapter 45. This umbrella is a counterfeit. In the bedroom, only Jiang Xi and her grandfather remained. "Grandpa, are you hungry? Shall I make you some porridge?" Jiang Xi, having not seen her grandfather for a long time, looked bright-eyed and slightly teary. "That I am not hungry." Her grandfather scooted closer to Jiang Xi on the bed, feigning faintness. Jiang Xi was taken aback. "For what purpose?" "To bring you back, of course. The days for me are numbered, and so are the days I can see you." Hearing this, tears streamed down Jiang Xi's face as she choked out, "Grandpa." Her grandfather had overheard In Xiuma's earlier remarks. For the past 6 years, he had disapproved of her, sensing her cunning nature. "Did I stand with you? But you must show some resilience, that don't always let Yudong push you out." "If he does, In Xiuma will seize the opportunity," he advised kindly. "Grandpa, how do you know?" Jiang Xi, tear-streaked, felt embarrassed, realizing her grandfather could see through it all. "What age do you think I am? What can I discern?" Jiang Xi's heart sank at the thought that her grandfather might even know about their marriage agreement. How could she face him if he did? "Listen to your grandfather. Show some resolve. Yudong is quite stubborn. He responds to gentleness rather than toughness." Jiang Xi nodded. "I understand he is much older than you. He should be the one comforting you. Yet at times, you must also accommodate him." Her grandfather continued gently. "Grandpa, have an orange." Jiang Xi peeled a segment for him. As In Xiuma entered the car, she noticed the umbrella resting on the passenger seat. An European brand, Mariota Larioko. She recalled that Lu Yudong had never been one to carry an umbrella. He preferred to walk alone in the rain, and his car had never contained one. That it was unlikely he would change such a long-standing habit. Thus, this umbrella was certainly not purchased by him. The identity of its buyer was all too evident. In Xiuma felt a surge of jealousy mixed with disdain. "Yudong, why did you buy a fake umbrella?" she said, holding it up to him. Lu Yudong, who had never bothered with umbrellas, was unfamiliar with brands and authenticity. "What?" Lu Yudong had already started the car. "This umbrella is fake. You've been deceived. Haven to you." In Xiuma feigned interest in the umbrella. "Is that so?" Lu Yudong furrowed his brow tightly, unaware that this was yet another surprise Jiang Xi had prepared for him. "Oh yes, if it were genuine, it would cost over 9,000. This imitation is worth less than 1/20th of the original." In Xiuma chuckled. "Yudong, how could you carry something like this? It's embarrassing if a client sees it in your car. They might think New East Group is all show and no substance." "Should I throw it away? Leave it. Just keep it." Lu Yudong's voice was chilling. In Xiuma smirked slightly and put it down. She estimated that Lu Yudong wouldn't bother verifying its authenticity. He lacked the time and would simply direct his ire towards Jiang Xi. In Xiuma was already quite satisfied with the way Lu Yudong had treated Jiang Xi today. "That in due time, She believed she could drive a wedge between the two of them completely. When she departed, In Shumo remarked to Lu Yudong, "That young girl, coming from humble beginnings, doesn't he understand many things that don't be too harsh on her. Being overly strict could backfire, do you hear me? Yudong, I'm leaving now." With that, Lu Yudong's car sped away down on the road. He glanced at the umbrella. Even if it cost over 9,000, she could have bought a cheaper one, but what did she take him for? Moreover, all her money came from him. How could she be so unwilling to spend a single cent on him? Upon returning home, as he locked the car, Lu Yudong received a WeChat message from Deng Yu. "Big brother. About the computer purchase, don't think Jiang Ci had any ulterior motives with the company's money. She told me she sold her father's old house." That Lu Yudong clenched his teeth. There were indeed many people trying to plead her case. It seemed he must torment her to justify the efforts of those who interceded on her behalf, that he couldn't comprehend why Deng Yu brought up the computer matter after such a long time. Was he trying to provoke him further? Chapter 46. After exiting the car, Lu Yudong took the umbrella into the villa. Jiang Ci had just returned from her grandfather's room to Lu Yudong's bedroom. "Haven't you retrieved your things yet?" Lu Yudong inquired. "Not yet. That if you were to kick me out again, it would be troublesome to keep dragging a suitcase around," Jiang Ci replied. "Besides, my diary is in the suitcase. It's safer to leave it in the dormitory." "Take your umbrella back. Sleep in the adjacent room tonight," Lu Yudong said, handing the umbrella to Jiang Ci. A look of confusion crossed her face. But more than that, she felt aggrieved. "Why not keep it? I specifically asked a classmate to buy it for you from abroad." Jiang Ci looked up at Lu Yudong. "It's so uncomfortable to get drenched." The memory of her father's pneumonia weighed heavily on her heart. Lu Yudong said nothing, but he had already placed the umbrella on Jiang Ci's bed, signifying his disinterest. Jiang Ci was unaware of the conversation between In Shumo and Lu Yudong that had led to this sudden shift in attitude. "Fine then. I'll forget it," Jiang Ci retorted, a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good soul. "Just go ahead and drown." Realizing that Lu Yudong had been incited by In Shumo, Jiang Ci's tone grew harsher, her words slipping out in frustration. "Jiang Ci?" Lu Yudong was taken aback by her venomous words, growling in response. Jiang Ci ignored him, grabbing her blanket and turning to head to the adjacent room. Sleeping apart was just fine. It spared her from his beastly behavior that made her rise late every day. That night, Jiang Ci did not descend for dinner. She lay in bed for a long time, pondering the source of Lu Yudong's ire. Though he had always been angry with her due to Xiaojing's matter, she understood. Yet today, he abruptly returned the umbrella, and the reason for his unexplained fury eluded her. After much thought, she wondered if In Shumo had sown discord, claiming the umbrella was a fake. The thought ignited her anger. Why should he heed In Shumo's every word? Was her opinion law? The following day marked the training session for the new East Star, and Jiang Ci, as part of the newly selected cohort, was set to attend for the first time. Coincidentally, she found herself in Lu Yudong's class. A rare occurrence since his lectures typically happened only once every couple of months that he spoke of the company's development and vision, presenting a rather macro perspective, especially considering that those present were all future members of the management team. Jiang Ci sat in the front row next to Han Lan, clad in a charcoal gray suit. Lu Yudong maintained a serious demeanor as he delivered his lecture with clarity and depth. Perhaps due to his status as the president, the young colleagues were all impeccably attentive, with scarcely a sound to be heard. However, just 2 minutes into his lecture, Jiang Ci exaggeratedly laid her head down on the desk and fell asleep. She dozed off right under Lu Yudong's watchful gaze, deliberately making a mockery of him for how he had treated her the previous night. With only 20-odd individuals present, selected from this year's newly confirmed interns, her actions served as a veritable loudspeaker, ensuring that the entire company would soon be aware. Han Lan anxiously poked Jiang Ci's arm, whispering, "Are you trying to get yourself killed by sleeping in the president's class?" Despite Han Lan's incessant nudging, Jiang Ci remained unresponsive, feigning sleep. That Lu Yudong shot a piercing glare at Jiang Ci, but ultimately maintained his composure, continuing with his lecture as planned. Throughout the session, his gaze frequently drifted back to her, curious to see how long she could sustain this act. Jiang Ci slept through the entire class, or rather, pretended to sleep, offering him no semblance of respect at how she harbored a grudge. Her antics provided ample entertainment for her colleagues, who whispered amongst themselves about how Lu Yudong could not manage Jiang Ci. any longer. Liu Yudong's tone shifted slightly as he suppressed his anger, for Jiang Xi had set a precedent in the 6-year history of New East Group. She was the first to sleep during his class. Jiang Xi had unwittingly established a new record, one that would likely remain unbroken. She had audaciously challenged Lu Yudong's authority. After the class concluded, Lu Yudong wrapped his fingers on Jiang Xi's desk, prompting her to groggily open her eyes. "Come here," he commanded, striving to remain congenial in front of their colleagues. Once outside, Han Lan remarked, "You really pushed it this time. You must have provoked him." Following this, Jiang Xi trailed after Lu Yudong back to his office. Chapter 47. An important person. Are you thinking of quitting? Lu Yudong, having been humiliated by Jiang Xi, was naturally incensed that he lit a cigarette and slammed the lighter down onto the table. "Do you doubt that the umbrella I purchased for you is a counterfeit?" Jiang Xi, too, was irate. "Your mind is sharp." Lu Yudong squinted at her, his gaze inscrutable. Look, is it a counterfeit or not?" Jiang Xi's temper flared further. It became evident that he had indeed been incited by Yin Xiuma, his susceptibility apparent. Jiang Xi moved closer to Lu Yudong, scrolling through her phone to reveal her chat history with her classmate. Xin Jingwei. "Last Friday, I transferred 10,000 yuan to Xin Jingwei. She was dealing in euros, which translates to over 9,000 in RMB, that I just gave her the full amount, that she's not even a purchasing agent, just helping out. If she wanted to deceive me, she wouldn't find any goods." After stating this, Jiang Xi slipped her phone in her pocket, that Liu Yudong's anger dissipated. Although Jiang Xi had scrolled quickly, he caught 2 pivotal sentences. "Who are you buying such an expensive umbrella for? And it must be a very important person that a boyfriend, perhaps?" Jiang Xi did not reply. Thus, he realized that in Jiang Xi's eyes, he was indeed a significant figure. "Did I ask that so?" Lu Yudong's expression softened considerably. He should have anticipated that Yin Xiuma was merely sowing discord, yet he lacked the discernment to judge the authenticity of the umbrella, especially given its connection to Jiang Xi. She still held a profound fondness for money. "So, making me move to the next room was your fault. You nitpick while allowing yourself to indulge." Listening to slanderous words, Jiang Xi recalled how he had ordered her to sleep in the adjacent room due to Yin Xiuma's comments, igniting a fire of indignation within her. "What? Can't adjust? Can't sleep?" Lu Yudong teased, a hint of amusement in his tone. "You feel wronged? Afraid? Want to move back to my bedroom? Don't flatter yourself." Jiang Xi retorted, twisting her neck defiantly. Yet, truth be told, she had felt a tad frightened the previous night. The vastness of the Lu family's villa was daunting, and the bedroom she had occupied previously was unfamiliar, inherently intimidating when alone. "If you wish to return to my bedroom, there are conditions. Let me see your performance." Lu Yudong smirked, his mood evidently lifted. Jiang Xi scoffed at the notion of performance, recognizing that it was subject to his whims. "I will gradually adapt to sleeping alone." Jiang Xi spoke with a tone akin to sour grapes. "Oh, it seems you truly struggle. What is it that you lack?" Lu Yudong, typically stoic, rarely engaged in such banter. "Especially of this nature, I lack you. It feels off without you." "Mr. Lu, you are merely trying to coax me into saying something to satisfy your vanity." After all, since he had forced her into the adjacent room, she had successfully embarrassed him in class, calling it even. "What precisely is it that you lack?" Lu Yudong pressed on. Jiang Xi's face flushed crimson, and she prepared to leave if it was indeed a genuine umbrella. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Was it necessary to let me lose face first?" Lu Yudong had gained the upper hand in their verbal sparring and sought to tease Jiang Xi further. "It was all for the sake of your embarrassment." Jiang Xi replied nonchalantly. Just as a knock echoed at the door, Liu Yudong resumed his authoritative tone, his voice deep and serious. "Come in." The newcomer was Xing Baohua, who had been eavesdropping outside. The news of Jiang Xi sleeping during the training session had already spread throughout the company. As the director, he should ideally take measures and was there to inquire about Lu Yudong's opinion. However, he had overheard the earlier exchange, realizing that the president had quarreled with Jiang Xi over the umbrella. This revelation carried considerable weight. Jiang Xi had previously shared a bed with Lu Yudong for an unspecified duration. Additionally, Lu Yudong's earlier remarks had been quite shocking. "What is it you lack?" To think that Lu Yudong would make such a jest. Although rumors circulated among colleagues about Lu Yudong escorting Jiang Xi daily, Xing Baohua found it hard to believe that someone of Jiang Xi's standing could ascend to Lu Yudong's bed. Yet, it appeared to be true to Liu Yudong, typically composed and serious, could chill the atmosphere by merely standing there, causing new employees to tremble in his presence. Yet here he was, making lewd jokes in front of Jiang Xi, who had the audacity to sleep before him. Xing Baohua felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Reflecting on his previous actions, having taken the quarrel too seriously and unfairly treating Jiang Xi. Director Xing, Jiang Xi acknowledged him as she turned to return to the office, offering a brief greeting. Xing Baohua nodded in response. Jiang Xi found it peculiar that he, typically aloof, had chosen to acknowledge her this time. Chapter 48. Ambiguity. Upon returning home that evening, Jiang Xi continued her routine of sleeping in the adjacent bedroom, as Liu Yudong had not permitted her to return to his. The following day, Saturday, she awoke to find it already past ten as she groggily descended the stairs. She spotted Liu Yudong and her grandfather conversing at the dining table. She was unaware of what time they had dined or how long their discussion had lasted. Her stomach growled with hunger. Liu Yudong glanced at her before resuming his conversation with her grandfather. "Madam, are you preparing for breakfast or lunch?" Aunt Fong teased Jiang Xi upon seeing her. Just something simple to eat would be fine. Thank you, Aunt Fong. Having grown accustomed to self-sufficiency from a young age, Jiang Xi found it challenging to adapt to a lifestyle where everything was handed to her, often feeling guilty for troubling others and expressing her gratitude profusely. "All right, I prepared some braised pork rice. It will be ready shortly. What plans do you have today, Xiaozi?" her grandfather inquired. The tone her grandfather used with Jiang Xi differed from that he employed with Liu Yudong, shifting to one more befitting a child. Jiang Xi turned her gaze to Liu Yudong. "Every Saturday, I visit my mother, and I wish to go this week as well. Do you agree?" After all, Jiang had previously coerced Liu Yudong into acknowledging the family's circumstances, and it seemed best to be forthright to avoid making excuses each time she visited her mother. "To go ahead," Liu Yudong replied. "Has Xiaozi's mother fallen ill? You, her son-in-law, aren't going?" Her grandfather seemed somewhat surprised. As this was not typical of the Liu family, Jiang Xi was taken aback. Liu Yudong's agreement to her visit was more than she had hoped for, and she had never expected him to accompany her. Deep down, she had always known that her relationship with Liu Yudong was a facade, and she had never harbored the desire for him to visit her mother. Very well, that Liu Yudong unexpectedly agreed with great ease, leaving Jiang Xi's heart in a state of turmoil. She could not pinpoint the source of her unease. It was simply not a feeling of elation. When Aunt Fong brought out the braised pork rice, Jiang Xi snapped back to reality. Her gaze fell upon the bowl, which contained rice accompanied by tender pork, stir-fried cabbage, wood ear mushrooms, and half a boiled egg, complete with both egg white and yolk. Jiang Xi had never consumed egg yolks, having suffered allergic reactions since childhood, which resulted in vomiting. Eggs were generally eaten at breakfast, but she always shared meals with Liu Yudong and her grandfather, allowing her to forego the egg without drawing attention. She had never mentioned her allergy to Aunt Fong, as she felt akin to Aunt Fong, a member of the working class, and feared being perceived as overly particular. As Jiang Xi began to eat, she finished the pork and vegetables, leaving only a small portion of rice and the half-egg, which felt conspicuously out of place in her bowl. She intended to discreetly dispose of the egg while washing the dishes. Fully aware that wasting food was not a commendable habit, yet the thought of consuming it made her feel nauseous. "Not eating the yolk? Give it to me," came Liu Yudong's voice. "Huh?" Jiang Xi looked up in shock, as if seeing a savior. "Weren't you the one who doesn't eat egg yolks? Just eat the egg white and hand over the yolk," Liu Yudong reiterated, his expression unreadable after a long pause. Jiang Xi finally comprehended. Xiao Zheng's diary had betrayed her. He had once written about an incident where Jiang Xi accidentally consumed a tiger skin egg, resulting in severe gastrointestinal distress, for which he had tended to her for quite some time. It seemed he had not only noticed Xiao Zheng's request for a computer, but had also caught wind of this embarrassing episode. Jiang Xi could not discern whether Liu Yudong's gaze was one of concern or mockery. "Where should I place it?" Jiang Xi inquired, noting that he had already finished his breakfast and had no bowl or chopsticks in front of him. "Just pass it to me," he replied with casual nonchalance. Jiang Xi hesitated, feeling a sense of awkwardness. While she was accustomed to intimacy on the bed, such ambiguous moments were entirely new to her. With one hand, she delicately picked up the yolk, while the other carefully supported it. Afraid it might drop, and then she placed it in Lu Yudong's mouth. Afterward, she lowered her head and continued eating, her heart racing with each beat, as she heard Lu Yudong say, "Grandpa, carry on." Whatever they discussed became a mere background noise, overshadowed by the intimate moment she had just shared with Lu Yudong. Chapter 49. A marriage of reputation and substance. Upon finishing their meal, Jiang Xi and Lu Yudong headed to the hospital. Lu Yudong did not even need to ask Jiang Xi for directions. The car effortlessly made its way to Jiangzhou First People's Hospital. Jiang Xi was aware of Lu Yudong's influential connections and knew he was well informed about her mother's condition. Once they arrived at the parking lot, Jiang Xi prepared to exit the vehicle. "Perhaps you should refrain from visiting my mother," Jiang Xi suggested, uncertain of her own trepidation. "What is there in the ward? Are you not allowed to see her?" Lu Yudong said, lighting a cigarette. He squinted as he spoke nonchalantly, resembling a worldly man teasing a naive girl. Yet, this demeanor only served to draw Jiang Xi's attention further. Uncertain if her flushed cheeks were due to a desire to refute him or an involuntary reaction to his allure, Jiang Xi's face burned crimson. The hospital is a solemn place, and the crowd could tarnish your reputation. Lu Yudong glanced at his watch. "It's 4 o'clock. I will return to pick you up." "All right." Jiang Xi sighed with relief, realizing he likely had no intention of visiting her mother, merely fulfilling her grandfather's request. Jiang Xi proceeded to the neurology department. The corridor was bustling, and she noticed lights and cameras. Though she was unsure of the purpose, as she navigated through the crowd, she suddenly spotted a woman exuding a captivating allure. Clad in a dark green qipao, a cigarette in hand, embodying an inexplicable charm, Jiang Xi paused, recognizing Yin Xiu. She was here filming. Jiang Xi harbored no fondness for Yin Xiu, perceiving her as cunning, fearing that she might ensnare her in some trap if she was not careful. Hastily, she entered her mother's hospital room, only to find it bustling with activity. Not only were Jiang Yi and Chu Shua present, but also a gentle-looking middle-aged woman, presumably a caregiver. "Miss Jiang has arrived?" The caregiver greeted Jiang Xi politely. "I am Zhou Qi, your mother's caregiver. Did Dr. Fu send you?" Jiang Xi felt a warmth in her heart. Though she had only observed Zhou Qi briefly, she recognized her deft and professional manner as she had just been tending to her mother's bedsores. "Isn't it you?" Zhou Qi appeared perplexed. "No, it isn't," Jiang Xi replied. "Didn't you ask Dr. Fu to find someone for your mother?" Jiang Yi scrutinized Jiang Xi with suspicion. Zhou Qi was arranged by President Fu. "She is the most expensive caregiver in our hospital, charging 30,000 a month," Dr. Fu interjected as he entered. "President Fu?" Both Jiang Yi and Jiang Xi were taken aback, while Chu Shuo looked despondent, feeling overshadowed since he had not arranged for the caregiver. "Indeed, you were unaware?" Dr. Fu remarked that a wave of warmth washed over Jiang Xi as Dr. Fu briefed Zhou Qi on a few care guidelines before departing. This Lu Yudong was quite astute, concealing his true intentions. "Jiang Xi, has he recently made any excessive demands of you?" Jiang Yi queried. His words were aimed at Chu Shuo, suggesting that the relationship between Lu Yudong and Jiang Xi was merely transactional. Encouraging Chu Shuo to pursue her without hesitation. "Don't speak nonsense," Jiang Xi retorted, ignoring Jiang Yi's insinuations. Chu Shuo gently tugged at Jiang Xi's hand. "Come out. I need to speak with you." Jiang Xi followed him outside. "It's been a while, Teacher Chu," Jiang Xi greeted with poise outside her mother's room. "Classes are over. There is no need for such formality," Chu Shuo replied amiably, having encountered Jiang Xi several times without a suitable opportunity to converse. He had felt a sense of urgency since their last encounter at the training class. He had learned from Jiang Yi that Jiang Xi visited her mother every Saturday, and he had insisted on accompanying Jiang Yi, who otherwise might not have visited. Once a teacher, always a teacher. "What is on your mind, Teacher Chu?" Jiang Xi inquired. "That if you are in need of financial assistance, feel free to reach out. That I recall when we first met, you were in need of money, but it's not too late now. Once you obtain your accounting certificate, your worth will be far greater. Why settle for a contractual marriage with Lu Yudong?" Chu Shuo said, his words laced with urgency. Upon hearing the term contractual marriage, Jiang Xi furrowed her brows slightly. She suspected that Jiang Yi had inferred this from Lu Yudong's demeanor, and now Jiang Yi was attempting to orchestrate a match between her and Chu Shuo. He might even suggest that her marriage with Lu Yudong was merely a fade. Jiang Xi was determined to avoid the awkwardness of a love triangle during her marriage. Actually, my relationship with Lu Yudong is not as superficial as you think. Our marriage is both reputable and substantive, Jiang Xi replied with a gentle smile directed at Chu Shuo. Chu Shuo's brow furrowed tightly as he instinctively grasped Jiang Xi's hand. Jiang Xi. Teacher Chu. I am married, Jiang Xi stated firmly, before turning back toward her mother's room, that if she did not clarify the situation, rumors about her so-called superficial marriage might eventually reach her grandfather's ears. After all, the world is small, and Chu Shuo's name was a living example of that. Chapter 50. Is that why you ended up sleeping in my bed? Upon returning to the hospital room, Jiang Xi began discussing patient care with Aunt Zhou Qi. Just then, her grandfather sent her a WeChat message inquiring about her mother's condition. Jiang Xi felt a surge of gratitude. Her grandfather was a highly cultured intellectual. She responded with a voice message, Grandpa. Mom is doing well. Please don't worry. Jiang Xi. Who are you talking to? Jiang Yi asked again. That is none of your business, she retorted. Jiang Yi speculated it must be with Lu Yudong's grandfather, noting that Jiang Xi appeared to have a good relationship with her own grandfather. With a cunning glimmer in his eye, he began to devise a scheme that is everything all right. Aunt Zhou? Chu Shuo called out to Jiang Yi from the doorway. All is well. Are you leaving? Yes. Jiang Yi cast one last glance at Jiang Xi. Having discerned from Chu Shuo's earlier demeanor that their conversation had not gone well, gritting his teeth, Jiang Yi decided to depart, believing Jiang Xi to be obstinate and in need of a lesson. Jiang Xi checked her watch. It was nearly 4 o'clock. After giving Zhou Qi a few more instructions, she prepared to leave. Yin Xuema was still busy filming, and Jiang Xi paid her no mind. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xi, Yin Xuema had witnessed the conversation between her and Chu Shuo in the corridor. Jiang Xi sent a WeChat message to Lu Yudong, who soon called her back, hastily stating, Wait for me for 5 minutes, before hanging up. Once in the car, Lu Yudong was preoccupied with phone calls, discussing work matters. How to bid for land in the Southern District, its valuation, the number of houses to build, and his desire to construct a high-end shopping mall. Bored, Jiang Xi began to scroll through her phone, and soon felt drowsy, eventually drifting off to sleep. That it was only when they were close to home that Lu Yudong finished his call. Did you fall asleep? He asked. Jiang Xi awoke groggily, her eyes half open, and murmured, Is it spring drowsiness, autumn fatigue, or summer naps? What kept you out so late? He inquired, noticing her exhaustion. Lu Yudong teased Jiang Xi, who ignored him, turning slightly to continue her slumber. During dinner, Grandpa persistently inquired about Mother's illness, what it was, how she was faring, and whether there were any complications, demonstrating profound concern. Jiang Xi felt deeply touched by her grandfather's kindness, especially as she faced her own lung cancer diagnosis. Yet the thought of her grandfather's impending departure from this world made her want to weep. After the meal, Lu Yudong retreated upstairs. Moments later, Jiang Xi, clutching her blanket, ventured from her room to his. Ever since Lu Yudong had taken to sleeping alone on the spacious double bed, he had occupied the center. Upon noticing Jiang Xi, he set aside his book, clasped his hands together, and regarded her with keen interest. What could this mean? He was rather audacious, showing no regard for Jiang Xi, standing there with her blanket. Do you wish to sleep here? Jiang Xi replied, her eyelids drooping, resembling a forlorn puppy. Oh. Lu Yudong chuckled, seemingly amused. Did I miss here? Wasn't someone accustomed to sleeping alone? Perhaps not entirely, she admitted, a hint of fear in her voice. Could you shift over a bit? With a subdued demeanor befitting a young girl, Jiang Xi had already explained the umbrella incident to Lu Yudong. Although he still harbored resentment over her donation of the computer, that was in the past. Her ex had passed away, and despite his lingering feelings, there was nothing he could do about it. He shifted to make room for her. As Jiang Xi spread her blanket, she inadvertently brushed against his warm arm. He radiated heat. The air conditioning in Lu Yudong's room was set quite low, creating a slightly chilly atmosphere. Summoning all her courage, Jiang Xi nestled beneath his comforter. Lu Yudong felt a surge of restlessness due to her presence. Yet he remained composed, his self-control intact, despite Jiang Xi perceiving no reaction from him. Thank you, she said, reclining in his bedding. Leaning against the headboard, Jiang Xi gazed up at him, her eyes sparkling as she conversed. For what? Thank you for arranging the best caregiver for my mother. I only learned of it today. That's so. You came to my bed for that reason? Of course not. Liu Yudong, unable to contain himself, leaned down and playfully pinned Jiang Xi beneath him, simultaneously switching off the bedside lamp. Jiang Xi's hands pressed against his chest. Wait a moment. What is it now? He replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. Be gentle. Was I heavy before? He teased, fully aware of her implication. Yes, you are quite heavy, Jiang Xi replied innocently, recalling the pain he caused her each time they interacted. All right, I'll lose some weight. Chapter 51. A gift for the finance department on Monday. Jiang Xi alighted from Lu Yudong's car at the entrance of the Shindong Group. She encountered Han Lan in the company lobby. Your eyes sparkle with joy. You must have had an exhilarating night, Han Lan remarked, a playful glint in her eyes that don't speak nonsense. Jiang Xi retorted, glancing back to see Lu Yudong parking the car, not accompanying her into the office. Now, whenever Jiang Xi found herself apart from Lu Yudong, a sense of loss enveloped her. She understood that this marriage would ultimately have an expiration date, so she might as well seize the day and indulge in the moment. After a busy morning's work, Jiang Xi stretched, intending to grab a bite to eat, when she suddenly heard a flurry of activity at the entrance. Several individuals entered the office, pushing carts laden with exquisitely packaged gift bags. Everyone has been working hard. This is a treat from Miss Yin, a staff member announced. Jiang Xi, still stretching, pondered Miss Yin. Yin Xuan. All eyes turned toward her in unison. What are they staring at me for? Jiang Xi thought. When the gift bag reached her hands, she opened it to reveal a beautifully arranged bibimbap, adorned with various mushrooms, seasonal vegetables, half a cut egg, and yogurt. Everything one could desire. Miss Yin is truly generous. Indeed, it seems she has invited the entire company. What a fortune that must cost. This building houses thousands, certainly tens of thousands. What is written on that gift bag? The onlooker seemed eager to ensure Jiang Xi knew of Yin Xuma's generosity. Seemingly trying to provoke her, Jiang Xi cast a glance at the bag, which read, Dear Dr. Luo, featuring a large promotional photograph of Yin Xuma, sporting fiery red lips and exuding allure that appeared to be a promotion for her new drama. Presumably filmed at the hospital where her mother was being treated. Since Jiang Xi disliked egg yolks, she picked it out, intending to toss it in the trash. Although she felt wasteful, she couldn't find anyone to eat it. Just as she dropped the yolk into the bin, she heard the whispers of competition commencing nearby. Jiang Xi paused, quickly realizing they assumed she had discarded the yolk in defiance of Yin Xuma. Not wanting to dwell on it, she dug into her meal, loathing the gossip. Yin Xuma had visited Lu Yudong's office. Staff had also delivered a meal to him, but his was a more lavish version than that of the ordinary employees. I just wrapped filming a workplace drama, Yudong. Please help promote it. Yin Xuma said with a smile that I am neither a public relations firm nor a promotional department. Your efforts will yield minimal results. Lu Yudong replied bluntly, Isn't this simply my personal way of contributing? She countered, Was it delicious? I've already ordered my meal and am currently eating, Lu Yudong stated, so your effort is wasted on me. The drama seems promising. Where was it filmed? Lu Yudong casually inquired, calling for his secretary to send his meal to the finance department for Jiang Xi. Yin Xuma gritted her teeth, feeling humiliated by Lu Yudong's deliberate slight. The secretary took the meal away. It was filmed at Jiangzhou First People's Hospital. Yin Xuma replied, watching as her carefully prepared meal was dispatched to the finance department. Liu Yudong furrowed his brow. Oh, is that so? By the way, I ran into Jiang Xi while filming at the hospital last Saturday. She seemed to be chatting with a man for quite some time, but that's her brother. Two brothers? Yin Xuma appeared enlightened that I thought so. If it were her brother, it wouldn't be surprising for him to hold her hand. That I was just about to say, you should keep an eye on your little wife. Lu Yudong's expression darkened. Jiang Xi had shared nothing about her experiences at the hospital, only expressing gratitude for his help in securing a caregiver for her mother and voluntarily coming to sleep in his bed. The two men in question were Jiang Yi and Chu Shua. It wasn't surprising that Jiang Yi, a driver for the Chu family, accompanied Chu Shua. Liu Yudong suspected Jiang Yi hadn't achieved favorable results with him and intended to introduce Jiang Xi to Chu Shua. Oh, Yudong, I must take my leave. I have an appointment this afternoon. You wasted someone's thoughtful gesture by not appreciating their meal. With that, Yin Xuma departed. Chapter 52. Is she afraid of future divorce affecting her marriage prospects? The secretary delivered Lu Yudong's meal to the finance department, prompting whispers among the staff to fall silent. All eyes shifted from curiosity to jealousy. After all, Jiang Xi had once been an ordinary employee like them. What did she possess that set her apart? Aside from her looks, beauty held little value in today's world. Just days after moving out of the Lu residence, she had already regained his favor. "I am full," Jiang Xi said, looking awkwardly at the secretary. "Please take it back to him. Elu has already eaten. He specifically brought this for you," the secretary replied. "Thank you." Unable to refuse, Jiang Xi decided to eat it later in the afternoon. As she tidied her desk, a notification pinged on her phone. A friend request from Fangkaidi Styling. Jiang Xi assumed it was an advertisement and ignored it. A moment later, her phone rang. It was Lu Yudong. "Why didn't you accept the WeChat request?" His voice was typically calm, yet held a hint of iciness. Jiang Xi believed she hadn't provoked him that day, thus felt his attitude was unrelated to her. "What WeChat? Fangkaidi Styling wants to make you a dress. Accept ITW. The way, they already have your measurements from me, but we need to tailor the color and style to your essence," Jiang Xi complied. "Madam Lu, we will have it ready in 3 days. You will be pleased. With many tasks at hand, Jiang Xi dismissed the thought of the dress. Around 4 o'clock, feeling slightly hungry, she would typically head home for a meal. However, with Lu Yudong's food sitting on her desk, she hesitated to waste it. Jiang Xi took the meal to the break room, only to find the microwave was broken. Opening the container, she discovered a layer of heart-shaped ketchup sprinkled atop Lu Yudong's meal. Surely he was the only one in the entire company who received such a treatment. Did Ian Shimon know Lu Yudong was married, and yet still adorn his meal with a heart? The meal was not overly cold. Jiang Xi managed to eat it with some reluctance. Moreover, Lu Yudong had thoughtfully removed the egg yolk. Upon seeing this, a subtle smile unconsciously graced Jiang Xi's face, radiating sweetness. Perhaps feeling elated, she savored the meal with satisfaction. After work, she entered Lu Yudong's car, where he wore a cold expression. "Who upset you?" Jiang Xi inquired. "You," Lu Yudong retorted. Jiang Xi felt indignant. She hadn't even seen him that day, so how could she have annoyed him? Choosing silence, she turned her gaze toward the window, reasoning that the more she spoke, the more Lu Yudong might twist her words. "That I have an engagement this Saturday. I've invited someone to dinner, and I'll wear the dress that day," Lu Yudong suddenly announced. "That isn't our marriage of convenience supposed to be kept under wraps?" "Can I accompany you?" Jiang Xi asked with a hint of worry. The matter of their marriage was gradually becoming known. It was no longer a secret. "It doesn't matter," Lu Yudong replied, steering with one hand. His gaze fixed ahead. Jiang Xi thought to herself. To him, it might not matter, but for a wealthy individual like him, even a second marriage is appealing. Yet if they were to divorce in the future, how would she remarry? People would undoubtedly assume she had married him for his wealth. And when the time came, would she have to feign affluence? Jiang Xi found herself discontent. Originally, she was grateful that Lu Yudong had removed the egg yolk for her. But now, his disregard for her predicament ignited a sense of resentment within her. Her mood swung like a roller coaster, all thanks to Lu Yudong. "Why the long face?" Lu Yudong glanced at her. "Nothing," Jiang Xi replied, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "Are you worried that if we divorce, it will be difficult to remarry?" Lu Yudong's tone carried a hint of mockery, as if he found her concerns amusing. His piercing words left Jiang Xi feeling embarrassed, prompting her to lean back against the car seat and feign sleep. Chapter 53. Are you not jealous? Upon returning home, Jiang Xi declared, "I'm not hungry tonight. I want to eat." Her grandfather, ever concerned, asked, "Why aren't you eating? Are you on a diet?" "It's not that, Grandpa. I had a meal at the office earlier," she replied. "That don't be reckless with dieting. Health is of utmost importance," he advised gravely. After a brief conversation with her grandfather, Jiang Xi ascended the stairs. Later that evening, around 8, Jiang Xi experienced stomach pain. She was sweating profusely, her stomach cramping as she curled up in bed. When Lu Yudong entered and saw her in such a state, he furrowed his brow slightly. "Are you running a fever?" "Not really," Jiang Xi replied, her teeth chattering and her forehead drenched in cold sweat. Observing Lu Yudong's expression, Jiang Xi felt that his emotions were inscrutable. Seizing the moment, she grasped his wrist. "How have I offended you? Your moods are beyond my comprehension." Lu Yudong looked at her. "Is this really the time for such discussions?" He shot her a stern glance, causing Jiang Xi to fall silent in fear. "To the hospital," he commanded, and without hesitation, he lifted her from the bed and carried her downstairs. Arriving at the nearest private hospital, Lu Yudong set Jiang Xi down gently. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall and weighing just over 100 pounds, she noticed the beads of sweat forming on Lu Yudong's forehead that moment. Jiang Xi found his eyes oddly endearing. "You don't need to carry me. It's not a major illness that I can manage on my own," she insisted. Even as her stomach pain intensified, she felt that stomach discomfort was hardly a significant ailment. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to more severe conditions and thus dismissed this minor issue. "What constitutes a major illness?" Lu Yudong countered. Jiang Xi had no response, pondering whether losing one's life or becoming a vegetable qualified as a serious ailment. The doctor soon conducted a thorough examination, diagnosing her with gastritis. Her penchant for spicy foods, be it spicy noodles, hot pot, or mala tang, had led to this condition, exacerbated by the cold meal she had consumed that afternoon. Jiang Xi was quickly assigned to a private room. With Lu Yudong staying by her side, she felt a twinge of guilt for the burden she had placed on him. "What cold food did you eat?" Lu Yudong interrogated her sternly. Jiang Xi recounted the day's events in detail, recalling the discussions in the office. She felt compelled to clarify, "I did not orchestrate any scheme against Yin Xiuma. I did not feign illness to frame her. The meal she provided was fine. It was just that the office microwave was broken, and I had no choice but to eat the cold food that I ate," she concluded, her voice lowered, as if she recognized her misstep. "Is it my fault? Have I burdened you, the foodie that you are?" Lu Yudong asked, his brow furrowed. "Ditto, I absolutely did not mean that. Whatever you say is right. Whatever you do is right, that I adhere to the 3 principles regarding you," Jiang Xi declared earnestly, her wide eyes pale and sincere. "Even in such a state of illness," she jested. "Are you not jealous?" Lu Yudong queried. I have no right to be jealous," Jiang Xi replied, her tone tinged with a sense of grievance. Her eyelids drooping, Lu Yudong ceased conversing with Jiang Xi, dialing the logistics department to arrange for the replacement of the finance department's microwave. Then he called Xing Baohua to request Jiang Xi's leave. Without disclosing the reason, am I to stay in the hospital for a few days? Jiang Xi asked Lu Yudong. "Listen to the doctor. You need to receive 3 days of intravenous therapy. 3 days? That means the weekend is included," Jiang Xi mumbled, lowering her head. The following day, news of Jiang Xi's leave spread throughout the company, as the logistics department replaced the microwave in the finance department. The microwave had been out of order for some time, yet it was only after Jiang Xi fell ill that it was replaced. It seemed Jiang Xi's influence was quite significant. "Look, just yesterday Yin Xiuma brought lunch to the office, and everyone was fine. Yet Jiang Xi fell ill with stomach pain. It's quite apparent who she is targeting. Who would have thought Jiang Xi possessed such cunning?" The office buzzed with gossip. Yin Xiuma's feelings for Lu Yudong were evident. Did Jiang Xi not need to employ some strategy? "See, this illness has overshadowed all of Yin Xiuma's efforts," they remarked. The entire company buzzed with speculation. The rumors reached Han Lan's ears, and she interjected. "Stop spreading nonsense. Jiang Xi is not that kind of person." The crowd fell silent, choosing to whisper behind her back, as Jiang Xi was indeed quite shrewd. After regaining Lu Yudong's favor, he seemed to heed her every word. "Keep talking, and you might find yourself in a similar situation." Chapter 54. Stay away from Chu Shua in the future. Jiang Xi spent 3 days in the hospital, by the time she was discharged. It was already Friday. Lu Yudong came to pick her up, insisting she not return to work, mentioning that the dress would arrive shortly, in the afternoon. The people from Fangchao Di delivered the dress, along with accessories like pearl earrings and hairpins. Once changed into the water-pink dress, a simple yet elegant design that complemented her fair complexion and lively demeanor, Jiang Xi stood at the top of the stairs and asked Lu Yudong, who was seated on the sofa below, "Do I look good?" Lu Yudong looked up, and at that moment, she appeared like a radiant pearl, gleaming in the sunlight, reminiscent of the dawn. A sudden warmth enveloped him. He found it difficult to contain himself. This feeling was reminiscent of 6 years ago, when a girl had held his hand. However, the sensation did not resurface when he held Yin Xiuma's hand. He lowered his gaze and resumed reading, casually remarking, "You look good." Jiang Xi, accustomed to her casual attire of sweatshirts and jeans, felt somewhat constrained in the formal dress. Her eyelids drooped, revealing her impatience. She sensed Lu Yudong's nonchalance. But she understood. After all, He was merely her contractual spouse. Why would he care about her appearance? Asking him felt redundant. The dress fits a bit loosely, Mrs. Liu, one of the staff from Fangqiao Di commented. Oh, I was ill a few days ago. Perhaps I've lost some weight, Jiang Ci replied. That I thought so. How could the size provided by M or .lu be incorrect? Miss Jiang, let me take it off you for a few stitches. It won't take long. Returning to her room, Jiang Ci pondered whom Lu Yudong was meeting, speculating it was likely someone unfamiliar to her. Consequently, she rescheduled her visit with her mother to Sunday. On Saturday evening at the Golden International Hotel, Jiang Ci met the individual Lu Yudong had arranged to meet. An older gentleman in his 50s. Upon shaking hands, he was exceedingly humble, almost bowing, repeatedly greeting Mr. Lu, good to see you. Lu Yudong merely responded with, I hope you've been well. That he did not disclose the man's surname, nor did Jiang Ci recognize him. This is my wife, Jiang Ci, Lu Yudong introduced. Jiang Ci nodded politely as the man began to compliment her beauty and grace. Once seated, the conversation shifted to business matters, leaving Jiang Ci unable to interject. She busied herself with her chopsticks, sampling the dishes on the table. Lu Yudong inquired about the man's son. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Oh, he mentioned he has something to attend to tonight and will arrive later. The man replied, Did I see dating someone? Lu Yudong teased, Oh no. He has his own accounting firm, Zhongnan accounting firm, that he is quite busy and hasn't he found a girlfriend yet. If M or Lu knows any suitable young ladies, please remember to introduce them to my son, the man said, perspiring profusely as he spoke to Lu Yudong, appearing quite anxious. That of course the Lu Yudong remarked, while Jiang Cixin pondered. Zhongnan accounting firm. That is indeed the most renowned accounting firm in the entire Jiangzhou, and it happens to be his son S. That my wife is also preparing for the CPA exam. That Lu Yudong then steered the conversation towards Jiang Ci. Oh, is that so? Your future is boundless. How many subjects have you passed? Asked his father. 3 subjects. Lu Yudong replied on Jiang Ci's behalf. Impressive indeed, Chushua's father added. Just then, a phone rang, and the caller mentioned a room number, presumably. His son was arriving. Is the young master coming? Lu Yudong inquired with a smile. When he smiled, the corners of his lips lifted ever so slightly, exuding a composed and dignified air, quite regal in essence. Yes, he will be here shortly. Moments later, a knock echoed at the door, followed by the entrance of a person. Dad, he greeted the earlier guest. Jiang Ci's hand, poised for dining, froze instantly, and her mouth fell silent. She was utterly stunned. Chushu, it was evident that Chushua had also noticed Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci, he exclaimed in surprise as their eyes locked. Chushu, do you know Mrs. Liu? Chushua's father asked, upon seeing Lu Yudong beside Jiang Ci. Chushua replied, Oh, Jiang Ci was my student in the CPA training class. Chushua took a seat beside his father, feeling exceptionally awkward. Jiang Ci's hand remained frozen, beginning to tremble. She suddenly comprehended why Lu Yudong had brought her here, to humiliate both her and Chushu. But why had Lu Yudong chosen today of all days? As she dined, the food lost its flavor. Initially, there was nothing between her and Chushu. However, Lu Yudong's actions had transformed their relationship into something substantial. Lu Yudong was leveraging this dinner to issue a warning to Jiang Ci, to keep her distance from Chushua in the future. Chapter 55. Thinking of divorce? Chushua is quite the catch. Why doesn't he have a girlfriend yet? Lu Yudong asked with a smile. I just haven't found the right one yet. Chushua replied, his complexion pale. Lu Yudong ceased his conversation with Chushua and began recounting a scandal that had stirred Jiangzhou. A well-known financier's wife had been caught having an affair with a younger man. She believed her husband would overlook her infidelity, unaware that he caught them in bed, took compromising photos, and left her destitute, while her lover's reputation was left in tatters, rendering him unable to remain in Jiangzhou. Indeed, how could such a woman disregard her status and allow a reputable financier to be cuckolded? Chushua's father remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. The young man brought ruin upon himself and dragged others down with him. He deserves to suffer the utmost punishment. Lu Yudong raised his glass and gently swirled it, appearing to engage in harmless gossip. Yet, Jiang Ci felt a shiver of dread that Chushua's father, Chulin Sheng, was sweating profusely. He was a shrewd man. And having heard Jiang Ci mention her CPA exam and Chushua's acquaintance with her, he realized that Lu Yudong was not one to indulge in idle gossip without purpose, and this discussion was undoubtedly a warning directed at Jiang Ci and Chushu. Lu Yudong's tactic was truly formidable. After dinner, Jiang Xiai and Lu Yudong departed. Just as Chu Shuo was about to say something to Jiang Xiai, he was deterred by a cold glare from his father. "Aren't you embarrassed enough?" Chulinxing growled. Once inside the car, Chu Shuo inquired, "Do you know Lu Yudong?" "How do you know him?" "You're not to see Jiang Xiai again, then no matter how much you like her. She is now Lu Yudong's woman." Chulinxing sternly reprimanded Chu Shuo. "But there is no love between them. They will divorce eventually." Chu Shuo argued that as long as she is not divorced, you are the one who will face dire consequences. Did you not grasp Lu Yudong's implications? "But Dad, why are you afraid of Lu Yudong?" Chulinxing's face tightened, and he fell silent. Decades ago, while studying abroad, Chulinxing had been involved in a scheme to frame Lu Yudong's father. Later, Lu Yudong acquired evidence against him and had since held it over him, rendering Chulinxing, now in his 50s, submissive in Lu Yudong's presence. That in Lu Yudong's car, Jiang Xiai remained silent, her face ashen. She wrapped her coat tightly around her and feigned sleep. Ignoring Lu Yudong, she contemplated why Lu Yudong had chosen this occasion for a gathering. When Feng Keidi sent her a WeChat message on Monday, it indicated that Lu Yudong had already begun to harbor these intentions. That day, Yin Xiuma had delivered meals to the entire company, specifically printing her large promotional photos on the bags. The location where she filmed was the very hospital where Jiang Xi's mother was admitted. Jiang Xiai swiftly texted Hanlan. "Did Yin Xiuma come to the company on Monday?" Soon after, Hanlan replied, "Sister, I just casually asked the front desk. They confirmed she usually goes straight to the president's office." This was it. Yin Xiuma must have said something to Lu Yudong. Jiang Xiai couldn't fathom why the esteemed president of Xindong International, Lu Yudong, would place such unwavering trust in Yin Xiuma's words. Was it because Yin Xiuma was Lu Yudong's ideal woman, leading him to believe everything she said? That day, Jiang Xiai initially thought Yin Xiuma was diligently filming, only to realize she had noticed Jiang Xiai from afar, cutting through the crowd. This thought was indeed a trial for Yin Xiuma. Upon returning home, Jiang Xiai clutched her blanket and headed to the adjacent bedroom. "Are you feeling sorry for yourself?" Lu Yudong coldly questioned Jiang Xiai. "Where do you place me today? Why can't you ask me directly?" Jiang Xiai stood firm in the living room, resolute. "You would say that?" Lu Yudong scoffed. "That I won't say a word. I will wait for Yin Xiuma to tell you." "Everything she says is true. Is it not true?" Jiang Xiai was left speechless, her anger rising. The events of that day had been witnessed by Yin Xiuma, but she had not heard their conversation. Thus, what Yin Xiuma communicated to Lu Yudong likely only involved Chu Shuo holding her hand, perhaps embellished further. As for Jiang Xi's assertion of a genuine marriage, Yin Xiuma had not heard, nor would she relay it to Lu Yudong. Yin Xiuma merely sought to sow discord, hoping to expedite Jiang Xi's divorce. Try to flirt with another man in the future and see what happens. Lu Yudong's voice turned frigid as he issued his final ultimatum. Jiang Xiai found it hard to accept the term flirt, her eyes red with anger as she sank onto the bed. "You are not allowed to sleep in the adjacent room tonight." Jiang Xiai looked up at him with her reddened eyes. "Tyrant. You are nothing but a tyrant. Possessive, selfish, and utterly unconcerned about others' feelings." Thinking of divorce, Lu Yudong chuckled, though his smile did not reach his eyes. "Yes, I long to escape your prison. Not a chance." Chapter 56. The money is gone. Upon completing his remarks, Lu Yudong unleashed his pent-up resentment upon Jiang Xiai, leaving her bruised and battered by the time she awoke. Jiang Xiai felt that the situation was hardly her fault. It was Lu Yudong's weakness for Yin Xiuma that irked her. After getting up and freshening up, she chose not to speak to Lu Yudong. Instead, grabbing a large shopping bag to pack a few of her clothes, even stealthily taking their marriage certificate. That evening, she did not return home. She took a taxi to the hospital, opting not to bother Lu Yudong. As fate would have it, she encountered Yin Xiuma again in the hospital corridor, who was still filming. Jiang Xiai stood there, and Yin Xiuma immediately sensed that Jiang Xiai was not in a cheerful mood, though she was uncertain whether it was related to Lu Yudong. After all, she had informed Lu Yudong of that matter on Monday. Logically, he should have reacted by now. "Miss Yin, I will handle my own affairs from now on. There is no need for you to relay anything that I know you wish to marry him. One day. I will let him go." With that, Jiang Xiai turned to leave, leaving a bewildered crowd behind. Yin Xiuma, known for her graceful demeanor, quickly intervened. "This is my sister, quite headstrong. Please bear with her as we hasten to the next scene." In Shuama cast a cold glance at Jiang Xi as she entered the hospital room. Jiang Xi's mother's room, which In Shuama had previously visited, contained a patient card bearing the name Tu Ying. The unusual surname had stuck with In Shuama, as it belonged to Jiang Xi's mother. Today, Jiang Xi planned to stay in her mother's hospital room and return to her dormitory the following day. Her mother had a single room with a caregiver's bed, allowing her to chat with Zhou Qi. So she was not lonely. In Shuama sent Lu Yudong a message. "What is up with your little wife? She confronted me today at the hospital, demanding to know what I told you, insisting that she would eventually divorce you and let you go to me. The crew mocked me, and I had to say she was my sister." Lu Yudong, seated on his sofa at home, pressed his lips together tightly upon reading her message. A muscle in his temple twitching, he informed his grandfather that Jiang Xi would not be returning that evening, as she intended to care for her mother in case of any emergencies. His grandfather, an exceptionally understanding man, agreed, noting that many things could not be relied upon from caregivers that Lu Yudong's thoughts, however, were elsewhere. On Monday, as Jiang Xi began her workday, the intercom on her desk rang. "Come here." Lu Yudong's commotion caught Jiang Xi's attention, who was currently harboring resentment towards him that he had requested her presence, but she stubbornly refused to comply. With so many matters at hand on Monday, Lu Yudong waited in vain. Eventually, he called Xing Baohua, instructing him to summon Jiang Xi to his office. Xing Baohua felt a wave of anxiety. The only reason Lu Zong hadn't called Jiang Xi was that he couldn't do it himself. If Xing Baohua also failed, the blame would fall squarely on him. "Jiang Xi, Lu Zong wants you to come to his office," Xing Baohua said, his voice low and submissive. "I am focused on these accounts." Jiang Xi replied, her eyes glued to the complex figures before her. Xing Baohua, feeling overwhelmed, called Lu Yudong back to explain that Jiang Xi was occupied with her work. Lu Yudong took a deep breath, suppressing his temper, and told her, "If you do not come, the money will be gone." Xing Baohua was puzzled by the mention of money, thinking it was merely a jest between the two. He asked the financial director. He found himself running errands on a Monday morning. After relaying Lu Yudong's words to Jiang Xi, she paused momentarily, marked her accounts, and headed to Lu Yudong's office. Jiang Xi understood well that the money Lu Yudong referred to was the final payment of 5 million. After enduring so much, she couldn't afford to give up now. The funds for the computer hadn't come from her, and while she wasn't financially strained, her pride wouldn't allow her to relent. After all, they had previously agreed on that sum. She knocked on Lu Yudong's office door. Chapter 57, Why Did You Let Me Go to In Shuama? Without a hint of emotion, Lu Yudong invited Jiang Xi into his office. She stood in the center, her gaze lowered. Lu Yudong leaned back in his chair, scrutinizing her. "I'm ineffective, but money is effective, is it not?" Lu Yudong's tone dripped with sarcasm. "Please, just speak plainly. I am busy with these accounts." Jiang Xi replied coldly, "That I have lost something at home. I wonder if you've seen it," he said earnestly. Jiang Xi furrowed her brow, looking up at him, puzzled by his insinuation. Did he consider her a thief? "What have you lost at home?" she asked, her irritation surfacing. "The marriage certificate. Did you take it? If not, it means someone has broken into my home, and I will report it to the police." Lu Yudong's serious demeanor momentarily eased Jiang Xi's anxiety. He wasn't accusing her unjustly. However, fearing that he might indeed involve the authorities, she hastily admitted, "I took it, Ditto. And what do you need the marriage certificate for? Do you intend to hold the initiative for the divorce in your hands?" "Yes," Jiang Xi replied defiantly. Lu Yudong began to laugh, as if mocking her naivety. "Do you not know that a divorce requires both parties to be present?" "I know. Then how could you let me go to In Shuama? Just because you have the marriage certificate?" Lu Yudong's gaze bore into Jiang Xi, as if he could see straight through her thoughts. Her emotions surged, leaving her flustered and feeling betrayed. How did In Shuama divulge everything to Lu Yudong? And why did he believe her? Observing Jiang Xi's flustered and angry demeanor, Lu Yudong remarked, "It seems you truly did say that." Jiang Xi was never one to lie. Her words could not simply be disregarded. "Be silent. If you speak of such a person outside again, and someone catches you, be wary of how I will deal with you." Jiang Xi thought to herself, "Isn't that just about dealing with me in bed? What else could it be? If there is nothing else, I'll be leaving now," she said, her defiance waning. To Lu Yudong, adept in negotiation, knew precisely how to engage Jiang Xi until she felt cornered. That evening, upon returning to her dormitory, Jiang Xi cautiously opened her suitcase. checking Xiao Zheng's journal, which remained untouched. She placed a marriage certificate atop the journal. Just then, Han Lan breezed into Jiang Xi's room, chattering, "Jiang Xi, you back? I found the door unlocked just as I arrived. It's definitely you." Jiang Xi tried to conceal her belongings, but it was too late. Han Lan's gaze fell upon the two small books. "You got married?" Han Lan's eyes widened in disbelief as she picked up the two booklets labeled Lu Yudong and Jiang Xi. Han Lan had known that Jiang Xi was cohabiting with Lu Yudong, but she never imagined they had wed. Given Lu Yudong's status, she assumed he would marry someone of equal standing, even believing he was merely indulging in Jiang Xi's youth and beauty. Seeing that her attempt to hide was futile, Jiang Xi finally confessed, "Keep this a secret in regard to the marriage agreement." She remained silent, revealing it would breach their contract and incur penalties. "Do you not trust me?" Han Lan patted her chest. "Why did you move back to the dormitory? Had a quarrel?" "Don't mention it," Jiang Xi replied, locking her suitcase and placing it in the cabinet. "That he suspects I'm involved with Chu Shua and has set a trap for us." "Did you get caught in the act?" Han Lan exclaimed, her expression one of mock alarm. "Of course not. Chu Shua and I have nothing going on. He's just being paranoid," Jiang Xi insisted urgently. "Well, he must really care about you," Han Lan exclaimed dreamily, "that I can hardly imagine how someone like our astute and sharp-eyed Tulu would react when jealous." "Please," Jiang Xi scoffed. "That's merely his possessiveness. Jealousy is not the right word. He absolutely cannot tolerate anything that bears his mark being tainted by another man's scent. That you've been marked." Where? Han Lan feigned sniffing Jiang Xi. "Oh, I see. He has left his mark on your body. Hasn't he, Jiang Xi?" Jiang Xi's face flushed crimson. "Get lost." Chapter 58. Why not show your husband some respect? That night, Jiang Xi lay in her dormitory, restless and anxious about Lu Yudong's silence. She had no idea what he was thinking. The following day at work, the training department unexpectedly sent out a message. The training originally scheduled for Friday has been moved to this afternoon, with Lu Zong as the speaker. Today's topic is Introduction to Corporate Crisis Management. Attendance is mandatory. The training department had even created a group for the new Eastern Star, which included all the executives who would be lecturing. Lu Yudong was naturally part of that group. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yudong's session was supposed to be next month. Why was it suddenly rescheduled for today? His thoughts always seemed to soar above the rest, leaving Jiang Xi unable to fathom his reasoning. Unable to make sense of it, Jiang Xi chose to dismiss the matter. However, Han Lan texted her, "Let us go together this afternoon." Jiang Xi had no desire to face Lu Yudong. She had resolved to take a reckless approach in his presence. "I am not going," she replied. "You can't let personal quarrels disrupt your career," Han Lan urged. "He is still your husband. You two are legally married now. That if you don't attend, won't that be disrespectful to him?" Isn't going to take issue with that. It seemed Han Lan was overwhelmed with work, having accidentally sent her message to the training group. Jiang Xi, preoccupied with her tasks, assumed Han Lan was yet to respond and paid it no mind. Until a colleague nudged Han Lan, wide-eyed, and asked, "Did Jiang Xi and Lu Zong get married?" Han Lan gasped in disbelief. "How did you know? Didn't you say so?" The colleague raised their phone. Han Lan's face fell as she scrambled to retract the message. But it was already too late. Realizing the gravity of her blunder, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. In the training group of over 20 individuals, Jiang Xi was the only one from the finance department. And her reaction was slow. Yet this was a scandalous revelation, and it quickly spread like wildfire. By the time everyone was whispering about Mrs. Lu, Jiang Xi's heart sank. Who were they talking about? Until Han Lan blurted out, "Jiang Xi, you should check the training group." Jiang Xi thought, what is so intriguing about this afternoon's training? But when she opened the training group, she froze. "Quick, retract it. I can't." Han Lan replied, sending a crying emoji. Jiang Xi's heart raced. Oh no, he explicitly demanded that the marriage remain confidential, and now the entire company knows. How will he deal with me? Lu Yudong was also in the training group. She wondered if he had seen the messages. Colleagues were discussing. Jiang Xi's counterattack is fierce. She caught Yin Shuma off guard, forcing the CEO to change the microwave, and now she's letting the marriage news slip. What a bold move. Of course, Yin Shuma was a formidable opponent, and her position was now precarious. It seemed the colleagues were intentionally speaking loudly enough for Jiang Xi to overhear. She SMRS at LU now. Better watch your words. Or who knows how you might end up. Initially, Jiang Ci planned to skip the training that afternoon, but after such a blunder, she felt compelled to gauge Lu Yudong's reaction that in the afternoon. Jiang Ci entered the training room. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, she opted for a seat at the back rather than the front. "This is all your fault. You've ruined me," Jiang Ci complained to Han Lan. Han Lan wore a similarly distressed expression that I had no idea how that ended up in the training group. It wasn't intentional. When we were chatting, the group message came through, and I didn't pay close attention. Lu Yudong ascended to the podium, opening his laptop to commence the lesson. His colleagues exchanged glances towards Jiang Ci, who had buried her head even lower to Lu Yudong with an air of noble elegance. Stood tall and authoritative, delivering his lecture with a stern demeanor. Throughout the entire class, Jiang Ci endeavored to decipher his emotions from his expression, yet she gleaned nothing to the end of the lesson. Lu Yudong assigned homework. Some may not wish to see me, but ultimately, they have deigned to grace my class with their presence. The next course of action should be crystal clear to this particular student. Tomorrow, I expect this student to submit their assignment to me personally. Lu Yudong smiled, but it was a smile devoid of warmth or sincerity. His eyes held no trace of compassion that he spoke in irony, conveying to the individual who had granted him this courtesy, "I accept the challenge." The collective gaze of his colleagues turned towards Jiang Ci, all of them comprehending a singular truth. Lu had indeed seen Han Lan's message and chose not to refute it. Thus, it seemed that Lu and Jiang Ci were genuinely married. Jiang Ci wished fervently for a hole to swallow her whole, her thoughts spiraling into chaos. It's over. Chapter 59. These past few days had left her quite exasperated. That evening, Jiang Ci had initially planned to return to her dormitory. However, having disclosed the fact of her marriage, she found herself in breach of contract, liable for a penalty. Not only was the 5 million in jeopardy, but she might also have to forfeit previous funds. Given the circumstances, her only recourse was to humble herself before Lu Yudong. As Lu approached his car, he noticed Jiang Ci standing beside it and paused momentarily. "Miss Jiang, what is the meaning of this?" "President Lu, I spent last night in my mother's hospital room." The nurse was overwhelmed, and as her daughter, I felt it was my duty to assist, Jiang Ci replied, forcing a smile that felt somewhat strained. "And what of that?" Lu Yudong retorted, pulling out a cigarette and leaning against the car door. "That I feared my grandfather would worry, so I am returning home with you now." "Do you take the Lu family for what? Do you think you can come and go as you please without so much as a word, despite having a multitude of counterarguments ready?" This time, Jiang Ci was in the wrong. She had violated the terms of their agreement, which could lead to significant repercussions, as the interpretation of the contract lay solely in Lu Yudong's hands. Bowing her head, she gazed at her feet, saying nothing, appearing rather pitiable. Lu Yudong took a drag from his cigarette, his gaze fixed upon her. "Are you truly going to return like this? It seems rather juvenile. Don't you think? You ought to at least make a vow, such as notifying me before you leave in the future." After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ci raised a hand. "I vow that if I wish to leave the Lu family in the future, I will first inform President Lu and obtain his consent." "And what else is there?" Jiang Ci queried, bewildered. "Do not engage frivolously with other men, that I have not," Jiang Ci exclaimed, a hint of urgency creeping into her voice. Did he truly need to use such an intense word as engage? Lu Yudong extinguished a cigarette, discarding the stub onto the ground, and turned to enter his vehicle, indicating that their discussion was concluded. President Lu, Jiang Ci stepped forward, blocking his path. "I swear, I will not engage with other men." As she uttered the word engage, she felt a twinge of indignity, but had little choice. Finally, Jiang Ci breathed a sigh of relief as she entered the car. "And what of the marriage certificate? Do you not intend to return it to me?" Lu Yudong inquired. "The marriage certificate? I left it in my dormitory." Lu Yudong retrieved his phone, calling the HR director, Sister Zhu, instructing her to vacate room 1507, where Jiang Ci resided, to make way for new occupants. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ci's anxiety surged. It seemed the higher the magic, the higher the counteraction. She had merely taken out the marriage certificate and had done nothing else. Yet now her dormitory was gone. Lu Yudong, unbothered by the public knowledge of his marriage, accepted the situation with equanimity. Yes, she is married now, so the dormitory is no longer necessary. While still on the phone with the HR director, he added, "You need not inform her separately. She is with me in the car, and we will retrieve her belongings together. After concluding the call, he turned to Jiang Si. New occupants are to be arranged for the dormitory. Go collect your things. Jiang Si's expression oscillated between disbelief and amusement. The car exited the parking lot and halted in front of the dormitory across from the company. Jiang Si, feeling akin to a stray dog, took small steps towards her room. Upon her return, Han Lan anxiously inquired, "Did he pack your things?" Furrowing her brow, Jiang Si hastily stuffed her belongings into a suitcase, her disappointment evident that I've lost my dormitory. He wants me to move out, that you'll soon have a new roommate. Han Lan plopped down onto the bed, regretting her earlier message. The identity of the new arrival was unknown, and one could only speculate about compatibility. I told you. Why are you still at odds with him? It's not beneficial in the slightest, she remarked. Jiang Si resonated with her words, choosing silence. Upon returning to the mountainside villa, Jiang Si retreated to her room to complete her homework. Lu Yudong reclined against the headboard, engrossed in a book. Jiang Si approached him with a question she could not resolve on her own. "President Lu, I am struggling with this problem. Could you please help me?" As she leaned closer, ready to absorb his wisdom, he responded, "Have I not already covered how to manage a public relations crisis? You were awake during the lesson. How could you possibly not understand?" Lu Yudong furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Jiang Si, but he seemed intent on making her feel belittled, not satisfied with merely stepping on her toes, but also wishing to exact revenge for past grievances. The light from behind illuminated Jiang Si's flushed face, rendering her ears translucent. She licked her lips, avoiding Lu Yudong's gaze, appearing earnestly focused on the book. "Please, just explain it to me. And how do you intend to repay me?" Lu Yudong's gaze bore into her, unyielding. "What do you desire?" Jiang Si suppressed the rising frustration within her. "Serve me well tonight. I've been quite vexed by you these past few days." After a prolonged silence, she licked her lips and conceded, "Very well." Only then did Lu Yudong begin to elucidate the topic in detail. Chapter 60. Jiang Si was acutely aware that she held no ground to negotiate. She had resided in the Lu family's villa for several days, until one day, Lu Yudong informed her that Grandpa's birthday was fast approaching. "Are we to celebrate Grandpa's birthday in a grand manner? What is expected of me?" Jiang Si inquired earnestly. "Grandpa disapproves of extravagance. It will simply be the three of us." Glancing at the calendar, Jiang Si noted that the day fell on a Sunday. On Friday evening, she visited the mall and ordered a massage bed for Grandpa, hoping to surprise him. It was scheduled for delivery on Sunday. She also planned to personally prepare a feast for him. However, on Saturday night, Lu Yudong kept her occupied until late, and her youthful inclination to sleep resulted in her rising at 10 on Sunday. Sleepy-eyed, she descended the stairs to find Grandpa seated in the living room, with the remnants of longevity noodles on the dining table. Assuming they had been prepared by the housekeeper, she approached, only to see Yin Shuima emerge from the kitchen, wearing an apron and slippers, carrying a fish dish, awake at last. "Have you forgotten Grandpa's birthday?" Yin Shuima teased Jiang Si. Jiang Si wished to protest that she had not forgotten, but she had only just risen and had yet to lift a finger. "Grandpa," Jiang Si said, feeling guilty for her tardiness. Grandpa smiled kindly. "It matters not. Little Ci.it is only your first year. Do not fret." Jiang Si contemplated the fleeting nature of time and the fact that Grandpa might not have many more birthdays ahead. She felt a pang of sorrow for having missed most of this significant occasion. "Enough. Grandpa knows little Ci has a good heart. Do not let it trouble you. Come, eat Grandpa's longevity noodles. You haven't had breakfast yet." "Have you?" "Young people, I understand," Grandpa reassured her. Jiang Si understood what he meant by understanding. Tears welled in her eyes, but she managed to hold them back, feeling both shy and remorseful. That moment, Yin Shuimo reappeared from the kitchen. Having overheard their intimate exchange, that a cloud of discontent crossed her face, but as an actress, she quickly masked it with a facade of congeniality. "Where's my husband?" Jiang Si looked around, noticing Lu Yudong was absent. The mention of my husband was deliberately aimed at Yin Shuimo. Jiang Si was aware of her tendency to sow discord. Not only had she falsely accused Jiang Si of possessing a counterfeit umbrella, but she had also informed Lu Yudong of Jiang Si's past with Chu Shua and her previous remarks about wanting Lu Yudong to step aside for her. "Oh, your husband? He went out to buy some condiments. We were low on supplies," Yin Shuimo replied, speaking of Lu Yudong as though he were her own spouse. Jiang Xi sensed something amiss in Yin Shuima's tone and responded coolly, I prepared the longevity noodles for Grandpa this morning. Now I am cooking for you both, so please wait. It will be ready shortly. Yin Shuima returned to the kitchen, assuming the role of the mistress of the house. Jiang Xi surveyed the lavish spread on the dining table, sought Ed lotus root with salted egg yolk, lamb spine stew with cabbage, lotus seed and lily bulb soup, golden beef hot pot, steamed sweet potatoes, braised fish. Over 20 dishes in total, a mix of meat and vegetables. These were the tasks Jiang Xi had intended to undertake. Yin Shuima's action seemed aimed at undermining Jiang Xi's position. The massage bed Jiang Xi had ordered was delivered, and the attendant began setting it up in Grandpa's room. Grandpa was overjoyed, proclaiming, as long as little Ci bought it, I will cherish it. Whatever little Ci chooses, I adore. Jiang Xi smiled in response. Yin Shuima, with a teasing tone, remarked, You just ordered it, didn't you? Waking up late and still managing to make up for it quite nicely. Her implication was that Jiang Xi had indeed forgotten her grandfather's birthday, and she had just ordered a cake for him. Jiang Xi was well aware of her extreme cunning and did not bother to argue. After all, her grandfather was not particularly fond of Yin Shuima. After Lu Yudong returned, he placed the seasonings down in the kitchen. Yin Shuima, seeing Lu Yudong covered in something from who knows where, remarked, Look at you. What have you gotten yourself into? Let me give you a little smack. With that, Yin Shuima picked up an apron, one hand on Lu Yudong's shoulder while the other began to pat him down. Jiang Xi noticed but pretended not to see, feeling a pang of bitterness within her. Yet, she was acutely aware that she had no right to feel this way. Chapter 61. Seizing the opportunity to showcase affection originally. The birthday celebration was meant for 3 people, but it had now turned into a gathering of 4 that Yin Shuima had even ordered a grand cake for her grandfather and placed a birthday hat upon his head. The doorbell rang, and the aunt went to answer it, revealing an unexpected guest, Jiang Yi. Upon seeing Jiang Yi, Jiang Xi's face turned pale. She recalled that he had attempted to blackmail Lu Yudong previously and had now come to confront him again. What brings you here? Jiang Xi inquired. Look at what my sister is saying that it's Grandpa's birthday, and given our close relationship, how could I possibly not come? Is that reasonable? Happy birthday, Grandpa, Jiang Yi said, presenting a bouquet of flowers to her grandfather. Jiang Xi knew that Jiang Yi was certainly not acting out of kindness, and she remained vigilant against his intentions that Lu Yudong was also aware of Jiang Yi's motives. Yet with the grandfather present, he chose to remain a silent observer. Xiao Ci, is this your grandfather? Jiang Yi asked Jiang Xi. No, I am Jiang Yi, Jiang Xi's brother. The last time I came, you were asleep. Jiang Yi casually took a seat at the dining table. Oh, I see. Yudong, why didn't you call him? He is such a close relative, the grandfather remarked to Lu Yudong. Yin Shuima sat nearby, watching the unfolding drama. Initially, she had intended to sow discord between Jiang Xi and Lu Yudong. But upon observing Jiang Yi's demeanor, it was clear he came with ill intentions. That don't blame him, that it's a contractual marriage. So theoretically, we shouldn't even be here. Jiang Yi stated that I learned about the contractual marriage from my sister. Didn't Jiang Xi? The table fell into a profound silence. Jiang Xi lowered her head, pushing her food around, her complexion wan. She had never discussed the matter of a contractual marriage with Jiang Yi, leaving her bewildered as to how he had deduced it. A contractual marriage. What is that about? Yin Shuima asked, joining in with Jiang Yi's line of questioning. She had already noticed Jiang Xi's pale visage. Jiang Xi, why don't you explain? Jiang Yi's gaze shifted to Jiang Xi. His meaning was unmistakable. If Jiang Xi was wise, she would pay him off to keep quiet, that if she remained obstinate, he would reveal the truth. Believing that Jiang Xi had a good relationship with their grandfather and would not want to jeopardize it, Jiang Yi was remarkably shrewd, choosing the perfect moment that if Jiang Xi hesitated even slightly, their grandfather would surely find out that a contractual marriage. This is the first I've heard of it. Lu Yudong's icy gaze made Jiang Yi shudder. Jiang Yi quickly averted his gaze back to Jiang Xi. Observing her reaction, he became more certain that the contractual marriage was indeed real. If Jiang Xi wished to keep the secret, she would have to pay him that a contractual marriage. I'm pregnant. Does that count as a contractual marriage? Jiang Xi lifted her head, smiling as she spoke. According to my brother's logic, if my husband and I have a contractual marriage, followed by a divorce, you might think we are merely putting on a show for Grandpa. But now that I am expecting, Who would the child belong to after a divorce? Given my husband's character, you should have realized by now that he is not someone who would let me keep the child if it were a contractual marriage. Am I that foolish to bear a child after a divorce? Besides, I intend to become an accountant. I will not be blinded by trivial sums. The reputation of a divorce is unsavory, and with a child in tow. Am I digging my own grave? Her words stirred a tempest, inadvertently revealing Jiang Yi's previous blackmail attempt, implying that his current actions were also a form of extortion and therefore untrustworthy. Jiang Xi's confrontation with Jiang Yi stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, as her brother, she would not allow this contractual marriage to come to fruition. And secondly, out of concern for their grandfather. Jiang Xi wished for her grandfather to live a long life. If he learned that his cherished granddaughter was not the bride he had longed for, how heartbroken would he be? Yin Shuemo's expression shifted to one of discomfort. The revelation of a pregnancy was unexpected. Lu Yudong contemplated asking Jiang Yi how much he would demand to cease his fabrications, but upon witnessing Jiang Xi's sharp retorts, he found himself similarly entertained as Yin Shuemo. Pregnant? When did you not mention this? Lu Yudong gazed at Jiang Xi with tenderness. Jiang Xi was uncertain of the sincerity behind Lu Yudong's affections, but found his cooperation commendable. This is all your fault. Jiang Xi feigned annoyance towards Lu Yudong. Turning her head away, Lu Yudong mused. So, Jiang Xi is a better actress than Yin Shuemo. How did this become my fault? Lu Yudong was eager to uncover the true nature of Jiang Xi's intentions. If it's merely talk, I can say it too. Jiang Yi observed Jiang Xi, aware that his sister had always been clever and was curious about her latest schemes. Jiang Xi pouted, feigning anger towards Lu Yudong. A few days ago, when we quarreled, I wanted to return to the dormitory, but you found out and made me come back home, insisting I let someone else stay in my dorm. That is why pregnancy test results are still in the dormitory. If you don't retrieve my dorm room for me now, you can forget about seeing my pregnancy test results. That Lu Yudong understood entirely. Jiang Xi intended to use this opportunity to reclaim her dorm room. She had taken all her belongings, leaving the dormitory empty. However, given the current situation, it was evidently inappropriate for Lu Yudong to expose her intentions. Jiang Xi was clearly seizing the opportunity that I end this urgent moment. She was not forgetting about this matter. So you're determined to separate from me. Lu Yudong feigned a look of disdain. That I end the future. If you anger me, I will move back to the dormitory and not share a bed with you. Jiang Xi acted like a spoiled child, urging him to call the personnel director to prevent them from assigning her dorm room to someone else. Reluctantly, Lu Yudong dialed the director's number. Yet, in the eyes of Jiang Yi and Yin Shuemo, it appeared that Jiang Xi and Lu Yudong were inadvertently putting on a display of affection. Chapter 62. You're pregnant? Lu Yudong began making phone calls. Did you allocate Jiang Xi's dorm room to someone else after I asked you to empty it? He spoke in a tone that suggested he was being pressed, but had no choice, deliberately putting it on speakerphone for Jiang Yi and the grandfather to hear, hoping to dissuade them from further speculation. Not yet. Do you want to take it back? Director Zhu replied in a surprisingly accommodating tone. Yes, Jiang Xi still has items in the dormitory, so please keep it reserved for her, Lu Yudong confirmed. Understood, Mr. Lu. Director Zhu ended the call. Jiang Yi and Yin Shuemo exchanged glances of disappointment. It seemed that Lu Yudong's earlier withdrawal from Jiang Xi's dorm room was indeed true. Jiang Yi remained somewhat skeptical. Could it be that they were not in a contractual marriage after all? That is more like it. That I'll have Han Lan send my pregnancy test results over, Jiang Xi stated nonchalantly as she began typing on her phone. Not making a call. Lu Yudong's question was directed at Jiang Xi, but also meant for Jiang Yi and Yin Shuemo to hear that if I call, wouldn't you hear where I've hidden my things? I want to let you know. Jiang Xi cast a furtive glance at her grandfather, who was smiling contentedly. Perhaps he had already dismissed Jiang Yi's words as nonsense and was reveling in the joy of becoming a great-grandfather. Savoring the delights of family life, Jiang Xi felt a twinge of sadness. What if one day her grandfather discovered that all of this was merely a fade? How heartbroken would he be? Jiang Xi hastily sent a message to a classmate, Gao Yuan, a doctor at the Obstetrics and Gynecology Hospital. Gao Yuan, I'm in a bit of a bind. Please help me obtain a pregnancy test result indicating 3 weeks of pregnancy. I'll have Han Lan pick it up from the hospital shortly. Ditto. Is this a preparation to ascend with a child? Hurry up. Han Lan will arrive at the hospital in 10 minutes. Gao Yuan replied without further inquiry, merely sending an OK emoji. Soon, Gao Yuan completed the documentation and sent a photo of it to Jiang Xi that I'll have Han Lan pick it up right away. Jiang Xi replied before quickly messaging Han Lan. If you're free now, please go to the obstetrics and gynecology hospital to collect my pregnancy test results and deliver them to the Banshan Villa. There's a generous reward that you're pregnant. I'll fill you in on the details later. It's urgent. There's a generous reward. Understood, I'm leaving right now. Don't forget to mention the generous reward. Han Lan replied, and Jiang Xi let out a sigh of relief. All right, my roommate will bring my pregnancy test results soon. So everyone, let us eat first, Jiang Xi said nonchalantly, inwardly praying for Han Lan to hurry and for nothing to go awry. Yin Xuemo and Jiang Yi harbored their own thoughts. Jiang Yi desired money, while Yin Xuemo sought confirmation that the two were indeed in a contractual marriage. However, the unfolding events took an unexpected turn. Jiang Xi was actually pregnant. Lu Yudong occasionally cast glances at Jiang Xi, already aware of her complexity. Now, she remained calm in the face of danger, weaving lies that could deceive even him, causing him to doubt the veracity of her supposed pregnancy. Han Lan arrived approximately 45 minutes later, her eyes roaming over the luxurious abode of Lu Yudong, exclaiming in admiration. Jiang Xi placed the pregnancy test results before Lu Yudong on the table. He glanced at it. The date indicated it was a week old. Furrowing his brows, he scrutinized Jiang Xi, questioning the authenticity of the pregnancy matter. Yin Shuma also took a look at the test results. As an actress, she could easily identify props that were fake, but this test was evidently genuine, accompanied by an ultrasound report and neatly tucked into a medical pouch. Yin Shuma's face turned pale, her desire to eliminate Jiang Xi intensifying. Yet, Jiang Xi hesitated to show the results to her grandfather, fully aware that they were fabricated that am I to become an uncle. Jiang Yi had initially intended to expose the truth about their contractual marriage and demand money from Jiang Xi. But he ended up shooting himself in the foot. That's so, uncle, aren't you going to give me a little something as a greeting? Jiang Xi boldly extended her hand towards Jiang Yi. His face betrayed embarrassment. But with their grandfather present, he felt compelled to comply. The reality of Jiang Xi's pregnancy was undeniable, and he reluctantly pulled out 1,000 yuan from his pocket to hand to her. He had intended to exploit Jiang Xi, but now he found himself at her mercy, forced to pay. He left in a huff. Shortly after, Yin Shuma also departed with an unusual demeanor. Their grandfather expressed numerous well-wishes for Jiang Xi's health, instructing the housekeeper to prepare more delicious meals for her. Afterward, he retired for his afternoon nap. Han Lan and Jiang Xi chatted downstairs for a while. Jiang Xi revealed that she had reclaimed her dormitory from Lu Yudong. Really? How did you manage that? Han Lan responded with enthusiasm, not wanting to share a residence with anyone else. That I employed some clever tactics. It's true that President Lu isn't one to hold grudges. But do you really think you can outsmart him? He is far too astute. Han Lan scoffed at Jiang Xi's words. Jiang Xi nodded in agreement, but contemplated how clever Lu Yudong could truly be in front of their grandfather. Han Lan said, all right, off you go. Your President Lu is waiting for you upstairs. Don't forget about the generous reward. Sure, I'll send you a red envelope. With that, Jiang Xi picked up her phone and transferred 888 yuan to Han Lan, who gleefully accepted the money and left. Once the house fell quiet, Jiang Xi let out a long sigh, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Had there been a slight misstep earlier, their grandfather would have uncovered the truth about their contractual marriage, which would have devastated him. Fortunately, her quick thinking saved the day. Ascending to the bedroom, she found Lu Yudong already there. Changing his clothes, he cast a glance at the pregnancy test results on the table, which, along with the ultrasound report, could almost pass for authentic. His hand paused momentarily, lost in thought. Jiang Xi entered, her expression lacking the exaggerated playfulness from earlier. She appeared fatigued, collapsing onto the bed as she exhaled in relief after navigating that critical juncture. Yet, more significant challenges lay ahead. With a child on the way, the pressing question remained of how to successfully terminate the pregnancy. Lee's grandpa, hasn't he grown suspicious that I'm so afraid he might be heartbroken? Jiang Xi murmured to herself, is it true or not? Lu Yudong inquired, his tone as serious and composed as ever. Jiang Xi opened her eyes, looking at Lu Yudong, who stood 5 paces away. Why are you asking about this? Don't you keep count? Lu Yudong always used protection. Her reference to counting must pertain to that. He also recognized that acquiring a fake pregnancy test was a simple task for her. However, a flicker of hope ignited in Liu Yudong's heart for the first time. What if? After all, condoms weren't foolproof. Who issued the test? He understood her implication of not being pregnant, but his mood inexplicably soured. That MY classmate Gao Yuan. She, Han Lan, and I form a tight-knit trio, Jiang Xi explained. Oh. Liu Yudong observed Jiang Xi's relieved demeanor, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. That a tight-knit trio? Which corner do you occupy me? Speaking of which, Jiang Xi's eyes sparkled as she reminisced about her school days. I am the sharpest point. She even gestured to illustrate a triangle. Clearly visible, it tugs at the heartstrings, Liu Yudong remarked. Jiang Xi was somewhat puzzled by his words. She sensed that Liu Yudong's tone was less than favorable and thought to herself, today is Grandpa's birthday. And they had just navigated a significant hurdle. Shouldn't he be pleased? Why did he seem as unpredictable as the weather in June? What have I done to irritate you? Jiang Xi felt a pang of grievance. Is it because my brother arrived that you're unhappy? I didn't tell him about our arranged marriage. He figured it out himself if I informed him, wouldn't that just bring unnecessary trouble? Once I tell someone else, the arrangement concludes. What benefit would that bring me? Liu Yudong remained silent. Yet by evening, he relentlessly pursued Jiang Xi, reducing her to tears. What are you trying to imply? Is it because I mentioned being pregnant that I hurt Yin Shuma's feelings? And that concerns you? I am concerned, but it's not for that reason. Then what do you care about? Jiang Xi, I thought. Clearly, it's not about me. Liu Yudong seemed lost in desire, offering no response as he continued to kiss Jiang Xi's neck passionately. On Monday, the entire company buzzed with rumors about Jiang Xi's supposed pregnancy. While she poured coffee in the break room, colleagues cautiously advised her, Jiang Xi, coffee isn't good for your health. Perhaps switch to milk or plain water. Upon returning to her desk, Jiang Xi discovered an unfamiliar thick cushion placed on her chair. Co-workers avoided coming too close to her, fearful of triggering an unfortunate event. Jiang Xi was taken aback. Only Han Lan knew the truth, and Jiang Xi confronted her on WeChat. Did you tell everyone in the company about this? No, a colleague asked where I was on Sunday, and I mentioned I was delivering something to you. Han Lan replied, surprised. You went to President Liu's house. What did you deliver? I saw Yin Shuma at your place that day, so I just said I was bringing you the pregnancy test results. If Yin Shuma continues to pursue President Liu, the company will realize she's disrupting someone else's family, that if President Liu makes a move, it would be infidelity during marriage that they'd expose her online. Praise me for my brilliance. Didn't I do well? You're such a blabbermouth, Jiang Xi retorted. And I'm not. It's my colleague who is. Jiang Xi reflected that Han Lan was aware the pregnancy was a ruse. Her grandstanding placed Jiang Xi in a precarious position that if, in due time, Jiang Xi's belly failed to swell, they would undoubtedly accuse her of faking a pregnancy to vie for attention. In that case, it would be Jiang Xi facing public scrutiny, not Yin Shuma. Jiang Xi felt flustered, pondering how she would explain herself then. Wouldn't she be labeled a great deceiver? Presently, it appeared the company was flattering her. But in truth, they were ingratiating themselves with Liu Yudong, or rather, indirectly flattering him. Jiang Xi understood this well. She had spoken truthfully to Jiang Yi. In a contractual marriage, carrying a child was a considerable burden. She still had a bright future ahead, aiming to become a certified public accountant. How could she marry or find a job while dragging along such a liability? Moreover, Jiang Xi sensed that Liu Yudong was indifferent regarding this matter. He would undoubtedly not assist her in finding a way to terminate the pregnancy. The training director sent out a notification. The weekly New E-Star training would now take place on Mondays. With this week's session led by President Liu, everyone was to submit the homework assigned by President Liu to the group chat. Han Lan messaged Jiang Xi on WeChat. It's your President Liu again. Jiang Xi furrowed her brows, wondering, doesn't he tire of teaching all day? 20-some assignments were gradually submitted to the group chat. Since it was the president's assignment, no one dared to skip it. As the class commenced, Jiang Xi and Han Lan sat in the last row on stage. Liu Yudong began his lecture, stating he would be going on a business trip the following week, hence he needed to deliver this week's lesson. Where are you traveling? Han Lan inquired via WeChat. How would I know? It's probably a last-minute decision. Liu Yudong began reviewing the previous homework, emphasizing the importance of crisis management. This time, only Jiang Xi's work was deemed acceptable. The rest had to be redone. Lu Yudong was exceedingly stern. These trainees were selected among the best, yet in Lu Yudong's eyes, they seemed like novices. The classroom temperature dropped several degrees. Your education must be exceptional. None of us are fortunate enough to have that, Han Lan sighed. Nonsense, Jiang Xi mused, feeling an unexpected sweetness stir within her. Her eyes sparkled as she looked up at Lu Yudong. Coincidentally, Lu Yudong's gaze met hers. Jiang Xi quickly lowered her head. What is making you so happy? Lu Yudong asked Jiang Xi on their way home that evening. Jiang Xi's little face radiated pride that you're praising me for the first time. Of course, I'm delighted. Her happiness was palpable. You think too highly of yourself, Lu Yudong remarked, a slight smirk playing on his lips. What? Afraid of being accused of failing to educate your wife, he said nonchalantly. Jiang Xi turned her head towards the window, ignoring him. He always had a knack for dampening spirits. Where are you going on your business trip? Jiang Xi asked Lu Yudong. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Returning to Qingcheng, don't tell Grandpa. Are you not on a business trip? Why didn't you inform him? Jiang Xi turned her head to look at Lu Yudong, a hint of surprise etching her features. In any case, don't tell him. Just say I'm on a business trip. Isn't a business trip? Lu Yudong did not respond further, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he gazed ahead. An air of reticence surrounding him. Jiang Xi, feeling a pang of defiance, thought to herself, if he chooses not to speak, then so be it. Jiang Xi stayed at the Lu residence for another 3 weeks. And there was little of concern to occupy her mind. What delighted her, however, was the improvement in her grandfather's health. He had not deteriorated and seemed to show signs of recovery. Each morning, he took walks, occasionally swam, and was very mindful of his diet, displaying a robust confidence and resolve in his battle against illness. Jiang Xi would often accompany her grandfather on his walks and swims. She had once told him, "Grandfather, I admire you greatly. Battling against fate is endlessly exhilarating, and fighting against illness is equally so." Her grandfather merely smiled in response. Jiang Xi speculated that perhaps her grandfather was invigorated by the thought of a great-grandchild. If one day he were to discover that she had no children, how disappointed he would be. During the past 20 days, Jiang Xi had even pretended to undergo a health checkup. Finally, Lu Yudong went on his business trip. However, on the very first day of his absence, Yin Shumo invited Jiang Xi to dinner. After having been subtly provoked by several of Yin Shumo's insinuations, Jiang Xi held no favorable impression of her and declined the invitation. Do you know what Yudong is up to? Yin Shumo inquired over the phone. Jiang Xi was momentarily taken aback. She had asked several times why Lu Yudong was on a trip, but he remained silent. It seemed that Yin Shumo was privy to the information, and Jiang Xi could detect the smugness in her tone that I naturally know, Miss Yin, so let's not dwell on it. Jiang Xi's tone was equally unkind. She considered that if she went to dinner, Yin Shumo might orchestrate a situation involving a group of men to humiliate her, perhaps even taking inappropriate photographs to disgrace her in all of Jiangzhou. Miss Jiang, please don't underestimate me. Yin Shumo replied that in a few days, it marks a day of remembrance for someone, and I wish to discuss this matter with you. Jiang Xi thought. If it were not her grandparents' Memorial Day, then it must be someone else's that curiosity piqued. She also wanted to discern what scheme Yin Shumo was concocting. Yin Shumo invited Jiang Xi to the most romantic rooftop garden restaurant in Jiangzhou. Upon her arrival, she found Yin Shumo already there, dressed in white, resembling a celestial being. Jiang Xi was puzzled. Yin Shumo typically presented herself in a seductive manner. So why the white attire today? Miss Jiang has arrived. Yin Shumo remarked, consistently addressing Jiang Xi with a formal title. What do you need me for? I fear that following you, I might attract the attention of paparazzi. Jiang Xi glanced around, apprehensive. Yin Shumo smiled lightly. Miss Jiang, you're quite amusing. This is a members-only venue, with an annual membership fee of 200,000, so those paparazzi cannot gain entry. What is it that you wish to discuss? Jiang Xi felt uneasy. Eager to conclude their conversation and leave the d. Oh, you know why I am wearing white today? I do not, Jiang Xi replied, shaking her head in confusion. Tomorrow is the anniversary of my father's passing. Jiang Xi's mind went blank for a long moment as she processed this revelation. This was indeed the reason behind Yin Shumo's choice of attire, and likely the reason Lu Yudong was on his business trip as well. Anniversary of passing. Your father has passed away? Jiang Xi inquired. Yes. Every year on my father's anniversary, Yudong returns to accompany my mother. It has been this way, without fail, that I cannot bear to return. Fearing I would dissolve into tears, that my father saved Yudong's life. And Yudong has even purchased several properties for my mother in Qingcheng, visiting her annually. Yudong and I were in a relationship for a year. We experienced tumultuous times, and he worked tirelessly to marry me. Yet, at that time, I was furious with him for not being by my side, so I went abroad. He called me dozens of times a day and even flew abroad to find me. But I never returned. Yudong became angry and told me that if I did not come back, he would find someone else within a year. Now, I am back, but the position of MRS.LU has already been filled. Just a few days ago, he told me he would marry me soon. Jiang Xi pondered. Yin Shuima was likely sharing all this to persuade her to terminate her pregnancy. Indeed, Jiang Xi was somewhat aware of the past between Lu Yudong and Yin Shuima. He had photographs of her, and Yin Shuima had always harbored feelings for him, hoping to entice Jiang Xi into divorce. Jiang Xi also knew about Lu Yudong's intentions to marry Yin Shuima. Do you truly think of me? Jiang Xi, naturally, did not wish to grant Yin Shuima the satisfaction of believing she had succeeded in sowing discord between her and Lu Yudong. Nonetheless, she was in need of a justification for terminating her pregnancy. I knew all along that he did not love me, Jiang Xi declared. I shall go and terminate his child. Her assertion was both vehement and filled with righteous indignation, as though she were acting out of spite. In doing so, she sought to prove her love for Lu Yudong. Despite their marriage, it was not merely a contractual union. Please do not act impulsively. I believe you two may eventually divorce as a single mother. Raising a child. Yin Shuima appeared genuinely sorrowful. Yet internally, she thought, indeed, Jiang Xi is young and easily manipulated, that I understand. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall take leave to undergo the procedure, Jiang Xi replied, drinking water in frustration. Miss Yin, I would like to add you on WeChat. Jiang Xi added Yin Shuima on WeChat, intending to show her the termination paperwork later, thereby providing herself with a legitimate reason for the procedure. After Jiang Xi left, a sinister smile crept onto Yin Shuima's face. The following afternoon, Jiang Xi requested time off from Xingbaohua, claiming she was going for a health checkup. She also asked Han Lan to accompany her. Such a request, of course, would be readily approved by both supervisors. The two young women went to the hospital where Gao Yuan worked. Jiang Xi, why not simply say the child was reabsorbed? Why go through the trouble of terminating the pregnancy? Isn't that redundant? Han Lan inquired during their taxi ride. What do you know? Yin Shuima wants me to terminate the pregnancy, so I shall provide her with proof. Moreover, the company is aware of my pregnancy. If I show them the termination paperwork, they will have nothing further to say. Otherwise, if I were to claim it was reabsorbed, I would have to explain to everyone, and they might think I faked the pregnancy to compete with Yin Shuima. Jiang Xi responded. She originally intended to publicize that it was Yin Shuima who had pressured her into the termination, but ultimately decided against it, deeming that approach too vindictive. Gao Yuan issued Jiang Xi the termination paperwork. Exiting the hospital with the documents in hand, the day was still young, and Han Lan bought Jiang Xi an ice cream from a roadside vendor. The two sat on the curb, enjoying their treat and chatting. As for how and when to inform her grandfather, Jiang Xi thought, perhaps it would be best to wait a while, otherwise her grandfather might neglect his exercise routine. Lu Yudong, knowing she was not pregnant, would not require an explanation. Yin Shuima had been monitoring Jiang Xi from her car, discreetly trailing her since she left the office. However, Jiang Xi's visit to the hospital was brief, and it struck Yin Shuima as odd that Jiang Xi would indulge in ice cream right after a termination. It was evident that Jiang Xi was holding the termination paperwork. What was truly going on? Had she not terminated the pregnancy at all, merely deceiving Yin Shuima, or had Jiang Xi never been pregnant to begin with, fabricating the tale to garner Lu Yudong's attention? If she had not been pregnant, then her claim was surely a ploy to vie for Lu Yudong's affection. Jiang Xi also sent a WeChat message to Yin Shuima, sharing the termination paperwork with her. That moment, Yin Shuima was not reveling in the joy of Jiang Xi's purported loss, but rather feeling displeased at having been outwitted. Contemplating this, a nefarious plot began to formulate in Yin Shuima's mind. Upon returning to the office, Jiang Xi placed the paperwork on her desk and feigned a trip to the restroom. Inevitably, someone noticed the document that in no time Whispers of Jiang Xi's termination began to circulate quietly throughout the company. She had dared to covertly undergo the procedure while Lu was absent. Who granted her the audacity? Perhaps there were complications with the child. It was estimated that her pregnancy was only a month along. What issues could arise? Any problems would not be evident at this stage, and if there were complications, wouldn't she wait for Lu to return to discuss it? Just a few days difference. Clearly, she had gone behind his back to terminate it. The rumor spread like wildfire, and all seemed to be anticipating an impending storm. Days later, Lu Yudong returned, in his presence. No one dared to mention Jiang Xi's termination. No one wished to provoke his ire. While Jiang Xi was in the operations department retrieving some materials, she took the elevator back. When it stopped on a certain floor, she was absorbed in her documents and, not realizing where she was, looked up to find Lu Yudong stepping in. "When did you return?" Jiang Xi asked, as if it had been ages since she last saw him, her voice betraying a hint of surprise. "Just now." "Did you miss me?" Lu Yudong stood at the front of the elevator, not even turning around, his tone nonchalant, as if inquiring whether she had completed her work. Jiang Xi recalled Shima's words and felt a twinge of sadness, thinking that he had gone on a trip without informing her. "Not particularly," she replied. Lu Yudong's expression darkened. When the elevator reached his floor, he exited without another word. After work, Jiang Xi got into Lu Yudong's car. The atmosphere between them charged with unspoken tension. "This is for you," Lu Yudong said, presenting her with a box of high-end chocolates. "Thank you," Jiang Xi replied, opening the heart-shaped box of chocolates, wondering if he had ever bought such treats for Shima. She took out a piece and ate it. "Grandfather has been doing well lately," Jiang Xi, while indulging in chocolate, remarked. "I know." Then, there was nothing more. "What about you? How are you?" Lu Yudong inquired again. Jiang Xi stretched lazily and replied. "I'm still the same, as you can see, doing quite well, eating heartily, sleeping soundly. Without you, I sleep alone on a bed, so, did you miss me or not?" Lu Yudong pressed further. Chapter 66. Since there is no pregnancy. "What is there to fear?" Jiang Xi lowered her eyelashes, seemingly a bit aggrieved. She recalled how he bombarded Shima with dozens of calls in a day, even chasing her abroad. Jiang Xi felt as insignificant as a feather. During his 5-day stay in Qingcheng, he had only called Jiang Xi once to inquire about her grandfather's condition. Jiang Xi understood that she could not demand too much from this marriage. After all, it was merely a contractual agreement, destined to have an end, but if that were the case, why pretend to miss him just to please him? "I didn't miss you," Jiang Xi reiterated. Lu Yudong's expression darkened again. Once home, he unpacked the items he had bought for his grandfather, casually mentioning that he had been on a business trip to Nanjing. Jiang Xi thought to herself, what an absurd lie. He had clearly gone to Qingcheng, likely aware that her grandfather held a poor opinion of Shima, thus refraining from mentioning anything related to her. How considerate of him. That evening, upon returning to their room, Lu Yudong eagerly demanded Jiang Xi's attention. However, recalling Shima's words from that day, Jiang Xi felt disinterested. She was merely a pawn in this contractual marriage. Moreover, he had been so protective of Shima in front of her grandfather, not even revealing where he had been. Jiang Xi lost all interest. Not happy, Lu Yudong pressed himself against Jiang Xi, whispering in her ear. His voice was deeply resonant and seductive, sending tingles through Jiang Xi that reached her very core. "I don't want to," Jiang Xi replied, her brows slightly furrowed in the dim light of night. That Lu Yudong's steady breath brushed against her face, prompting her to shy away. "Why? Are you truly pregnant?" Lu Yudong asked suspiciously. "No, I simply don't want to," Jiang Xi replied again. "Since there is no pregnancy, what is there to fear?" Lu Yudong disregarded her apparent reluctance, which led to her waking up late the following morning. Lu Yudong seemed unaffected, rising early as usual. Even after finishing his grooming and donning his formal attire, when he returned to the bedroom to retrieve his watch, he found Jiang Xi struggling to get out of bed. Her legs wobbling, that he gazed at her, smiling brightly. "What is so funny? This is all your fault." Jiang Xi retorted fiercely that you've already gone to work, and you didn't wake me, that I feared you wouldn't have enough rest. Lu Yudong teased. "After all, you only slept 3 or 4 hours last night, which is quite taxing. That I'll just return to my dormitory," Jiang Xi declared. "You dare?" With no other option, Jiang Xi got up to wash up. Upon arriving at the office, she was indeed late. Xing Baohua said nothing, merely appearing as if he had something to say, but ultimately coughed softly. Jiang Xi had not requested leave after her miscarriage. Uncertain of how to explain the situation to General Liu, and felt anxious inside. The office buzzed with gossip, speculating about General Liu's return and how a brief separation felt like a renewed romance. Questioning, wasn't she just recovering from a miscarriage? Doesn't General Liu know? One shouldn't engage in intimacy for a month after a miscarriage. Jiang Xi felt exhausted and detested the office gossip. Forcing herself to focus on her work, though her mind was a muddled mess. These discussions entered through her left ear and exited through her right. She had long since built immunity to such chatter. Yin Shuma entered Lu Yudong's office, carrying a jar of chicken soup. Upon entering, her face bore an expression of urgency. Yudong, where is Jiang Xi's office? This company is so large, I can't find her. Yin Shuma was an exceptionally elegant woman, rarely displaying such impatience. What is it? Are you looking for her? Lu Yudong asked, surprised. Yes, what do you mean by her having a miscarriage? Miscarriages are detrimental to health. Yin Shuma exclaimed impatiently. Tell me quickly, where is she? Lu Yudong found it odd. Hadn't Jiang Xi always insisted there was nothing? Who claimed she had a miscarriage? Lu Yudong furrowed his brows, questioning Yin Shuma. You don't know? This is a significant matter. Yin Shuma's expression mirrored that of someone who had seen an alien that I had no idea. I've been busy preparing for a scene at another hospital. And when I visited the obstetrics department, I saw Jiang Xi emerging, pale and weak, holding a discharge slip. Later, I asked the doctor, who confirmed she had a miscarriage. The child was 3 weeks along. As Yin Shuma spoke. Tears welled in her eyes, that if it were me, I would never have terminated the pregnancy. How could she? Miscarriage is certainly harmful to one's health. Please, take this soup to her. With that, Yin Shuma wiped away her tears and departed. As if she could no longer bear witnessing such a tragic spectacle, that no one doubted Yin Shuma's acting skills. It was clear that she was adept at manipulating the situation. She had contemplated that whether Jiang Xi feigned pregnancy to vie for attention or genuinely terminated a pregnancy. Jiang Xi had not miscarried but had procured a discharge slip instead. If Yin Shuma spoke in the opposite direction, it would undoubtedly raise Lu Yudong's suspicions. Indeed, Lu Yudong began to suspect. Chapter 67. Why didn't you consult me? Lu Yudong sat alone in his office, meticulously pondering the situation. The previous night, she had refused his advances. Even earlier, she had firmly stated to his brother that she did not want children, aspiring to become a certified public accountant and earn a substantial income. She had told him it was a ruse to deceive his brother. But now, it seemed it was not a ruse after all. She had indeed terminated his child, without his knowledge. Jiang Xi. He used the internal line to summon her. Come to my office. His voice was so cold it could freeze. Jiang Xi, utterly exhausted, was calculating figures, unwilling to be distracted, so she hesitated. Can it wait? Now he insisted. Reluctantly, Jiang Xi set aside her work and entered his office. Upon entering, she was met with his barely contained fury. Did you terminate the pregnancy? Which jolted her fully awake. What? Jiang Xi was bewildered by his accusation. In my absence. Did you terminate the pregnancy? Lu Yudong's gaze bore into her, his eyes seemingly capable of murder. Jiang Xi furrowed her brow slightly, thinking. Hadn't she informed him she wasn't pregnant? I didn't terminate anything. I told you I wasn't pregnant, Jiang Xi insisted. Yet she suddenly noticed a stainless steel lunchbox on Lu Yudong's desk. Who had come by? Could it be Yin Shuma again? Initially, she had sought Jiang Xi's help to terminate the pregnancy. And now that Jiang Xi had acquiesced, she returned to report to Lu Yudong that Jiang Xi had indeed terminated the pregnancy. Yin Shuma's thoughts were undeniably venomous, playing both sides to her advantage. Jiang Xi was no match for her. She knew that regardless of what Yin Shuma claimed, Lu Yudong would believe her because Yin Shuma was his first love. His cherished moonlight. Jiang Xi coldly smiled, thinking it futile to defend herself. Since he was convinced she had terminated the pregnancy, so be it that I'm leaving. Stop. Lu Yudong suppressed the fury boiling within him. He rose from his seat, advancing step by step toward Jiang Xi, ultimately cornering her against the door with no escape. Jiang Xi's brow furrowed in fear as she looked up at Lu Yudong, who was merely 10 centimeters away. Indeed, In Shuma could provoke all his emotions. This was a side of him Jiang Xi had never encountered before and were bound to divorce eventually. Why not terminate it? Jiang Xi raised her gaze, her eyes reflecting a mix of defiance and determination. Why didn't you consult me? I never informed you of my pregnancy, naturally to keep you in the dark. If that is the case, why would I discuss the termination with you? How much will you give me? Jiang Xi asked, adopting a frivolous demeanor, her heart as cold as iron. How much do you want? Lu Yudong glared at Jiang Xi. Each word deliberate. 50 million. That money is the easiest part. Fine. Lu Yudong appeared infuriated, his patience wearing thin. Jiang Xi suddenly laughed. At this point, what good does it do to say all this? The child is gone. Tonight, sleep in your dormitory. Lu Yudong hissed, I don't want to see you. All right. Jiang Xi readily agreed. As Lu Yudong turned away. Jiang Xi opened the door and left, contemplating how she had repeatedly assured him she was not pregnant. Yet he refused to believe her point. One word from In Shuma sent him into a rage. What kind of person was he? Returning to the dormitory was just right. It would keep her away from his wrath. Jiang Xi walked briskly down the corridor, encountering colleagues who whispered, perhaps it's because she privately terminated the pregnancy that she fell out with General Liu. Earlier, Xing Baohua had seen Jiang Xi enter General Liu's office and felt uneasy. Worried that General Liu might retaliate since he hadn't granted Jiang Xi any leave after her miscarriage. Now, he felt compelled to visit Lu Yudong's office, that on the way, Jiang Xi spotted him and merely greeted. Director, with a nod, it was evident that Jiang Xi and General Liu were at odds. Xing Baohua shivered involuntarily, then he knocked on Lu Yudong's office door, just as Lu Yudong lit a cigarette, leaning back in his chair. His agitation palpable, leaving Xing Baohua even more hesitant to speak. What is it? Speak, Lu Yudong commanded. Lu Yudong expressed his impatience. Lulu, it is as follows. Previously, Jiang Xi underwent a miscarriage, and afterward, she did not take any leave. Consequently, I did not proactively grant her time off, which is likely detrimental to her health. At the time, I did not give it much thought. I hope you won't take offense, Xing Baohua stated. How do you know about her miscarriage? Well, when she returned from the surgery, she placed a medical report on her desk and then went to the restroom. Someone nearby saw it and informed me to go ahead, Lu Yudong said, as a cloud of smoke began to envelop him. If it were a false pregnancy, why would she have gone through the trouble of obtaining a medical report? Is everything all right, President? I told you to go. Lu Yudong's irritation was evident as he furrowed his brow. Xing Baohua hurriedly departed. After work, Lu Yudong had no desire to return home and remained alone in his office, the darkness outside deepening, with no intention of turning on the lights or leaving. Chapter 68. He should not expect to find her. Jiang Xi returned to the office, her face pale and silent. By 6 in the evening, she returned to her dormitory, where she encountered Deng Yu. You're back, Jiang Xi, he remarked. Han Lan shot Deng Yu a glare, as she had already informed him about Jiang Xi's marriage to Lu Yudong, albeit briefly, mentioning that Jiang Xi was married and her husband was Lu Yudong. Han Lan had sensed Deng Yu's interest in Jiang Xi and wished to dispel any lingering hopes he might have. What brings you back? Han Lan inquired. Don't mention it. It infuriates me. I can never trust anyone. Jiang Xi tossed her bag onto the bed. What happened? Han Lan asked, sensing her distress. That if you're feeling down, let's go out for hot pot. Deng Yu is treating us as if I had known you were coming back tonight. I would have called you from the office. Come on, a hot pot dinner will do. It's Friday after all, and we don't have work tomorrow. Deng Yu was also trying to lighten the mood. Pleasantly surprised to encounter Jiang Xi today. Jiang Xi thought to herself. She had done nothing wrong. Telling her brother about her pregnancy was merely to prevent him from taking advantage of her. She had explained everything to Lu Yudong, yet he still believed she was pregnant. Did he think she would terminate the pregnancy while he was away? Let us go, Jiang Xi said defiantly, as the three of them exited the dormitory. Due to Deng Yu's presence, Han Lan refrained from probing Jiang Xi for details. She knew Jiang Xi and Lu Yudong were at odds, likely due to the miscarriage issue that had enraged Lu Yudong. But the pregnancy itself had been a fabrication. After all, Jiang Xi had been the one to procure the pregnancy report. Did Lu Yudong not realize this? Fortunately, Jiang Xi's dormitory still preserved the evidence. Lu Yudong emerged from the underground parking garage and noticed three individuals chatting and laughing outside the dormitory across from him, but he furrowed his brow tightly. Were they truly carefree or simply indifferent? His car sped away. Upon returning home, his grandfather inquired, "Where is Xiao Xi? Why hasn't she returned?" Lu Yudong sank deeply into the sofa, rubbing his forehead. "She has gone back to the dormitory." "Why has she returned to the dormitory again?" After a moment of silence, Lu Yudong replied, "Grandfather, the child may be gone. It was an accident." That Lu Yudong felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and sorrow towards his grandfather. Unexpectedly, his grandfather took it in stride. It's all right. You both need not feel guilty, and Xiao Xi shouldn't have to stay in the dormitory because of this. The child was simply not meant to be. Sooner or later, you will have another. Wouldn't you agree, Yudong?" His grandfather looked at him expectantly, hoping for an affirmative response. Yet Lu Yudong was uncertain whether such a day would come. "It will," he replied perfunctorily. "Then call Xiao Xi back," his grandfather urged earnestly. Sitting opposite him, Lu Yudong recalled how Jiang Xi appeared so joyful when she was out with others, which struck him as ironic. "Perhaps another day," he said. "When will that be?" "No later than tomorrow." After a moment of struggle, Lu Yudong conceded, "Fine." His grandfather sent Jiang Xi a WeChat message. "Xiao Xi, why have you been sent away again?" Jiang Xi was currently enjoying hot pot, her lively demeanor suggesting that she was using her happiness to mask her feelings of grievance and sadness. The message from her grandfather warmed her heart. What initially felt like a grievance no longer seemed so burdensome. She sniffed and replied, "Am I just being ungrateful? Once I've calmed down, I'll return. He is all alone. Please be understanding." Jiang Xi texted back, "Grandfather, it's Friday. I would like to go shopping with my roommates tomorrow. Is that all right? Just make sure you come back soon. I worry about you being out." Her grandfather replied. Jiang Xi read that message countless times. It had been years since anyone had shown her such concern. Her eyes grew misty as she thought of her grandfather. But even if she wanted to return, she needed Lu Yudong's consent, and she had no desire to go back to In Lu Yudong's eyes. Perhaps only In Shuma's words were worthy of belief. Jiang Xi felt increasingly frustrated and, on her way back, blocked Lu Yudong's WeChat and phone number, but he should not expect to find her. Chapter 69. He desires for you to become pregnant on Saturday. Jiang Xi and Han Lan went shopping, coincidentally arriving at Jiangzhou's largest bookstore, Tianjia Bookstore. This establishment boasted 4 luxurious floors, surpassing the grandeur of typical shopping malls, and was a popular spot for social media influencers. Jiang Xi intended to purchase a textbook on financial cost management, along with some practice exercises that if she could pass this final exam next year, she would obtain her CPA certification. Upon entering, they discovered a long line in the bookstore, seemingly for an author's signing event. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was for Chu Shuo. "Chu Shuo?" Jiang Xi exclaimed in surprise. Recently, Chu Shuo had donned a stylish gray shirt. "Jiang Xi? You're also at the bookstore?" he said while signing books and glancing at his watch. "Feel free to browse. I still have about 15 minutes of signing left." Jiang Xi selected her desired textbook, while Han Lan picked up a novel, muttering about the high prices of the books. Once Chu Shuo finished signing, he held out 2 books. "Here, one for each of you." Jiang Xi accepted one, and the title read CPA and Life. "Did you write this?" Jiang Xi's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Chu Shuo. "Indeed." Jiang Xi glanced at the inscription Chu Shuo had written for her. "Wishing you success in achieving your life goals." "Thank you, Teacher Chu." Both felt the awkwardness of their last encounter at the hotel was too much to bring up again. "I need to make a trip to the firm. Would you like to join me for a look?" Chu Shuo checked his watch again, indicating he was quite busy. Jiang Xi had always aspired to work at a firm, so hearing Chu Shuo's invitation filled her with joy, especially since she had no other plans for the day. They both climbed into Chu Shuo's car. Chu Shuo mentioned that he would find Jiang Xi's notes on financial cost management when he returned home tomorrow, highlighting the key points and annotations. "With your intelligence, if you put in the effort, you are sure to pass. After that, you can come work at my firm." Chu Shuo seemed to say this casually. Jiang Xi recalled Yang Mani, who had not yet obtained her CPA certification but had still gone to work at a firm. "Can I go even if I haven't obtained my certification yet?" Jiang Xi asked. Han Lan nudged Jiang Xi's arm and shot her a look, clearly disapproving. She believed Jiang Xi was taking the matter lightly due to her quarrel with Lu Yudong. Of course, you could start as an assistant and then transition to a full-fledged accountant. The learning curve is quick. Jiang Xi was already quite taken with the idea. Becoming a certified public accountant was a dream she had harbored since she was 15. Moreover, the large corporation was rife with gossip, particularly regarding her and Lu Yudong, and she often felt scrutinized. Life under such relentless scrutiny was hardly enjoyable. Most importantly, Jiang Xi was currently embroiled in a significant conflict with Lu Yudong, which left her disillusioned with Xian Dong Group. Upon arriving at Chu Shua's law firm, Jiang Xi stood frozen in awe. Zhongnan accounting firm, she recalled, as Chu Linqing had mentioned that it was Chu Shua's. It was the largest accounting firm in Jiangzhou, housing the most elite financial professionals. Jiang Xi's heart surged with excitement. "You are the founder and partner of Zhongnan accounting firm," Chu Shua affirmed. Jiang Xi felt an overwhelming admiration for Chu Shua as he guided them through the firm. Each accountant had their own office, and everyone was diligently at work. Through the glass doors, she observed her colleagues' focused expressions. They were impeccably dressed in professional attire, exuding precision and meticulousness. This was the kind of professional environment Jiang Xi yearned for. It felt like the embodiment of her dreams. "Are you still hiring here?" Jiang Xi asked, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Indeed, one of my partners, accountant Zhu Xiao, is looking for an assistant. Unfortunately, there are too few candidates that meet her criteria. Would you like to give it a try?" Jiang Xi solemnly nodded. This was indeed the work environment she had longed for. In order to avoid troubling Chu Shua, Jiang Xi and Han Lan took the bus back. "Jiang Xi, I still believe that the opportunity at New East Group is rare. You should reconsider your decision to resign," Han Lan suggested. Jiang Xi cast a sidelong glance, feeling unable to stay any longer. The situation had soured, and the office environment was rife with gossip. Han Lan concurred with this sentiment. When Han Lan inquired about the discord between Jiang Xi and Lu Yudong, Jiang Xi recounted the events of her grandfather's birthday in detail, omitting only one aspect: the purpose of obtaining the pregnancy test report, which she claimed was merely to prove something to Yin Xiuma, not mentioning the marriage agreement Jiang Yi had referenced. What infuriated Jiang Xi the most was that Lu Yudong seemed to heed every word of Yin Xiuma. Han Lan pondered for a moment and remarked, "It sounds to me as if Lu Zong's compliance with Yin Xiuma is not genuine. Rather, her words struck a nerve with him, because he desires for you to conceive, yet you coincidentally terminated the pregnancy, which must have angered him." Jiang Xi stared at Han Lan for 3 seconds. Incredulous and oh way. Han Lan reasoned that since the two were at odds due to a misunderstanding, she ought to assist in resolving it. Chapter 70. Jiang Xi blocked him. Upon returning to her dormitory, she retreated to her room to organize her books. Having contemplated a job change, she began drafting her resignation letter. Han Lan, emboldened, thought of messaging Lu Yudong, but realized she did not possess his WeChat ID. As just an ordinary employee, Lu Yudong would likely not recognize her without Jiang Xi's connection. Han Lan nervously added Lu Yudong through the training group, filling out the application information with, "Regarding Jiang Xi." Moments later, Lu Yudong accepted her request. Han Lan began to compose her message, meticulously proofreading it multiple times to ensure there were no typos. Fearing her superior would discover her carelessness, that Lu Yudong read her message. Knowing it was yet another attempt by Yin Xiuma to sow discord, Jiang Xi was indeed not pregnant, thus rendering the notion of a termination moot. Lu Yudong's anger dissipated. Although disappointed, he understood it was merely a misunderstanding. Han Lan conveyed this information to Jiang Xi, while Jiang Xi verbally chastised, "Why are you meddling?" Internally, she felt less irked. Misunderstandings needed resolution. Nonetheless, she remained vexed that Lu Yudong placed Yin Xiuma's words above her own. Lu Yudong sent Jiang Xi a WeChat message, "Go home." However, this message never reached her as Jiang Xi had blocked him. For the first time in his life, Lu Yudong found himself blocked. And he chuckled in disbelief at her audacity that he attempted to call her multiple times, only to be met with the automated response, "The number you dialed is currently busy." It appeared his number had also been blocked. He was oblivious to the surprises Jiang Xi had in store for him. Since she was clearly angry, he decided to wait until Monday. However, on Monday morning, Xing Baohua presented a resignation letter to Lu Yudong, which belonged to Jiang Xi. Her resignation letter was quite conservative, expressing gratitude for the care and assistance of her colleagues, yet she hoped to leave the company within 2 to 4 weeks to allow for a suitable replacement. Lu Zong, Jiang Xi in the finance department, has always been diligent and performed exceptionally well, maintaining good relations with her colleagues. I am at a loss as to why she would resign," Xing Baohua said somewhat awkwardly. The finance department director had become a puppet, constantly monitoring Jiang Xi and Lu Yudong's moods. Xing Baohua was unaware of Jiang Xi's reasons for her resignation, but Lu Yudong understood. Jiang Xi was upset with him and sought to resign. However, such impulsiveness did not align with Jiang Xi's character. Not approved, Lu Yudong declared, his face darkening as he scrawled his signature. Xing Baohua relayed the president's decision to Jiang Xi, who frowned slightly. Once she received her CPA certification next year, she would resign. If he did not approve it, she would submit her resignation weekly until he grew weary of her presence and wished to dismiss her entirely. In the afternoon, Jiang Xi received a local express delivery. Notes on financial cost management from Chu Shua, which were thoroughly detailed, clearly the work of a top student. Jiang Xi caressed the notes with appreciation. A WeChat message from Chu Shua arrived. "Did you receive the notes? It shows you have signed for them." Jiang Xi replied, "I received them. Thank you very much." Chu Shua also sent her a job application form. "Aren't you applying for an assistant position? Please fill this out first." The form was comprehensive, indicating that the requirements for employment at Zhongnan firm were quite stringent. "But Teacher Chu, my resignation application was rejected. I may not be able to start work for the time being. No worries. Just fill it out. I'll place your resume in the talent pool." All right, clearly it was inappropriate to fill out job applications for other companies during work hours. So Jiang Xi planned to find time for it. Currently, Jiang Xi's bag contained 2 books. One was the CPA and Life Guide signed by Chu Shua, and the other was the financial cost management textbook she had purchased from a bookstore. Now, she also intended to bring along the notes, maximizing her time during breaks such as lunchtime. Just as she was about to start working, the internal phone on her desk rang. "Go home tonight to see grandfather." It was Lu Yudong, issuing a command with nothing more to say. Jiang Xi replied with a simple Regardless of her quarrel with Lu Yudong, she never trifled with matters concerning her grandfather. "However, my schedule this afternoon may be irregular." Jiang Xi implied she did not wish to return home with Lu Yudong. Lu Yudong understood her, falling silent for a moment, deciding to go back alone. Coincidentally, in the afternoon, Xing Baohua instructed Jiang Xi to deliver documents to the tax department, stating that once she completed the delivery, she need not return to the office, effectively allowing her to leave work at 4 o'clock. After finishing at the tax bureau, Jiang Xi boarded the bus back to the hillside villa, and due to the light traffic at this hour, she arrived home swiftly. Seeing Jiang Xi return, her grandfather was exceedingly pleased and did not mention the matter of children at all. Her grandfather expressed a desire for some noodles with gravy, so Jiang Xi took the initiative to prepare them in the kitchen. As the 2 of them sat on the sofa, discussing the merits of the dish. Sharing laughter, Lu Yudong returned. Chapter 71, Who Has Captured Your Heart? Upon seeing Jiang Xi, Lu Yudong glanced at his watch, skipping work. His voice was characteristically deep and magnetic, calm and unperturbed. "Director Xing sent me to the tax bureau with some items, and I needn't return to the office," Jiang Xi replied, somewhat nonchalantly. Having finished his meal, her grandfather said, "I'm going for a stroll outside. You two chat." With that, her grandfather left with a smile. Lu Yudong settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs as he scrutinized Jiang Xi. After washing the dishes, Jiang Xi emerged from the kitchen, grabbing her canvas bag from the coffee table, preparing to leave. Lu Yudong, quick to act, seized her arm, causing her bag to slide precariously on the table, nearly falling to the floor. This marked Jiang Xi's second time sitting on his lap, the first being an act of pretense before In Xiuma. "Ready to leave?" Lu Yudong squinted, carefully observing Jiang Xi, who wore an expression of indignation, her cheeks flushed and her ears burning. "You asked me to move to the dormitory, and since my grandfather has seen me off, I naturally must depart. I ask that how you express your temper." Lu Yudong teased with a smile. Reflecting on his furious red eyes, Jiang Xi thought to herself that his temper was truly formidable. She coldly retorted, "Neither of us knows who has the greater temper." "Comparing with me," Lu Yudong remarked, "generally speaking, I have a very good temperament." "Good?" Jiang Xi scoffed, well aware that everyone in the company knew Lu Yudong was not to be trifled with, perpetually wearing a stern expression that screamed, "Keep your distance." How could he dare claim to be good-natured? "Isn't it?" he asked, his tone softening, indeed sounding amiable, "that I reserve my opinion. But you, when did you start listening to me?" "I told you to go home, and you went," Lu Yudong inquired again. "When have I not listened to you?" Jiang Xi faced Lu Yudong, unleashing the pent-up frustration of the past few days. If I don't listen, one till you devour me whole. The mere thought of Lu Yudong's fierce gaze sent a shiver down her spine. Devour whole. Such murderous acts, I dare not attempt. The law forbids it, Lu Yudong chuckled, lowering his head. Naturally, he did not mean it literally. Jiang Xi was about to retort, but suddenly realized she had once again fallen into his trap. She never seemed to guard against it. Why are you silent now? Where? Lu Yudong continued to probe. Jiang Xi remained mute, her face gradually reddening once more. Where exactly? Seeing her reaction, Lu Yudong persisted in questioning, wanting to push her to her limits. That my mood has been poor these past few days. I feel heartache and tremors. Jiang Xi redirected the topic, looking up as she spoke. Suddenly, Lu Yudong's hand brushed against her left chest. Jiang Xi's heart raced instantly. She dared not move an inch. Heartache and tremors first. One must feel the stirrings of the heart. For whom did her heart flutter? His hand moved slightly on Jiang Xi's chest, as if testing her heartbeat. Jiang Xi felt as though her heart was about to leap out. He was truly pushing her to the brink of despair. Jiang Xi could not utter a single word. After a long pause, she finally said, with a heart that contradicted her words, in any case. It's not for you. Is that so? Lu Yudong feigned surprise. You're not moved for me. Then am I to bleed to death? Then go ahead and perish. If you do, I shall be your primary heir, inheriting all your fortune. Jiang Xi felt a twinge of pride. That Lu Yudong chuckled again. I almost forgot about your spouse status. Indeed, committing murder against one's husband and seizing his assets is a grand performance you are indeed capable of. Jiang Xi lowered her head, her heart racing, her breath quickening. Have the two of you reconciled? Just then, Grandpa's voice echoed through the room. Jiang Xi hastily sprang up from Lu Yudong's lap, her face flushed with embarrassment. While Lu Yudong remained comfortably seated on the sofa, unperturbed, he narrowed his eyes at Jiang Xi, who blushed and hurriedly asked, Grandpa, why are you back so soon? Did you not wish for my return? It is true. I should have left you two lovebirds more time. That my lack of awareness is to blame, Grandpa chuckled. Jiang Xi had never seen Grandpa smile so heartily. It seemed he was not troubled by the loss of the child. However, his words rendered Jiang Xi quite bashful, and she left him with a playful remark, Grandpa, how do you always know how to tease? Before dashing upstairs. Chapter 72. My future husband Lu Yudong exchanged a few more words with Grandpa downstairs. As he prepared to ascend the stairs, he inadvertently brushed against Jiang Xi's bag by the coffee table. The bag, having already teetered on the edge, tipped over due to his contact, causing books to tumble to the floor. He bent down to pick them up, and as he did, one book opened to reveal an inscription, wishing you a swift realization of your life's ambitions. Chu Shua. Instantly, Lu Yudong's expression darkened. The flamboyant calligraphy bore a date and an address, the date being the previous Saturday, and the address was Tianjia Bookstore. Jiang Xi had perused over 100 pages of that book, folding a corner at the point she last read. In just 2 days, she had diligently read over 100 pages. There was also a notebook on financial cost management, filled with meticulous notes, and another textbook, stamped with the seal of Tianjia Bookstore. Thus, during those days when they were at odds, where had Jiang Xi truly been? Lu Yudong's face grew grim as he returned the 3 books to their original positions and headed upstairs. It turned out that Jiang Xi's resignation was not unfounded. He had stated that she was not one to act impulsively. Indeed, her decision was well considered. That you've come upstairs? Jiang Xi inquired coolly upon seeing him. Her tone dismissive, yet her expression betrayed a hint of affection, reminiscent of the sweet demeanor of a young girl. The question remains unanswered. Who exactly are you moved for? With that, Lu Yudong reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. That I in any case, it's not you. Jiang Xi retorted, her tone playful. That I know it's not me. Lu Yudong casually responded, just a spouse in a contractual marriage. I won't hold it against you. His words caused a pang of unease in Jiang Xi's heart. As long as you know. Where am I to sleep tonight? She asked. Glancing at him, he lay on the lounge chair, exuding the calmness of a mature man and the steadiness of one in authority, which captivated Jiang Xi. I plan to return to the dormitory shortly. Since you are back, naturally you will sleep in the bedroom. Are you suggesting you would sleep elsewhere with another man? Lu Yudong's tone was casual, laced with a hint of coldness and mockery. Jiang Sai merely hummed in response. She was aware that if she slept in the bedroom, she would undoubtedly have an uneasy night. Indeed, by evening, her body bore bruises. She complained playfully, "You've hurt me." "Whoever gets involved won't escape unscathed," Lu Yudong replied coldly. Jiang Xi recalled his earlier mention of a contractual marriage, and despite their reconciliation, his insinuations regarding Yin Shumo lingered in her mind, leaving her with reservations. Thus, she retaliated with, "My future husband, Ditto? Is that so? Who is this future husband?" Lu Yudong laughed, a laugh that sent shivers down Jiang Xi's spine, reminiscent of the chill of a biting winter. Lu Yudong's demeanor was somewhat peculiar, yet Jiang Xi felt that he had been perfectly amiable downstairs, and it was unlikely for him to change so suddenly. If that were the case, he was indeed capricious. And Jiang Xi chastised herself for overthinking. "That I'm ignoring you now. Time to sleep." With that, she turned away and fell asleep. The next day, as Jiang Xi descended the stairs, she noticed that Aunt Fong had already tidied her bag. Startled, she asked, "Aunt Fong, you didn't touch anything in my bag, did you?" Aunt Fong replied, "Madam, your bag was nearly on the floor. If I hadn't moved it, how could it have rested securely on the coffee table?" Knowing that her bag remained in the same state as the previous night, Jiang Xi felt reassured that Lu Yudong observed her every little action. Once in the car, Jiang Xi clutched her bag tightly. At a red light, Lu Yudong casually glanced over at her and taunted, "What treasures lie within that bag? Are you afraid I might seize them?" "Precious gems, indeed. I am wary of you," Jiang Xi replied nonchalantly. "They are indeed treasures," Lu Yudong thought to himself, wishing to crush those treasures. Chapter 73. June and Little Flower. After work commenced, Lu Yudong summoned Han Lan to his office. Han Lan, trembling with apprehension, entered for the first time. She knew Lu Yudong's summons was undoubtedly related to Jiang Xi. From a distance, she observed him, quaking with fear. She could not fathom how Jiang Xi could share a bed with this man daily. Did Jiang Xi meet Chu Shuo on Saturday? Indeed. Lu Yudong's first inquiry concerned Jiang Xi at that moment. Han Lan felt as if she were perched on a hot seat, with Lu Yudong acting as a lie detector, leaving her no room to conceal even a syllable. She recounted, in full detail, her encounter with Chu Shuo at the bookstore, followed by their visit to his accounting firm, which Jiang Xi admired for its elite work environment. Chu Shuo had mentioned they were hiring assistants, suggesting Jiang Xi apply. Did he give her a book? No notes? Lu Yudong inquired. Yes, Chu Shuo said he would provide the notes in a few days. I see. Lu Yudong frowned again, realizing that beyond Han Lan's account, they must have met in private as well. Mr. Lu, I have advised Jiang Xi for quite some time that jobs like Xandong S are hard to come by, and she should consider her options carefully. However, since she was 15, she has yearned for such an environment. Moreover, she is quite averse to the gossip that often circulates about her at our company. Han Lan added, subtly inflating her own role, suggesting that Jiang Xi's desire to work at the firm was not merely due to Chu Shuo. What she said. Lu Yudong furrowed his brow. The gossip. Indeed. Especially since it is you, Mr. Lu, who is often linked with her. Every move she makes is scrutinized by everyone in the company. When things go well, they sing her praises, but when they do not, they revel in her misfortune. Jiang Xi has certainly felt this keenly, and she wishes to establish her place through her own merits, not through this, Han Lan asserted, trying to position Jiang Xi as a career-oriented woman. Go ahead, but today's matters must not be disclosed to Jiang Xi. I absolutely wouldn't dare, Han Lan thought, considering the potential fallout between them. With the order given, Han Lan sighed in relief as she departed. In the afternoon, the Human Resources Department announced new office regulations, slightly adjusting the original content while adding a new clause. Colleagues must care for one another and refrain from spreading gossip. A fine of 200 would be imposed for each instance of gossip. Upon seeing this new regulation, the office buzzed with whispers, speculating it was tailored by M.R.Lu in response to Jiang Xi's miscarriage. Should no gossiping, $200 gone. One colleague slapped their own mouth, chastising themselves. Jiang Xi, too, felt as though this new rule was custom-made for her. After work, Jiang Xi found herself with unfinished accounts and allowed Lu Yudong to leave first. At 8 o'clock, after stretching her limbs, she completed her tasks. With the office now empty and silent, Jiang Xi opened the onboarding application form that Chu Shuo had given her and began to fill it out. It took her until 9 to finish, after which he sent it to Chu Shua. Taking a taxi back to the Liu residence, she was utterly exhausted. She tossed her bag and phone onto the bed before heading to the bathroom. The moment her phone landed on the bed, it buzzed several times that Liu Yudong casually turned his head and saw the name Chu Shua. Again, it was Chu Shua. Jiang Xi had not locked her phone in time, and Liu Yudong opened it to find multiple voice messages from Chu Shua containing Jiang Xi's message about the onboarding application form. She hasn't returned all night, and this is what she has been doing at the company. No one can surpass her in this covert maneuvering. Liu Yudong remained impassive as he descended to make a phone call. After Jiang Xi emerged, she noticed that Liu Yudong was absent from the room. While drying her hair, she glanced at her phone and listened to a WeChat message from Chu Shua, who mentioned that some of her responses lacked sufficient detail, such as her award experiences and competition participation. Urging Jiang Xi to elaborate further, Jiang Xi replied, "All right, thank you, Teacher Chu." Upon hearing Liu Yudong's footsteps approaching upstairs, she hastily set her phone aside. "Where did you go just now?" Jiang Xi inquired. "What? Afraid I interrupted something important?" Liu Yudong responded nonchalantly, his tone laced with mockery, leaving Jiang Xi momentarily uncertain of his sincerity. "That I was just asking casually." Jiang Xi cautiously probed his expression, "that I was on the phone with the German." Jiang Xi paused her hair-drying motion, her eyes gleaming with admiration. "You speak German? Is that surprising?" Liu Yudong retorted, gazing at her. "No, I just never knew before." "There are many things you are unaware of," he remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Jiang Xi thought to herself, "Truly, the weather is as unpredictable as June." Later, as they lay in bed, Jiang Xi leaned close to Liu Yudong's ear and playfully said, "I've given you a nickname." That Liu Yudong furrowed his brow. "A nickname?" "Yes," Jiang Xi chuckled, contemplating whether this act of naming him was overstepping. "What is it, June?" After she spoke, she scrutinized his features, suppressing a laugh. "Why June?" Jiang Xi asked, a smirk forming on her lips. "That is it pleasant?" "Not pleasant at all," Liu Yudong declared, rolling over to pin her beneath him. When he was angry, Jiang Xi couldn't discern whether he was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance to tease him. Regardless, her clandestine communications with Chu Shua and her intentions to switch jobs had clearly irked him. Yet she maintained an air of nonchalance. Liu Yudong despised her innocent demeanor. "I am June. What about you?" Liu Yudong breathed heavily against Jiang Xi's neck, his kisses fervent. Jiang Xi's face flushed uncomfortably. "As for me, I am the flower ravaged by June." Liu Yudong held her down, and under the pure moonlight. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of flesh meeting flesh. The following day, upon arriving at the office, Jiang Xi received an email from the HR department, a recruitment announcement. She was puzzled. As an employee of Shindong Group, why was she receiving recruitment emails? Shouldn't they be directed to recruitment websites or the company's official site? She read intently. The company intended to establish an auditing department, independent from Shindong Group, led by the renowned German auditing expert Lucas, currently recruiting talents both externally and internally. A minimum qualification of a master's degree, with preference given to certified public accountants. Additionally, even if hardware requirements were met, candidates would have to pass 3 assessments, 2 written exams, and 1 interview. This recruitment information was immensely appealing to Jiang Xi. She yearned to apply, yet her qualifications only amounted to an undergraduate degree, falling short of the postgraduate requirement. Clearly, the standards of Shindong exceeded those of Zhongnan. Previously, Jiang Xi found Zhongnan's application process to be quite formal, but now it seemed almost trivial. Jiang Xi was the kind of person who perceived easily attainable things as lacking challenge. Only through arduous effort did she feel she realized her life's value. The auditing department at Shindong appeared as distant as stars on the horizon. After all, Shindong was a global corporate giant, while Zhongnan was merely renowned in Jiangzhou. Jiang Xi swiftly weighed the pros and cons all morning. Anxiety loomed over her, for her qualifications fell short of the auditing department's requirements, and she had already filled out Zhongnan's recruitment application. Resembling someone straddling 2 boats, caught in indecision at 18 noon, while dining with Han Lan, Jiang Xi voiced her inner conflict. Clearly, remaining at Shindong was the most prudent choice. Transferring to the auditing department equated to an internal move, whereas joining Zhongnan would be akin to a job switch, necessitating a fresh accumulation of experience. Jiang Xi felt distressed, lamenting, "But my qualifications do not meet the auditing department's standards." What is so difficult about it? Just ask your husband for help, Han Lan suggested. Han Lan could hardly believe Lu Yudong had acted so swiftly. Only a few days prior, she had mentioned Jiang Xi's intention to switch jobs. And now Lu Yudong had obstructed her path from various angles. Jiang Xi rested her chin on her hand. I don't really want to ask him. Previously, she had sought Lu Yudong's assistance to remain at Xindong due to her need for stable employment and financial security. Now, however, she aspired to fulfill her life as potential, that if she solicited Lu Yudong's help, rumors would inevitably circulate about her securing a position through nepotism. She desired her journey to becoming a certified public accountant to be untainted. Why not ask? Do you think not asking will prevent others from assuming you got in through connections? Even if you succeed on your own merits, without your degree or CPA certification, people will surely speculate. Han Lan reasoned, analyzing the situation for Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi nodded in agreement. It made sense. Even if she were to join the auditing department, she would likely be at the bottom, and given her background, she could not escape scrutiny. She resolved to seek Lu Yudong's help to be, by the way, I heard that the previously closed-off top floor of the office is now under renovation for the auditing department. Han Lan remarked. Let us go take a look after lunch. Sure, Jiang Xi was eager to see the auditing environment at Xindong and how it compared to Zhongnan. After their meal, Han Lan and Jiang Xi ascended to the top floor of the office building. Jiang Xi was awestruck by the spacious and bright office, adorned with abundant greenery, with glass rooms that exuded an air of professionalism and sophistication. Not to mention a dedicated gym, that I heard that the gym in this building is exclusively for the auditing department. And even the yoga instructor is the renowned Yi Qi, Han Lan said with a hint of envy. Jiang Xi was unfamiliar with who Yi Qi was, but she sensed that the instructor was quite impressive. In such a prestigious place, I wonder if I can even get in. She mused at just ask President Liu to be lenient with the hardware requirements, that you're more than capable of passing the exams. Right? If you perform well and earn your certification next year, who would dare look down on you? Han Lan encouraged Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi nodded solemnly. Yet, Lu Yudong's WeChat and phone number remained on her blacklist. Jiang Xi stuck out her tongue and removed him from the blacklist, hoping he hadn't sent her any messages in the meantime, blissfully unaware. After work, she texted Lu Yudong. Hubby, are you off work? I am waiting for you in the underground parking lot. Upon reading her message, Lu Yudong understood her intentions. Such overt affection must be for a reason, leading him to suspect ulterior motives, that he even deliberately restored his WeChat to her contacts. She had never been this affectionate before. Is this matter related to you? Lu Yudong asked as they drove. Hubby, are you off work? Was today exhausting? Jiang Xi inquired sweetly. Still acting like that, Lu Yudong replied tersely. Driving with a dispassionate demeanor, ditto. I was just worried you might be tired. What are you worried about? Last night wasn't that long, Lu Yudong remarked dismissively. Jiang Xi's face flushed instantly. That was not her intention. Not at all. What was he trying to imply? Where was he steering the conversation? Jiang Xi cleared her throat softly, contemplating how to subtly redirect the topic to the auditing department. Today, I received an email about the company forming an auditing department. Is it true? She asked. Lucas is preparing for interviews next week, Lu Yudong replied. Next week? Jiang Xi exclaimed, surprised that if they were starting next week, she wouldn't meet any of the qualifications. She lacked a Master degree and had not yet obtained her CPA certification. Yes, what is it to you? Why are you concerned about this matter? Lu Yudong's tone conveyed disdain for Jiang Xi's qualifications. This was a game for high-level elites, and what business did a low-level employee have worrying about it? Clearly, Lu Yudong's words struck a blow to Jiang Xi's confidence. Then am I really that inadequate in your eyes? Jiang Xi asked, her face scrunched up in a pout, sounding quite aggrieved that Lu Yudong chuckled lightly. Not that bad, but aren't you planning to resign? The mention of her resignation made Jiang Xi feel embarrassed. Her tone became somewhat deflated. I was just put off by the office gossip. It was frustrating that Lu Yudong smirked, still not admitting the truth. You were lured by Chu Shua, weren't you? So, what is with your sudden interest in the auditing department? His tone shifted to a more businesslike demeanor. I am preparing for the CPA exam. I thought it was best to seek your assistance, Jiang Xi replied, her voice lacking conviction. What are you thinking? Want to join the auditing department? Looking for a backdoor entry? Lu Yudong asked. Jiang Xi hesitated, but ultimately nodded earnestly. Yes, I really want to join. I would do well that you're telling me this when you're considering resignation. Lu Yudong clearly did not believe that Jiang Xi had performed exceptionally well. Jiang Xi had not anticipated that pleading with Lu Yudong would prove to be so verbose. Furthermore, with the matter of her resignation being a point of leverage for him, it seemed she would never be able to turn her fortunes around in this lifetime. If he were to discover that she had once sent a resume to Chuxia, it could lead to dire consequences. This matter is not for me to decide. Lucas is solely responsible for recruitment. And you know the meticulous nature of the Germans. Jiang Xi was momentarily stunned. Lu Yudong's implication was that he had rejected her. Given her qualifications, she had not even been afforded the opportunity to take the examination. Since you say it's not your decision, then why all the fuss? She remarked, her brows slightly furrowed. Lu Yudong turned to gaze at Jiang Xi, revealing his true nature. Jiang Xi, disinterested, adjusted her seat and pretended to doze off. The conversation had dwindled, and the atmosphere felt stagnant. With her eyes closed, her mind was tumultuous, nurturing a resilient spirit towards the prospect of entering the audit department. Later that evening, while Lu Yudong took a shower, Jiang Xi busied herself writing her resume. The recruitment notice specified that only a Chinese resume was required, yet Jiang Xi resolved to submit a German version as well, aiming to leave a favorable first impression on Mr. Lucas. Although she did not speak German, Lu Yudong did. Once Jiang Xi had completed her Chinese resume, Lu Yudong emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, to find Jiang Xi seated at the computer. Jiang Xi turned her head, casting a flattering gaze at Lu Yudong. "Darling, could you do me a favor?" "What is it?" "Please translate my resume into German. I implore you, darling." Jiang Xi clasped her hands in front of her chest. "Radiating sincerity. Jiangchi. Don't you think you're being a bit too presumptuous?" Jiang Xi immediately softened, realizing that asking the CEO to translate her resume was rather inconsiderate, but she genuinely did not comprehend a single word of German. Moreover, it would reflect poorly on you if your wife, a mere clerk in the finance department, were to be unqualified for such a position. Even if it is only nominal, it would still be unbefitting. As she spoke, Jiang Xi approached and playfully pushed Lu Yudong into a chair. "I'll give you a massage, and you can have your way with me tonight. Anything goes. Go downstairs and keep Grandpa company." Lu Yudong picked up the mouse. "All right, I'll head down now." After Jiang Xi concluded her words, she descended the stairs. Chapter 76. He added his English name Jiang Xi, returned from downstairs an hour later to find Lu Yudong reclining on the bed, engrossed in a book. She took her seat at the computer, examining the content Lu Yudong had translated. Although she could not comprehend it, she found it remarkably detailed. To her astonishment, at the bottom of the German resume, there was a name, Ethan. Jiang Xi inquired, "Who is Ethan? Did I write it? Have you forgotten?" Jiang Xi pointed to the English name on the computer screen for Lu Yudong to see. "Forget about it. Just include it." Jiang Xi was somewhat perplexed, suspecting that Ethan might indeed be Lu Yudong's English name. Despite his earlier dismissal of her qualifications for the audit department, he had still inscribed his name at the bottom of her resume. With the endorsement of the president of the new Dong Group, it would be challenging for the other party to overlook Jiang Xi. Her heart warmed. He consistently assisted her in subtle ways. If this contractual marriage were to end one day, how heartbroken would she be? And when he married Yin Xiuma, how would she cope? After reviewing her resume, Jiang Xi sent it to the HR department's email. Additionally, she resolved to inform Chuxia that she would not be joining his company. Given how Lu Yudong treated her, even if she could not enter the audit department, she should no longer harbor any other thoughts. Once in bed, Jiang Xi nestled her head against Lu Yudong's chest, saying nothing, simply feeling her eyes grow warm. "Don't get too sentimental. I sign every foreign document to prevent others from plagiarizing." Lu Yudong remarked nonchalantly. Jiang Xi retorted, "What is wrong with this person? Must he extinguish the warmth of others' emotions?" Irritated, Jiang Xi picked up her phone and changed his contact name to Jun. Lu Yudong glanced over and noted, "Aren't you no longer just a passerby?" "Yes, indeed. I have a name now." "What is my contact name in your phone?" Jiang Xi suddenly asked, curious. "Little Flower," Lu Yudong replied after a long pause. Jiang Xi felt a surge of indignation. Why must he always overshadow her? Wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, she turned her back to Lu Yudong and fell asleep. The next day, Jiang Xi was in high spirits, diligently working all morning. At 11 o'clock, she received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Jiang Xi, The voice on the other end was composed and melodious. Yes, that's me. May I ask who this is? The caller did not sound like a telemarketer. I am Zhuo Xiao, a partner at Zhongnan Certified Public Accountants that I happen to be driving by the New Dawn Group and wanted to discuss a few things with you. Do you have a moment? The tone was both polite and candid. Jiang Xi thought to herself. Discussing interview matters in the office with someone from another company was quite taboo. She refrained from saying much, although she no longer wished to work at Chu Shua's firm. She still needed to clarify her position. Sure, there's a Pinyin Cafe across from our company. Shall we meet there shortly? Great, that I'll be there shortly. Jiang Xi worked for another 10 minutes before heading downstairs. Zhuo Xiao appeared to be around 40 years old, her skin radiant and her professional attire exuding confidence and brilliance. Jiang Xi couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy upon seeing her. Accountant Zhuo? Jiang Xi sat down across from Zhuo Xiao. Jiang Xi, I just ordered you a steak and a salad. That's sufficient? Zhuo Xiao asked warmly. That is plenty, thank you, Accountant Zhuo. Jiang Xi was surprised by Zhuo Xiao's thoughtfulness. Leaving her unsure how to politely decline. Jiang Xi, I reviewed your resume. Though your academic credentials are not particularly high, that is of no consequence. Your performance has been highly praised by Accountant Chu. I am quite satisfied. Are you clear about your future plans? When would you be available to start at Zhongnan? Zhuo Xiao stated succinctly, I am currently overwhelmed with work and urgently need an assistant. Our firm offers varying salaries for different accountants' assistants. I can offer you 12,000. 12,000 was a substantial increase compared to Jiang Xi's current salary. Jiang Xi stirred her coffee. Accountant Zhuo, I must admit, I wish to remain at New Dong and do not intend to change jobs. Not interested in switching. Zhuo Xiao's surprise was evident that I heard that New Dong is establishing an audit department. Are you planning to apply there? Jiang Xi nodded earnestly. I'm truly sorry, Accountant Zhuo. Zhuo Xiao responded. However, I have seen the recruitment information for the audit department at New Dong, and it is quite stringent. Leaving aside your qualifications, you must also pass the CPA examination. The competition will surely be fierce. Do you believe you can manage it? If you're unable to make it into New Dong's audit department, don't come seeking us. Although Zhuo Xiao's words were delivered with a smile, Jiang Xi could discern the underlying severity, cautioning her not to miss this opportunity. That I understand that my mind may be somewhat dull. But I feel compelled to try despite the bumps along the road. That I do not wish to play both sides, Jiang Xi replied. Although she declined Zhuo Xiao's offer, Zhuo Xiao was nonetheless touched by Jiang Xi's honesty. After all, Chu Shua had merely forwarded Jiang Xi's resume to her inbox. Today's interview was initiated by Zhuo Xiao, not Jiang Xi, so she bore no resentment and even admired Jiang Xi. Does this mean we want to be colleagues for the time being? Zhuo Xiao inquired. Indeed, Jiang Xi responded with a smile. Then I shall have to treat my friend, Jiang Xi, to a meal. Jiang Xi felt comforted by Zhuo Xiao's calm demeanor, and they enjoyed a meal together. Discussing various topics unrelated to work. Chapter 77. Completely provoked Lu Yudong's fury, Xing Baohua descended the stairs for lunch and at a glance spotted Jiang Xi and Zhuo Xiao seated across from one another. A frown creased his brow. The establishment of the audit department at New Dong was most unwelcome news for Xing Baohua. Much of the finance department's functions would be transferred to the audit department, effectively sidelining him as the finance director. Given Jiang Xi's status as Mrs. Lu, she was undoubtedly destined for the audit department, and his worst nightmare of her surpassing him was coming to fruition. He was determined to prevent Jiang Xi from joining the audit department. After all, she was privy to many of the finance department's affairs, and any future audits would not bode well for him. Xing Baohua was acquainted with Zhuo Xiao. They had shared a romantic entanglement in their youth, that he intended to inform Lu Yudong that Jiang Xi was currently conversing with Zhuo Xiao as a finance professional. Jiang Xi being seen with an accountant from another CPA firm could raise Lu Yudong's suspicions, even if she had nothing to hide. Just as he was about to enter the elevator, he encountered Lu Yudong, who was descending with his assistant. President Lu, Xing Baohua greeted politely. Lu Yudong responded curtly. On his way to lunch, by the way, President Lu, I would like to request some time off this afternoon. I ran into an old classmate who is currently chatting with Jiang Xi at the cafe across the street. You must have something to attend to. Call me on my mobile, Xing Baohua remarked. Lu Yudong slightly furrowed his brows, pondering. Does Jiang Xi know Xing Baohua's classmates? With someone of Xing Baohua's directorial stature, there is no need for a formal leave of absence if he doesn't show up for half a day. His deliberate mention to Lu Yudong likely stems from a coincidental encounter. Upon exiting the Shindong group, Lu Yudong's gaze drifted toward a CAF across the street, where he indeed spotted Jiang Xi engaged in conversation with a captivatingly graceful woman. "Who is that? Do you know her?" Lu Yudong inquired of his assistant. "Zhou Xiao," the assistant replied, a partner at Zhongnan's certified public accountants. As part of her duties, the assistant was familiar with most corporate leaders. Instantly, a frown darkened Lu Yudong's expression. If memory served, Zhongnan was associated with Chu. It was evident that Zhou Xiao's conversation with Jiang Xi was intended to familiarize her with her prospective work environment. Jiang Xi's foresight in planning her future was commendable. She was juggling multiple opportunities, with Lu Yudong aware that she had already submitted her resume to Chu Shuo and had also applied to the auditing department. Even if one avenue fell through, she had a safety net. "Go ahead and have your meal," Lu Yudong instructed before returning upstairs to retrieve his car keys. Since she desired both positions, he resolved to let her experience the bitter taste of losing both. Lu Yudong first phoned the HR department, instructing them to dismiss Jiang Xi's application. "But Mr. Lu, Jiang Xi's resume was submitted with your translation," Sister Zhu from HR reminded him, implying that by signing Ethan's name on the resume, it would subtly suggest to HR that Jiang Xi should partake in the written examination. "Pass it," Lu Yudong replied curtly, offering no further explanation. Sister Zhu mused, "Has Jiang Xi offended him, or did Lu again?" Despite her inability to handle the consequences, she consistently finds herself in trouble. "Understood, Mr. Lu," she responded to Lu Yudong, then called Chulin Sheng. "What is your son's phone number?" The voice on the other end hesitated. "My son? How has he offended Mr. Lu? Just give me his mobile number, that if my son has wronged you in any way, I'll apologize on his behalf. But please, Mr. Lu, remain calm." "Mobile number?" Lu Yudong, exasperated by the other party's rambling, issued an ultimatum. Chulin Sheng relayed the number, and as he prepared to urgently call Chu Shuo, he discovered that Chu Shuo's line was busy. "Where are you?" Lu Yudong inquired of Chu. He had offered Jiang Xi an opportunity, discreetly establishing the auditing department and including a prohibition on office gossip to retain her. He even personally translated Jiang Xi's resume. Yet she remained ungrateful and sought to change jobs, which thoroughly incensed Lu Yudong. "In my office, there's something you need, Mr. Lu?" Chu Shuo asked. "That if it weren't important, would I seek you out?" Lu Yudong retorted disdainfully. Chapter 78. Refrain from seducing my wife in the future. In Chu Shuo's office, Lu Yudong uttered not a word, merely placing a stack of documents on the desk. Surprised, Chu Shuo picked them up, revealing comprehensive materials detailing how, over a decade ago, his father, Chulin Sheng, colluded with several companies to implicate Lu Yudong's father. He read on. Chu Shuo's apprehension grew. "Are you aware of when I plan to submit this evidence to the prosecutor's office?" Lu Yudong calmly inquired from across the table. Chu Shuo's face drained of color. "Based on the materials, Chulin Sheng could face at least 20 years in prison. Was it the moment Jiang Xi began working in my firm?" Chu Shuo asked. The establishment of the auditing department had become common knowledge in Jiangzhou, and Chu Shuo had long suspected that Lu Yudong was aware of Jiang Xi's intention to change jobs. Today, Lu Yudong's direct confrontation only solidified his suspicions. Very astute. "You know what to do. No need for me to elaborate." Lu Yudong narrowed his eyes at Chu Shuo. Though Chu Shuo harbored feelings for Jiang Xi, he realized that compared to his father's potential 2-decade incarceration, he would rather temporarily relinquish his interest in her. "But you and Jiang Xi entered into a contractual marriage, did you not?" Chu Shuo pressed, a belief imparted to him by Jiang that he held firmly. "Contractual marriage?" Lu Yudong pulled out a cigarette, leisurely flicking his lighter. "Do you truly believe I would behave in such a manner? In a contractual marriage, I wouldn't concern myself with her well-being." Chu Shuo found some merit in Lu Yudong's reasoning. "I understand," Chu Shuo replied, his spirits plummeting. Regardless of the nature of their marriage, they had indeed obtained a marriage certificate. Noticing Chu Shuo's compliance, Lu Yudong stood to leave. Pausing at the doorway, he added, "In the future, refrain from seducing my wife." Chu Shuo remained silent for a prolonged moment. As long as they possessed a marriage certificate, he was indeed guilty of seduction. This afternoon, Jiang Xi's luck had been abysmal. Upon returning from the CAF, she received an email from the HR department. "Thank you for submitting your resume. However, it does not meet our criteria for auditing personnel, though we hope you will continue to strive for improvement." The gap was significant. In an instant, Jiang Xi felt as though she had become a withered plant. It seemed that even with Lu Yudong's endorsement, her prospects were bleak. These emails had indeed been personally reviewed by Lucas, leaving Lu Yudong with no influence over the matter. Shortly thereafter, she received a WeChat message from Chusho, Jiang Ci. Thank you for your trust in our firm by submitting your resume. However, Accountant Zhuo mentioned that you declined the opportunity. Therefore, we will not insist further, and Accountant Zhuo will seek a new assistant. In a moment, both job prospects had evaporated. Feeling despondent, Jiang Ci wondered, was her competence truly so lacking? Throughout the afternoon, she found it challenging to focus on her work. At 5 o'clock, she headed to the parking lot. As Lu Yudong had yet to arrive, she stood there, one foot resting atop the other, attempting to alleviate her disheartened spirit. For the first time in her life, Jiang Ci felt an overwhelming sense of self-doubt. Gazing down at her feet, tears began to fall as Lu Yudong approached, halting in his tracks as he observed Jiang Ci's forlorn demeanor. This was the first time he had witnessed her in such a state. Initially infuriated by her indecisiveness, his irritation softened upon seeing her vulnerable that Lu Yudong used the remote to unlock the car, and as Jiang Ci regained her composure, she hurriedly entered the passenger seat. Discreetly wiping away her tears, inside the vehicle, she shielded half of her face with her hand, staring out the window. Once they exited the garage, Lu Yudong asked, "What's wrong? Do you think I'm quite inadequate?" Jiang Ci's voice trembled as she confessed, believing herself capable, yet failing at everything. Lu Yudong could not help but smirk slightly. "Why would you say that?" "Today," the HR department replied, stating that my qualifications fall significantly short of their requirements. "Even with your endorsement, have I not brought you shame?" Jiang Ci bowed her head, feeling utterly defeated. Lu Yudong replied succinctly, neither confirming nor denying her claim. Yet it was clear that Jiang Ci had little interest in his response. She merely wished to voice her frustrations that I have always been among the top 3 in my studies, attended a prestigious middle school, followed by a distinguished high school. During my second year of high school, my family faced difficulties. My father passed away, and my mother was hospitalized, and I balanced caring for her while continuing my education. Given my circumstances, I couldn't pursue a master's degree, and I relinquished my spot in the graduate program to someone else. Yet I have always maintained that this was not my fault. However, today, Jiang Ci continued, her hands nervously fidgeting. Today, the HR department emailed me, stating that there remains a considerable gap between my qualifications and their requirements. Lu Yudong glanced at Jiang Ci, catching a single tear that fell onto her lap, followed by another, and soon, a cascade of tears. Suddenly, Lu Yudong felt somewhat excessive in his response. "Is it solely this matter?" he queried. Jiang Ci's gaze flickered. She wished to shield Lu Yudong from knowing about her application to Zhongnan, especially since she had already declined. She preferred to avoid complications, stating, "It's not just this. There is another issue that weighs on my mind. The rejection from the new East HR department truly saddens me." "Doesn't weigh on your mind?" Lu Yudong seized upon her words. "Indeed," Jiang Ci affirmed. "Do you not feel I've brought you shame?" "Shame has already been brought. What can be done?" Lu Yudong replied nonchalantly. Chapter 79. Crying again upon arriving home, Aunt Fong was preparing the meal. Jiang Ci, with her head downcast, greeted her grandfather. "Grandpa, I'm not in the mood to eat." "I'll head upstairs." "What's wrong with Xiao Ci?" her grandfather inquired of Lu Yudong. As they were the only 2 remaining at the dining table, Lu Yudong suddenly felt that the atmosphere at dinner was rather bleak. Experiencing setbacks at work, will you not assist her? Her grandfather reproached Lu Yudong. Lu Yudong remained silent. Jiang Ci's tribulation stemmed from him. "Please go and serve Jiang Ci a bowl of noodles," her grandfather insisted. "Grandpa!" Lu Yudong firmly declined. Yudong, clearly her grandfather was not intimidated by Lu Yudong's glare. "Do it. I will be watching you." How can she go hungry? Lu Yudong, in a state of resignation, had no choice but to head to the kitchen and prepare a bowl of noodles for Jiang Ci. Atop which lay a solitary egg that in the past, he would have never stooped to such a humble task. Yet this time, he even meticulously separated the egg yolk and he instructed Aunt Fong to serve the dish to Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci was seated at her writing desk, engrossed in her reading. Notes from her undergraduate studies and a book on auditing and life, which she had refrained from bringing home to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Each time she returned home, she only took her financial management textbooks, but in this moment, she found herself unable to focus. staring blankly at the book in her hands. Aunt Fong brought the noodles and specifically noted, "Madam, this was personally prepared by Mr. Liu. Did he?" Jiang Si, I found it hard to believe. "Indeed, it is the first time I've seen him or to Liu cook in all these years. Please enjoy, madam," Aunt Fong encouraged, picking some noodles for Jiang Si. Concerned they might clump together, Jiang Si felt a twinge of confusion, but attributed it to Lu Yudong's failure to assist her, which left her feeling guilty. She looked closely at the halved egg, its yolk absent, and was deeply touched by his thoughtfulness. Memories of her childhood flooded back, when her father would return home unexpectedly, and she would prepare noodles for him. He would gently pat her head and say, "Little Si, let me make you an egg." When preparing her father's eggs, he would boil them first, slice them open, salt minced meat and vegetables, and fill the yolks before placing it in the bowl of noodles. That Liu Yudong had not gone to such lengths. Yet his gesture had already moved Jiang Si profoundly, that as she devoured the noodles, tears streamed down her face. She missed her father dearly. Though he had left her, she felt he was still close. As if he were right beside her, that Liu Yudong, downstairs, sent a WeChat message to Sister Zhu in the HR department. "Reserve a position for an auditing assistant." After sending the message, he ascended the stairs. "Have you finished eating?" he inquired. "Yes, thank you." Jiang Si felt a mix of anxiety and gratitude at the thought of Lu Yudong preparing her meal. Overthinking it, "It was your grandfather who insisted I prepare this." Lu Yudong replied expressionlessly. Jiang Si's heart, still brimming with emotion, lingered on the moment. She had eaten rather messily, a strand of noodle clinging to her lips. Without hesitation, she embraced Lu Yudong's waist, feeling the warmth emanating from him. A stark contrast to her father's presence. His unique, cool, and alluring masculine aura captivated her, distinct from her father's. Yet Lu Yudong's gaze was piercing. Jiang Si pressed her face against him, sobbing quietly, longing for solitude, yet feeling the weight of her emotions. As her cries grew louder, Lu Yudong furrowed his brow, crying again. "I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it back. That I won't cry anymore," she hurriedly replied, wiping her tears. Unbeknownst to her, her tears, snot, and remnants of noodles had all found their way onto Lu Yudong's attire. Lu Yudong glanced down at his shirt, gritting his teeth. Jiang Si, noticing how her carelessness had sullied his pristine shirt, felt a rush of guilt and quickly stood up. "Please don't be angry. I'll wash it for you." As she spoke, she stepped in front of him and began unbuttoning his shirt. Tears still glistened on her cheeks, her eyes slightly red and her hair a bit disheveled. With her head bowed, she fumbled with the buttons, muttering to herself, "Is it really my fault? Why must you be so difficult?" Starting from the lowest button, she worked her way up. Facing Lu Yudong's physique directly made her blush. Her cheeks flushed and ears burning, Liu Yudong recalled a similar incident from before when she had blushed at the sight of him changing clothes. "Has it been so long? Yet you remain so innocent. Like a sheltered maiden? How unfortunate that you are no longer one." He mused to himself. Amused by the situation, he opened his arms wide, allowing Jiang Si to undress him without reservation. "Change me," he instructed. Standing still, Jiang Si prepared to wash the shirt. She responded, "Understood. My lord, can't you dress yourself?" Lu Yudong remarked. Jiang Si filled a basin with water and added detergent, letting the shirt soak. "Your husband is still without clothes." Lu Yudong called from outside. "Just a moment, that I'm soaking the shirt," she replied, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Emerging from the bathroom, she randomly selected a deep blue shirt from Lu Yudong's wardrobe for him to wear. He looked particularly handsome in deep blue. To be precise, he looked good in any color. "Still cold?" she asked as she adjusted his outfit. Liu Yudong, rolling up his cuffs, replied nonchalantly, "I suppose that's your way of showing diligence." Jiang Si thought to herself, "What do you mean by diligence? It's simply hard work." Chapter 80. Why do you keep staring at me? Lu Yudong asked as he settled into bed with a book, while Jiang Si remained at her writing desk. Suddenly, she felt that they both had a profound love for reading, forming a pair of diligent and aspiring spouses. "Why not come read in bed?" Lu Yudong suggested. "That I fear that if I get too comfortable in bed, I might not want to do the laundry later," Jiang Si explained, feeling slightly sympathetic towards her own fate of washing clothes. Likening it to the arduous life of Yang Bailao's daughter, Liu Yudong turned a page and casually remarked, "The arrangement of the writing desk in the bedroom is quite similar to that at my grandfather's house. Your position is always turned away from me at tea times." Jiang Xi noticed Lu Yudong flipping through pages rapidly, while at other moments, he would linger on a single page for an extended period. Whenever he paused, a nagging thought crossed her mind. What is wrong? Why isn't he turning the page? Is he falling asleep? She would often glance back, repeating this several times, until their eyes finally met once more. Why do you keep staring at me? Lu Yudong asked, raising his gaze. Caught in the act, Jiang Xi had no retort and simply said, I'm off to do the laundry. She dashed into the bathroom. Washing clothes was a trivial task for Jiang Xi. She had been doing her own laundry since elementary school, opting against washing machines during college due to their cost and inefficiency. Washing a shirt was no challenge for her. She quickly finished, avoiding wringing it out, fearful of damaging Lu Yudong's shirt, and left it to drip dry in the bathroom before hanging it on the balcony. His clothing, much like the man himself, was precious as she climbed into bed. Her hands were red and tender. Unconsciously, she remarked, You looked great in that shirt earlier. Did I? Lu Yudong replied, his tone as calm as ever. Yes, deep blue, gray, and black. Everything looks great on you. Jiang Xi's mind conjured images of him in those colors, strikingly handsome. Especially that time you wore a deep gray shirt. Several female colleagues in the office discussed it for ages, practically ready to devour you whole. Is that so? Lu Yudong responded, his demeanor unchanging. Did I in that case buy me a few more? Jiang Xi intended to compliment him, realizing that everyone appreciates kind words, that if Lu Yudong's mood lifted, she might endure a bit of discomfort later. However, she didn't anticipate her words would backfire. Unwilling, Lu Yudong tilted his head to look at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi forced a smile. Of course I'm willing. Tomorrow night, I'll return a bit later after shopping with Han Lan at the New East Mall and pick up some shirts for you. How does that sound? Or perhaps I'll stay in the dorm tomorrow. Whatever. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised by how easily Lu Yudong acquiesced. The next day at work, she messaged Han Lan, making plans to go shopping that evening and stay in the dorm. Or that you doesn't mind? Han Lan asked, taken aback that he is indifferent about it. Jiang Xi replied, feeling elated. Yet Han Lan sensed a hint of something amiss but couldn't quite pinpoint it as soon as the workday ended. Jiang Xi and Han Lan headed to the New East Mall for dinner and shopping, feeling like a bird finally liberated from its cage, joyfully chatting and laughing. The New East Mall was the most upscale shopping center in Jiangzhou. But after browsing a few stores, Jiang Xi felt disheartened. The shirts here often cost 20 to 30,000 apiece, and Lu Yudong had asked her to buy several. She hesitated to even purchase one, let alone multiple. Go ahead and buy them. After all, the money comes from him, Han Lan suggested. Even if it's his money, you shouldn't squander it like that. True enough, it's all your family's money. Don't start. Jiang Xi remarked that Han Lan still remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Yudong's wealth had nothing to do with her. The two of them had browsed several shops. A bit dazzled, and were just about to head downstairs to check out cosmetics. Han Lan intended to purchase a toner, while Jiang Xi wished to acquire a set of facial masks that they perused cosmetics. The crowd in the lobby suddenly swelled, a throng of people surging in. Jiang Xi and Han Lan glanced over to see Yin Shuemo entering, flanked by numerous bodyguards, likely arriving for an event. Given the upscale nature of the new Dong Mall, the mere sight of Yin Shuemo incited a wave of frustration in Jiang Xi, prompting her to declare, let's continue to look for shirts. However, just as Jiang Xi stepped onto the elevator, she received a WeChat message from Yin Shuemo. Jiang Xi, is that you? I just spotted someone who looks remarkably like you. Jiang Xi chose not to respond. Although she was occupied with searching for shirts, an unsettling anxiety lingered in her mind, suspecting that Yin Shuemo had noticed her and was scheming once more. Sure enough, as Jiang Xi emerged from a shop, Yin Shuemo trailed behind her, asking, Are you purchasing shirts for Yudong? Miss Yin, has the event concluded? Jiang Xi inquired. Indeed. Speaking of which, I have several shirts for Yudong, 4 or 5 pieces in fact. Since Miss Jiang is selecting shirts for him, why not take these off my hands? Yin Shuemo suggested. Jiang Xi furrowed her brow slightly, thinking to herself, how childish can she be? That works, Jiang Xi replied with a smile. He asked me to buy a few shirts, but I have no intention of purchasing even one that they are exorbitantly priced. Please do not mention this to my husband, or he will surely scold me. You needn't worry. I will not breathe a word of it. Such a thing would be beneath me. Yin Shuemo mused inwardly, thinking to herself that it would serve Jiang Xi right to be reprimanded. Jiang Xi's naivety was astonishing. For the sake of a few coins, she had easily fallen into her own trap. Chapter 81. Where are the shirts you bought for me? Han Lan tugged at Jiang Xi's hand, urging her to remain calm. In Shui and Mo, having noticed their interaction, quickly addressed Jiang Xi. Then it's settled. When shall I deliver the shirts to you? Well, Jiang Xi replied, if they are sent to the office. He might run into them, that he knows I haven't bought him any shirts and would become furious. Let us wait until after work. Could you deliver them to my dormitory this evening? Agreed, In Shui Mo affirmed, before departing. You're foolish. She keeps using tricks, and you keep falling for them. Han Lan chided that I pinched your hand, and you ignored me, that if President Liu kicks you out again, I will not take you in. How could I be so easily deceived? I am well aware of her intentions. Let us go home. We've saved money on shirts tonight, Jiang Xi replied, her spirits lifted with a touch of pride on her face. Han Lan was left bewildered, unable to comprehend Jiang Xi's thought process. That night, Jiang Xi enjoyed a restful slumber, undisturbed by any turmoil, and since she didn't have to rise early the next day, she luxuriated in 10 uninterrupted hours of sleep. When she arrived at work the following day, she felt revitalized. Shortly after settling in, she heard a knock on her desk. Looking up, she saw Liu Yudong standing there. Reflexively, she sprang to her feet. President Liu. This marked Liu Yudong's inaugural visit to the finance department. The atmosphere in the office grew tense. Although everyone pretended to work diligently, curiosity about Liu Yudong's presence filled the air as they held their breath. Eavesdropping on the exchange between Jiang Xi and Liu Yudong. Where are the shirts you bought for me? Liu Yudong inquired, his brow slightly furrowed as he scrutinized Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi thought to herself, it is not like I want to return home. Why is he coming to the office to demand shirts? I spent all last evening at the New Dong Mall and still didn't find anything suitable. I'll go again tonight. Then no more games. Liu Yudong frowned. What tricks am I playing? I must find suitable clothes for you. Jiang Xi hastily defended herself. You want to return home if you can't find anything. Will you? That's the implication. Isn't it? The villa is so far from the New Dong Mall. Jiang Xi complained that is it not more comfortable in the dormitory than at home? He queried. The more Jiang Xi heard, the more she felt something was amiss. Comfortable? What is he implying? She assessed Liu Yudong's attire. Today, he wore a black shirt, looking quite dapper, his physique both robust and appealing. Hurry up. With that, Liu Yudong left. Earlier, Liu Yudong had caught a glimpse of a book on Jiang Xi's desk. CPA and Life. This was a book she no longer took home, reading it only during work breaks. Quite discreetly, the office staff were perplexed as to whether Liu Yudong's visit was to hasten Jiang Xi into buying clothes or to prompt her to return home, but the fact that he personally visited the finance department indicated that something was amiss. Everyone began recommending links to shirts for Jiang Xi, but she politely declined each suggestion, having her own plans in mind. That afternoon, Jiang Xi chose not to return home, instead sending Liu Yudong a WeChat message. Darling, let us continue searching for clothes tonight. With your keen interest, shouldn't I express my gratitude? Liu Yudong replied, his tone somewhat mocking. Initially, he had only intended for her to stay in the dormitory for a day. But it now appeared that this arrangement was becoming prolonged, evoking a sense of releasing a tiger back into the wild, with potential repercussions. Jiang Xi merely replied with a smiley face to AT8 that evening. The shirts from In Shui Mo arrived, sent by someone on her behalf. 3 shirts were delivered. 1 black, 1 dark blue, and 1 gray. All colors that Liu Yudong typically wore. Jiang Xi, along with Han Lan, meticulously examined the shirts, discovering that each bore the initials L. YD, presumably an abbreviation for Liu Yudong. Where can we find a tailor? Jiang Xi inquired. There's a tailor shop behind our dormitory. How's Suit Store, a time-honored establishment that has been around since the early days of the Republic, Han Lan informed her. What are you planning to do? Let us go, Jiang Xi said, pulling Han Lan along as she took the 3 shirts and stepped outside. She instructed the tailor at How's Suit Store to create 3 identical shirts, but with a modification to the label, removing the L. YD. The tailor mentioned that the turnaround time would be 10 days and that the fabric might not be identical. But they could ensure it appeared the same, as long as it looks the same, Jiang Xi insisted. After dropping off the suits, In Shui Mo sent a WeChat message to Liu Yudong. Yudong, during my last trip to Dubai, I ordered 3 shirts for you. The other day, when I saw Jiang Xi buying you shirts, I told her not to bother, as I had given her mine. She was looking to save a bit of money. Did Liu Dong read the message, his teeth grinding in irritation? Meanwhile, Jiang Xi had sent him a message stating her intention to reside in the dormitory for 10 days. Liu Dong suppressed his anger, wanting to observe what schemes Jiang Xi would devise. During these 10 days, Jiang Xi relished her time, dining out with Han Lan and indulging in binge-watching their favorite series at night. She even managed to finish reading the book CPA and Life by Chu Shua, who had offered profound insights into the realm of certified public accounting. However, during this period, the auditing department on the top floor began recruiting. Occasionally, when Jiang Xi noticed the well-dressed elites heading up for interviews, her spirits would plummet, reminding her of her unfulfilled dream of becoming a CPA. Chapter 82. Stirring Up Trouble. The 3 shirts tailored by Howe's suit store were completed on a Friday. Jiang Xi reluctantly bid farewell to Han Lan and returned home. Having not seen Liu Dong for several days, that it is inherently difficult for an ordinary, low-level employee to catch a glimpse of the CEO. Liu Dong lounged on the sofa, regarding her with a mix of interest and slight annoyance. That you're back. Where are the shirts you bought? He inquired. Jiang Xi retrieved the shirts from her canvas bag. Upon seeing them, Liu Dong immediately recognized that they were the ones ordered from Dubai, noting that she hadn't even bothered to repackage them, revealing her intentions. That you've gained weight, Liu Dong observed, scrutinizing Jiang Xi's round face. The few pounds she had lost during her previous illness had evidently returned. What? Jiang Xi exclaimed, hastily touching her face in alarm. Gained weight? How could that be? Liu Dong scoffed. How could it not be? You eat junk food every day. Jiang Xi thought to herself. Had I known I would gain weight, I wouldn't have indulged so recklessly. The rich flavors of outside food suit me, while Aunt Fong's cooking is rather bland. Have you finished the book? Liu Dong squinted at Jiang Xi, asking again. Huh? Book? What book? Jiang Xi blinked, wondering if Liu Dong was trying to trick her. The book on financial cost management, she finally realized, letting out a sigh of relief. That it was CPA and Life. That is a textbook. It doesn't get finished that quickly. That it takes a long time to read. She explained. Liu Dong smirked coldly, aware of her expression and thinking she believed he was oblivious. That, oh, by the way, have you tried on the shirts I bought for you? Jiang Xi said as she pulled out the 3 shirts from the exquisite packaging. How much is each one? Liu Dong inquired. Jiang Xi held up 2 fingers. 20,000. Jiang Xi neither affirmed nor denied, merely smiling with a sense of pride that Liu Dong recognized the shirt of this brand. He used to custom order them from Dubai, costing 70 to 80,000 each. Given Jiang Xi's frugal nature, he surmised she would not purchase such an item. Disappointed and infuriated by Jiang Xi, he casually set the shirt aside. That he retreated to the bedroom, leaning against the bed while reading. After Jiang Xi finished her shower, she noticed Liu Dong's frosty demeanor and felt a pang of anxiety. Sometimes a cold silence can be more terrifying than an outburst of anger. What's wrong? Jiang Xi inquired, stepping closer and brushing her hand against his arm. Did not provoke me. Liu Dong's voice was low and gravelly. Yet the underlying temper startled Jiang Xi. Internally, she mused that it was indeed June, and she attempted to quietly step away, only to be seized by Liu Dong, who pulled her onto the bed. I told you not to provoke me. Recently, Liu Dong had been harboring a smoldering frustration with no outlet. Jiang Xi had returned, yet she seemed to recklessly flirt with danger, her innocence appearing almost feigned. Her actions, while seemingly innocent, incited immense anger in Liu Dong. That in a fit of rage, he tore Jiang Xi's shirt. Get me into the audit department, Jiang Xi exclaimed, standing merely 10 centimeters from Liu Dong. Previously, she had wished to enter the audit department through merit, avoiding any whispers of impropriety. However, that was no longer an option. Observing others flourish in interviews while she stood on the sidelines filled her with urgency. She yearned for a job in auditing, but the opportunity eluded her. With her certification as a CPA still a year away, she feared the requirements would only grow stricter by then. Reluctantly, she considered seeking Liu Dong's assistance, despite it being her last resort. Jiang Xi's breath quickened, her eyelashes fluttered, and her nostrils quivered with each gasp, presenting an undeniably adorable visage. Yet, why did her every request provoke such disdain from Liu Dong? Jiang Xi possessed an uncanny ability to ignite his ire with ease, igniting flames without concern for extinguishing them. an endeavor that rested solely on Lu Yudong's shoulders. Did I ask this why you returned? Lu Yudong gritted his teeth. Naturally, that was not what Jiang Xi intended to convey. It was merely a coincidence. Before she could finish her thought, Lu Yudong's lips sealed hers forcefully to no. He interrupted, not allowing her to complete her statement. Jiang Xi's resolve was thoroughly extinguished. The next morning, Jiang Xi awoke to find herself nestled in Lu Yudong's embrace, who had yet to rise. Her body ached terribly, compounded by Lu Yudong's refusal of her request to join the audit department. Leaving her irate, she turned away, presenting her back to him. Lu Yudong's phone rang. Today? Are you free? He was indeed available. All right, I'll be there by noon. That he hung up, informing Jiang Xi that Yin Shuma's film was wrapping up, and she had invited him to a farewell meal. Jiang Xi thought to herself how quickly Yin Shuma acted. Darling, you should wear the shirt I bought for you, she said, glancing at Lu Yudong with a gentle demeanor. Lu Yudong frowned at her, pondering why she would suggest wearing a shirt gifted by Yin Shuma, who might have intended to embarrass her. That I will not wear it, he asserted decisively, grabbing a different shirt nearby. Understanding that once Lu Yudong made a decision, he would not yield, Jiang Xi, in a moment of desperation, knelt on the bed and pressed her lips against his, her first initiative to kiss him. The kiss lingered. What are you doing? After the kiss, Jiang Xi leaned back slightly, and Lu Yudong furrowed his brow. Yet his tone was not one of inquiry. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, Jiang Xi hesitated to meet his gaze. Her finger resting beneath her lips, as if she had just overstepped. That I just wanted you to wear the shirt I bought. Jiang Xi held up one of the 3 shirts in her possession. Whatever happens, I will take responsibility. Lu Yudong sensed that refusing to wear it would not suffice. Jiang Xi was notably insistent, and he was curious to uncover her true intentions. That I'll take responsibility, I promise. Jiang Xi hurriedly assured him. They arrived at the CF arranged by Yin Shuma. From across the window, Yin Shuma observed the couple approach, the woman vivacious and the man composed. This man should have belonged to her, and she longed to strangle Jiang Xi, especially after learning of her mother's identity. Jiang Xi and Lu Yudong settled opposite Yin Shuma, who was visibly irked by Jiang Xi's cheerful demeanor, oblivious to the impending awkwardness. Upon recognizing the shirt Lu Yudong wore, Yin Shuma took a sip of her coffee and remarked, Yudong, that shirt looks splendid on you. I can't believe after all these years, your figure remains unchanged. The size I ordered for you back then is still the same. Thank you, Miss Jiang, for passing the shirt to Yudong. Yin Shuma's cunning intent was to humiliate Jiang Xi in that moment. Surprisingly, Jiang Xi feigned ignorance, asking, Miss Yin, what are you saying? I don't understand. Yin Shuma, reveling in her triumph, noted Jiang Xi's innocent act as merely an attempt to salvage her dignity. After all, it would be utterly embarrassing to have presented a shirt from her ex-girlfriend to her husband. I meant the shirt Yudong is wearing as a gift from me, that I had it delivered to your dormitory. Yin Shuma stirred her coffee effortlessly. Miss Yin, one must speak with evidence. You never gifted me a shirt. This one was purchased at great expense for my husband, Jiang Xi replied, feigning innocence while trying to maintain her composure. Lu Yudong stirred his coffee, unaware of Jiang Xi's intention to dispute the matter. Did she think people wouldn't recognize a custom piece from Dubai? Great expense. How much did you spend? Yin Shuma scoffed. Jiang Xi raised 2 fingers. A lot. 20,000? Is it a lot to you? Yin Shuma smirked disdainfully. 2,000 per piece. How extravagant. Jiang Xi responded earnestly. That's quite expensive. Yin Shuma thought to herself. Could Jiang Xi be so naive? When has Lu Yudong ever worn anything under 5 figures? Lu Yudong cleared his throat, feeling a hint of embarrassment. Yudong, you have an eye for quality. This shirt was custom made for you in Dubai, costing 88,000 that I used to order over 20 pieces for you each year. Your name is even on the label. Yin Shuma spoke as if addressing a fool, then turned her attention back to Lu Yudong. What? The label? Jiang Xi feigned ignorance, appearing utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? This shirt I ordered for my husband clearly has the label LJ, symbolizing Lu and Jiang, signifying Lu Yudong's love for Jiang Xi. Isn't that right, darling? She turned to Lu Yudong for confirmation. What? Yin Shuma was taken aback. You think just anyone can see my husband? Who are you to look? But I can take a picture for you. With that, Jiang Xi stood, lifting her phone to capture the label beneath Lu Yudong's collar. Afterward, she adjusted his shirt, As if to emphasize her point, Liu Yudong realized Jiang Xi had come prepared for a confrontation. She was far from the simpleton Yin Xiuma imagined. She had cleverly orchestrated this morning's events to ensure he wore the shirt. Though the morning had been intoxicating, he now felt as though he had been used. Lj. Interesting that he had not scrutinized the label before, but now he was intrigued. Look, Jiang Xi offered her phone to Yin Xiuma. You lied, claiming you gave me the shirt. Do you think I would be foolish enough to wear a shirt bought for my husband by another woman? Yin Xiuma was left speechless, scrutinizing the fabric of Liu Yudong's shirt. Realizing it was not from Dubai, Jiang Xi had outsmarted her, leaving her in a humiliating position before Liu Yudong. I have a flight to catch. I must leave, Yin Xiuma declared, grabbing her bag and departing. So, who truly belongs to you? After Yin Xiuma departed, Liu Yudong showed no inclination to leave. He ordered an additional steak, appearing intent on engaging in a deep conversation with Jiang Xi. Once a spirited and ambitious rooster, Jiang Xi felt defeated in Yin Xiuma's absence, humbly stirring her coffee with trepidation. She feared that Liu Yudong might direct his ire towards her, as Yin Xiuma had always been his cherished moonlight. Someone who had ordered over 20 shirts for him in a single year. Following her recent humiliation at Jiang Xi's hands, Liu Yudong was certain to seek retribution. However, as long as he refrained from causing a scene in front of Yin Xiuma and spared Jiang Xi from public disgrace, she would be content. How much did the clothes you bought for me cost? He inquired softly. He had discerned Jiang Xi's cunning ploy of substituting the shirts Yin Xiuma had gifted him. And although he had not examined them closely, he had failed to notice the switch point 2,000 each. That haven't I mentioned that several times? Jiang Xi replied, her tone somewhat constrained. Where did you buy them? Liu Yudong glanced at the shirt, genuinely impressed by its resemblance to high-end garments worth 70 or 80,000 abroad, that custom-made from House Tailor Shop, and I specifically had that label added, she explained, her voice filled with pride. The label was discreetly placed at the back of the collar, and Liu Yudong longed to inspect it, though he had yet to see the garments gifted by Yin Xiuma. By the way, what about the clothes Yin Xiuma sent? Jiang Xi licked her lips, acutely aware of the question she had been dreading to, I gave them away, she said, brushing her hair back nervously. To whom? Liu Yudong inquired gently, turning his attention fully towards Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi, sensing the impending storm, hesitated before admitting, I gave them to Deng Yu. You remember him, right? He accompanied me when I bought my computer last time. I remember. His physique is not vastly different from yours, so those clothes should suit him well. Jiang Xi felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Liu Yudong might demand she reclaim the garments. Why not take them back, he asked. Why would I do that? Jiang Xi lowered her gaze, squinting slightly, feeling quite wronged that on the surface, I am still Mrs. Liu, with so many eyes on me at the company. Even if I were to wear a green hat, I wouldn't do so willingly that I'm not foolish. How can I let someone else's clothes tarnish my dignity? So, who exactly do you belong to? Liu Yudong asked, effortlessly slicing through his steak, his voice remaining gentle. Why, naturally, it's you, Jiang Xi replied, though she sensed Liu Yudong's awareness of her ulterior motives. She constantly humiliates me and urges you to cast me aside. Should I not retaliate on my own instead of waiting for you? Jiang Xi muttered under her breath, her head bowed lower. You still have feelings for her, don't you? What qualities does she possess other than her looks? What did you say? Liu Yudong asked, his brow furrowing slightly. Nothing, Jiang Xi replied, bracing herself against her chair, shoulders slumped. She felt vulnerable, knowing Liu Yudong was setting the stage for her downfall, despite his long-winded lead-up. Liu Yudong refrained from erupting. After finishing their meal, he drove Jiang Xi home. Upon arriving upstairs, Jiang Xi began to unbutton his shirt. What are you doing? Liu Yudong asked. Are you this indiscreet with other men as well? Not at all. That $2,000 shirt hardly does justice to your elegance. Hurry up. With that, Jiang Xi hurriedly removed Liu Yudong's shirt and placed it on the bed, while searching for another shirt for him. Liu Yudong caught a glimpse of the label on the collar. Indeed, it read, LJ. Are the other two shirts identical to this one? He asked Jiang Xi. Identical, each costing 2,000, she confirmed. Put them away. Liu Yudong instructed. What? Jiang Xi had already retrieved a deep gray shirt from the closet and skillfully dressed him, fastening the buttons while maintaining eye contact. Put them away. Are you going to wear it? But, Jiang Xi wanted to protest. If you find $2,000 shirts cheap, how could you possibly wear something like this? It doesn't team match your status. The quality is decent. Is it really? If you like it, I'll order shirts from House Tailor Shop for you in the future. It'll save money. Even if you are wealthy, you shouldn't spend frivolously, right? Jiang Xi said cheerfully, her face lighting up. It must be identical to these three. Sure, Jiang Xi replied, suddenly remembering the label. What about the label? Is it the same as well? Exactly the same. Jiang Xi felt a flicker of confusion, pondering whether he truly understood the significance of LJ. Nevertheless, she had no choice but to comply with his request. How long does it take to order one? 2 a month. Chapter 85. Calling him by name the following day at work, Han Lan specifically messaged Jiang Xi to share some news. What is it? During lunch, Jiang Xi and Han Lan were enjoying spicy hot pot at a small restaurant nestled within a towering building, where they had to squeeze into a corner due to the crowd. Jiang Xi had ordered the extremely spicy version, leaving her lips flushed. That I delivered some documents to our director today. She mentioned that Lucas will be coming to China tomorrow and will assume his role immediately. Han Lan said, you wanted to join the auditing department, right? I think you should seize this opportunity. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. That is not possible. The HR department rejected my resume. Clearly, my requirements didn't align. Even if I resubmit, it would be in vain. Plus, I asked Lu Yudong for help, and he turned me down. Keep your voice down. What else with the constant mention of Lu Yudong? Calling Director Lu outside. There are ears everywhere. Han Lan glanced around. What I meant was, even though HR rejected your resume, you could translate it into German and submit it directly to Lucas. You might just get lucky. Jiang Xi thought to herself. Indeed, it's easier to meet the king of hell than to deal with the little demons. Han Lan was unaware that Lu Yudong had already translated Jiang Xi's resume for her, and she planned to print several copies to hand to Lucas upon his arrival. Filled with hope, Jiang Xi returned to the office, chatting and laughing with Han Lan. However, as they reached the lobby, Lu Yudong emerged from the elevator, likely on his way to lunch. Hello, Director Lu. Hello, Director Lu. Both Jiang Xi and Han Lan greeted him simultaneously. That Lu Yudong walked briskly, casting only a brief glance at Jiang Xi before frowning. Still eating spicy food, he remarked before continuing on his way. Jiang Xi instinctively wanted to say something, but he had already passed, leaving her in silence. What did he say? Han Lan asked Jiang Xi. Is he criticizing your food choices? Han Lan appeared astonished. Is he really that concerned about what you eat? He is not just the CEO. He is your husband now. Han Lan shook her head in exasperation. You re just making things difficult for us single folks. That don't you have ding you? Jiang Xi teased, though she felt a mix of sweetness and sadness at Lu Yudong's earlier expression. He truly cared about her, and there was no denying it. We haven't even begun, Han Lan noted, aware of Deng Yu's fondness for Jiang Xi. If Jiang Xi weren't married, he might have pursued her already. Jiang Xi lowered her head, feeling a bittersweet mixture of joy and sorrow. She realized that this fleeting sweetness would soon dissipate like bubbles in water, leaving no trace behind. As Lu Yudong approached the lobby door. Just before stepping outside, he overheard 2 envious voices from outside. She asked Mrs. Lu, it's only natural for her to call her husband by his name, but we can't do that. We must call him Director Lu. The 2 girls who had been speaking entered the lobby, and upon spotting Lu Yudong, they immediately trembled in fear, regretting their earlier words. They greeted him and then hurriedly ascended the elevator. As Lu Yudong passed by. He mused, when did Jiang Xi ever call him by his name in public? Typically, she referred to him as Director Lu, and occasionally at home, she would call him husband, but she had never addressed him by his name in front of others. Back in the office, Jiang Xi removed the Ethan tag from her German resume, then printed it out, creating 2 copies each in Chinese and English. Applying for a position in the auditing department was considered an internal transfer. So Jiang Xi didn't shy away from listing her qualifications. Just as the resumes emerged from the printer, Xing Baohua entered the office and spotted Jiang Xi at the printer. Are you printing a resume? Xiao Jiang, Xing Baohua smiled broadly, having maintained a friendly demeanor ever since learning of Jiang Xi's identity. Yes, I'm applying for the auditing department, Jiang Xi replied, believing that securing a position there would be a point of pride for the finance department. Which should please Xing Baohua. Is that so? Go ahead, Xing Baohua said, seemingly lost in thought as he retreated to his office. That he pondered. No, Jiang Xi cannot leave. She absolutely must not depart, that if she were to join the auditing department, he would be left with nothing good. Chapter 86. When are you planning to have children? The upper-level audit department has been renovated, and Lucas is now in position. Every day, new candidates come for interviews. Among them are master's and doctoral degree holders, all boasting impressive academic credentials. Jiang Xi entered Lucas's office with her Chinese-German resume. Lucas, in his 40s, possesses a friendly demeanor and a humble attitude, and his English is quite proficient, facilitating smooth communication with Jiang Xi. Miss Jiang, you may submit your resume directly to the Human Resources Department, that I am new here and not yet familiar with the employees, Lucas remarked. To be frank. Mr. Lucas, I have previously submitted my resume, but the Human Resources Department returned it to me. However, I am very eager to work in auditing. During my time in school, I was an outstanding graduate, receiving scholarships annually and passing 3 sections of the Certified Public Accountant exam. Currently, I am employed in the Finance Department. You may review my resume, Jiang Xi stated, maintaining her composure. Lucas responded with a sound of acknowledgement as he began to peruse Jiang Xi's resume. Notably, Jiang Xi is among the few candidates presenting a German resume, which left a favorable impression on Lucas. Miss Jiang, do you understand German? Lucas inquired. Oh, I do not. The resume was translated by my husband, Jiang Xi reluctantly admitted, omitting her husband Lu Yudong's name to avoid putting Lucas in an awkward position. You're married? He asked. Yes, I recently got married, she replied. When do you plan to have children? Lucas inquired, aware that such questions are common in the domestic job market. Jiang Xi understood this was due to cultural norms, so she felt no discomfort and simply stated that she likely would not have children within the next 5 years. Given her grandfather's robust health, she believed he would live for at least that long. If she wished to have children, it would probably require her to divorce Lu Yudong and find a new partner, which seemed far off. Thus, she estimated she would not be having children within the next decade. After a moment's thought, Lucas said, Very well, Miss Jiang. Please come in for a written examination on Friday. I will keep your resume here. Jiang Xi felt a surge of joy, thinking, Indeed, the king of hell is easy to meet. But the little ghosts are troublesome. She had submitted her resume to Lucas without Lu Yudong's knowledge, not wanting to leverage his connections, nor fearing he might interfere. Meanwhile, Xing Baohua had also prepared a transfer application form for Lu Yudong's signature, requesting Jiang Xi be assigned to the new East Mall as a field accountant, with the position of team leader. Lu Yudong frowned slightly as he reviewed the application. You want her to work on site? Yes, but I was concerned it might hinder your meeting, so I didn't take the liberty, Xing Baohua said, with an ingratiating demeanor. You rarely see her at the office. Lu Yudong leaned back in his chair and remarked. What? Xing Baohua didn't quite catch his words. Just speak with her directly, that I have no objections, Lu Yudong replied, handing the application back to Xing Baohua. Upon returning to his office, Xing Baohua relayed this task to Jiang Xi, arranging for her to be dispatched to New East Mall for a month. But I just applied to the audit department, Jiang Xi protested. That don't be impulsive, that if you can go to the audit department. That's best, that if not, working outside for a month will also serve as valuable experience, and you can return to the finance department with a promotion. Even if you join the audit department, you would merely be an assistant, Xing Baohua quietly advised Jiang Xi, his underlying intention clearly being to discourage her from pursuing the audit department. After work, in Lu Yudong's car, Jiang Xi shared her dual choice regarding job opportunities. I submitted my resume to the audit department, and Lucas has kept it that I'll be taking the written exam on Friday. Jiang Xi felt a sense of pride, believing that although she had strayed from the expected path, she had ultimately achieved her goal. You. Lu Yudong expressed mild surprise. Yes, me, Jiang Xi replied. Xing Baohua's offer is quite tempting as well. Did the resume indicate that I translated it for you? Lu Yudong inquired nonchalantly. No, I was afraid others might think I gained an advantage through connections, Jiang Xi stated. Fortunately, you didn't flaunt Lu Yudong everywhere, she added. Jiang Xi sensed there was more to Lu Yudong's words, especially since her German resume clearly bore the name Ethan, his English name. What significance did that have? Did he know she had directly addressed him by name during lunch? The critical question was, how did he know? Your confidence seems unaffected by the Human Resources Department's rejection of your audit application, Lu Yudong remarked coolly. Ever since I was young, I have aspired to work in auditing. I want to rest until I achieve my goals, Jiang Xi asserted, clenching her fist. Lu Yudong thought to himself. Since she has fought for this opportunity herself, she should go for it. He casually picked up a book from the side of the car. Wrapped in plastic and bearing a spine label, exuding an air of sophistication. "Here, I have a book for you," he said. Jiang Xi felt puzzled, but upon seeing the spine label that read authored by Lu Yudong, she gasped in surprise. "You published a book?" Jiang Xi asked, astonished. "What do you mean by also? Who else has published a book?" Lu Yudong feigned ignorance. Jiang Xi suddenly realized she had nearly let slip a secret. No one," she quickly replied, lowering her head to flip through the pages. The book was titled Common Misconceptions and Strategies for Performance Evaluation. "Did you write this?" Jiang Xi inquired, her intuition suggesting that Lu Yudong's words and actions today were highly pointed. "It was written by the Human Resources Department, but it bears my name. In the future, you are only allowed to carry this book in your bag. Nothing else is permitted. That if you do carry anything else, I better not see it. Otherwise, you know the consequences," he stated in his usual emotionless manner, yet with a tone of utmost seriousness. Jiang Xi felt a chill run down her spine. Did he know about her other book? If he didn't, his targeted remarks were too precise. It appeared she would have to tread carefully in his presence from now on. Otherwise, she might find herself in trouble without knowing how it happened. "Not putting it away is not an option," Jiang Xi retorted defiantly, having already finished reading the other book. She cautiously placed Lu Yudong's book in her bag. The next day, Lucas visited Lu Yudong's office to discuss various matters. The new department had yet to be established, leading to numerous issues. "Did Jiang Xi submit a resume to you?" Lu Yudong asked Lucas in German. "Yes, she is an employee from the finance department. I have a favorable impression of her. She is quick-witted, possesses strong logic, and has a clear mind, along with excellent professional skills." Suddenly, Lu Yudong felt a sense of pride swell within him, that he lowered his head and coughed softly. "You might not know, but she is my wife. In fact, Lu Yudong's comment was also a way of ensuring Lucas would be a bit lenient towards Jiang Xi, especially since she had been performing well lately, not causing him any frustration or contacting her former mentor, Chusha. Given Xing Baohua's limited capabilities in the finance department, he was unable to nurture outstanding talent. Lucas was taken aback, remarking that Mr. Lu's wife was quite low-key to personally submit her resume. And she was so impressive. "However, Lu, it seems you might have a problem. Jiang Xi told me you both have no plans for children within 5 years. Did I ask that true?" Lucas teased Lu Yudong. "She said that?" Lu Yudong asked, his brow furrowing slightly. "Yes, she was quite adamant about it. This matter is not up to her," Lu Yudong declared. The following week, Jiang Xi accepted Xing Baohua's suggestion, working diligently at New East Mall. Compiling accounts. She was very busy, currently commuting to and from work alone, returning home to collapse in a bed. On Friday, she returned to the company for the audit department's examination, which consisted of 2 sessions, with another interview scheduled for the following week. During the written examination, Jiang Xi encountered Yang Mani. The audit department was recruiting publicly, and Yang Mani had also come to participate, drawn by the attractive starting salary of 2,000 with no upper limit. Yang Mani successfully passed the preliminary round and progressed to the written test. This time, Yang Mani's brother, Yang Dong, accompanied her, having heard from Yang Mani that Jiang Xi was also working at New East. And she suspected Jiang Xi would apply to the audit department as well. Yang Mani, relishing in the drama, hoped to stir up trouble between her half-brother and Jiang Xi. Upon seeing Yang Dong, Jiang Xi attempted to avoid him, but he had already spotted her, his gaze laden with complex emotions. "Jiang Xi, wait for me," Yang Dong called out, his eyes fixated on her. The last time Yang Dong had harassed Jiang Xi, Lu Yudong had sent someone to teach him a lesson, yet he had not learned his lesson. Instead, he found Jiang Xi's stubbornness and character intriguing, and he was drawn to her beauty, feeling proud to be seen with her. Upon seeing Yang Dong, Jiang Xi was reminded of the incident at the police station, which had displeased Lu Yudong. On Monday, the audit department announced the list of candidates advancing to the second round, and Jiang Xi's name was prominently featured. However, she suddenly found herself reluctant to join the audit department. She wrote an email to Lucas, expressing that after careful consideration, she believed she was better suited for the finance department's work. She thanked Lucas and apologized for the trouble she had caused him. Lucas approached Lu Yudong, saying, "Lu, your wife has decided to forego the audit department position. Were you aware?" "No, I wasn't." Lu Yudong replied, genuinely surprised, as the audit department had always been Jiang Xi's goal. "Could you ask her why?" Her written examination results were exceptional, and I certainly do not wish to overlook such a talent, Lucas remarked. Based on Lu Yudong's understanding of Jiang Xi, it appeared she was more inclined towards the auditing department rather than the finance department. Could it be that she yearned to join Chu Shua's company again? He glanced at his watch. It was nearly the end of the workday, yet her shift at the new East Mall concluded at the same time as the mall itself, at 10 o'clock in the evening. After dining briefly, he lingered in the office for a while before driving to the new East Mall, having not informed Jiang Xi in advance. Around 10 past 10, Jiang Xi emerged from the mall, her weary form cradling a cup of milk tea. Dressed in a white shirt paired with jeans and always carrying a canvas bag, she resembled an ordinary university student. However, at that moment, perhaps due to fatigue, her gaze was cast downward, exuding an air of vulnerability that as she reached the entrance of the mall, Lu Yudong's horn sounded a few times. Gradually regaining her composure, she climbed into Lu Yudong's car. Still slurping her milk tea, indulging in junk food again, Lu Yudong remarked, frowning at the sight of the beverage in her hand. Jiang Xi, feeling drowsy and somewhat foggy-headed, scrutinized the milk tea and replied, "It's from your mall, and I am not the only one drinking it. Others are not my concern," Lu Yudong stated before starting the car. Jiang Xi's muddled mind cleared slightly upon hearing his words, igniting a flurry of sweet thoughts within her. Silently, she disposed of the milk tea in the small trash bin in front of the car and turned her gaze towards the window. "Why not pursue the auditing department?" Lu Yudong inquired, reverting to the main topic. "Haven't you always wanted to go there?" "Did Lucas tell you?" Jiang Xi responded, still gazing outside, "that I saw Yang Manny on the day of my written exam. She also passed. And what of it? What connection does that have to you?" "I merely feared it might upset you," Jiang Xi murmured, fiddling with her hands. Her words inexplicably delighted Lu Yudong. She was now considering his feelings. He glanced at her and asked, "What do I have to be upset about?" "Yang Manny's brother, Yang Dong. Last time we were all taken to the police station. If I were to join the auditing department, I would surely be an assistant like Yang Manny, and conflicts would be inevitable. That I've noticed her brother has a penchant for stirring trouble. I fear it would lead to embarrassment at the auditing department, and you would be both angry and displeased. Thus, I have decided against IT to in the finance department. Even if her brother had intentions, there would be no grounds for it. Perhaps next year, once I officially obtain my CPA certificate, I shall go then. I can hone my skills in the finance department for another year." Jiang Xi recalled how Lu Yudong had walked into the police station without an umbrella last time, and she wished to avoid such incidents. Gripping the steering wheel, Lu Yudong relished the gentle evening breeze. "You truly want to go?" he reiterated, seeking confirmation from Jiang Xi. She nodded solemnly, affirming, "I shan't go." Just as she finished speaking, Lu Yudong's phone rang, positioned between them in the center console, that a mere glance revealed the name, In Shumo. Jiang Xi's heart sank momentarily. Lu Yudong answered the call with his headset, and while Jiang Xi could not discern the conversation, it seemed to be casual banter. Her gaze drifted towards the window, displeased, yet she felt powerless to voice her feelings. After concluding the call, Lu Yudong offered no further commentary. Upon arriving home, Lu Yudong headed to the bathroom to shower, while Jiang Xi collapsed into bed. She was aware that Lu Yudong had been holding back, yearning for her touch, yet upon seeing the name In Shuama, she resolutely decided against yielding to him. Clad in a towel, Lu Yudong emerged from the bathroom to find Jiang Xi already asleep. She resembled a sleeping pig, her face akin to that of a porcelain doll, her skin as delicate as could be. He sat at the edge of her bed, unable to resist, gently tracing her face with his fingertip, recalling her words about fearing his displeasure. Lu Yudong descended the stairs to call Lucas, instructing him to eliminate Yang Manny from consideration during the interviews without providing a reason. Additionally, he contacted Xing Baohua, requesting extra personnel for the finance department, as the work at the New East Mall was quite taxing. Xing Baohua, feeling apprehensive, thought to himself, President Lu must be quite fond of his wife, that he promptly arranged for 2 additional staff members. Originally, Lu Yudong had contemplated finding someone to monitor Jiang Xi's milk tea consumption, but it was evidently impractical as her legs belonged to her alone. Fortunately, her time at the New East Mall was nearing its end. Chapter 89. If you have the ability, call Lu Yudong with the conclusion of the 1-month term. Jiang Xi and 2 colleagues returned to their original office from the New East Mall. Xing Baohua was elated to learn Jiang Xi had forsaken the auditing department that on the day of her return. He promoted her to finance manager, ensuring his own peace of mind as long as she worked under his supervision. As winter approached, Jiang Xi's winter clothing remained at her mother's home, not yet brought to the hillside villa. On Saturday, while visiting her mother, Aunt Zhou Qi requested her to fetch some daily necessities. Jiang Xi intended to make a trip back to her mother's house to tidy up her clothes. The house, an older-style building without an elevator, posed a challenge for Jiang Xi as she ascended the stairs, inadvertently twisting her ankle quite severely, causing her entire right foot to swell. She had planned to return home to apply a hot compress. But to her astonishment, upon opening the door, she was confronted with an unexpected and scandalous sight. Her brother Jiang Yi engaged in intimate activities with a woman in the living room. Both completely unclothed, Jiang Xi quickly turned away, unable to bear the sight, yet the couple remained unperturbed. "Brother Jiang Yi, who is this? How did she get a key to your home?" she inquired, her voice laced with incredulity. Attempting to maintain her composure as she wrapped herself in a towel. "Xiaofeng, what are you saying? This is my sister, my own sister, working at the New East Group, married to Lu Yudong, a wealthy man." Jiang Yi replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. His bitterness stemmed from a prior incident where Jiang Xi had taken 1,000 yuan from him, and he was intent on seeking revenge. "Are you dressed yet?" "I'm coming in to gather my belongings," Jiang Xi announced, turning her back to them in embarrassment. "Oh, isn't this the wife of the New East Group's president? Why must you still go in to collect your clothes? Perhaps you should buy a few more fur coats. Wouldn't that be splendid? You seem rather petty for someone supposedly from a wealthy family." Jiang Yi's girlfriend, Tian Feng, interjected with biting mockery, leaving Jiang Xi bewildered. "Did you not mention last time that Lu Yudong's grandfather was ill? Yet I can't help but think your sister is merely a maid bought by Lu Yudong." Tian Feng's disdainful attitude towards Jiang Xi was not solely due to Jiang Yi, but also because Jiang Xi was the object of Chu Shua's affection, while Tian Feng harbored feelings for Chu Shua herself. "Sister, weren't you pregnant? Why is there no sign of it now? Was your previous claim of pregnancy merely a ruse to deceive your brother? If you've lost the child, how can you still assert it was not a marriage of convenience? Who would believe that? If it were a genuine marriage, wouldn't Lu Yudong have bought you a new outfit? Why return to fetch it? I want the 1,000 yuan I gave to my nephew. Hand it over," Jiang Yi said, extending his hand towards Jiang Xi, "since you believe it to be a marriage of convenience. You know full well that Lu Yudong's assets are not mine. Therefore, I possess no money. You may as well go and tell grandfather, and see if he will still believe you," Jiang Xi stated. Retreating to her own room, she walked with a slight limp, prompting Tian Feng to ridicule her further. "I never expected the illustrious Lu president to marry a limping woman. That you've wronged my sister. She merely twisted her ankle while walking, and she is quite normal. Even if Lu Yudong is blind, he wouldn't be blind to that extent," Jiang Yi retorted, having mentioned Jiang Xi's situation to Tian Feng several times. He realized he would gain nothing from his sister, nor could he expect any favors from Lu Yudong, so he continued to mock her mercilessly. "Oh dear, I've twisted my ankle too, darling," Tian Feng said, wrapped in the towel, shamelessly feigning a sprained ankle. "Carry me." Jiang Yi complied, stepping forward to embrace Tian Feng. Jiang Xi ignored them, pretending not to see as she organized her belongings. "Would Lu Yudong treat you this way? Don't mistake my demeanor for disdain. I genuinely believe you're merely Lu Yudong's maid, playing the role of granddaughter-in-law in front of his grandfather while attending to his grandfather's daily needs. Wealthy people can be quite cunning." Tian Feng continued her biting commentary. "How much does he pay you a month?" 20,000. "To hire a caretaker for your mother? Your worth seems a tad low. Just look at how your brother treats me compared to how Lu Yudong treats you." Tian Feng's words were laced with venom, and Jiang Yi understood the underlying reasons but chose not to expose them. After all, Tian Feng's harsh words echoed his own sentiments. "Indeed, if you have the audacity, call Lu Yudong and see if he would come to carry my limping sister down. Even as Lu's wife. You still wear your old clothes. It diminishes your worth," Jiang Yi sneered, holding a cigarette with a caustic attitude. "Call Lu Yudong." Tian Feng echoed. Jiang Xi remained oblivious to Tian Feng's persistent urging for her to call Lu Yudong. Understanding that their intentions were far from innocent, Jiang Xi dismissed their words from her mind. Yet, crucially, she feared calling Lu Yudong, knowing he would not come, and she did not wish to trouble him. Just as Jiang Xi finished sorting her clothes, her phone rang. It was Lu Yudong. Chapter 90. Do not let your imagination run wild. Jiang Xi stepped onto the balcony to answer the call. Why haven't you returned home yet? Lu Yudong inquired of Jiang Xi. What did your superior say to you? Oh, I just finished visiting my mother and am tidying up my winter clothes to bring her some daily necessities. Jiang Xi replied. What time do you expect to return? Jiang Xi glanced at the clock on her phone, estimating about 2 more hours. Lu Yudong, your beloved wife has sprained her ankle. If your marriage were not merely contractual, you should come and fetch her, Jiang Xi remarked. Behind her, the sounds of curiosity from Jiang Yi and Tian Feng reached her ears. They had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, with Tian Feng wrapped in a bath towel, looking as if she feared being seen. Sprained her ankle? Lu Yudong asked Jiang Xi. It's nothing serious, she replied, feeling a wave of grievance as she recalled how her own brother had not supported her, but instead made a spectacle of her in front of others. Leaving her feeling humiliated, her voice trembled slightly. After hanging up, Jiang Xi was determined not to let Jiang Yi see her emotional turmoil. She discreetly wiped away her tears and turned to Jiang Yi, saying, Brother, do you think that by provoking me, I will fall into your trap? Whatever you wish to see, I shall deliberately withhold. To flaunt what one lacks is foolishness, and I lack nothing. Why should I show off? If you and your girlfriend are so eager to boast, your relationship must not be as solid as you think. With that, Jiang Xi retreated to her room to organize her belongings. Tian Feng leaned against the doorframe, scrutinizing Jiang Xi, who possessed nothing but youth and purity, devoid of anything more. What kind of judgment did Chu Shua have? Jiang Xi was aware of Tian Feng's gaze upon her, but continued to pack her clothes as if oblivious. When her phone rang again, she was nearly finished. That it was Lu Yudong calling. Open the door, he said. Puzzled about which door he meant, it suddenly dawned on her that Lu Yudong had arrived. Hesitantly, she hobbled to the door and found him standing there. You sprained your ankle? Lu Yudong observed her foot. Jiang Xi thought to herself that he was likely trying to prove to Jiang Yi that their marriage was not merely a contractual arrangement. It's not serious, she replied softly. As Lu Yudong entered, he instinctively supported Jiang Xi and settled onto the sofa. That he crouched down to inspect her foot, then said, You didn't think to inform me while packing your clothes? Come on, let's go home. Standing up, Lu Yudong effortlessly lifted Jiang Xi into his arms and carried her downstairs without casting a glance at Jiang Yi or Tian Feng. Jiang Xi lived on the 3rd floor. And as Lu Yudong carefully descended, memories of being carried in a similar manner at the hospital warmed her heart. She tightened her grip around his neck and rested her head against his chest. As they reached the stairwell, they unexpectedly encountered someone. Lu Yudong furrowed his brow momentarily before continuing to carry Jiang Xi outside, seemingly unfazed. Jiang Xi recognized the individual as Chu Shua, who appeared flustered, and she surmised he must be searching for her brother. Though he was drenched in sweat, clearly agitated, upon spotting Jiang Xi and Lu Yudong together, Chu Shua froze, turning to face them. Lu Yudong placed Jiang Xi into the car, his peripheral vision catching Chu Shua still staring in their direction. He then leaned down, pressing his lips against Jiang Xi's. Instantly, she felt a rush of warmth envelop her, responding eagerly as she wrapped her arms around his neck. She understood that this display was intended for Chu Shua's benefit, a clear message to deter any misconceptions and assert his claim over her. After settling into the driver's seat, Lu Yudong glanced back at Chu Shua. It's still painful? He inquired after they were inside the car. Not really, Jiang Xi replied. There was truly no need for such theatrics. There's nothing between him and me. She still felt a twinge of discomfort regarding the kiss. What did I say? Lu Yudong leaned back, a hint of insincerity in his smile. Did I ask your brother scheming again? Why would he go to your house? That, I cannot say, Jiang Xi replied, her brow furrowed. Thank you for earlier. For what? Lu Yudong asked. Thank you for giving me some face. Otherwise, my brother would continue to believe that our marriage is merely contractual, Jiang Xi stated. Although she had spoken confidently to Jiang Yi, she was aware of her own insecurity, that if Lu Yudong had not come, she would have been incapable of proving anything. Thankfully, he had arrived. Despite the kiss being staged for Chu Shua, the fact that it salvaged her dignity brought her a sense of balance, did it not? You're being too polite, Lu Yudong retorted, his tone laced with mockery. Chapter 91. Whims of the boudoir. Chu Shua arrived at Jiang Yi's residence. What brings you here? Jiang Yi asked, surprised. Did you see my sister with Lu Yudong? I did, Chu Shuo replied, his complexion pale. They appeared very affectionate, contrary to the notion of a contractual marriage. Although Jiang Xi had shown some resistance during the kiss, it did not imply anything definitive. I believe Jiang Xi and Lu Yudong are quite well together. It would be difficult for you to separate them, so perhaps you should abandon that idea, Tian Feng interjected, her tone biting. She had deliberately provoked Lu Yudong's arrival, fully aware that Chu Shuo was on his way. She had sent him a message to come over. Chu Shuo had likely stumbled upon Jiang Xi and Lu Yudong together. Tian Feng intended for Chu Shuo to realize that his feelings for Jiang Xi were futile. Chu Shuo, don't take it too seriously. Earlier, Lu Yudong went upstairs, disdaining Jiang Xi for returning to gather her things, which embarrassed him as a wealthy man that he yelled at her, and when she refused to comply, he simply carried her away, claiming he would deal with her when they got home. You should go check on them, Jiang Yi urged. Chu Shuo's eyes reddened instantly. What did you say? He turned and stormed off. Chu Shuo Tian Feng called after him, but he was already moving swiftly away. She, wrapped in a bath towel, dared not follow, only feeling anxious in his wake. This is your doing, Tian Feng accused Jiang Yi. You think I'm unaware of your schemes? Enough, we're all equally entangled. I merely wish for Chu Shuo to pursue my sister. Did he exhibit any emotion when he saw you with me? No, his heart belongs solely to my sister, so you should abandon any hopes. Jiang Yi retorted, his demeanor brimming with bravado. Tian Feng, exasperated, felt her frustration boil over. She had a fondness for Chu Shuo, but he had made it clear that his heart belonged to another. In retaliation, she threatened to act recklessly with Jiang, claiming that she had orchestrated everything to bring Chu Shuo to witness the unfolding drama. Little did she expect Jiang Xi's return, which prompted her to incite Lu Yudong's arrival. Meanwhile, Lu Yudong had already taken Jiang Xi home. He carried her directly to the upstairs bathroom. Requesting Aunt Fong to bring the herbal remedy for sprains, he filled a basin with warm water, set a stool for Jiang Xi, rolled up his sleeves, and knelt down to wash her feet. Jiang Xi instinctively recoiled at the notion of Lu Yudong personally washing her feet. Feeling unaccustomed to such tenderness, that don't move, he commanded, gently grasping her foot. Jiang Xi's hands and feet were cold in the autumn chill, but now warmed by his touch and the soothing water. A comforting sensation spread throughout her body. That it was reminiscent of her childhood when her father would wash her feet, a closeness she hadn't felt in many years. He carefully massaged the swollen area. Does it feel good? He asked, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Their eyes locked, and Jiang Xi sensed an unspoken affection flowing between them. Staring into Lu Yudong's eyes, she felt a strange blend of emotions, as though he were both a father figure and her husband, stirring within her an urge to kiss him. Why do you keep staring into my eyes? Lu Yudong noticed her lingering gaze, a habit of hers. Snapped back to reality, Jiang Xi replied, Your eyes are captivating. Clearly in good spirits. Lu Yudong repeated, Does it feel good? Jiang Xi nodded, unable to suppress a smile. Yes, it feels wonderful. That Lu Yudong continued to splash water over her feet, as if a gentle stream were flowing through her heart. The bathroom was serene, filled only with the soothing sound of water. As time seemed to stand still, suddenly, commotion erupted from downstairs, with Aunt Fong seemingly attempting to intervene, and a male voice demanding to know why anyone would harm Jiang Xi. Noisy footsteps approached the stairs, and the door to Lu Yudong's room swung open. Lu Yudong's brow furrowed, as if thunderous rage was brewing within him. Jiang Xi recognized the voice as Chu Shuo's, but was unsure of what had transpired. Lu Yudong rinsed his hands under the faucet, dried them with a towel, and stepped out. What have you done to Jiang Xi? Chu Shuo's voice echoed. Aunt Fong entered the bathroom, applying the herbal remedy to Jiang Xi, explaining that she could not move just yet. That I didn't seek you out. You came looking for trouble, Lu Yudong retorted, dripping with sarcasm. Chu Shuo remained silent, standing there, visibly agitated. What I do with my wife is none of your business. Lu Yudong stated calmly. Chu Shuo, did no one inform you of the consequences of intruding upon another's home? What have you done to Jiang Xi? Where is she? Chu Shuo scanned the room, fearing a confrontation between the two. Aunt Fong interjected, Please, just a moment, that I'm merely washing my wife's feet. Would you like to witness such intimate moments? Lu Yudong calmly remarked, seated on the sofa as if Chu Shuo were merely an inconsequential subordinate. Chu Shuo was momentarily taken aback. Playing tricks, seducing another's wife, enticing her to visit your office. coaxing her to fill out a personal resume, and arranging an interview for her while she was at work. What an audacious rookie accountant you are. Lu Yudong enumerated Chushua's transgressions. You have certainly secured the position of a male mistress, have you not? Have you dared to pry into my domain, Lu Yudong's domain, with such audacity, upon hearing this? Chushua visibly recoiled, astonished by how Lu Yudong had come to know of these affairs. Had Jiang Xi divulged this information? Were their relations so intimate? Jiang Xi was equally astonished. How did Lu Yudong come to possess such knowledge? It was as if he had witnessed these events firsthand. What else was there that he remained oblivious to? Chapter 92. Infuriated by Lu Yudong's words prompted Jiang Xi to retreat into the bathroom. Paralyzed by her guilt. What had once been warm feet had turned cold upon leaving the hot water, and the sound of Lu Yudong's voice made her shiver. I did not. Chuzhou protested. Lu Yudong scoffed. You possess the audacity to pursue my family, yet lack the courage to admit it. You would do well to refrain from such folly. So, you established the audit department for Jiangxia, Chushuo inquired. Incredulous at the magnitude of Lu Yudong's initiative. Indeed. And what of it? Lu Yudong replied nonchalantly, IT is not solely due to Jiangxi. The entire financial system of the Xindong Group is exceedingly vast. And I do not entirely trust Xing Baohua, whose abilities are limited and whose intentions are questionable. Jiangxi merely expedited the establishment of the audit department. You created it for Jiangxi. Yet she ultimately did not join the audit department? Chushua scoffed. That is of no concern to you. This was a conclusion reached between Jiangxi and myself, and the reasons are not yours to question. Lu Yudong lit a cigarette, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Chu, but he knew that Chusha had undoubtedly been incited by Jiang Yi to confront him. After standing in silence for what felt like an eternity, Chushu left in frustration. Once the room fell silent, Aunt Fong emerged from the bathroom and descended the stairs. Jiang Xi, clad in slippers, also made her appearance, standing beside Lu Yudong like a student caught in wrongdoing before a stern teacher. Head bowed and hands clasped before her. Do not be angry, she implored Lu Yudong, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to the hum of a mosquito, as she cautiously tugged at his sleeve. What did you say? Lu Yudong raised his gaze to assess her, noting the expression of despondency and contrition etched across her face. That do not be angry. Jiang Xi raised her voice slightly, her tone taking on an authoritative note. You dare to issue commands? Lu Yudong's dissatisfaction was palpable. Cease your anger. It is entirely my fault that I considered changing jobs and did not inform you. Jiang Xi's tone turned somewhat petulant, that Lu Yudong cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xi. Deciding to let this transgression slide, but warned, from now on, you ought to heed my words. Jiang Xi nodded, acutely aware that being in Lu Yudong's grasp meant he now held leverage over her, making disobedience a challenging endeavor. She was uncertain how Lu Yudong had acquired this information and felt a twinge of trepidation, but knowing that he had established the audit department for her sake allowed her to overlook many grievances. What room was there for her to complain? Lu Yudong rubbed his forehead. What is it? Are you unwell? Jiang Xi asked with concern. Having just exited the bathroom, the sudden brightness made it difficult to see. Lu Yudong replied slowly. What more? Jiang Xi inquired hastily. Infuriated by you. Is it serious? Shall I help you with a massage? Do you need some eye drops? Jiang Xi offered softly, trying to placate Lu Yudong. No need. It will pass shortly, he replied, keeping his eyes closed while continuing to rub his forehead. His phone buzzed incessantly. Check my phone, Lu Yudong ordered Jiang Xi. She thought to herself. Does he possess some sort of telepathy? How does he know what I'm thinking? Just days prior, she had reflected on how she had never seen his phone. All right, Jiang Xi said, taking his phone and discovering a message from Xue Momo, featuring photos of her on set, her lips a striking crimson, and her attire exuding sophistication, clearly the aura of a powerful woman. There was also a text. Yudong, I will be returning to Jiangzhou in a few days for dear Dr. Luo's launch event. I hope you will attend. That I miss you. Do you miss me? Jiang Xi fell silent, feeling an intense discomfort wash over her. What is it? Lu Yudong inquired. In Xiumao is filming elsewhere and will return to Jiangzhou for the launch event. Asking if you miss her, Jiang Xi blurted out, her tone involuntarily tinged with grievance. Let me see. Lu Yudong extended his hand. Jiang Xi handed him the phone and retreated to the bathroom to dispose of the foot-soaking water. Internally grumbling, He probably regrets showing me his phone and is now responding to Xue Momo himself. Who knows what he will say to her, those two wretched souls. In that moment, Jiang Xi felt both remorseful and resentful towards Lu Yudong, grateful for all he had done for her, yet resentful of his entanglement with Yin Shuimao, their flirtations occurring before her very eyes. Chapter 93. You must be honest with President Lu. This tumultuous blend of remorse and resentment lingered within Jiang Xi until the following afternoon. She had arranged to dine on spicy hot pot with Han Lan, only to unexpectedly encounter Lu Yudong returning from an inspection with a group of executives. The brief exchange was inevitably awkward, especially given her peculiar emotions towards him, prompting her to lower her gaze and intentionally hide behind Han L. and as Lu Yudong passed by. He remarked, "Why do you keep dodging me? And no spicy hot pot for you." Jiang Xi and Han Lan halted in their tracks, caught off guard by his proclamation that if they were not to have spicy hot pot, they would choose something else, ultimately settling on hot pot at the restaurant. Jiang Xi spoke with caution, her voice barely above a whisper as she referred to him as President Lu. "I am perplexed as to how he knows about those matters. It has left me feeling so vulnerable," she confessed. Han Lan, feeling guilty for having betrayed Jiang Xi, attempted to defuse the tension. "Well, is there anything else you have not disclosed? Best to come clean. Leniency is granted to those who confess, while those who resist face severity." As they spoke, Jiang Xi suddenly recalled the day he gifted her a book, insisting that it be the only one she carried. Could it be that he knew of the book written by Chu Shuan? Han Lan nodded vigorously, asserting he must know. "This is not mere implication. It is direct indication that I too am curious as to how he discovered it." Jiang Xi then recounted the incident involving Yin Shuimao's message from the previous day. Upon hearing this, Han Lan became animated, suggesting that they involved Deng Yu, who should wear the shirt gifted by Yin Shuimao to assert dominance over her. What audacity for her to act so brazenly. However, Jiang Xi felt uneasy about this plan, recognizing that Yin Shuimao was Lu Yudong's cherished moonlight, destined to be together, while her own union with Lu Yudong was merely a contractual arrangement, bound to end. "Let us put a pin in it for now," Jiang Xi replied, slowly savoring her hot pot. As they returned to the office, Han Lan urged Jiang Xi, "You must be honest with President Lu." Although Jiang Xi hesitated, she understood that should he uncover the truth in an undignified manner, she would be left in an even worse predicament. Thus, she gathered the notes from Chusho, along with the book he had given her, and made her way to Lu Yudong's office. "Did you indulge in spicy hot pot again?" Lu Yudong inquired, a frown creasing his brow as he observed Jiang Xi's flushed lips. No, I had hot pot this time," she replied, trying to save face. Jiang Xi, "Do you find this little game amusing?" Lu Yudong's displeasure was evident due to her duplicity. "Do not be angry, please. Knowing today was my chance to apologize to you. I did not intend for it to be so that I added very little chili. I came to deliver this to you." With that, Jiang Xi placed the notebook and book upon Lu Yudong's desk. Lu Yudong, already aware of the situation, was not surprised at IS at all. "That is all. Truly, that I have nothing else to disclose," Jiang Xi asserted, waving her hands in a panic. "Take it back." Lu Yudong pushed the items back towards her, demonstrating that his concern lay solely with Jiang Xi's intentions, showing no interest in Chushua's materials. "So this is what you call coming clean?" Jiang Xi inquired cautiously. "Let us consider it so," Lu Yudong replied, then added, "And this is for you, what is it?" Jiang Xi inquired, noticing Lu Yudong had pushed 3 tickets toward her. Picking them up, she discovered they were for the promotional event of Dear Dr. Luo. Without question, these were gifts from Yin Shuimao to Lu Yudong. "What about your tickets?" Jiang Xi asked. "I will not attend, that I have no interest in it." That means Yin Shuimao gifted you 3 tickets? She truly is something else, Jiang Xi mused, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her at the mere thought of Yin Shuimao. Turning on her heel, she stormed back to her office to vent her frustrations to Han Lan. "Did you see that? You showed her kindness, yet she remains ungrateful. Sending you 3 tickets is a blatant indication of a third party." Han Lan chimed in, suggesting that the plan they had discussed at lunch would suffice. Jiang Xi pondered for a moment, then resolved, "Let us proceed with that." Chapter 94. Is it because I punished you that you're upset, Dear Dr. Luo? The promotional event was held on Saturday afternoon, after Jiang Xi finished visiting her mother. She went along with Han Lan and Deng Yu. Yin Shuimao provided front-row tickets, and the venue was quite warm. Deng Yu removed his outer jacket, donning only a shirt that Han Lan specifically requested he wear, solely to provoke Yin Xuma's envy. Yin Xuma spotted Jiang Xi in the front row, along with her friend Han Lan, whom she had encountered previously at the Xian Dong shopping mall. However, Lu Yudong was notably absent. Particularly, when Yin Xuma's gaze fell upon Deng Yu, her eyes were fixated on him. She recognized the shirt he wore. Jiang Xi and Han Lan observed Yin Xuma's puffed-up demeanor with a sense of amusement. Once the promotional event concluded, Yin Xuma pulled Jiang Xi aside, inquiring about Yudong, my husband. Jiang Xi replied, "He expressed disinterest in such matters and sent me in his stead." "What about the shirt I gave him? Why did you give it to someone else?" Yin Xuma's glare seemed capable of inflicting harm upon Jiang Xi. "You mustn't blame Jiang Xi for this. It was Lu who gifted it to me. During my entrepreneurial failures, I once interviewed for a position as Mr. Lu's driver, but he chose not to employ me in that capacity. Instead, he invested in my gaming company and provided me with support. If he could assist me in my business endeavors, gifting me a shirt or two is hardly an inconvenience. That moment." Deng Yu interjected appropriately. Yin Xuma's anger was palpable, her chest rising and falling with indignation. Jiang Xi, however, was taken aback. Did this mean Lu Yudong had known Deng Yu even before her visit to purchase a computer? Why then did he feign ignorance? Was it to extract more information? What else could Lu Yudong possibly be unaware of? She felt like a mere clown prancing before him. Yet Lu Yudong was well aware of the situation, having gained some satisfaction from Yin Xuma's distress. Jiang Xi returned to the Banshan villa in high spirits. However, upon arriving home, she was confronted by the sight of Yin Xuma seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation with Lu Yudong. Grandfather was absent from the living room. Jiang Xi knew he disapproved of Yin Xuma's presence and likely retreated to his own room upon seeing her. Jiang Xi's expression swiftly shifted from joy to dismay. "Stand there," Lu Yudong admonished Jiang Xi in a hushed tone. Jiang Xi, already displeased with Lu Yudong for concealing his acquaintance with Deng Yu, felt humiliated being made to stand before Yin Xuma. After all, she had previously been punished to stand for a similar offense during her grandfather's illness. Resentfully, Jiang Xi stood her ground, thinking, "Yin Xuma is truly despicable, arriving at our home to spread rumors and create a biased impression in Lu Yudong's mind. How can you casually give away something meant for me?" Lu Yudong furrowed his brow, seated on the sofa as if scolding a child. Jiang Xi huffed, turning away, for she had caught a glimpse of Yin Xuma's smug expression. "If anyone is to give it away, let it be me. What right do you have?" Lu Yudong continued. "You acted before I had the chance to present the gift, and I never authorized it. Do you not have any sense of who the head of this household is?" Jiang Xi remained irate, failing to grasp the underlying message in Lu Yudong's words. Yin Xuma's formerly triumphant expression faltered. What did Lu Yudong mean? By calling her a guest, was he implying that he and Jiang Xi were family, and that Jiang Xi must heed his authority? After sternly reprimanding Jiang Xi, Lu Yudong turned to Yin Xuma with a gentler demeanor, saying, "I've already addressed her behavior." She repeated, "Don't you have an engagement to attend?" Understanding Lu Yudong's subtle hint to dismiss her, Yin Xuma reluctantly stood and departed. Jiang Xi ascended the stairs, placing her bag down and sitting on the bed. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yudong followed her upstairs. Lu Yudong approached Jiang Xi, seemingly amused by her pettiness, that he gently caressed her chin, asking, "What is the matter? Are you upset because I punished you, or is it because you discovered my connection with Deng Yu? Do you know everything?" Jiang Xi inquired, lifting her face to meet his gaze. "Almost," Lu Yudong replied, lighting a cigarette. Jiang Xi tentatively probed further. "Do you even know why I applied to Xian Dong Group?" Lu Yudong furrowed his brow, momentarily pausing his actions. That evening, as Jiang Xi prepared for a shower, Lu Yudong sent a message to his assistant, requesting an inquiry into Jiang Xi's academic performance. After settling into bed, Jiang Xi nestled beneath the blankets, seeking warmth. The onset of winter had just begun, and the house had yet to fully heat up. Having just bathed, she felt somewhat chilled. "Why did you really join Xian Dong Group?" Lu Yudong asked, gazing down at her. Jiang Xi hesitated, replying, "Everyone in Jiangzhou knows you're handsome. That's so. Does that mean you've had an eye on me from the very beginning?" Lu Yudong teased. Jiang Xi chuckled, deciding to let that matter remain unspoken. The next day, While at work, Jiang Xiai received 2 shirts from How's suit store, one in deep gray and the other in clear sky blue, both tailored to the same measurements as before. The staff awaited Jiang Xi's convenience in trying them on, offering to make any necessary alterations within the afternoon. After some consideration, Jiang Xi thought that Lu Yudong had never worn the sky blue color before. Given his fastidious nature, he might reject it. She decided to show it to him first. Sending a message to Lu Yudong, she wrote, "How's suit store has delivered 2 shirts for you to try on. If they don't fit, they will take them back for adjustments." Jiang Xi instructed the staff to wait in the reception room and proceeded to Lu Yudong's office, only to find an unfamiliar middle-aged woman inside, who appeared to scrutinize her with an unfriendly gaze. "These are shirts. Since you've never worn this color before, I thought you might not like it, so I brought them for you to see," Jiang Xi explained, neatly placing the garments on the desk. The folded shirts prominently displayed the LJ logo. "What do you think?" Lu Yudong inquired, glancing at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi lowered her gaze towards the shirt, replying, "I believe it should look good on you. You look great in anything." That Lu Yudong chuckled. "You're seeing me through rose-colored glasses. That I'm speaking seriously," Jiang Xi countered, thinking, what is up with Lu Yudong? To call me a lover is rather cheesy. Yet it is somewhat flattering. To Lu Yudong refrained from engaging in further debate and suggested, "Let us go try it on." "Where to?" Jiang Xi asked, casting a glance at the middle-aged woman seated nearby. In truth, if they were alone, Lu Yudong could easily change in his own office. The restroom. "Come with me." After saying this, Lu Yudong gestured for Jiang Xi to follow him into the restroom. Once inside, Jiang Xi asked him to bend down, and she stood on tiptoe to whisper in his ear, "Who is that outside?" Jiang Xi thought to herself, what if she is one of Lu Yudong's relatives? That would be quite awkward. Don't worry about it. It's an inconsequential person, Lu Yudong replied as he began changing his clothes. Jiang Xi had grown accustomed to assisting Lu Yudong in changing. Her movements were natural and adept. As they changed, she remarked softly, "I thought it was a female elder from the family, which startled me." "What are you afraid of?" Lu Yudong inquired. "Afraid of meeting the in-laws." Jiang Xi fell silent, yet a sweet feeling surged within her. She was unaware of the existence of any in-laws, nor did she know where they might be. "Take a look in the mirror. Does it fit?" Jiang Xi asked, standing behind Lu Yudong and gazing at their reflection. He appeared tall and robust, the kind of man who could easily captivate any woman. What kind of luck had she stumbled upon to share a bed with this man? Of course, she understood that what did not belong to her ultimately would not remain. One day, she would awaken from this dream. For now, it was good to indulge in it a little longer. "That it's fine," Lu Yudong replied, unbuttoning his shirt. As Jiang Xi assisted him, she suggested, "Shall I tell him that this color can be ordered from now on? Should I leave the shirts here with you?" "Go ahead," Lu Yudong said. Jiang Xi exited the restroom, nodding at the middle-aged woman with the unfriendly gaze before stepping outside. "Did I ask this your wife?" the middle-aged woman asked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "She seems quite capable and attentive. I suppose she takes good care of you." Her words were sharp and biting, implying that Lu Yudong had chosen Jiang Xi merely to serve as a housekeeper. "On the contrary, she drives me mad," Lu Yudong replied, casually placing the shirts on the sofa, a genuine smile forming on his lips. The middle-aged woman glanced at the shirts and noticed the LJ embroidered logo, which was both unique and classic. "That if I recall correctly, your wife's name is Jiang Xi. I'd be by the way. Yudong, please don't forget my request. Additionally, this is a personal matter that Xiuma is unaware of. The house doesn't need to be in my name. Just put it in yours. She was Duan Liani, in Xiuma's mother. That I understand that I have a new apartment in Dongjiang. You can move in whenever you like. I'll have someone deliver the keys to you shortly." Lu Yudong was smiling. Yet that smile was devoid of warmth, a mere fade. "Thank you, Yudong. That I feel like I'm getting older, always in Qingqing and not by Xiuma's side. Constantly worried about her. Also, your uncle." As she spoke, Duan Liani felt tears welling up. "Let us not mention uncle." Lu Yudong's voice softened. After returning home, Duan Liani had met In Xiumao and had specifically mentioned that Jiang Xi had asked Lu Yudong to try on a shirt. The shirt Lu Yudong was currently wearing seemed to be custom-made by Jiang Xi, adorned with the LJ emblem. In Xiumao plopped down onto the sofa, appearing genuinely shocked that Lu Yudong had not worn the clothes she had tailored for him, giving them away instead. He had indeed donned a shirt gifted by Jiang Xi, a 2,000 yuan piece. What kind of taste does Lu Yudong possess? By the way, Mom, we need to move into the house Yudong gifted us as soon as possible. After all, it's in his name. Yin Shuamao, having failed in one plan, concocted another and no worries. Yudong said that house is ready for immediate occupancy, and please don't bring up that incident from 6 years ago in front of Jiang Xi. It turns out Jiang Xi is that troublesome girl who strayed from the path to heaven and barged into hell. Remember, do not mention it, and it's best if she doesn't bring it up in front of Yudong either. If she does, we're finished, Yin Shumao cautioned. Understood. Duan Lianyi's expression turned grave. Chapter 96. I don't have a daughter as old as you. Upon returning home from work, during dinner, Lu Yudong received a WeChat message from his assistant. Mr. Lu, your wife seems to be doing well at school. Openly dating Xiao Zheng, and has been voted first in the campus forum's top 10 couples from campus to wedding contest. Had Xiao Zheng not passed away, they might have married. Additionally, Jiang Xi only submitted her resume to Xindong, likely related to Xiao Zheng. After reading, Lu Yudong set his phone down and remained silent throughout the meal. Their first night together was also tied to Xiao Zheng. Jiang Xi was chatting with her grandfather about the animal rescue center, and Lu Yudong had no interest whatsoever. After showering, Jiang Xi stood in the bedroom, drying her hair while reading. Lu Yudong observed her coolly. She possessed a certain poise and elegance typical of an educated woman. As she read, she exuded a kind of allure blended with the scent of books, an allure that stirred his emotions. Disconnected from the physical, once Jiang Xi dried her hair, she completed a chapter of her book, That's So Cold, she murmured, snuggling in her warm bed. Were you this cold at school? Lu Yudong asked casually, while reading beside her. Jiang Xi lay on her back, gazing at the ceiling. That I never felt cold back then, that I was always thinking about my date with Xiao Zheng the next day, and then I would drift off sweetly. What kept you from feeling cold? Lu Yudong inquired again. Jiang Xi pondered but refrained from sharing, saying only, perhaps the dorm was small. There were many people, and we chatted at night, so it didn't feel cold. What did you do during the day? For some reason, Lu Yudong suddenly became quite interested in Jiang Xi's school life. Just attending classes, going back and forth. It was rather dull. You wouldn't be interested. Jiang Xi replied, never once mentioning Xiao Zheng's name, perhaps unable to bring herself to do so. Really? What did you and Xiao Zheng do together? Lu Yudong asked suddenly, his tone nonchalant, as if he were merely making casual conversation. In truth, he had long since moved on from thoughts of Xiao Zheng, but he felt compelled to mention it. Jiang Xi fell silent, unsure why he had suddenly brought up Xiao Zheng. His name weighed heavily on her heart. She did not utter a word. Lu Yudong merely glanced at her, noticing her lost in contemplation as she stared at the ceiling. Have you ever experienced that? He asked, then set his book down and leaned closer to Jiang Xi, kissing her passionately while his hands began to unfasten her nightgown. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Xi was bewildered, unsure whether this was Xiao Zheng or Lu Yudong. She wrapped her arms around Lu Yudong's neck. Her demeanor tender and affectionate, usually joyous when kissing him, but not as soft as in this moment. That it was only when Lu Yudong lifted himself, his gaze fierce, that he declared, I am not him. Jiang Xi suddenly felt a mix of shame and anger. Tears streamed down onto her pillow. Why do you keep mentioning him? When did I ever treat you like him? Lu Yudong, in a fit of passion, mounted Jiang Xi, turning off the lights, relentlessly pursuing her desires. Jiang Xi was confused by his sudden mention of Xiao Zheng, which had soured her mood. After their encounter, it was already 3 in the morning, and Jiang Xi, utterly exhausted, fell asleep. Lu Yudong, unable to rest, lit a cigarette and leaned against the headboard, reading. It seemed Jiang Xi was genuinely cold. As she slept, she instinctively nestled closer to him under the covers. Lu Yudong's body radiated warmth, and Jiang Xi held on to him. Sleeping soundly and no longer focused on his book, Lu Yudong watched the woman beside him. Perhaps due to the heat, her cheeks flushed red. She appeared to be murmuring something softly, but he could not make out the words. What? He inquired, leaning closer. Daddy, Jiang Xi called out again. Lu Yudong couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated Jiang Xi would exhibit such a peculiar sense of humor. Fortunately, she was not calling for Xiao Zheng. He gently stroked Jiang Xi's hair as she drifted off peacefully. The next morning, the weather was overcast, dark skies threatening rain, signaling the arrival of winter. After Jiang Xi rose and began making her bed, she shot Lu Yudong a few glances as he donned a suit, looking impeccably dapper. Jiang Xiai muttered under her breath, "Dressed to the nines, you beast. I wasn't he thinking of him." Lu Yudong walked past Jiang Xiai, lifting her chin to meet his gaze, asking, "Who were you thinking of?" Jiang Xiai was at a loss for words, unable to articulate her thoughts. Noticing her slightly lowered eyelids, Lu Yudong teased her, "Thinking of your daddy? I never knew you had such a preference. How did you know?" Jiang Xiai exclaimed, astonished, grasping Lu Yudong's arm in panic. "Have you taken me for your father?" Lu Yudong released Jiang Xiai and went to put on his watch. "I certainly do not have a daughter as old as you." He then headed downstairs. Jiang Xiai lingered upstairs for a moment before following him down. Chapter 97. Besides you, who else? During breakfast, Jiang Xiai yawned continuously. Utterly fatigued, her grandfather chuckled, "Ah, to be young. What time did you sleep last night?" Jiang Xi's face flushed with embarrassment. "Grandpa." "All right, I want to say another word." He laughed heartily. Stealing a glance at Lu Yudong, she saw him eating with a stoic expression. As though her exhaustion was of no concern to him, by night, he transformed into a beast. Yet by day, he was a gentleman, truly a man of duality. However, it was Friday. Once today was over, no one would mind if they slept in all weekend. Her grandfather remarked, eliciting a sense of excitement in Jiang Xiai. She glanced outside. The weather looked particularly grim, signaling an impending downpour. "Make sure to take an umbrella when you head out," Jiang Xiai reminded Lu Yudong with concern. "Understood," he replied, his tone as impassive as ever. Jiang Xiai climbed into Lu Yudong's car and immediately fell asleep, only waking as they arrived at the company, just as she began to organize her belongings. She received a WeChat message from Han Lan. "Jiang Xiai, do you have time tomorrow? If so, would you accompany me to my sister's house? I might go visit my mom in the morning. Can we go in the afternoon?" "Sure, as long as it's in the afternoon. They invited me for dinner." Jiang Xiai replied with an okay gesture. As she booted up her computer, a thought struck her. Wait a minute. Han Lan's sister's house is where Deng Yu lives. Last time, Han Lan mentioned that her sister's family resides in a spacious 200-square-meter flat, all living together. Could it be that Han Lan's apparent visit to her sister was merely a facade, while the real purpose was to see Deng Yu? However, Jiang Xiai is exceptionally busy today. She has taken on the role of financial manager, which brings an even greater workload than before. She remains a remarkably responsible individual, diligently attending to her tasks at present. She is not engaged in conversation with Han Lan. The training for the new Dong Star has been postponed to Friday, and once again, it is a class taught by Lu Yudong. It has been a month and a half since his last lecture. Jiang Xiai and Han Lan have taken their seats in the second row, and soon Lu Yudong ascends the podium. Radiating vitality, Jiang Xiai finds it curious that he appears unfazed by fatigue, his face devoid of any signs of weariness, his eyes seemingly able to perceive the actions of everyone in the room. Jiang Xiai struggles against her drowsiness, managing to endure the day despite her overwhelming fatigue. Although Lu Yudong's lecture is captivating, she finds it increasingly difficult to keep her eyes open, concerned that she might doze off. Han Lan gives her a gentle nudge. Furthermore, Han Lan discreetly passes her a note, adorned with a drawing symbolizing a visit to someone else's home, subtly reminding Jiang Xiai not to forget their appointment for the following afternoon. This amusing illustration jolts Jiang Xiai awake, dispelling much of her sleepiness, and a slight smile dances upon her lips in gratitude for Han Lan's vigilance in preventing her from dozing off. Jiang Xiai sketches a heart on the note and adds the words, "Love you," before passing it back to Han Lan. When she raises her gaze to refocus on the lecture, she discovers that Lu Yudong has stepped down from the podium, continuing to speak while making his way towards Jiang Xi's seat. Jiang Xiai muses to herself. Lu Yudong has never left the podium during his lectures. What could he possibly want this time? As he approaches, he takes the note from Han Lan's hands, glances at its contents, and halts his lecture, plunging the classroom into an awkward silence. He lifts his gaze towards Jiang Xiai and asks pointedly, "Whom do you love?" Caught off guard, Jiang Xiai snaps back to reality. Realizing she has been caught daydreaming in class, in such a predicament, it is likely that she and Han Lan will soon find themselves standing outside in embarrassment. After all, she is now a respectable financial manager. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Xiai gestures, first pointing to herself, then making a heart shape with her hands, and finally gesturing towards Lu Yudong. "Aside from you, who else could it be?" Jiang Xiai replies with innocence and a hint of grievance. Lu Yudong remains silent for a moment, clutching the note, before returning to the podium to continue his lecture. Jiang Xi exhales a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped a potentially embarrassing situation. Han Lan is still shaken by the encounter. But Jiang Xi's quick thinking saved the day. However, to their colleagues, it appears that Jiang Xi is openly displaying affection for the general manager, which must be quite a spectacle. They will undoubtedly remember Jiang Xi's words, aside from you. Who else? Chapter 98. How much sincerity is there? After class, Han Lan is still reeling from the earlier shock, patting her chest in disbelief. That was terrifying. Thank goodness you were quick on your feet. What was so frightening? Jiang Xi inquires, puzzled. Don't stand there and act like you're unscathed. Have you heard how ruthless he used to be? He fired the entire public relations department. That was before I joined the company. I have no idea what happened, Jiang Xi admits, though she recalls being quite intimidated by him in the past. During team-building activities, when her phone rang in his presence, she felt as if she might lose her life. Help me again tomorrow, Han Lan continues. How? Jiang Xi halts, sensing Han Lan's ulterior motives. Just dress plainly. The more shabby the better. IT will make it seem like your family is struggling, Han Lan suggests dreamily. Ah, so you want to make yourself look good in front of Deng Yu's parents, hoping I won't outshine you? Understood, Jiang Xi replies, rolling her eyes. After work, Jiang Xi gets into Lu Yudong's car that I promised Han Lan I'd accompany her to her sister's house tomorrow afternoon. Deng Yu is her sister's little brother-in-law, so she wants me to go with her to meet her future in-laws, that I'm here to ask for your permission. Go ahead. Lu Yudong responds gently that he understands that Jiang Xi's words in class were merely a tactic to appease him, perhaps fearing his displeasure. Nonetheless, he finds them quite agreeable. The two lapse into silence, but Jiang Xi suddenly recalls the incident regarding the firing of the entire public relations department and broaches the subject. I heard you dismiss the entire public relations department. Why was that? Dislike, he replies curtly. Jiang Xi responds with a non-committal feeling somewhat incredulous at his reasoning that I end this job market. How could one fire people simply due to personal dislike? Was there no reason at all? She presses further. Those in positions of power should not neglect their responsibilities. Their self-promotion in articles was excessive, Lu Yudong states matter-of-factly. Jiang Xi breaks into a sweat, turning to gaze at Lu Yudong. You dislike those who flatter you. He glances back at her, continuing to drive, and responds, it depends on the person. That moment, Jiang Xi realizes she may have inadvertently crossed a line, perhaps touching on his sensitive spot regarding flattery. She contemplates refraining from such ostentatious declarations in the future. What did you say? Lu Yudong inquires, seemingly perplexed, furrowing his brow at her. That I said I love you. You didn't find it distasteful, did you? Jiang Xi says, her cheeks slightly flushed. She repeats her declaration. Oh, you admit it was flattery. Lu Yudong counters, a note of disappointment in his tone. Jiang Xi suddenly comprehends that she has fallen into his trap, and her admission of love has now morphed into flattery. Rendered speechless, she turns to gaze out the window, attempting to alleviate her embarrassment. How much sincerity is there? What? Jiang Xi asks, confused. How much sincerity is there? Jiang Xi considers his words that he did grant her request for leave, which was rather generous, that if her words were unwelcome, it might hurt his feelings. So she replies, a perfect 10, absolutely, a 10. Lu Yudong muses over the phrase. If there were 12 points, would you give me 12? Of course. The highest score, Jiang Xi asserts. After waiting for quite some time without a response from him, she leans back in her seat and drifts off to sleep. Meanwhile, Lu Yudong is well aware that if loving him is flattery, then giving him a 10 is even more of a sycophantic gesture than on Saturday, as Jiang Xi prepares to visit her mother. She deliberately digs out her most threadbare clothing. She typically does not wear makeup, so she simply washes her face, applies moisturizer, slings her canvas bag over her shoulder, and dons a pair of oversized blue light filtering glasses from her school days. Standing before Lu Yudong, she adjusts her glasses and asks, does this look shabby? Lu Yudong, seated on the sofa with a book, looks up at her. Not shabby at all. Quite adorable. Lu Yudong speaks the truth. Her petite face, paired with the black frame glasses, accentuates her features. Really? Jiang Xi exclaims, flustered, and rushes upstairs to rummage for even more threadbare clothing. She changes out of her ordinary sportswear and into her school uniform, hefting a large backpack as she approaches Lu Yudong once more. How about now? Does this look shabby? Lu Yudong's brow furrows. Not shabby. You want me to make my future wife look less appealing? Your idea is quite unrealistic. This is not my concern. Jiang Xi retorts that if you dismiss her, I will be furious. With that, Jiang Xi slings her canvas bag over her shoulder and departs. Chapter 99. I feel sorry for Yu Dong when Jiang Xi visits her mother. Zhou Qi shares some wonderful news. A few days ago, Tu Ying's little finger moved a bit. Really? Jiang Xi can hardly contain her joy that it's been 6 years. She has lain there for 6 years. And now she has moved. Are you sure you didn't mistake it? Jiang Xi struggles to believe it, yearning for a more definitive answer. How could I be mistaken? I have cared for patients for many years. And I can differentiate between nerve damage and instinctive reactions. Aunt Zhou Qi replies while gently wiping Tu Ying's hands. Thank you, Aunt Zhou Qi, Jiang Xi says, tears welling in her eyes. She believes her mother's progress is all thanks to Aunt Zhou Qi's dedication and feels deeply grateful. That's what I should do, Aunt Zhou Qi responds, patting Jiang Xi on the head that I end the afternoon. As Jiang Xi accompanies Han Lan to her sister's house in the upscale residential area of Shengshi, Jiangnan. She is greeted by Deng Yu. Why are you dressed like this? Deng Yu looks at Jiang Xi, surprised by her high school attire. Jiang Xi simply smiles, remaining silent, that in her effort to highlight Han Lan's grace and beauty. Jiang Xi deliberately appears rather plain tonight, making Han Lan seem like a celestial being in comparison. Han Lan, under the pretense of visiting her sister, arrives early to greet her future in-laws. Deng Yu's parents hold her in high regard, which fills her with joy. Deng Yu, feeling somewhat out of sorts, speaks very little. After leaving Deng Yu's house, Jiang Xi and Han Lan stroll through the brightly lit neighborhood that in order to highlight your beauty. I have sacrificed my own image. Pay me 1,000 for this, and another 1,000 for making you look so good. Jiang Xi reflects on her self-sabotage and feels somewhat disgruntled. Robbery? Are all wealthy people this stingy? Han Lan, aware of Jiang Xi's sacrifices, sends her a small red envelope containing 9 yuan and 90 cents. Han Lan, you have a rich husband already. Why do you care about my few coins? Jiang Xi teases. 2 young girls were frolicking as they walked, almost colliding with a lady walking her dog on the opposite side, that I thought I was mistaken at first, but it truly is you. Jiang Xi, what a coincidence to encounter you here. In Shui Mo, clad in comfortable loungewear, appeared before Jiang Xi, leading a large husky. She scrutinized Jiang Xi from head to toe before laughing. No wonder Yu Dong doesn't fancy you. Dressing like this, aren't you just intent on embarrassing him? Jiang Xi was equally astonished to see In Shui Mo, who showed no restraint in her remarks. That so you live around here. Jiang Xi was somewhat reluctant to engage with In Shui Mo. With a smile, In Shui Mo replied, this apartment isn't mine. Well, never mind, I won't disclose it that it's under his name anyway, that if I told you, it would only upset you that he occasionally stays here. Are you implying that this house belongs to my husband? We are married, and his assets are half mine. Therefore, Miss In, the place you reside in is also mine, Jiang Xi stated confidently. Whenever I choose to have you vacate, I have the right to do so. In Shui Mo felt a pang of anger, remarking, look at your pitiful appearance. How could he possibly be interested in you? Despite my humble looks, he chose me over the glamorous Miss In. Perhaps you should reflect on that. Jiang Xi retorted, clenching her fists, her response unwavering, that oh, by the way, there's something I need to tell you privately. Come closer. In Shui Mo, not continuing the previous topic, commanded Jiang Xi. Han Lan was pulling Jiang Xi's hand, preventing her from approaching. But Jiang Xi knew that whatever In Shui Mo had to say was undoubtedly related to Lu Yudong. Out of curiosity, she moved closer. 6 years ago, when Yudong was just starting his business. He suffered an injury at a construction site, and Lyme blinded him, necessitating a corneal transplant. He waited in the hospital for a long time, nearly losing hope when someone passed away and selflessly donated their corneas. I took care of Yudong during his surgery until he was discharged, and then we began our passionate romance. This is something you must never mention to him. Yudong is sensitive about the fact that his corneas are from someone else. If you let it slip, don't blame me for not warning you. With that, In Shui Mo walked away, her dog in tow. Jiang Xi stood there dazed, her mind blank. She had never brought it up, as her father had forbidden her to mention it before passing. She never expected Lu Yudong would also be bothered by others mentioning it, simply because his corneas were not his own. Look at your pitiful state. I feel anxious for Yudong. He deserves better. Yin Shuimo called back mockingly as she walked away. Chapter 100. Add my wife's name to this property. Jiang Xi remained in a stupor for quite some time until Han Lan called her back to reality. What did she want to discuss with you? Don't let her provoke you, Han Lan warned. She called me pitiful, Jiang Xi replied nonchalantly. Let us go buy some clothes. Spending Lus money to support his mistress. He deserves it. Though Han Lan knew Yin Shuimo's words were baseless, she believed the property indeed belonged to Lu Yudong, and that Yin Shuimo would not be foolish enough to lie about it. Jiang Xi, feeling infuriated, took a taxi to a shopping mall. They avoided the new East Mall, unwilling to spend Lu Yudong's money there, as that would only fill the pockets of this capitalist. Jiang Xi defiantly sent Lu Yudong a message. Send money, I need to buy clothes. It had been a while since Lu Yudong last gave her any money. Upon receiving Jiang Xi's message, Lu Yudong felt somewhat perplexed but still inquired, How much do you need? 200,000. Not long after, Jiang Xi received the transfer of 200,000. She was taken aback by Lu Yudong's generosity. Unlike Han Lan, who was merely angered by Lu Yudong's support of a mistress, Jiang Xi was even more upset that he refused to mention past events. While he was aware that his corneas were not his own, he remained oblivious to the identity of the person who had donated them. Jiang Xi felt tears welling up. She purchased numerous high-end garments, each piece costing several thousand. That on her way home, she donned a luxurious cashmere sweater, a short skirt, and knee-high leather boots, while carrying multiple shopping bags filled with new clothes. That Lu Yudong sat on the sofa downstairs, engrossed in a book. The moment he saw the bags in Jiang Xi's hands, he recognized their extravagant price. What? You let me wear a 10 yuan shirt while you buy yourself such expensive clothes? He said lightly, teasing her. Jiang Xi ignored him completely, heading upstairs and collapsing on her bed in tears for her father. Knowing full well she could not mention it to Lu Yudong. Her father had forbidden it, and besides, Lu Yudong would care. Furthermore, his history with Yin Shuimo had long been established. Regardless of Jiang Xi's presence, it would not alter their relationship. Jiang Xi felt like a mere tool. Once her usefulness faded, she would be discarded. Who has bullied my family? Speak up. Lu Yudong ascended the stairs, placing his book on the coffee table with an air of indifference. Jiang Xi knew that the grievances of the evening must remain unspoken. Expressing them would only make her seem petty. Nothing, she replied, wiping her tears and sitting on the bed, curling up with a book as if to feign interest in reading. Nothing to say? Lu Yudong pressed again, his tone growing stern. Stop asking. Jiang Xi choked out, her voice hoarse, raising an arm to wipe away her tears, looking quite pitiful. That Lu Yudong picked up his phone and called Deng Yu. What happened tonight? Why is my wife crying? He questioned with a serious demeanor. Crying? Deng Yu suddenly felt at a loss. She hadn't suffered any grievances, but from where should he begin? Could it be that she had encountered some trouble on the way home? Lu Yudong cast a glance at Jiang Xi, who pretended to read but hadn't turned a page in a long while, continuously sobbing. Where do you live? Lu Yudong asked after a moment's thought. I live in Xingshi Jiangning community on Dongjiang Road. After hanging up, Lu Yudong understood everything. It was likely that she had run into Yin Shuimo, who probably informed Jiang Xi that she was living in Lu Yudong's house and might have mocked Jiang Xi's humble appearance. Hence, Jiang Xi had asked for money to buy clothes. That Lu Yudong sent a message to his assistant, requesting that a matter be taken care of the next morning, and that Yin Shuimo should also be involved. The following day, Lu Yudong took Jiang Xi to the housing authority. Initially, Jiang Xi intended to change into her usual attire, but Lu Yudong insisted, no need to change. Wear what you had on last night. Reluctantly, Jiang Xi complied with Lu Yudong's wishes. After crying the previous night, her eyes were swollen, and she was led by Lu Yudong, unaware of where he was taking her, but she did not inquire. At the housing authority, Yin Shuimo and her mother, Duan Lianyi, were already there, having been notified by Lu Yudong's assistant about the property certificate. They speculated that Lu Yudong intended to transfer the property to them. Yin Shuimo thought about how once the house was under her name, it would no longer be referred to as Lu Yudong's residence. She was curious about what Jiang Xi had told Lu Yudong the night before, prompting such a decision from him. However, Yin Shuimo felt it was a good sign. The fact that Lu Yudong was transferring the property to her indicated that Jiang Xi was quite affected by her presence. And as long as she cared, that was sufficient. That Lu Yudong held Jiang Xi's hand tightly as they entered, and Jiang Xi's eyes were still puffy from crying. In Shuimo felt triumphant, sensing that Jiang Xi must be quite unsettled. She noted that Jiang Xi was no longer clad in her previous shabby attire, but had transformed into something fashionable, presenting an effortless beauty. In Shuimo tried to convince herself. If she didn't dress well, how could she keep Lu Yudong wrapped around her finger? Add my wife's name to this property. Lu Yudong instructed the housing authority staff. Jiang Xi was taken aback, her confused gaze fixed on Lu Yudong, utterly baffled. In Shuimo and Duan Lian were equally astonished. This turn of events was beyond their expectations. Chapter 101. Speak up when wronged, Yudong. What does this mean? In Shuimo was in a state of panic. Previously residing in Lu Yudong's home, their relationship had been rather ambiguous, as if she were his significant other. But now, being placed in the home shared by Lu Yudong and Jiang Xi, what did that imply? Were they merely guests, dependent on others? Could she, as a prominent star, really not afford a home of her own? Lu Yudong offered no response, merely awaiting the housing authority to process the paperwork. Once the property certificate was completed, he handed it to In Shuimo, stating, "You keep this. It will be needed for various transactions." However, before she could utter a word, Lu Yudong turned to Jiang Xi and solemnly said, "If you ever feel wronged, just tell me. Don't come back here crying." With that, he grasped Jiang Xi's hand and exited. Duan Lian nudged In Shuimo from behind, inquiring, "What just happened?" "How would I know?" In Shuimo snapped back. In Shuimo watched Jiang Xi and Lu Yudong's retreating figures, her eyes glinting with malice. Moments ago, Lu Yudong had mentioned that Jiang Xi had been wronged. She couldn't help but wonder what Jiang Xi had said to Lu Yudong to stir such concerns. In Shuimo mused, "Jiang Xi, we have plenty of time ahead of us." Until she boarded the car, Jiang Xi remained somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp the implications of Lu Yudong's actions. She suspected that Lu Yudong's behavior might be intended for In Shuimo's observation. After all, as the president of a publicly listed company, having a house occupied by a celebrity was ample fodder for tabloid scrutiny. That a man as astute as Lu Yudong would surely take measures to prevent any potential decline in stock prices, especially considering the connection to Jiang Xi's name, which could avert numerous misunderstandings. Regardless, the agreement stipulated that Lu Yudong's assets were entirely separate from hers, and he held the discretion to add or remove names from the property title. Although Jiang Xi's underlying discomfort had not entirely dissipated, she felt a surge of gratitude for Lu Yudong's gesture, as he was effectively sending a message to In Shuimo while simultaneously reassuring her. In the home belonging to both Lu Yudong and Jiang Xi, In Shuimo was merely a guest. However, one thing perplexed Jiang Xi. Weren't Lu Yudong and In Shuimo a couple? Why was he treating In Shuimo in this manner? Just as she wrestled with her confusion, her phone chimed, a system message from the training course she had enrolled in, announcing that she had passed her economic law exam and should collect her transcript from Zhongfu Building in an instant. Her myriad worries faded away, and a smile blossomed on her lips. She hadn't yet checked her results, yet here she was, instructed to retrieve her transcript. Eagerly, she opened the inquiry website and discovered her score, 84. Quite impressive. Could you take me to Zhongfu Building? Jiang Xi inquired that Lu Yudong, aware that Zhongfu Building was the venue for Jiang Xi's training, appeared less than enthused. What for? I passed my economic law exam and need to collect my transcript. Jiang Xi elaborated, adding, I scored 84. Is that high? Lu Yudong replied without a hint of emotion as he turned the steering wheel toward Zhongfu Building. Naturally, Jiang Xi felt an urge to retract her enthusiasm. It was evident that Lu Yudong showed little interest in her score. Moreover, having heard that he graduated from a prestigious foreign institution, her modest achievement likely seemed insignificant to him. She thought to herself, how futile it felt to boast before him, akin to displaying her minor skills in front of a master. Upon arriving at Zhongfu Building, Jiang Xi said, "Please wait for me here. I'll be right back." With that, she cheerfully exited the car and hurried toward the building. Jiang Yi's car was parked nearby, and from a distance he noticed Jiang Xi approaching. Her appearance caught his eye. To be frank, Jiang Xi was an exceptionally beautiful young woman. Tall, fair-skinned, and strikingly leggy, she stood out in any crowd. Though she had previously dressed modestly, it was still easy to recognize her among others. Now, clad in a short skirt and a red vest, she radiated an extraordinary brilliance that would not be an exaggeration to claim she was the most stunning girl in the street. district, or even the city that as Jiang Yi observed Jiang Xi. He also noticed Lu Yudong seated in the car, lighting a cigarette while casting a glance in his direction. Jiang Yi mused. Did Lu Yudong think Jiang Xi looked shabby when she returned home to collect her clothes last time? Was he embarrassed by her appearance, leading him to buy her new clothes? Jiang Xi entered the academic office. Since few students had passed, the office was nearly empty, with only one teacher, Chu Shua, present upon seeing Jiang Xi. Chu Shua shared a similar impression as Jiang. Miss Jiang, you scored 84. Quite an impressive score that I didn't even achieve such a high mark in my economic law course, Chu Shua remarked gently. Jiang Xi thought. Chu Shua understands the subject and recognizes that her score is commendable. Unlike some individuals, that is primarily due to your excellent teaching. She replied that no matter how well I teach, there are still students who struggle. Are you planning to study financial cost management here as well? Chu Shua inquired further. Jiang Xi considered the chaos that had ensued during her economic law course and thought, if financial cost management were to unfold in the same manner, the sky would surely fall. Know that I had ample time to review this material. And besides, I want to have time to attend classes, so I want to be coming back. Jiang Xi politely declined. Chu Shua nodded and then glanced at Jiang Xi's attire. You look lovely in that outfit. His gaze made Jiang Xi feel uneasy, recalling several conflicts that had arisen due to him. She wished she hadn't worn that particular outfit. Did I ask that so? Thank you, Teacher Chu, that I'm off now. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Xi exited the academic office, nearly colliding with someone. Chapter 102. Do you think I support a mistress? Yang Mani froze momentarily upon seeing Jiang Xi before rolling her eyes. Jiang Xi felt the weight of the disdainful gaze, but was uncertain of the reason behind it. Have you joined the auditing department? Jiang Xi inquired of Yang Mani. Since deciding against joining the auditing department, Jiang Xi had ceased to concern herself with its matters, fearing that the more she cared, the more envious she would become. How could I possibly join your auditing department? Thanks to you. That's out of the question. Yang Mani retorted sharply. So, you haven't joined? Jiang Xi pressed, baffled by Yang Mani's cryptic response. Why not just say it plainly? Yang Mani huffed and walked away without answering. Inside the office, Jiang Xi overheard Teacher Chu. I'm here to collect my transcript that I checked, and I scored 76. Pretty good, right? Quite good, Chu Shua replied, handing the transcript to Yang Mani. Teacher Chu, are there any scores higher than mine in our class? Yang Mani asked eagerly. Yes, Jiang Xi scored 84. Yang Mani's reaction was not heard by Jiang Xi as she left. Once back in Lu Yudong's car, she asked, did Yang Mani not join the auditing department? Do I need to concern myself with every employee? Lu Yudong retorted. Jiang Xi had a plethora of thoughts she wished to express, yet she held her tongue, realizing that perhaps Lu Yudong simply did not care. Where did you get your transcript? Lu Yudong inquired. Jiang Xi's face flushed crimson. Although there was nothing between her and Chu Shua, it felt as if Lu Yudong suggested otherwise with his questioning that I got it from a teacher in the academic office. She stammered that Lu Yudong remained silent, clearly skeptical that he had seen Jiang Yi's car. The next day at work, Jiang Xi entered the office wearing her new outfit, and her colleagues began to gossip. It's true what they say. 3 days without seeing her, and she's transformed. She went from being a country bumpkin to a refined lady. Did you see who she married? Who could blame her for not being competent? She married the CEO, after all. That outfit must have cost a fortune. Probably tens of thousands. Keep your voice down. Discussing others in the office is prohibited. That LL cost you 200. Initially, Jiang Xi intended to let their comments roll off her back, as she usually did. But to her dismay, when she went to the tax bureau to collect materials that afternoon, she nearly fell victim to an upskirt photo. Upon disembarking the bus, a lecherous man brushed against her chest. In a fit of anger and embarrassment, Jiang Xi concluded that her outfit was the source of her troubles. Coupled with Chu Shua's earlier gaze and the morning's office chatter, she decided to return the other clothes. Spending such a significant amount on clothing was not her usual style. In a moment of impulse, she had requested money from Lu Yudong, but now she felt a twinge of regret. The following day at work, Jiang Xi donned her typical attire and gathered the remaining 5 or 6 garments to place in Lu Yudong's car, planning to have Han Lan accompany her to return them that afternoon. What are you doing with those bags? Lu Yudong asked, glancing at the shopping bags in her hands. That I'm going to return them, that I don't like them anymore, that if you don't like them, why buy them in the first place? Lu Yudong remarked. Jiang Xi turned her gaze outside, thinking, I bought them in a fit of pique because you were supporting a mistress. But she refrained from voicing those thoughts. Are you upset with me for supporting a mistress? Lu Yudong asked. Jiang Xi was taken aback by his words. How did he know everything? Her wide eyes met his eye. I spend all day commuting with you. When would I have time for a mistress? Lu Yudong, casually gripping the steering wheel, replied calmly. You do have a point. I'm usually at home after work, rarely venturing out into the vibrant nightlife. With this thought, a smile involuntarily crept across Jiang Xi's lips. Why would you return those expensive clothes? It's not like the CEO can't afford them, Lu Yudong remarked. True, but I can't live such a lavish lifestyle. Jiang Xi countered, they tea them all. Jiang Xi and Han Lan each sipped on milk tea as they strolled leisurely for Lu Yudong. Jiang Xi had sent him home, instructing him not to wait. Coincidentally, Jiang Yi and Tianfeng were shopping in the same mall. Tianfeng's gaze wandered, while Jiang Yi could only observe, unable to afford anything. Then, they both spotted Jiang Xi and approached her just as she was processing her return. Jiang Xi, that outfit looks great on you. Why are you returning it? Jiang Yi asked with a hint of sarcasm. Tianfeng's disdain for Jiang Xi grew. Such expensive clothing, priced at 2,000 or 3,000 each, was something Jiang Yi would never buy for her. Only Chu Shua could afford such gifts, yet he barely acknowledged her. And here was Jiang Xi, returning the clothes. Truly, it was infuriating how some people had it all. I simply didn't like it, so I'm returning it. Jiang Xi wished to ignore Jiang Yi, and even more so, she had no desire to engage with Tianfeng. However, Jiang Xi, you truly look stunning in those clothes, particularly striking. In a rather flamboyant manner, as Jiang Yi elaborated to her. How do you know? Jiang Xi replied, her brow slightly furrowed, for she was clad in nothing more than ordinary attire that day, I guessed. Such expensive garments, who wouldn't look good in them? Jiang Yi realized he had misspoken and hastily tried to amend his words. Jiang Xi chose to disregard him and return the clothes. After parting ways with Tianfeng, Jiang Yi promptly called Chu Shua. What is the deal with this Lu Yudong? He bought a few outfits for Xiao Xi, presumably to enhance her appearance when she goes to collect her report card from you. And now, he made her return them. Xiao Xi actually quite liked those clothes. Girls typically enjoy wearing beautiful things that I felt particularly pained watching her reluctantly return them, if not for her brother's financial constraints. I wouldn't let my sister endure such indignities. What did you say? Clearly, Chu Shua had fallen for Jiang Yi's bait, growing increasingly indignant. How could Jiang Xi endure such humiliation? Lu Yudong is affluent. Yet he treats Jiang Xi this way. Chapter 103. How many husbands do you have? Forget it. I want to discuss it further. I merely wanted to vent, Jiang Yi said, noticing that Chu Shua was already hooked. Which mall are you at? I'll come right away, Chu Shua responded. Jiang Yi sent in the location, and shortly after, Chu Shua arrived at AS. Jiang Yi embellished the tale. He remarked, Lu Yudong clearly doesn't care for Jiang Xi. He makes her put on a FAAD while being stingy enough not to provide any financial support, insisting that she return the purchased clothes. Which items did she return? Jiang Yi pointed out the garments one by one. Wrap all these up, and I'll send her a few more. Upon saying this, Chu Shua envisioned Jiang Xi's stature. He had a keen aesthetic sense, and the garments he selected for her were exceptionally beautiful. Additionally, please have a store attendant deliver them to her home. Here is her address to AS. Chu Shua typed Jiang Xi's address into his phone. He added, I'll pay extra for delivery tomorrow afternoon. Sir, under whose name should we send this? The store attendant, noticing that Chu Shua was a high-value customer who had spent 300,000 in their store in a single day, inquired. Chu Shua furrowed his brow slightly and replied, just say it's from her husband. Chu Shua contemplated that although it wasn't Lu Yudong who had sent them, he would imply it was him to humiliate him. Jiang Yi observed the entire scene, feeling elated. The next day, while Jiang Xi and Lu Yudong were dining at home, there came a knock at the door that a woman in uniform entered, carrying a multitude of garments from the same brand that Jiang Xi had returned yesterday. There were at least 10 pieces. Jiang Xi recognized her as the store attendant from the previous day's return. What is this? Jiang Xi wondered if the attendant had discerned the issue with her returns that, oh, it's like this. The clothes you returned to our store yesterday have been repurchased by your husband. And he even bought a few additional items for you. Would you like to take a look? The attendant explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Yudong paused mid-bite, then resumed eating with an air of nonchalance. Jiang Xi cast several soft glances at Lu Yudong. Although she preferred not to indulge in extravagance and found the garments excessively pricey, she appreciated the sentiment behind his gesture. You really didn't need to do this. Jiang Xi said to Lu Yudong that they're so expensive, I might not even wear them, that don't be so polite. Lu Yudong replied, expressionless, as he wiped his hands with a napkin and tossed it aside. If you like them, keep them. With that, he ascended the stairs. Zhang. Just like that, one T say a word, and others one T appreciate him, her grandfather remarked with a smile from downstairs. Yet, Jiang Xi felt a warm glow inside. Although she had long been aware that their marriage had a time limit, she suddenly thought perhaps it wouldn't be so bad if it didn't end. After all, Lu Yudong treated her quite well. She even felt a twinge of jealousy for Lu Yudong's future wife. Meanwhile, Lu Yudong was upstairs on the phone with his assistant, discussing the acquisition of the Xinxing Mall, the very mall where Jiang Xi had returned the clothes. He insisted on a response by the following morning. The next day, as Jiang Xi arrived at work, she received a message from Chu Shuo. Did the clothes arrive? Jiang Xi was puzzled. What? The clothes I bought for you last night. You received them? Following this, Chu Shuo sent several images of the garments Jiang Xi had returned the day before. You bought them? I thought my husband bought them? Jiang Xi was bewildered. If it wasn't Lu Yudong who purchased them, then why did he imply that it was? Given Lu Yudong's status, he had no need to lie, did he? If the truth came to light, wouldn't he feel embarrassed? Despite her confusion, Jiang Xi had formed her own conclusion. The clothes were likely purchased by Chu Shuo. After pondering how to inquire with Lu Yudong, she was cautious, as mentioning Chu Shuo's name might lead to complications if Lu Yudong discovered the truth. She refrained from doing so. After work, Jiang Xi got in a Lu Yudong's car. Darling, my clothes have all been returned. And you bought them back for me. I really like them. Thank you. Jiang Xi said that as long as you like them, Lu Yudong replied. Deep down, he was aware of who had truly bought the clothes. And with Jiang Xi now calling him darling again, it indicated she was beginning to manipulate the situation. It suggested she had figured out who the actual purchaser was. Perhaps someone had informed her. I initially thought it wasn't you who bought them. Jiang Xi feigned innocence that Lu Yudong shot her a glance that so, how many husbands do you have? Or perhaps you don't think so highly of me? No, I absolutely did not mean that. Jiang Xi hastily defended herself. Upon arriving home, another attendant awaited her, claiming to deliver cosmetics and jewelry. Jiang Xi glanced at Lu Yudong in confusion, somewhat bewildered. This attendant was also from the Xinxing Mall. Why had this store's employees suddenly begun delivering items to her? It didn't seem like a gesture from Chu Shuo. Just accept them, Lu Yudong advised Jiang Xi. The cosmetics were exceedingly expensive. And though Jiang Xi was not well-versed in jewelry, she assumed it too was not inexpensive. After the attendant departed, Jiang Xi asked Lu Yudong, why does this mall keep sending me things? Oh, I'm considering acquiring this mall. Here's the acquisition proposal, Lu Yudong said, placing the document before Jiang Xi. They likely aim to curry favor with you, hoping I'll offer a higher price. Jiang Xi was taken aback. So, was Chu Shuo lying? Chapter 104. Is it for Jiang Xi? Lu Yudong lit a cigarette and settled onto the sofa in the bedroom, scrutinizing the contemplative Jiang Xi. What is on your mind? Oh, nothing, Jiang Xi replied, thinking to herself. Chu Shuo didn't seem like the type to lie to so, who had actually bought the clothes? As Jiang Xi pondered, the doorbell rang downstairs. After the aunt opened the door, a voice called from afar, Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu. Jiang Xi was startled. It was Chu Shuo, and her heart raced with suspicion and unease, recalling the last time he barged into her home. Should I step aside? Jiang Xi asked Lu Yudong, her expression troubled. What is there to avoid? What reason do you have to hide? Lu Yudong replied coolly, his gaze icy and unfathomable. Jiang Xi was uncertain of Chu Shuo's intentions and whether they related to the clothing incident. Chu Shuo entered Lu Yudong's bedroom, merely glancing at Jiang Xi before kneeling before Lu Yudong. Startled, Jiang Xi sat beside them. Mr. Lu, please spare my father. He is over 60, in the twilight of his years. If vengeance is to be exacted, let it be upon me, Chu Shuo pleaded, his hands resting on Lu Yudong's knees. Jiang Xi thought. Chu Shuo's father, Chu Linsheng. What was happening? Were debts owed by sons? She had no interest in such matters. That Lu Yudong, legs crossed, spoke slowly, savoring the moment as he observed Chu Shuo kneeling before him. That I know your true aim is me, that I inquired with my father. and he was terrified, trembling all over. The prosecutor's office is questioning him. If found guilty, he could face 20 years in prison, and given his health, he might not survive that long. Chu Shua, head bowed, was a mess of tears and snot. "You re being overly sentimental," Lu Yudong remarked. "That it's my fault, Mr. Lu. I shouldn't have bought clothes for Jiangxi. That I really like her." Chu Shua was confessing his misdeeds. "Buying clothes?" Lu Yudong expressed some confusion. "What clothes? It's the ones Jiangxi I returned at the Xinxing Mall. I bought them back, and I said it was you who bought them, intending to humiliate you. That I in the face of his father's impending 20-year prison sentence." Chu Shua divulged everything. "Oh, is that so?" Lu Yudong said, glancing at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi instinctively recoiled slightly, thinking Lu Yudong was acquiring them all, so it made sense for them to send items over. Perhaps he mistook those clothes as gifts from the mall. Moreover, the store attendant had mentioned they were from Jiang Xi's husband, so it was understandable he would be misled. "How much did it cost?" Lu Yudong asked. "That I wouldn't want you to incur expenses for my wife's clothing." He added that it was much that I'll pass on as long as General Lu releases my father. I, having lost my mother at a young age, have relied solely on my father. This moment, Chu Shua began to weep, his sorrow akin to that of one mourning a deceased parent. In light of Accountant Chu's visit today, to plead on my behalf. I went to the procuratorate to withdraw the case. The money will be given to you. How much did it amount to? 298,000. That I do not yet have your account number. I will have Xiao Ci transfer it to you shortly. For the first time, Lu Yudong employed Xiao Ci, perhaps to demonstrate to Chu Shua the deep affection he shares with Jiang Xi. "Thank you, General Lu. I shall take my leave now." With that, Chu Shua stood and departed. As he passed by Jiang Xi, he wished to steal a glance at her, but ultimately refrained. Throughout the entire exchange, Lu Yudong's voice remained calm and gentle. Yet Jiang Xi felt an unsettling chill enveloping her, her breath quickening. It seemed as though the entire situation lay firmly within Lu Yudong's control, leaving her uncertain about what was amiss. After Chu Shua had been gone for quite some time, Jiang Xi finally managed to force a smile, yet it felt stiff and awkward. "Husband, you misunderstood, did you not?" Jiang Xi inquired of Lu Yudong. "Indeed, it was a misunderstanding. That I did not expect him to intervene," Lu Yudong replied, lighting another cigarette. After he produced his lighter, Jiang Xi eagerly stepped forward to take it from him, insisting, "Allow me to." As she lit Lu Yudong's cigarette, her hands trembled uncontrollably, for deep down, she understood that Chu Shua held considerable influence in Jiangzhou. Yet here he was, kneeling before Lu Yudong, confessing all his misdeeds. For her, an inconspicuous figure named Jiang Xi. If she attempted any tricks in front of Lu Yudong, it would surely lead to her demise. Thus, what was Lu Yudong's true intent today? Was it to serve as a warning, to demonstrate his power to Jiang? If Jiang Xi were to maintain any relationship with Chu Shua in the future, it was unclear who would ultimately face destruction. That evening, Jiang Xi's thoughts began to settle. Once in bed, she asked Lu Yudong, "What materials did you submit to the procuratorate?" Lu Yudong retrieved a stack of documents from the bedside table and handed them to Jiang Xi while he continued to read. The more Jiang Xi perused the documents, the more her heart sank. Over a decade ago, Chu Linqing had allied with several companies to thwart the emerging real estate firm, Bosch Real Estate. They had even orchestrated the sensational widow dismemberment case, tarnishing the reputation of Bosch's president, Lu Ming, to the point of despair, leading to his attempted suicide and subsequent departure abroad with his wife. Jiang Xi glanced at Lu Yudong, who leaned back against the headboard, squinting as he smoked. "Lu Ming is your father," Jiang Xi thought to herself, her realization dawning slowly. "Indeed," Lu Yudong interjected. Jiang Xi nodded slowly, finally grasping the whereabouts of her in-laws. Suddenly, she felt that beneath Lu Yudong's composed and strategic demeanor lay a painful past, one that had been inflicted by Chu Shua's father, while his grandfather battled lung cancer. She longed to embrace Lu Yudong, but feared he might push her away. She had always perceived herself as the pitiful one, yet now she recognized that Lu Yudong too bore his own burdens. Unable to suppress her inner turmoil, she turned and enveloped Lu Yudong in an embrace. "That I wasn't unaware of this before," Jiang Xi said, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls, her voice tinged with frustration. "Unaware of what?" Lu Yudong inquired. Noticing the abnormality in her tone and seeing her cry so pitifully that he couldn't help but chuckled, "I was angry with you before because I didn't realize you were also like this." Jiang Xi wiped her tears, suddenly appreciating Lu Yudong's kindness. He provided her with money, assisted her in finding a caregiver for her mother. Their relationship lacked any foundation beyond financial support, yet he fulfilled his obligations. "Had I known you were like this, I would not have been angry with you." This, in truth, was a clever tactic employed by Lu Yudong. Chu Shua had intended to embarrass him by purchasing clothes. Yet Lu Yudong thwarted that plan that if Jiang Xi were to discover that the clothes had been bought by Chu Shua, one could only imagine the consequences. Thus, Lu Yudong orchestrated this scheme, allowing Jiang Xi to believe that his prior agreement regarding the clothing was merely a misunderstanding, thereby exposing Chu Shua's petty intentions. Furthermore, after this display of strength, Chu Shua would think twice before attempting any future moves. Unexpectedly, while the actors in this drama remained unaffected, the audience was deeply moved. Lu Yudong had achieved his objective. So, in the future, refrain from angering your husband. He seized the opportunity to advise. Jiang Xi nodded solemnly in agreement. The following morning, Jiang Xi rose early, a rare occurrence since moving in with Lu Yudong. In the kitchen, she prepared breakfast alongside Aunt Fong, also making herself a bento for lunch. After Lu Yudong descended the stairs, Jiang Xi meticulously arranged his breakfast. Soup dumplings, tofu pudding, pickled vegetables, and eggs. "Have you changed? Have you learned to care for your husband?" Lu Yudong remarked while fastening his cufflinks. "Indeed. Did I not mention last night that I would no longer provoke you?" Jiang Xi replied, tilting her head as she spoke to him. Grandpa, witnessing the exchange, merely smiled as he continued to eat. "What is this?" Lu Yudong asked, noticing a lunchbox on the table. "Oh, that's my bento. It's all light fare. Chicken breast, broccoli stir-fried with shrimp, and stir-fried cabbage. You said you didn't want me to eat spicy food. But most takeout is heavily seasoned, so I decided to make my own," Jiang Xi explained earnestly, holding up her chopsticks. "Very good," Lu Yudong responded simply before diving into his meal. After eating, Jiang Xi grabbed the lunchbox and cautiously said, "Husband, I didn't know what you like to eat, so I didn't prepare anything for you. Beef and sauce, chicken breast, minced meat stir-fried with mushrooms, green pepper stir-fried with meat, garlic stalk stir-fried with meat, stir-fried shrimp, and chilled lotus slices. These are the home-cooked dishes I can manage for now. I can't make anything more sophisticated." Jiang Xi coughed lightly, her words merely a polite excuse for not bringing Lu Yudong lunch. Yet, how should he interpret her statement that she couldn't make anything more advanced? Was it a subtle hint that she should prepare him a meal next time? Jiang Xi felt she was digging her own grave, inadvertently taking on more work. After Lu Yudong mentioned the chilled lotus slices and garlic stalk stir-fried with meat, Jiang Xi's thoughts drifted. Another person enjoyed these two dishes as well. Tomorrow, Jiang Xi planned to visit that person without informing Lu Yudong. Upon arriving at the office, Jiang Xi first transferred 300,000 to Chu Shua. The previous 100,000 she had secured from Lu Yudong to purchase a computer remained untouched. Subsequently, she sent Chu Shua her notes on accounting, life, and financial management, indicating that they were now square. She shared the transaction record and the delivery receipt with Lu Yudong via WeChat, writing simply, "Settled." Lu Yudong replied with a single word, "Good." Although there had been no previous debts between her and Chu Shua, this recent settlement symbolized Jiang Xi's newfound resolve. She feared that one day, should Lu Yudong unleash his wrath, she would find herself trapped with no means of escape. This marked Jiang Xi's first time bringing a bento to the office, and she couldn't resist posting a photo of her meal on social media during lunch. Lu Yudong commented, "Don't forget about tomorrow." Jiang Xi responded with a thumbs-up emoji. Unsurprisingly, her post received widespread approval from her colleagues, as this was the first time General Lu had engaged in the comments. Those colleagues who had Jiang Xi's WeChat quickly adapted to the situation. That evening, Jiang Xi prepared a meal for Lu Yudong, making chicken breast, minced meat stir-fried with mushrooms, and garlic stalk stir-fried with meat. Additionally, considering Lu Yudong's status, she prepared a bowl of abalone porridge for him. She did not prepare anything for herself, as she intended to take a day off. Upon noticing that only one bento was on the table, Lu Yudong inquired, "What about mine?" "Oh, husband, that is yours. That I requested a day off from the director yesterday. I am visiting a classmate today." "Visiting a classmate?" Lu Yudong frowned. "Yes, I assure you I have no ulterior motives this time," Jiang Xiai said, her expression one of feigned innocence. That go ahead. Perhaps after yesterday's events. Lu Yudong understood that Jiang Xiai would not engage in any tricks. Jiang Xiai felt as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She did not accompany Lu Yudong. Instead, she took the bus alone to the cemetery where her father, Jiang Qingshan, had been laid to rest 6 years prior. Jiang Xiai placed a small bouquet of daisies at her father's grave, with countless words she longed to share. "Father, I have come to see you. It has been such a long time," she uttered, tears cascading down her cheeks. When both her parents were alive, she had been such a happy child. Before leaving, her father had urged her to keep an eye on that person. She had diligently watched over him, ensuring he did not misuse her father's eyes for ill deeds. Although he had a temper and occasionally looked down on others, she believed he would not commit any wrongs. He had instructed her not to inform him of their past, fearing it would burden him with guilt for life and prevent him from living with dignity, free from shadows. She had kept her word. Especially now, given their relationship, she knew she could not reveal anything. "Father, there's something else you should know. The garlic stalks stir-fried with meat and the chilled lotus slices you love to eat. He enjoys them just as much. Do you think he loved them all along? Or is it because he sees through your eyes that he has come to like them? I cannot quite comprehend." Today as she spoke, Jiang Xiai became utterly inconsolable, alternating between laughter and tears. Her brother, who yearned to visit, was unfortunately tied up with work and unable to break free. Jiang Xiai made excuses for Jiang Yi, recalling how he had never attended their father's death anniversary, harboring resentment for being left with nothing but a vegetative state of existence. Jiang Xiai was painfully aware of this, that on the anniversary, she refrained from calling out to her brother, fearing his presence would only add to their father's distress. After paying her respects, she lingered at the grave for a considerable time, realizing that her parents could no longer respond to her, leaving only a brother who perpetually opposed her, which filled her with sorrow. Upon leaving the cemetery and getting into a cab, Jiang Xi's phone rang. It was Jiang Yi. "Do you remember today is Dad's memorial?" Jiang Xi retorted angrily. "Is today Dad's memorial? I don't care. You need to come." Jiang Yi, with an air of arrogance, commanded her attention that he seemed infuriated that he had not come to honor their father's memory, which struck Jiang Xi as absurd. "What is the matter?" she snapped, recalling how he had drugged her previously, which solidified her resolve not to comply this time. "This time, I won't fall for your tricks. I'm at the CAF, even if I were plotting against you. There are cameras, you know. I don't want to end up in prison. I'll send you my location. Hurry up." With that, Jiang Yi hung up. Noting that it was still midday, Jiang Xi proceeded to the CAF her brother mentioned. Before him lay a book and a notebook. The book was the one by Chu Shua titled Accounting and Life, and the notebook was one she recognized well, filled with notes on financial management. It turned out Jiang Yi had come for Chu Shua. "What has Chu Shua done to offend you? How did paying for your clothes turn him into a villain?" Jiang Yi banged the table, demanding an explanation that he paid for it. "Why claim it was my husband? Is he my husband?" Jiang Xi's eyes were still red from crying. "Today is Dad's memorial. Do you have no filial piety?" Jiang Yi scoffed and looked away, declaring, "He is not my father, and I'm not his son." Jiang Xi felt a surge of emotion. Chapter 107. The meat isn't cooked, and there's too much salt. The reason Chu Shua referred to it as your husband was merely to humiliate Lu Yudong for not paying for his wife. Yet, your malicious husband seized upon this to trap him, threatening him with past indiscretions. What could Chu Shua do about it? Nothing at all. He had locked himself away, refusing to eat or drink for several days. Send him a message. Comfort him. You ignited the fire. You must extinguish it. With that, Jiang Yi stormed off. Jiang Yi's attempt to mediate for Chu Shua stemmed from his desire to see them together, as it would allow him to bask in Chu Shua's glory. That Lu Yudong was notoriously stingy, and if Chu Shua were with Jiang Xi, Tian Feng would cease to pursue him. Although Tian Feng appeared promiscuous, she remained a virgin when with Jiang Yi, which astonished him, as such purity was rare in these times. For the first time, Jiang Xi found some merit in her brother's words. Perhaps it was this realization that instilled a sense of fear towards Lu Yudong, who was quick to discern subtle connections and make rapid decisions. Jiang Xi stirred her coffee, glancing at the book and notebook her brother had left untouched. She picked them up, discovering a small note that fell from the book. Jiang Xi, I have always felt unworthy to meet you. The book and notebook bear no guilt. They will be of assistance to you in the future. Take them. Jiang Xi smiled faintly, realizing Chu Shuo must have felt embarrassed at being seen kneeling before Lu Yudong. But it wasn't his fault. After all, he was quite filial. She sent Chu Shuo a WeChat message. Teacher Chu, don't dwell on it. I received the book and notebook. She placed them in her bag, vowing to hide them well upon returning home. Before dawn, as Lu Yudong had yet to arrive at the office, Yin Shuima called him, reminding him that today marked her father's memorial. Almost forgetting, he asked, "Where are you? Shall I pick you up?" Furrowing his brow, he added, "Yudong, my mother and I are at the community entrance, expecting you to come." Upon hearing this, Yin Shuima began to cry. Yu Haven T called. "You must have forgotten, right?" "How could I forget? I'll be there shortly." Lu Yudong quickly redirected his car towards the Shengshi Jiangnan community. Indeed, both Duan Liani and Yin Shuima stood there, their eyes filled with sorrow. Yin Shuima took the passenger seat while Duan Liani sat in the back. As they drove towards Qingcheng, Yin Shuima noticed a tote bag in the passenger seat, recognizing it as a lunchbox. She placed it in front of her. Jiang Xi had posted on social media the previous day, showcasing her homemade lunch that Lu Yudong had even commented. Now, it seemed Jiang Xi not only prepared meals for herself, but also for Lu Yudong. Most astonishingly, he was willing to carry food made by another woman. Was their affection so profound? This realization filled Yin Shuima with an overwhelming sense of crisis. Feigning tears, she lamented, "It's been 6 years since my father passed. Fortunately, he isn't completely departed, as he lives on in another form." "Yudong, how could you forget?" "I haven't forgotten," he replied, slightly frowning. When Shuima's father passed, he vowed to ensure that those unseen would find light. Duan Liani began to weep silently. "You and Shuima were wonderful together. I believed you would be my son-in-law." "What a pity, Mom. Yudong is already married. Why bring up such nonsense?" Yin Shuima chided her mother. "Let us just go see your father," Duan Liani said, dabbing her tears with a tissue. "Mom, do you have anything to eat?" "I haven't eaten since returning from the set last night. I didn't eat breakfast either while waiting for Yudong." "I am starving," Yin Shuima complained, clutching her stomach. "I'm going to see your father." "I have no time to think about food," Duan Liani scolded. "We're on the highway now. There's nothing to buy. We'll have to wait ages to eat at a service area. Time is of the essence. That there's food in that tote bag. You should eat." Lu Yudong suggested that it should still be warm. Yin Shuima opened it to find it indeed warm. Thinking, Jiang Xi is truly considerate towards Lu Yudong, making such a spread, even abalone porridge. "Did your housekeeper make this? It looks lovely. I'll take a picture to show my assistant so she can learn how to make it." Yin Shuima snapped a photo. "It's not the housekeeper. It's Jiang Xi," Lu Yudong said, furrowing his brows. "It's Jiang Xi. My apologies, Yudong. I assumed such tasks were performed by a housekeeper." Yin Shuima feigned embarrassment. But the implication was clear. She believed such duties were beneath Jiang Xi. The lunchbox contained utensils. Yin Shuima began to eat heartily. After her first bite of stir-fried garlic shoots with meat, she paused, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh no. What's wrong?" Lu Yudong glanced at her, noticing her distressed expression. "The meat isn't cooked through, and it seems there's too much salt. But it's fine. When one is hungry, any food is better than none," she said, continuing to eat. Lu Yudong thought. Jiang says cooking may not be perfect, but she certainly dotes on her husband. It appeared she was genuinely hungry. Consuming all of Lu Yudong's meal, leaving not a trace for him. My apologies, Yudong, for finishing your food. I'll return the favor another day." Yin Shuima wiped her mouth. Jiang says culinary skills were indeed commendable. The stir-fried dish was delicious, yet she insisted it was terrible, having devoured every morsel. Ensuring Lu Yudong would not sample its flavor. One meal is not a burden. Lu Yudong remarked that a single act of kindness should be repaid tenfold. "Oh, by the way, weren't you and Jiang Xi commuting together before? Where is she? Shouldn't she accompany you?" Yin Shuima inquired, curiosity piqued. "I believe she went to see a classmate," Lu Yudong replied. "Visiting a classmate?" Yin Shuima's eyes darted. At 11 o'clock, Lu Yudong's car arrived at Qingcheng. Standing before Yin Shuima's father's grave, Lu Yudong expressed that he had made every effort over the years to care for Yin Shuima and her mother, not having disappointed the hopes he held years ago. Yin Shuima replied, "Dad, Yudong has taken wonderful care of us. Although he is married now, he has not fulfilled your wishes." Chapter 108. Jiang Xi played a trick on me. Jiang Xi cried throughout the day. Feeling deeply troubled, upon returning home, she placed Chu Shua's book in her suitcase that Liu Yudong had previously checked her suitcase, and it seemed unlikely he would do so again. After completing these tasks, Jiang Xi went to bed. Rising early the next morning, Liu Yudong had returned home the previous night around 8, and by the time he awoke, she was already in the kitchen preparing lunch. "What did you cook today? I hope you didn't put in too much salt again," Liu Yudong inquired of her, and Jiang Xi was momentarily taken aback, responding in astonishment. "Did I put too much salt in yesterday? Which dish had an excess?" "The stir-fried garlic shoots with meat. Are you attempting to poison your husband with salt?" Liu Yudong jested. Jiang Xi was even more surprised. She had been making that dish since childhood because her father adored it, and she could prepare it perfectly even with her eyes closed. How could it possibly be too salty? Was it possible that Liu Yudong had a lighter palate? If that were the case, she could simply use less salt in the future. Upon arriving at the office, Jiang Xi commenced her busy task of compiling accounts when she overheard someone murmuring behind her about how, since President Liu had been absent from the company yesterday, a certain document had not been signed. Jiang Xi pondered. President Liu was absent. Where did he go? Thus, where had he dined on his bento yesterday? Just as her thoughts were clouded with uncertainty, she received a WeChat message from Yin Xiuma. "Miss Jiang, your culinary skills are commendable. I devoured all the meals you prepared yesterday, though that stir-fried garlic shoots with meat was a tad salty. Perhaps use less salt next time." So, he had gone out with Yin Xiuma yesterday. She realized that Yin Xiuma had consumed the meal she had prepared. He had requested something from her this morning on behalf of his most cherished woman. Jiang Xi trembled all over, her teeth chattering in agitation. She knew their marriage was merely a contractual arrangement and would not last. She did not expect him to share everything with her. Yet was it truly amusing for him to trample upon her feelings like this? Jiang Xi felt utterly wronged. It was as if the meal she had prepared yesterday had been fed to a dog. She sent a WeChat message to Han Lan, suggesting they go out for a meal. "Oh, come on. You brought your own bento. Why go out to eat?" Han Lan replied with little enthusiasm. "I'll share my bento with you. I still prefer the rich flavors of outside food." Thus, it was settled. Han Lan was quite pleased. She had grown weary of dining out every day and longed for someone to cook for her. At noon, Jiang Xi took her lunchbox and accompanied Han Lan to a spicy hot pot place. Jiang Xi buried herself in her meal, remaining silent, while Han Lan savored the food Jiang Xi had made, finding it delightful. "What is going on?" Han Lan inquired, noticing Jiang Xi's glum demeanor. "Nothing," Jiang Xi replied, feeling discontented but not revealing her feelings to anyone. "You must be bringing your bento because President Liu doesn't want you to have spicy food." "Right. What if he finds out I ate your meal and reprimands me?" Han Lan expressed, a hint of trepidation in her voice. "Rest assured, I won't tell him," thinking that at that moment, Liu Yudong was enjoying the meal she had prepared. Jiang Xi felt an inexplicable rage. For the entire afternoon, Jiang Xi immersed herself in work, silent and withdrawn. The following day, she rose early as usual to prepare breakfast for Liu Yudong. When he awoke and sat down to eat, he remarked, "The meal yesterday was quite good. What have you prepared for today?" "Oh, it's all packed for you. Just take a look." Jiang Xi feigned indifference that Liu Yudong did not glance at it, instructing her to bring it to him. And they both proceeded to work. That day, Liu Yudong had a crucial group meeting, and during lunch, several items remained unaddressed. Everyone's stomachs growled with hunger, prompting Liu Yudong to order food for everyone to eat while continuing the meeting, with others presenting PowerPoint slides. "President Liu, what would you like to order?" "I can place the order for you," his assistant inquired. "To go to my office and bring my lunchbox." Liu Yudong instructed that he thought Jiang Xi's meal from yesterday was visually appealing and tasted quite good. He had not anticipated her culinary skills to be so commendable. The assistant fetched it, and as others watched Liu Yudong open his lunchbox, envious glances were exchanged. The day before, Jiang Xi had showcased her bento on social media, and the entire company was abuzz with gossip about how Jiang Xi brought her own meals, with President Liu commenting on it, leading them to believe this bento was also prepared by Jiang Xi. President Liu was deliberately teasing the older male executives that as Liu Yudong opened one of the lunchboxes, he found 2 cold steamed buns. His expression soured considerably, especially with the entire executive team observing. He then opened the second lunchbox, which contained a box of pickled vegetables. There was no congee today. Liu Yudong cleared his throat softly, closing the lunchbox and said in a muted voice, "Let us continue the meeting." He felt Jiang Xi had played a prank on him, yet he was oblivious to her motives. Chapter 109. Provoking him was out of the question. The meeting concluded, and it was already 3 in the afternoon. Lu Yudong, feeling famished, instructed his assistant to order a few dishes that he then called Jiang Xi, saying, "Come here." His voice was deep and magnetic, laced with suppressed irritation. Jiang Xi was aware something was amiss. Just moments ago, Xing Baohua had returned from the meeting and informed her that President Lu had lost face during lunch. Jiang Xi entered his office. "What is the meaning of this? Are you teasing your husband?" Lu Yudong sat in his chair, exuding an authoritative demeanor, lighting a cigarette and placing the lighter on the table with a thud that I have been making that stir-fried garlic shoots with meat for over a decade. I could prepare it with my eyes closed, and it certainly wouldn't be salty. "How could you claim I made it too salty?" Jiang Xi retorted defiantly, showing no signs of retreat despite having teased Lu Yudong. Instead, she felt justified in her stance. "Over a decade? Do you enjoy it?" he probed. Jiang Xi hesitated for a moment. "Not for me, that I don't like the taste of garlic shoots." "Then who does?" Lu Yudong's tone had shifted, turning the tables on Jiang Xi. Originally, she had been upset about Yin Shuma eating her meal yesterday, but now she found herself defending against Lu Yudong's inquiries that "It's my family to me." "No, were you part of my family over a decade ago?" Jiang Xi's response was somewhat lifeless, as if she were irritated by Lu Yudong's intellect, yet simultaneously annoyed by his teasing that, "Oh yes, I only recently became your family." The term family warmed Jiang Xi's heart. Causing her tone to soften, she decided not to engage in a back and forth with Lu Yudong. "Yin Shumo mentioned to me that the meal was a bit salty. That's impossible to know, so she told you." "So, are you jealous? Is today your day for revenge?" Lu Yudong's tone remained nonchalant, as if he anticipated all of Jiang Xi's arguments. Being cornered by Lu Yudong's words, Jiang Xi felt her pride slipping away. Her face flushed at I didn't she stammered, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Even though she had ample reasons, every time she spoke with Lu Yudong, she felt at a disadvantage that I brought back the initial draft and notes yesterday. "Brought them back for me to see? You're telling me you're jealous, and want me to be jealous too," Lu Yudong said, his tone teasing as he continued to provoke her. Jiang Xi found herself at a loss for words, thinking how insufferable Lu Yudong was. "What about you?" Lu Yudong observed the way Jiang Xi was biting her ear, finding it inexplicably amusing. "From today onward, I refuse to cook, that I'm too tired in the mornings. Besides, I enjoy spicy hot pot from outside." With that, Jiang Xi turned on her heel and left. She realized that if she stayed any longer, she would reveal even more of her vulnerabilities. Back at the office, Jiang Xi felt utterly useless. The words she longed to hear remained unspoken by him, while the things she wished to conceal were dragged out from the depths of her heart. Moreover, she overheard her colleagues whispering amongst themselves and, upon listening closely, discovered they were discussing the impending salary increase decided by the group as the year-end approached. Naturally, everyone was excited about such news. However, Jiang Xi had received no information regarding a salary increase. When Jiang Xi was confirmed as a permanent employee, her salary had increased by 1/3, and after being promoted to financial manager, it had risen by another 1,000. She had already experienced 2 salary hikes, yet she had no knowledge of whether this time would include her. Logically, the salary increase should apply to everyone, and she had performed well. Jiang Xi sent a WeChat message to Xing Baohua. "Director, will I be included in the salary increase this time?" "Logically, yes, but President Lu just told me that whether you receive a raise requires further consideration." Jiang Xi was taken aback. Further consideration? Surely she had been in line for a salary increase before he opened that lunchbox. But after he opened it, she was no longer eligible. Why did Jiang Xi's meal have to coincide with this misfortune? It was simply bad luck. Moreover, she had just been quarreling with Lu Yudong. Vowing never to make breakfast for him again, Lu Yudong was using this method to compel Jiang Xi to apologize. Provoking him was out of the question. Jiang Xi's anger had yet to dissipate as she crossed her arms, unable to concentrate on her work. Why was she so unfortunate? His intention was clear. He wanted her to plead for his forgiveness. Yet, Jiang Xi was determined not to fall for it. She sent Lu Yudong a WeChat message. "This afternoon, I'll be shopping with Han Lan, then heading home." The moment he devised a scheme, Jiang Xi would rush to comply. Did she not have any self-respect? Even if she were to apologize, she needed time to cool down. Lu Yudong replied with a simple, "All right." Chapter 110. Sandalwood Soap. After work, Jiang Xi recounted the entire situation to Han Lan, inquiring how much of a salary increase Han Lan had received at me. 2,000. Han Lan's eyes sparkled. That was quite a sum. Jiang Xi's face turned pale. 2,000. How many hot pot meals would she have to forego in a month? You shouldn't have come looking for me this afternoon. You should have gone to find your husband. Who told you to say such harsh words at noon? Han Lan remarked. Let us stroll down the pedestrian street, and then you can head home. If you want to plead for forgiveness, you must strike while the iron is hot. Jiang Xi has also acquiesced, choosing to forego the opportunity for a salary increase out of spite. She is not a fool. The two strolled into a store selling domestic goods, filled with many cosmetics that are rarely seen in the market. To her delight, Jiang Xi spotted the Roy sandalwood soap she had often used in her childhood. Before attending university, she frequently bathed with this soap, which left a subtle sandalwood fragrance that was truly delightful. However, after starting university, she could no longer find it. This time, she purchased over a dozen bars and tucked them into her canvas bag. As if she had unearthed treasure, in front of the pedestrian street stood a stretch of vintage architecture, currently under strict control for filming. Let us go take a look. Perhaps we might catch a glimpse of a star? Han Lan urged, her excitement palpable. That haven't you ever seen a celebrity? Jiang Xi replied nonchalantly, her irritation flaring at the mere thought of stardom. Nevertheless, Han Lan tugged her toward the crowd, where they noticed the costumes of the extras resembling those of the Republic of China era. Miss Yin is here. Miss Yin has arrived. Murmurs spread through the crowd that a luxury van parked in a nearby alley, and Yin Shumo stepped out. Jiang Xi furrowed her brow slightly. Why did she keep running into her? Yin Shumo had many resources. Having just wrapped up filming Dear Dr. Luo, she had immediately joined the cast of this period drama that as Yin Shumo approached, she caught sight of Jiang Xi and seized the opportunity to humiliate her. Jiang Miss, you know the meals you prepare are quite delicious. The other day, I was starving, and Yudong gave me his meal, even though he had been hungry all afternoon. Mentioning this made Jiang Xi furious. Moreover, she was eager to discover where Lu Yudong and Yin Shumo had gone the day before. Is that so? My husband mentioned it, Jiang Xi replied coolly. Tomorrow, I will be cooking for him again. As our guest, Miss Yin, it is only natural for him to take care of you. Yin Shumo thought to herself, this stubborn girl never spares her words. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Xi's canvas bag, which, lacking a zipper and filled with numerous bars of soap, was stretched open, revealing its contents to onlookers. That I have a scene to shoot today. I must excuse myself, Yin Shumo stated before departing, musing. Jiang Xi still uses such inexpensive soap. Truly embarrassing for Lu Yudong. Upon reaching the entrance of the hillside villa, Jiang Xi discarded her displeasure and donned a smile. After all, she needed Lu Yudong to grant her a pay raise. Back already? Lu Yudong was seated on the sofa downstairs, engrossed in a book. Grandfather is asleep. Yes, I'm back, my dear, Jiang Xi replied cheerfully. I'm heading to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for tomorrow's lunch. Noticing Jiang Xi's demeanor, Lu Yudong realized his usual tactics were ineffective. Money consistently proved to be a reliable motivator for her. Despite claiming earlier that he wouldn't cook, she had already begun to prepare. Once the ingredients were ready, Jiang Xi said, Darling, I'm going upstairs to take a shower. You should turn in early, Lu Yudong murmured, his attention still on the book. Jiang Xi ascended to shower, using the newly bought Roy sandalwood soap. After bathing, she donned her fluffy pajamas and went to bed. That Lu Yudong was already sitting on the bed, initially intending to observe how Jiang Xi would continue her performance. However, an unexpected fragrance wafted into his nostrils, abruptly bringing him back to seriousness. What is that smell? He inquired. What smell? Jiang Xi, busy drying her hair, responded, I don't smell anything. Come here, Lu Yudong beckoned her over. As Jiang Xi climbed onto the bed, Lu Yudong pulled her close. Her soft, fuzzy texture was incredibly comforting, and the scent she carried was intoxicating. An overwhelming sense of nostalgia washed over him. 6 years ago, it was this very aroma that had captivated him. Back then, he could not see her, but only sense this scent, which had not graced Yin Shumo since. Emotions churned within Lu Yudong as he closed his eyes, kissing Jiang Xi's cheek, her brow, her neck. Jiang Xi contemplated. Has he lost his mind? His hands cradled her face as he began to kiss her deeply, a sensation that was both pleasurable and overwhelming, that he then gently pressed her down beneath him. Chapter 111. Are you short on cash? After an intimate encounter that lasted over 2 hours, Jiang Xi had yet to voice a single demand. Once finished, he set aside his book, leaning back against the bed as his rationality gradually returned. No matter how similar they may appear, Jiang Xi ultimately was not that person. He was merely deceiving himself. "What soap do you use for your showers?" he asked casually. "While wandering the pedestrian street today, I came across a shop selling these old brands of sandalwood soap that I bought over a dozen bars. They were quite affordable," Jiang Xi replied, her cheeks flushed. She felt utterly drained, lying in bed while still mulling over the issue of her salary increase. "Did you use it before? Everyone used soap for bathing in childhood, didn't they?" "Of course, except for you." Jiang Xi's eyelids began to droop. "Why am I the exception?" Lu Yudong leaned against the headboard, glancing at her, who appeared languid and alluring, causing his heart to skip a beat. "You have money, so naturally, you use high-end shower gels. Besides, you give your employees substantial raises." Jiang Xi finally broached the topic, her spirits lifting. "Today, I asked Han Lan. She received a 2,000 raise. How much will I get?" Upon hearing Jiang Xi bring this up, Lu Yudong's demeanor shifted from his usual ease. "Are you short on cash?" "I'm not in immediate need, but it's a matter of recognition for my abilities. Everyone in the finance department received raises, yet I did not. Others might think there's an issue with my work. Money represents acknowledgement of my capabilities, serving as a guarantee for my continued employment," Jiang Xi stated, believing herself to be diligent and unwilling to offer anyone a handle against her. "That am I not your guarantee?" Lu Yudong countered. Jiang Xi thought, "Do you not understand the implications of the term agreement in a contractual marriage?" "Of course you count," she said, licking her lips, "but this is what I deserve. Everyone else has received raises, and I'm the only one left out. What will others think? This is not merely a matter of money, that if you do not give me a raise, it implies a lack of trust in me." With that, she turned away. "How much, really? You will truly raise my salary?" Upon hearing that her pay would be increased, Jiang Xi turned back, her eyes sparkling. "Fine. Then I will match Han Lan's raise of 2,000. Jiang Xi thought. This way, Han Lan would not feel unfairly treated. "All right, tomorrow, I'll speak with Xing Baohua to have it documented with the finance department." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xi's face lit up with joy. She leaned over and kissed Lu Yudong's cheek. "Thank you, darling." Then, she lay down to sleep. That night, sacrificing her appearance and speaking against her true feelings had finally earned her the opportunity for a salary increase. It was not a loss. Currently, Jiang Xi's salary stood at 14,000. With more effort, it could reach 15,000, that although this was still considerably less than that of the auditing department, she had resolved to seek a position there next year. Had she known Yang Mani would not pursue the auditing department, she would have applied this year. Jiang Xi drifted off into daydreams that Lu Yudong, however, was not as carefree as Jiang Xi. The scent of sandalwood from 6 years ago lingered in his memory. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Yin Xiuma. "I remember that you used to carry a lovely fragrance. What soap did you use?" Yin Xiuma, finishing a night shoot, received the message and felt something was amiss. She recalled seeing the sandalwood soap in Jiang Xi's bag earlier that day. Could it be that this scent had reminded Lu Yudong of the past? Yin Xiuma replied, "Back then, we, the children of ordinary families, all used sandalwood soap for bathing, that I have always used Roy sandalwood soap since childhood. Later, I stopped because, after all, I am a public figure." Lu Yudong read her message and thought, perhaps I was overthinking it. Yin Xiuma set her phone down and asked her assistant, "Do you know where I can buy Roy sandalwood soap?" "That cheap soap? There's a domestic goods store up ahead. I'll go check there." The assistant replied before heading to the shop. She bought out all the Roy sandalwood soap available in the store. Chapter 112. President Lu shows affection. Jiang Xi awoke in high spirits, preparing breakfast for Lu Yudong. Today, she had specifically made a meal for two, featuring a whole mandarin fish cooked in its entirety, with the head portion served to Lu Yudong while she kept the tail. Additionally, there were stir-fried shrimp and several sautéed vegetables, and she once again made porridge for him, opting not to have any herself that he was the president. After all, busy with myriad responsibilities, and being a man, he would undoubtedly eat more. When Lu Yudong came down for breakfast, he glanced at the meal boxes on the table. "Are you trying to impress your husband again?" he asked her.